Chapter 3 has arrived, and with it comes an entirely new map to explore. There are some old returning favorites like Tilted Towers, Shifty Shafts, and Greasy Groves. There's also a ton of new POIs like Sleepy Sounds, Condo Canyon, and the Daily Bugle. Now, everyone knows the POIs, but what about the characteristics of the map, and what should we expect throughout the competitive season for Chapter 3 Season 1? Let's dive into some of the new changes and effects it has on competitive play. The first change that will seriously impact the way that competitive games are played out is the large abundance of environmental heals that are now available on the map. Previously, in Chapter 2, a lot of the slurp barrels were mainly located at slurpy swamps, with of course some others being thinly spread across the map in small amounts. And now in Chapter 3 Season 1, there are 87 slurp barrels distributed rather evenly across the map. Similarly, there are also 171 produce boxes spread relatively evenly throughout the map as well, so now a lot more players and teams will get access to not only the free shield in these, but also the peppers for enhanced movement speed. Last chapter, all the pepper spawns are basically limited to one POI, Catty Corners, but now the majority of named POIs have access to these outside of Rocky Reels. Teams like Janice and Vortex, who placed second in the first Cash Cup of the season, heavily utilize this in their early game strategy. They land to the south side of Sleepy Sound, and on their individual looting paths, both has access to shield barrels and produce boxes, meaning they can essentially make the most out of the 20 chests they have there, as they barely need to use any shield that they loot. Vortex uses 7 shield barrels to the west side alongside the shield mushrooms obtained from the produce boxes to get himself all the way up to 200 HP. Janice lands on the east side and pops 2 minis, then grabs the 3 slurp barrels and produce boxes to the north. You might think it's a waste, since he could have just used the same shield barrels as Vortex, but landing more split enables them to loot the entire place faster, disengage quicker, finding plenty of minis along the way anyway, so it won't necessarily matter. As you can see, as they leave their POI, they are not struggling for shield one little bit, unlike many of the other teams in the lobby.
You know, Reese, while we're on the topic of heals, we have to talk about the new coolers. These trusty new resources provide 3 different variations of loot. You can get 4 chug splashes, 2 guzzle juices, or 2 chug splashes and 1 guzzle juice. We've already seen this become a huge staple in competitive play. For example, Booga and Skittles drop in Chonker Speedway that has 17 cooler spawns, and when they leave this drop spot, they often have 18 chug splashes split across both of their inventories. This totals to 720 HP that can be healed if utilized effectively. With the cars already equipped here in Chonker Speedway with those nice off-road tires, they have that ease of mobility around the map. With this additional mobility and all of the chug splashes from the cooler boxes, this allows them to spend much more time looting in zone for ammo and better weapons. The issue with this strategy, though, is that it requires you to take a mid-game fight for your surge damage. But for a team like Booga and Skittles, that's something they're very confident in. Overall, this is a very unconventional but successful early game strategy they've been implementing. Last but not least, we have probably the most impactful addition to the map, and that is the spider webs. These webs provide you with mythic Spider-Man web shooters, an easy rotational tool using the webs, and additional heals. Having these provide numerous benefits in the early game like easy shield and fast mobility. Now these webs can be really useful in the early game for faster looting, but can be a double-edged sword in the endgame. In this game, the first moving zone pulls from south of Daily Bugle to the northwest, which means there are a large amount of obstacles in players' way. Shady and Waze have boxed up next to one of these webs, meaning when the zones start to pull, they can leave their box and get an easy rotation from low ground without the use of a launch pad, and also saving them a ton of material. However, if you're not watching each turn in a messy endgame, you could easily bounce off of one of these and be sent into the zone, or even worse, into Tayson's line of sight. With these incredible additions to the map, plus some old favorites returning, we can't wait to see you all in action when FNCS returns in February. Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep!
I'm very excited about taking part in Season 9.
It's a different chapter, so everything can happen.
New map, new loot pool, there's a lot of new stuff.
I've been practicing very hard.
I think I have a good understanding of the game.
Fighting ability and mechanics ability. I think that's what I bring to the table.
My aim is my biggest advantage.
Yeah, I'm probably fastest editor, so yeah, I'm bringing the mechanics in.
I think it's my brain and obviously as well my aim.
People win by just playing consistent late game.
I think we're gonna bring like a lot of chemistry and like good fighting skills.
Me and Rest are gonna go all the way. The Danish Dynamite, we're a very scary duo.
I'm ready to crush the competition.
I am ready for this FNCS and I know I'm gonna do good.
I'm here. I'm ready. I'm taking home the win.
I'm here to win. I'm here to qualify for the finals.
Let's go!
Let's go!
Ladies and gentlemen, Fortnite fans around the globe, welcome to the 2022 Fortnite Champion Series. That's right, the bus has come back around, and you know we're riding shotgun. It's your favorite Prime. It's Zekemus back up in the building. And look at this. That's right, look at all these new crazy graphics, who dis 2022. We're doing it huge, fam. Of course, it's all about duos, but I am just one boy. I've got a duo here with me. It is none other than Reese Hub, your favorite analyst here. It's big brain time, of course. Reese, you gotta say hello, my boy.
Hello, hello. You know you're getting by now. Like, I'm part of the furniture. You come on to EU. You expect to see me at this point. Let's be real.
That's fair. And who's this? That's right. It's Boop making his debut on the broadcast. Boop, it's great to have you here, man.
It is great to be here. I love to be in this position. I mean, I'm like a robot today, but I'm happy to be here to be the best looking analyst of the FNCS. So happy to be here, Reese. And
these are big words and fighting words, but you're
very big words.
Let's be real. Firstly, you're just lucky Shadow's not here.
Wow. Well, he's still close by. He's not that far at all, but you know, we'll hang out with him and 11-2K in just a little bit. There's a lot of things we got to talk about before we can jump aboard the battle bus and kick off the competition, my friends. There's a lot of new things. Chapter 3, Season 1, new map, new loot pool, new mobility items, new POIs. It is all happening right here. How are you guys enjoying Chapter 3, Season 1?
Dude, like, honestly, I'm definitely enjoying, for the first thing, map, right? Completely different changes. We're getting some cool views as we're going over old POIs like Tilted. It's a completely different environment that you're in right now, and a lot of the teams who are performing really well so far are just the teams who've been playing a ton since the new chapter dropped to adapt to all of these new changes.
I mean, it feels like the chapter 1 almost. Like, this map is beautiful. So many new drop spots, so many new things happening, and of course, new duos, which I'm very excited to talk about.
That's right, dude. I think that's the biggest and most exciting change, right? Coming from a year of trios, and now we've kind of followed that action, followed that strategy line, the storylines as well. And now we get the big shakeup. Which players are coming together to form these powerful duos? Remember, we're going from 33 trios to now 50 duos, so the competition is going to get that much harder. Now, let's talk about a few things about the actual broadcast. Like the broadcast schedule, if you're like, Zeke, what's going on? I want to watch more of this. Don't even worry about it. We're here today, but do keep in mind, we're back 2 days from now, so not tomorrow, but on February 20th. We'll be back for qualifier number 2. Next weekend, back 3 days in a row, and that all culminates in the finals 2 weeks from today. So mark your calendars, make sure you come on back, because you won't want to miss any of that action. Now, of course, there's a few things that we do want to continue to cover here in the actual show. I'm sure some of you are new faces to the broadcast. It's truly an honor to have you here. We're so excited that you're joining us. And check this out. Now, look, this is scary, okay? You're seeing a lot of things. You're seeing a lot of numbers. Don't worry about it. Reese has got you covered. Reese, focus us in. Where are we at right now?
Like, I'm laser focused on one particular point here. That is the far left-hand side where it says 2 qualifiers. That first 3 lines, round 1, round 2, round 3, that's where we're at right now. You know what? Ignore round 1, ignore round 2, because these have already happened, and all you need to know is that from round 2, the top 50 teams, 100 players, the best of the best, have managed to make it here to round number 3, and they're going to play 6 games. What you're going to be looking out for in that leaderboard is the top 8 teams, so that's everything's to play for. And if you notice, finals is on the far right, so the top 8 teams will fly all the way to finals, skip that semi-final stage. Everyone else is going to get series points, which will just push them into the semi-finals to hopefully qualify through. And then guess what? We get to do it all again in 2 more days' time on Sunday with qualifier number 2.
That's right. Now, as custom, when we have new faces here on the broadcast desk. We got to throw them right into the fire. So, Boop, tell us about the format.
I mean, this format is a little bit ridiculous. It's a good balance between eliminations and placement points. 32 points for the victory royale and 3 points per elimination. You really do not want to be going down off spawn. You got to make it to late game, but you cannot just sit there and just play for placement. You got to be focused. You got to be jumping into boxes. You got to right in there, because otherwise you're not going to qualify today.
I love it. I love the addition of the sound effects as well. You can already tell Boop is assimilated. He's here. He's ready to have a good time. And so are we. Let's take a look at our qualified players. So remember, we just came from rounds 1 and 2, and now we're in round number 3. So here's just a kind of few names to toss your way. Reese, anybody standing out to you so far?
I mean, look, there's so many big names here, but I think the names of the season so far are on that far left-hand side, right in the middle, Mustache and Malabuka, a duo that has been absolutely prevalent in the Cash Cup round 2 so far. They're the only team who's managed to make all 6 of 6 of the second round of the Cash Cup so far, performed super well. You could put them as one of the best teams in there, 100% to look out for, and to be honest, it looked like they weren't going to qualify. The last 2 games in round 2 that they just got, a first and a second, so like they just clutched up at the end. Also, huge shouts. Resac Liam, bottom middle. Great name, I must say.
Yep, and I'm looking at Hen and Queasy. I mean, they just came off of a Cash Cup win. I mean, those guys are ridiculous. They have their spot uncontested as far as I know. And, you know, these guys have so much experience. 2 FNCS winners inside that duo. I mean, they're just going to pop off today. I believe in them.
I love it. I love the confidence in the duos. I love the confidence in the players. That is what this is all about. Now, we have a few more things to talk about, but first, we actually got to hang out with some of the members from the community, kind of pick their brains, get a little interview in there, and hear from them. So guess what? We're going to throw it to one right now. We're hanging out with Pink, so let's hear from him.
Let's go, Pink.
What's up, everybody? My name's Levin2K and I'm here in the lobby with my guy Pink. Pink, it's a pleasure to be speaking with you. First time I really took notice of you and went, okay, maybe this guy is going to be a serious player, was when you came 4th in Mongrel.
I came 4th in the Trio Cup as well, so I had back-to-back 4th places, which was good.
Started playing with Verox and Norwood.
Yeah, Norwood was very strategic and he fought it out. Like he was a planned player, and I was happy to play with him. Like right now I'm an IGL, but at the time I was very bad at it, and he definitely opened my mind, and I message him from time to time and I thank him, of course.
Big critique of you guys was off spawn, your fighting ability off spawn. You know, did you feel like that was a fair criticism of that team?
So from going from high ground to low ground, it wasn't much of a problem, because while I was learning high ground, on the side I was learning low ground, so I kind of understood the mechanic of it, and I've played well.
Obviously you ended up moving on to a trio that I think did incredibly well in terms of your career. You started playing with Stompy and Nebs, that went really well.
So coming from the season of Primal, I think I made like $500 that season, and Stompy and Nebs made, I think Nebs made like 100,000 and Stompy made like 10,000. So for them to try out with me, I thanked them, and I told them this already. So it was a very big opportunity for me. I've already played with Stompy though. Us 3 had the best vibes ever. Like, we're just playing, we have so much fun, and we all trust each other.
A lot of teams didn't do quite as well as they probably could have, but you guys really stepped up.
You're gonna have that like pressure on you, like, oh yeah, we need to do good, we need to do good. But when we were con, we were just like, we were con anyways, just go for it, you know? And we came 3rd while con, which I don't think anyone else has done. I think that's the best placement.
Outside of Fortnite, how do you sort of wind down? Talk to me about what sort of keeps you going and keeps you level-headed, because obviously as much as you guys grind Fortnite non-stop, there's got to be a bit of balance there at times. So talk to you about, you know, Pink outside of Fortnite.
Quite literally was on my PC all day, every day. But then as of recently, I'm taking a few more breaks. I'm starting to go gym.
No pain, no gain.
No pain, no gain. So I need to just settle down and chill out a bit sometimes.
Talk to me though about your goals for this year, your goals as a player.
This year, I really want to focus on winning, and I want me and my team, so my coach BloodX, my teammate Anas, and my mental coach Papi, we're all working hard. So I hope it all pays off and we just win one of the FNCSs this year.
To all the people watching at home, be rooting for you. Thank you very much for joining me, Pink. It's been a pleasure chatting to you in the lobby. We'll see you guys all next time.
legend. Thank you so much, Pink, for that interview. Great to hear from you. And speaking of legends, have you guys checked out Legends Landing? It's happening in-game right now. You guys got to go check it out. It's in the Buy Epic Discovery right now. If you're watching from there, what's going on, Legends Landing? Thanks for having us. You know we love hanging out with all of y'all. Now let's keep the ball rolling. There's a few things we want to talk about. There's some of these duos we kind of need to zero in on and kind of bring them to the light, right? Some of these you guys may be familiar with. Maybe you're just like, I haven't had time to catch up with competitive. Don't worry, we got you covered. We're kicking things off. We got Tayson and Thomas HD. Two names I feel like I've been talking about since, you know, competitive has become a thing. Where are these guys going?
Look, you can already see them right now, far left aside, the new POI covert right now, looking super good off spawn, realistically, because they can get such good loot here. They can get a bunch of the drops, get launch pads, but they're contested by a bunch of other teams. In all honesty, like, you know, Tayson and Thomas need no introduction. Let's be absolutely frank about that to start with. But their season hasn't gone so well in terms of like cash cup placements overall. They've had one really good one. I think this was a second in week number 3, which was great, but you know, there wasn't that crazy performance that we're used to seeing from them. However, that's actually pretty standard for Tayson, to be honest with you. You see, when it comes to FNCS, that's time to shine, and so far already, like, completely different from the cash cup placement. Seems to be on top game, and I'm thinking maybe off spawn's gonna be a bit different, but a huge performance to them definitely today.
Yep, for sure. And I mean, I have a love-hate relationship with Thomas and Tayson. I mean, these guys, they don't practice, they don't play the game as much, but they're so damn good. I just don't understand it. They are just ridiculous. Thomas HD, some of the best aim I've ever seen in the game. Tayson, such a smart player, you know, 4-time champion. I mean, Veno and Joe, they have the work cut out for them at that draw spot, but, you know, I think they'll do well today. It should be fun.
Dude, I love the breakdown. We're going to keep it going, Boop, and I'm staying with you. Talk to me. Cammy and Teak.
Oh.
Now, you're pretty excited about this duo in particular. Why is that?
I mean, this is my favorite duo, mainly because they're so consistent. They do have their own draw spot now over at the Neo Cammy split. Somehow Cammy is a genius for learning all of these draw spots. He knows just exactly what is the best spots on the map, and he just, you know, he owns it. He has been dominant from this spot. You know, Cammy's one of the best players of this chapter. He has been unrivaled, you know, almost qualifying every single Cash Cup round 2 of this season. Unfortunately, did not make the last duo Cash Cup round 2. You know, sort of fell down a little bit there, but, you know, these guys, if you want to see late game, you just have to watch them because they're there every single time.
Yeah, if you've heard the terminology Cammy split, if you've watched anything before, last season there was a Cammy split. Why is it called Cammy split? Because Cammy lands there. Like, realistically, that's the sake of it. He's owned that drop spot season after season. Now they're kind of in the Cuddle Pond area, which is right in the center of the map. Because obviously, if you've never seen Cammy split this season, it's new to everyone out there. Middle of the map, just to the south of a lot of the POIs, basically right in the middle, which is better than a lot of the previous chapter because it was a bit more over to the east. So they have some really good rotations from this draw spot total.
So good. I love the big change up right now with the new map. We have a whole year of talking about this. It's so awesome. Now we got to change it up though. Another duo to throw your way, Noah Riley and Aqua. Right now, some of you may remember Aqua from back in the day. He returned last season. Was like, I'm back. I want to compete, and now he's back. But with Noah Riley, Reese.
Okay, look, I'm gonna use your questioning with Noah Riley. This is where things get interesting as well. You can see them in the Daily Bugle, which was the drop spot that Aqua originally has won a cash cup from, week number 2. But it wasn't with Noah Riley. It was actually with Stompy instead. And then after that, didn't manage to make a second round of the cash cup. Basically, Aqua won a cash cup, and then it just went pretty disastrously for the rest of the season so far up until this point, until last week, where he switched up, played with Noah Riley, and actually didn't qualify for the cash cup either. So it didn't look like it was going to go well with this new duo. Noah Riley himself also struggled with teammates, struggled with playing with Seti. It didn't really work out that well then with Janice. So now they've come together, and it seems to be similarly in a way to Tayson and Thomas HD. Not the best in cash cups, but when it comes to FNCS, when it matters, they're just performing.
There is that little change, right? For some reason, it's just once there's that FNCS like in the tag, in the title, what they're competing for, it's just they're on, right? So I'm excited to see them compete today. Let's talk about some things like off-spawn fights, right? These head-to-head matchups we could be seeing here in round number 3, and of course beyond. We got to start things off with Thomas HD going head-to-head against Bino. Now, I'm not sure how I feel about this, right? Covert Cavern is like pretty scary if you're not careful, if you're not aware of like how to actually play within it. So kind of talk me through this. How could this go?
So I'm gonna hit you up firstly. Firstly, why should you land here? Not how the fight gonna go first. Why should you land here? 40 chests, 18 henchman chests, which by the way are a 100% spawn rate. Remember, much higher than the normal one. 227 floor spawns, which is more than any other POI. Actually, double tilted towers, and then also the 2 guaranteed pads from the vault that's said there, which also gives you a ton of loot. So this is what these teams are trying to fight over.
Yeah, let me give you a little bit of history on this. I mean, Veno and Joe, they have done so well from the spot in Duo Cash Cup, right? They were contested by Janice and Noah in one of the weeks, and they absolutely demolished them. I mean, I love Janice and Noah. I think they were a great duo, but Veno and Joe, they're just built different in these fights, and they're very scary. But you got to be careful because Pink and Anas, they're creeping their way nearby. They do land on top of that mountain. If you look at Anas in some of these games, he's going to eliminate one of these players out the air, almost guaranteed, with that insane aim.
I hope it happens, man. As much as I want everybody to be able to touch down, have a nice game where they can loot up, I'm kind of down for that, all right? If you got the skill to pull it off, let's just see it in these games. Another duo going head-to-head. Clement versus Fast Strokey. A little bit of a weird one. I don't know how I should be feeling about this one.
Yeah, I mean,
you should feel. Hold on, you should feel positive. I'm gonna do the same thing as we just did here because we've seen the teams that are set up. But again, why should they fight over it? What's the? Boop, tell me one word. What's the thing they're fighting over here?
Cooler.
Coolers,
boxes.
There we go. Not aqua, cooler boxes this time indeed. There is an absolutely incredible amount of these which give you a ton of chug splash potentials, which basically allows you to late rotate, go into the zone, and you can see right there cars with the big wheel mods as well, so you can get great rotations too. So this is what they're fighting over.
I mean, you don't really need to fight Reese, let's be honest. I mean, as a guy who loves stack games, I mean, there's so many cooler boxes here. I have seen 4 teams, 5 teams land there, and not a single person fighting, and all of them come out with 16 billion splashes. It's a little bit ridiculous, but, you know, I expect these guys to be there to shoot at each other, but depending on the bus path, they're probably not going to fight in game 1 or game number 2, but maybe if they do need those eliminations towards the end of this final, then we'll see them fighting it out. We'll see.
We'll see, right? I think Lecce and Swilliam landing here as well is a little bit of like a wild card in some ways. Swilliam coming over from the Asia region, deciding I'm going to compete in Europe. Why not? Let's see how things go. Now, Reese hasn't quite put together anything substantial yet, but this is the first FNCS, right? We still have time.
And like Jules is a different game mode as well, you got to remember. So Lecce's a player that like so many of us are very fond memories of. You go back to a lot of the previous seasons, in particular in that trios season where he started obviously playing with Mr. Savage and Benji. It was a great season, and to be honest, not managed to find his footing since. So in duos, playing with Swilliam and a lot of the dream hacks last year, it was really good, but they didn't manage to get super consistent placements. I hope like today this is the one for them.
I mean, and also Lecce, he's been one of the guys who's also had the duo shuffle. He's played with Sean VP, he's played with a variety of different players, just trying to find that perfect fit, but so far it hasn't worked out. He did play with Swilliam a little bit at the start of the season, played a ton of practice together, and then split off again, but now they're back together and they're stronger than ever. And, you know, we always love to see Lecce do well, so I'm rooting for him.
I like that. Now, earlier, right before we kind of talked about Corbin, you talked about Anas specifically and Pink. Let's just kind of go back to them for just a little bit here. We have a little bit of time, and I want to kind of dive into what we can expect from this duo in particular. You know, they do have this llama split like you called. We're not going to name it anything crazy. We'll just keep it llama for now, but talk to me about this duo.
I mean, Pink and Anas, they do struggle. I mean, these are guys that don't really frag out in this late game. If you take a look at the open placement, 371st. Just by the skin of their teeth, they qualified for semifinals. And now to the finals, they did make it in pretty easily. But, I mean, these guys, they play height, they play passively. But, if you end up seeing them with a 2 elimination win, don't be surprised, because that's just the playstyle.
But on top of that, it's like they can get victory rounds. They can win games. In the 3 cash cups that they managed to make the round 2, they won 2 games in 2 of those. So they won 4 games out of the 3 kind of ones that they made. So huge potential to win games. So, but again, like that, you know, it's not going to be a 10 elimination win. Usually they're down the 3s and the 4s. So it's like for these guys trying to get up into like the first place, it's tough. But every time they get into a set lobby, they're in the top 10. So it's like top 8 here qualifies. So like these guys definitely have a huge potential too, but it's like, can they get first? They have to play in their A game.
Yeah, it's about evolving with the times, right? Keeping up with the meta as it develops. So we'll have to see. We're getting closer, though. Closer to jumping aboard that battle bus. Really quick, let's touch on predictions, right? Which of these duos we think could end the day in one of those top 8 spots? Now, remember, because of trios. Now we're changing it up. Duos means we're looking at your top 8. I've gone with Aqua and No Riley. I will always be a fan of Aqua. I will still think back to the summer skirmish when he decided to shockwave down and get a victory royale, and that will always be in my heart. Reese Hub, Hen, and Queasy.
Yes, yes. Great team. Fantastic team. And you know what's even better is that they are on a tear this week. They won the Cash Cup. They came second on NA East. Haha, look at that region. You better. They've been playing so good so far this week in particular. And obviously throughout the whole season, third-party tournaments, Cash Cups, whatever it is, they're doing well. They have a great drop spot on the north side of Sleepy Sound. They seem to have it on complete lockdown. We'll see if that's actually true today or not. But generally, like, these guys are such a good pick to win.
What about you, Boop? Teak and Cammy.
Yeah, I mean, I love my Polish boys. I mean, Cammy, Seti, Teak, they were one of my favorite trios. And now extending that on into duos, Cammy and Teak, they are just so ridiculously consistent. There's nothing more to say about that. If you take a look at the match history sometimes, you will not see any placement below top 10. And that's just the name of their playstyle. They're there in late game, mid-ground, fragging out. I love them.
100%. And also, look, let's be real. Shio and Levin, they're going Tayson, Thomas, HD. We've already talked about why they're so good. Would it be an FNCS broadcast without Levin hyping up Tayson? Like, I don't think so. I'm sure we'll hear plenty of it throughout the next 6 games as well, though.
It always happens, right? It's always like he jumps on the train, then he's like, you know what? No, Tayson's not doing well. Then it's literally the next game where Levin decides to say, look, Tayson, I don't think you're doing well, man. And then bam, Tayson's like, okay, Levin, my bad. I've been playing around the whole time. Let me go ahead and get a victory out. And then that's it. Levin's come full circle. He's like, yeah, I've never left. I always believed in Tayson. I get it. It happens. But you know what? It's about that time. So guess what? We're going to introduce you to our casters. You saw their names. It's Shy Wager. It's Levin 2K. They'll be with us for these 6 games. So friends, let's kick it over to you. Say hello.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Reese, and Boop. A fresh new desk for a brand new chapter of the FNCS. And with that being said, welcome to Duos. My name is Shy Wager, joined by the legend Levin 2K. And Levin, the atmosphere, the pressure for these players around this first qualifier is at an all-time high.
Yeah, it's high indeed, but you know what they say, pressure makes diamonds or it bursts pipes, and we'll see what these players are today. Look, I'm excited. I can't believe, though, Boop thinks he's the most handsome person on the broadcast. I don't know where that's come from, mate. You gotta relax. Nevertheless, though, right, we got a huge day. Big games, right? The players have already been playing today. You know, there's already a sort of level of expectation of what these guys can come out and do. And it's about replicating that, right? Sure, you were great. You made top 50 in the last round. Can you come out and get top 8 in this one?
Yeah, and the last round was so different for a lot of players as well, right? One less hour, a few less games than they're used to. It felt like it was impossible to play some of these games. You needed everything to go perfect, or you just basically went home. So after that grueling process, just finally surviving, getting a breath of fresh air, I'm wondering how things switch up here, because Levin, you know, in these rounds going all the way for the finals, it's a very different atmosphere entirely. Plus, every player might be at a new drop because someone else didn't qualify. It's very, very different to the regular game we usually see played in any Cash Cup or different type of Fortnite.
Yeah, the ability to adapt is key. And like you mentioned, there are players who will be switching up drop spots from what they're accustomed to. But nevertheless, if you're making that decision, you have to be confident in your ability to execute that well. You know, a lot of these players have similar ideas and ideologies on how to play the game. It's about the execution, right? Who's actually going to go out and do it in these high pressure moments? And as we saw in the last round, it isn't easy whatsoever when you have all these players really at their best looking to compete for the same goal. You know, you have to be able to do something that separates you, and that won't be easy for a lot of people in the lobby, but again, right, you know, this is your chance to show that you can do it.
No, absolutely. Like, one big thing too in terms of expectations, predictions for both of us. I mean, I think we can count it down from 3, 2, 1 and, you know, do it together. 1, 2, 3, boom. You know what I'm saying? All right, you went the wrong way. It's all good. We fused together to go for Thomas and Tayson. The desk talked about it a bit. You can highlight it a little bit. Why do you like Tayson so much, Levin? Why is it always all in for him?
I'll be real with you. This season so far, Tayson Thomas hasn't been the most impressive for them so far, right? Questions about their work ethic, questions about whether they are still 2 of the best players in the region. But the problem is with these guys is that they have Fortnite mastered, right? When it comes to the fundamentals of the game, they have that down to a T. And then when it comes to just being able to adapt to new metas, it's like this for them, man. It gets so easy. Anytime we're having a conversation about who are the best players in the game, their names will always come up. They've done really well in previous competitions, running up to this one in the past week or so. And so I have no doubt in my mind that they're going to be able to come out when the pressure is highest, when players around them are all wobbly and shaky, and really step up.
Absolutely, and we've been watching teams throughout the whole last 12 months of Fortnite, even past that, even more. Now it's all about teammates, that synergy, just being dynamic and adapting to a lot of things happening. You know, you can get punished a little bit more inside the entire duels format. You're not gonna have the extra body to protect yourself when things go wrong or to amplify and capitalize on any plays you wanna make. That's a big difference too. But with that being said, games are almost underway in just a second. The big thing too, 50 different entities on the map, so many more things to worry about for a lot of players. A brand new map too, Levin, entirely. There's so much to expect for this FNCS.
Yeah, look, big adjustments, right? Big adjustments, a whole new map. If you haven't watched any Fortnite for a while, don't worry, we will get you through it, right? Explain everything to you, give you the whole rundown. I think the biggest thing, right, is going into end games, the fundamentals, who actually has those great dynamics. I think that's why Tayson and Thomas will always be big favorites, because the combinations between the two, beautiful, beautiful textbook stuff. And everybody has to try to get to that level or something there and thereabouts. So I'll be real, I'm super excited to see what plays out today.
Yeah, momentum still coming in. Joe and Vino first overall from that previous round. So many different players who just had, you know, maybe different meetings and different types of entire environments around them game to game. Now it's all the same players in the same game, and that game is about to start. It's game number 1 of EU in the first qual. Almost there in just a second. 6 total as well that'll be there too. I mean, Levin, it's just, it's nuts, right? Because when you look at just the entire section of Fortnite when it comes to just elite level lobbies, right? The top 100, 6 games, it feels like a lot. They dwindle down really fast.
Yeah, you know, especially when, you know, considering the fact that we're playing for top 8, you know, you've got to have a couple games. Yeah, maybe you can allow yourself 1 or 2 games where things don't necessarily work out. But for the most part, you have to be on it game to game, and you have to be able to adapt game to game, of course, right? There are always going to be these small tweaks that you have to make. You can see here on your screen, Tilted Towers, a POI has come back. A couple teams going to be dropping there, right? How do you go game to game in terms of what areas you claim, how you cut off other teams? There are all these little micro things that will play into how the story develops over the course of the 6 games, and ultimately things are in your hand as a player. You know, you can't leave things at the end of it and go, oh, I got unlucky here, I got unlucky there. You have to make your own destiny in that sense.
Yeah, and the destiny is formed by relationships, and when you look at relationships between teams, it's my favorite part of the FNCS, the beef, Levin. The beef. I love the off-spawn combat. I love, you know, just the stories throughout the season, and I feel like, you know, Boop and Reese touched on it a little bit with Zeke too. Covert Cavern overall, that's where things are about to get super heated. Launch pads, guaranteed to have no problems for your entire game, available over there, but 3 God Squads ready to go there too.
Yeah, and I think the dynamics between the way those fights play out will just be so mesmerizing all day long, because like you said, sometimes you get teams contesting at these big spots, but oftentimes you get a clear and obvious sort of distinction between the teams, right? You got a tier 1 team there, tier 2 team, a team that's sort of in the middle between them. All the teams that are landing Covert today are teams who you could see winning the whole thing today if things were to go well.
Absolutely, and there's different tiers before what happens between, you know, a desk towards the game starting. Right now, we'll throw it back to the desk. I got a little bit more to talk about before we get into that first game.
Appreciate you, Shy Wager, and of course, 11-2K. We're about to jump into game 1, but apparently people weren't ready. They didn't catch the battle bus. Things happen. It's okay. We're going to run this back. We're going to make sure everyone's accounted for on that battle bus, and then we're going to start off the competition. Great stuff, though. And I do like that these guys are kind of talking about the duos, the strategies, to kind of prepare. So, like, let's kind of talk about the new mechanics here as we're kind of warming up the bus. Like, how much of this new loophole, these new mechanics and games, you guys think will kind of play a factor? I think, Reese, you recently made a video on, like, sliding, for example, right? And if you just kind of, like, looked at it at a glance, you'd be like, sliding, okay, it's, like, the same as walking, question mark? But it's not exactly, is it, Reese?
No, so sliding is a mechanic that I thought was going to be more utilized, and I think now is still completely underutilized when it comes to fighting specifically. So right now, if you start sliding down a slope, you're going to get increased movement speed. If you slide on flat ground, by the way, no increased movement speed. It just looks cool. That's about the height of it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it can throw people off. But I mean, what I really was hoping for, though, was that people would end up using it in fights. They'd find good ways to phase into boxes like I have. By the way, if you just slide and shoot a wall at the exact right time, you're going to phase straight into that person's box. Not seen it happen yet. If you come off of a launch pad, slide when you land, spray through someone's wall, you can go straight into their box. If someone does this, by the way, in a tournament, tag me on Twitter, because I've yet to see it in the 2 months this season's been out. And I said it when it came out. I was like, someone do this play, hit off a launch pad slide, spray into someone's box, and pick up an elim.
I mean, there's Reese trying to farm Twitter followers again, but let's move on from that. I mean, I think sliding was, I think we all thought it was going to bring up the mechanical level of play even higher. I mean, there's a few people that have been practicing it, Vidil being one of them. He's been in the creative lobby, you know, trying to crank it out. Seti, also one of those guys that have been, you know, putting in the hours, you know, as a main top of last trios, now in duos as well. He's been putting in the hours to practice those sliding. If you definitely want to see that, then you should focus on those guys. But, you know, I don't think it's had the impact that we thought it would have. But it's a pretty cool mechanic, and I'm excited to see how, you know, you can sort of cut off people on mid ground and low ground with that mechanic now.
I still think yet. There's still time.
That's the
one of
keyword.
those things, but it's like
someone's gonna figure it out.
Someone will figure it out how to use it in fights, how to throw people off. Because like at the start of I think chapter 1, when people building editing, like people were you know, like me and Zeke now, right? You know, we're at that level. And then when the time has passed, people have gotten sufficiently better. Obviously, incredibly proficient at it. And I think sliding's gonna be the same thing. It's a new mechanic. This chapter and this season just starting. Over this chapter, I think we're going to see an evolution that people get extremely proficient with it.
Yeah, I think that especially like kind of you're saying, right, with chapter 3 season 1 hitting, there's a brand new map that you kind of have to like forget everything from previous like chapter 2, right? You have to just kind of wipe that away from your memory and say like, I have to learn all of these new areas, these new POIs, these new rotational patterns, where people can be, loot chests, like all this new stuff, right? So I think we haven't seen sliding quite yet come online, but I do have faith, right? Like I do think once one person does it, kind of like to your point, Reese, everyone else will see it and go, oh, like, yeah, sorry about that. Like I was trying to really learn my drop spot and make sure that I didn't lose here, but I'm going to start doing that at my drop spot, and then I definitely won't lose. You know, we'll see. We'll have to see. Now, really quickly, I just wanted to touch on the prize pool here in Chapter 3, Season 1. Now, remember, this is the prize pool going into finals, so 2 weeks from now. Take a look at this prize pool out of Europe. $1.3 million. Let's just round it up to 1.4. I don't know why. NA East, I mean, Brazil, NA West, Asia, Middle East, OCE. This is a global competition, boys, and this is a lot of prize money here in Europe.
Yeah, it's a lot of moolah, a lot of dosh getting dashed out. And obviously, remember, this is just specifically for the final. So right now, the top 8 teams that qualify through will get to play for this prize pool in the finals. That's what we're looking at once we eventually get these obviously these queuing issues sorted and we're into game. That is what you're going to be looking at in the leaderboards. The top 8 will get to play for this in 2 weeks' time.
Yep, and that is definitely what you want to do, because the new semifinal system and the heat system is so tough to get through. I mean, that is a lot of money just to be playing for, and you don't want to risk it playing the heat system because it's a little bit RNG for you, so you got to be careful.
Yeah, placing in that top 8, right? Like if you can start just this first qualifier and hit that top 8 and just guarantee that you're going to finals, you're at least like locking in some amount of prize money, right? You're going to get some amount for just going to finals, and then you have to start thinking about strategies and how you can aim for that top spot. Now, of course, as I like to talk about a lot, you don't even need to win, right? Just coming in like top 5, you're going to see a massive jump in prize money, and that's going to get you a brand new PC, a brand new car, a brand new chair, lots of brand new things, all the snacks you could ever desire. I mean, there's a lot to play for. Now, guys, I want to toss to this real quick. I'm gonna talk about a brand new POI that came back recently. Was recently defrosted. You know, it's Tilted Towers. Have you guys heard of Tilted Towers, Reese?
Never. This is a new POI to me. I've never heard of this place. Sick POI, honestly. Like center map, it has I think the highest amount of chests total, so 57 chests in here, 198 floor spawns, tons of slurp barrels. It basically has everything you need. One of the most important parts of it is there's 20 safes, which is kind of crazy, but I mean, most of the time there's not as big of utilization for gold unless you're going to greasy, but 32 produce boxes. This is what's really important, so you can always get a ton of peppers because there's just so much loot. Like teams are usually able to split this pretty well. Like we're seeing Kinzel the Siptos go here alongside Benji and Mr. Savage, who unfortunately haven't managed to make it here today, so we'll have to see who ends up qualifying through. From just quickly looking at the map, it seems to be Resac Liam, which obviously I'm a big fan of. Appears to be going there when I look at the drop map, so great POI.
I mean, it's a little bit of a tough spot though to play at, especially when you have this many people landing in there. I mean, it's so open. You're sort of dived in within that spot. It's a big horde. It's basically very similar to Daily Bugle, I would say. There's a lot of POIs nearby. There's people that can third party it for free, and you just got to be a little bit careful. So I'm expecting a lot of these guys to be splitting tilted a lot of the time. You have so much loot, like Reese mentioned, that you don't need to be fighting. I mean, that's what I'm saying every single time. Everyone should just split the spot. We should have 99 people surge, or sorry, 100 people surge, and then my heart will be happy.
I mean, that would be cool. That would be sick. But I think you nailed on a really important point there, was the fact that people can rotate in early, right? There's like the loot lake up above it, which has a ton of teams land there right now.
Yeah.
Like we've got 3 teams, and there's the 7 outpost that's up to the northeast that has the rifts in it. I think Stena and Raid are landing there. So if they're smart, they can loot that quickly. They can rotate through to the hills that are on the outside and just get some really easy sturge tags. Just bang, bang, bang on all the players. The 3 teams who seem to be landing in tilted right now.
Yeah, super enticing POI. I just avoid it, man. For me, it's too high skill. I will just absolutely get bodied. It's not even competition. I'm just a walking 50 pot. I just don't even go there. I do like the big change that we have seen from Chapter 3 Season 1 is that there's a lot more map space available, right? We kind of saw this in Chapter 2. A lot more trios at that time felt like they had to go to these named POIs, right? If they really wanted to secure a proper split, they had to kind of make these higher risk, high reward plays. But with this new map, it's way more open. There's a lot of these little houses, these little loot paths all around the map where you can just land and you can just say like, okay, I know this, like this is us right here. And at minimum, I know I can open a handful of chests and then we can start kind of coming up with a plan with what's next. Is there any that you guys have that are like, you think might be slept on? Maybe you're like, yo, this one place is real good.
I mean, obviously, firstly, the Cami split that we mentioned earlier, where Cami and Tikar in the puddle pond right in the center of the map. That spot is absolutely fantastic. Funnily enough, it's difficult to name exactly where these are because they're split, right? They cover such a huge amount of area. But one team who's been doing really well in a split is Lucia and Fury, who's been doing really well in the 7 outpost that's just to the southwest of Greasy Grove. They managed, I think it was like 3rd or 4th in the previous round, just doing super well out of there. Frey's team's actually contesting them right now. So these kind of 7 outposts that have the rifts, that have the vault, if you can manage to get a couple other chests from some of the surrounding areas, you can definitely get yourself a good enough loot pool. Usually you'll need around like 7 chests per person, and you can definitely manage to do that in a ton of the looting paths, mainly because it's duos, not necessarily just because of the map on itself as well.
Yeah, and the one that I think is slept on a lot is Jones's. I mean, there's not that many good teams that land there, but there are a decent amount of cooler boxes there. You do have those, you know, it's pretty small loot. You know, you have a very quick area to rotate past. You can loot it very, very quickly, rotate away for it. You can even get a piece of the south side near Condo Canyon. There's so much potential there for activity. But, you know, you have Kiko and Marsh right there against Mixon and Rakshis in this final. So it's going to be spicy. But I think Kiko and Marsh, they've been doing super, super well. You know, the guys from Portugal, very, very underrated. They've been slept on. I'm expecting them to do well at spawn. I have not seen them lose a spawn fight yet. Maybe I jinxed them.
Maybe, yeah, the caster curse is very real.
I'm new to this, I'm sorry.
It happens. Guys, super quick, what I want to talk about now is like this trio to now duo. Like for me, I like to try and think about this in like the terms of like everyone kind of sharing power, right? Like in our situation, there's 3 of us. So if we engage in trios, if I was to be eliminated, we still have like 66% of our power, right? In Reese and in Boop.
I mean, with us 3, it'd probably be like 95.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
yeah.
Boop, it's all in Boop. He's got all the power. But when you're looking at like a duo, right? If one of your duos does fall, that's 50% of your power now gone. And then you're stuck in this 1v2 situation while also trying to like maintain your downed friend, right? If they've not full confirmed him, they're still down but not out, and they're kind of crawling around, and then they're kind of putting you in a position where you're like, okay, if I go for the revive, I'm playing into their hands, right? So how do you guys feel like duos should be approaching this kind of shake-up, right?
Oh, I mean, the thing I love about duos now is the clutch potential. In trios, like you mentioned before, if you're a solo, you're going up against 3 people. If you're a solo, you could be going up against 2 people. But now in duos, you're going to be a solo, and, you know, there's a bunch of solos running on the late game, and we're going to see a lot of very exciting clutches coming out. I mean, we saw, Anas in the qualifiers. I mean, this guy absolutely popped off as a solo. He got like 70 points by himself. So, you know, those are the moments that I live for. Those solo clutches, you know, you don't need to revive your teammate. You know, that guy's not important. As long as you have that confidence and you can, you know, go throughout the late game and you have a Spider-Man in your hand, I think you get top 5 pretty easy.
Definitely, and if you can't talk about clutches without talking about Thomas HD, right?
Yeah.
It's like he's made for this mode for duos to pop off, and the problem is honestly that Tayson just probably won't be eliminated that often, so we're not going to see a Thomas HD pop off. Like the way that I like to look at this usually is the fact that most of the best teams in duos are almost like shadowing each other. You know, they're staying super close to each other. Whoever's leading is that going to be player opening edits. He's looking one direction. The player behind him is acting like a shadow, looking exactly the same way. If they tarp, he's going to follow too. So a lot of the times these clutch potentials can happen, but a lot of times just when you see a big spray coming onto that first person, he goes down quickly and it's like, right, Thomas HD, it's your time now, let's go.
I mean, I think it's a good thing that you mentioned the spraying as well. I mean, this meta is very, very tough to play as duos. I mean, we have very high fire rate weapons with the MK7 and the Stinger SMGs. I mean, these guns, if you're in a bush and there's someone looking at you, you are gone within a second. So you got to be very, very careful in these situations. To not, you know, you got to cover your back. You got to be careful. And, you know, there's going to be a lot of solo clutches today, for sure.
Yeah, and I think like utilization of an armored wall becomes even more important in endgame, right? Like usually if someone in endgame is down to wood, it's like this is the flashing signs, right? It's like this guy has no materials, he does not have much, this is a free elimination, this is free points right here. So once you're down to that wood, like utilizing those armored walls is super efficient to try and keep yourself away from focus from say a height team, from a low ground team, especially if you're on like the dead side of the zone. You can place one on the wall, cover the majority angles and be totally fine. So it's like there are a ton of counters in there when it comes to endgame, but hard to play.
I love that too, because when you think about it, right, like if you have none of these armored walls and you're able to like eliminate another duo rather that has not utilized them, because again, these are so pivotal, right? They can just buy you this massive window of survivability. And it's always like, do I use it now? Like, is it that time? Or maybe if I just wait this additional minute to make sure I can get this high ground, I can use it to secure something later. And it is that very like high risk, high reward, right? If you burn it too soon, you're going to get sprayed. Or maybe the storm moves away and you just don't get to utilize it at all. But in the same time, if you save it and you're like looking for that perfect opportunity, that opportunity may never present itself. So a lot of that is we're going to see these like kind of back and forth. It's always this constant mind game that I love to see in Fortnite specifically. And to kind of touch on like the speed, right? Like the TTK, the time to be eliminated, so to speak. I like the speed. TTE, good, there we go.
Come on.
I like I'm trying, man. I'm keeping up. I'm doing my best, all right? I'm so old now. It just happened. The time to be eliminated is so much shorter, right? In the past, we've seen things like you walk around a corner with your pump shotgun out, you do 200, and that's it. The player's gone, right? And that's it. They can't even really like react. Now with this high-speed meta, a lot of these players, they're gonna get beamed, but if you react quick enough, you can still catch yourself, right? You can still put up any kind of defenses or move away, hide behind these corners. So I'm curious to get your thoughts on the MK7 and the SMG. You guys talked about it, and I want to kind of dive into this subject. Specifically, let's start with the MK7. Red dot side, right? Brand new to Fortnite, completely changes things up. If you've not played with it, you need to hop into Fortnite and check it out. It's crazy, but one in particular, there's one that's the most deadly, and it's that mythic MK7, Reese.
Yeah, and right now it's in Sanctuary, right? You have to manage to get yourself through the foundation, the rock. He's going to try and rock bottom you, whatever he can do to get you out and to get himself, keep clutches on that. But right now it's Wolfie and Mr. J who are landed. There seems to be uncontested. They're going to manage to get the mythic MK7 to themselves. Like the fire rate on this thing is absolutely nuts. The kind of, I almost want to say the downside of it is the fact that it uses so much ammo. And in this season, the fact that ammo boxes are a lot rarer means that like there's not as much spray potential once you're just holding that thing down, because a lot of the times both players won't have an AR. But that's the Stinger SMG comes in the other port.
I mean, I have to be honest. I think I've had that gun maybe twice. All the other times I've gone to the Sanctuary in order to get that MK7. Let's not talk about it. I mean, the rock is kind of ridiculous, and you might see some players go down today to that NPC. I mean, there is a way to do that for those of you that don't know. If you go up very high and use a harpoon, then you can eliminate the rock with fall damage. Such a weird sentence to say. I don't think I've ever would think to say that in my life. Yeah.
Imagine like you look to yourself like 3 years ago and you're like, look, you're going to be talking about eliminating the rock.
The
on a
Rock.
broadcast
Yeah.
in 3 years time from now.
It's every man's dream. But I mean, yeah, those are one of the ways you could do it. But a lot of people, you know, you're going to be very exposed if you're building up there in order to eliminate the Rock from fall damage. So you're going to be exposed to other people. I've seen a lot of people fall with fall damage. It's a bit of a scary spot. Going through to the Stinger SMG that you mentioned, Zeke, I mean, that gun is going to be the primary loadout in almost every single player's. I mean, we've seen a sort of a difference of players' loadouts. We've got aggressive duos using Stinger SMG and MK7 together. We've had a few people try to use the Striker shotgun together with an SMG, but it's easier to just jump to a box with an SMG than to hit someone with a shotgun in the face. So I think we're going to see a lot of SMGs. Endgame is going to be very, very loud.
Let's hope so. That's what I live for. Really quickly, I'm getting word from the old bus driver. They're letting us know that we're going to redo game number 1 because not all of the duos made it in. We're just going to scrub that game. We're going to make sure that everyone can get in, and we'll play 6 matches today, so we won't miss out on any of the action. We have a little bit of time here before we can jump on the battle bus, which just means we get to pick Reese and Boop's brains, man. They're so good at this. They know how to break this all down. Let's backtrack, right? Let's go back to this list of our qualified players. We have 50 duos competing here in round number 3. This is just qualifier number 1. Now, we've talked about a few of these names here, right? We highlighted them, we kind of zero in on them. But let's talk about some of these other names that we haven't necessarily talked about. You've got someone like Scram in Ref's Guard, right? Scram going, let's go there in the intro of the show. He was super hype. How are you feeling about this duo coming into the competition today?
I mean, they're one of 2 duos who have been playing together since World Cup, right? They've been together for the longest time. Obviously, they were together in trios for a bit. They ended up splitting up after a while, but now they're back together in duos. You know, honestly, like, the performances so far this season haven't been amazing. You know, I'm not going to lie. They haven't been through the roof. Not a single round 2 qualified of the Cash Cups. So it's like, you know, there hasn't been huge performances from them specifically, but they've been doing well in FNCS. They're a super experienced team. So potentially this is their time to shine.
Yep. And the 2 teams that I actually want to look at here is Gambit 2 and Sputric and Mustache and Malabuka. Now, these guys both land at Camp Cuddle together, so we're going to see some spicy things going on there. But you got to be a little bit careful because, you know, these are 2 very aggressive duos. They're going to butt heads, but we have seen them sort of split it sometimes as well, though. So I wonder if they're going to try to play aggressively with each other, but more than likely, we'll just see them wait for each other and then rotate away from each other.
Yeah, I think another super important top pick here would be Stormy Wright and Kiriachi. You can see in the middle, second down there, landing in Logjam Lumberyard. Now, these guys have been contested off spawn the majority of times by, sometimes it's Seti's team who is there with Chapix, who unfortunately hasn't qualified today. Sometimes it's Juriki and iDrop, and these fights go back and forth, but today they have this drop spot all to themselves. So they're looking really strong off spawn. Again, these guys are both FNCS champions, Chapter 2 Season 7 trios alongside 2 at the same time, who obviously Boop just mentioned here. They are super experienced when it comes to FNCS. They are super good duos. I remember Kiriachi all the way back in Chapter 2 Season 2 was an absolute top player back there, someone to be feared at the time. And hey, an entire chapter later, same thing's happening.
It always be like that, right? Once a terror, always a terror, always a menace to the lobby. It just be like that in Fortnite, man. Now, we do have a little bit of time here to hang around with as we prepare for the battle bus. We're kind of finding our seats. We'll be last aboard, of course, with Shy Wager 11-2K. But until then, you guys got to check this out. We put together this piece called Storm Chasers. It's testing these players' ability to predict where the storm is going to go. And, of course, we have to give them points so that one of them can be the winner. Oh, yeah, what else? What more do you want? Let's check this out.
Okay. A bit left to sleepy sound. Yeah, it's good like that.
On the mountain, like top of Shifty. Like that, yeah.
I'm going like the hill above Shifty, a bit left of that. Yeah, okay. This is my guess here.
On the road above Shifty Shaft's mountain. Like on the road above, like between the mansion. Yeah, up there.
Let's say Logjam. A lot of zones they pull in more. Like you can't pick a central location. A lot of the time it's not going to be a central location. It's not going to be. I don't think it's going to be Shifty, but it will be somewhere around Shifty. I was thinking Logjam, so it's going to pull in. I think it's going to be somewhere around Logjam, in between Shifty and Logjam.
Nice, fully over.
Oh, that's a good one.
Center.
I got 1 point. Okay, that's good. That's good. Not looking good for the next zone though.
Nice, nice. He's gonna go up next, isn't it?
Oh, okay. So now it's a 50-50 if it goes to the right or to the left, but we hope for the left, of course.
Okay, yeah.
That's 2 points. Nice.
Yeah.
It goes to the right.
Okay, I would be out anyways though.
Unlucky.
Okay. So, a bit right to the lakes outside. Yeah, there. Yeah, there. There it's good.
I don't know, if we make a little greasy zone. Yeah. Like on the hill right under greasy. Like that. Yeah.
Under greasy, there's like a group of trees under greasy. Yeah, okay, that's right. That's good.
Right next to Greasy Grove, like the road. Yeah, like right there.
I would say tilted or rocky reels, but I've been shown up last one picking tilted, so I'll pick rocky reels. Go on the bridge in between. Yeah, that.
It goes to the right. Not close.
Okay, never mind. River is not for good luck.
No. So far off.
Okay. We're not gonna be in next turn, are we? Yeah, great. Should have picked Rocky.
There you have it. Their ability to predict the storms, pretty dang good. And of course,
I was gonna say the opposite. All right, okay.
I was trying to be nice about it, Reese. Come on, man.
Look, we're sitting here in the back. We got them all wrong anyway. So, we're just
I didn't even try. I was like, you know what? There's no way. I would have already been eliminated. I would have touched on the ground, opened one chest, and already been eliminated. It just happens that way. You hate to see it, but it'd be what it be. Fortnite fam, if you're just tuning in and you're like, what's going on here? Shouldn't we be in game number 1? We did begin game number 1, but not everyone was aboard the battle bus. So we're scrapping that game, starting another 6 ahead of us just to make sure everyone can get into those games. It's all fair and even, and we're about to get ready to jump in just a few minutes from now. Also, don't forget Legends Landing. You guys seriously have to go check this out. We had an incredible team come in, create a competitive island for us to hang out in and watch FNCS together. There's, all kinds of incredible things there. There's a super dope battle bus in the middle with a giant Llamatron. There's all these games that you can win and compete against each other, glows to purchase. So many incredible things to check out. So please, just take a couple minutes out of your day. Go check it out. I promise you will not be disappointed. Now, with that being said, we do have about a minute before we jump on the bus and then we begin the competition. Is there anything you guys want to talk about? There's a few things I feel like I want to kind of touch on, but Boop, I'm kind of curious. I'm going to come to you.
Yeah.
I'm just going to throw you right into the fire, my friend. What do you want to talk about?
Well, I'm not going to go too analytical. I'm just going to say this to the players. The reason why the battle bus didn't go is because you guys didn't thank the bus driver. I saw a statistic on Twitter before. About 30% of players actually thanked the bus driver in Grand Royale. Obviously, this guy's not going to do his job well, so you guys need to thank the bus driver. Otherwise, you're just going to get left behind.
I hope you realize I'm going to be laser focused, eyes straight on that feed, seeing who is, who isn't. This time, I think, you know what? We've got the best of the best stats man behind Prodigy. I think we need to actually see exactly who hasn't thanked the bus driver. Deduct some points.
Punish them.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. There you go. From the analytical minds of Reese Hub and Boop, make sure you thank the bus driver. They are constantly working day in and day out, chauffeuring 100 players per match times whatever the number of matches are all happening at the same time globally. The least you could do is just give them a little thank you. Just a little, hey, appreciate you. We appreciate what you do. I'm going to jump off and go get myself a victory. Boy, ow. All right, but you guys know what that means. It's time. We got 2 minutes before we jump in, so we got to jump back over. We got 11-2K, we got Shy Wagers. They're going to break down what they're excited about as we prepare for the games, and then we kick off the competition. Back over to you.
Thanks so much, Zeke, Reese, and Boop. That was some encyclopedic knowledge, a bookshelf worth of just facts there, Levin. That's impressive, first of all, to hold it down like that. And now we're kind of getting into it. The issue I have, Levin, right now is I'm too excited. I don't know how to calm down. Game 1 of 6, and it's not even, off the bus yet.
Yeah, look, it happens, man. It's been a while. It's been a couple months, actually. It has been quite a while since we've had games of this level. And so, yeah, I just want to dive right into it. I'll be honest, I didn't know those bus driver statistics. I just don't thank the bus driver. Look, that's his job, mate. You know, I'm sorry. Look, I'm that guy. I'm not thanking the bus driver.
I mean, I guess that's why I win more games than you, and that's just how it goes. You got to be polite to make sure you get a delightful win at the end of the day. But puns aside, you know, the game number one, we talked about the importance a little bit of it right before, you know, the last time we were on Stream 11. Having a good start, how much does that mean to a player's mental? You've scrimmed with some of these players in the past. How does the vibe, you know, kind of change up?
Yeah, look, you want to start how you mean to finish. I think the big thing is certain players, you know, very young guys, you know, players who are still maturing, they can allow it to get to them sometimes, right? And you don't want to let that throw off your rhythm. A lot of these players, not a lot of these players, all of these players were just playing not too long ago, right? And so if you have your rhythm, if you're feeling good, you don't want to allow one bad start to off-rail that and really affect your chances of being able to make it to the finals. So first game doesn't go your way, look, you got time to reiterate, think about what went wrong, and go back again in the second.
Yeah, I mean, there's tons of different ways to analyze it all. And I like the fact that you bring up rhythm. You know, there's definitely an ebb and flow inside the game. I feel like sometimes I'm just watching music while, you know, these players are running around the entire map. But that first song is almost starting, and there'll be 6 in total to go. You know, what point threshold there is, so many different questions that'll all happen after we see who gets that first Victory Royale. The end games have kind of been changed to be a little bit longer. We've got Spider-Man's Web Gauntlets as well to make sure mobility is insane for every team if they have them. And then, of course, all the POIs around the map have changed as well. So many brand new things in this FNCS, and the most important is that it's duos. If you haven't watched in a hot minute, if you missed the last season, the Grand Royale, well, don't worry, it's game 1 and it's starting right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. FNCS Qualifier 1, round 3. 50 duos, 8 spots, 2 excited casters. Shayo, there is nobody I'd rather spend this moment with than yourself, so I can't wait to get right into it.
Absolutely, likewise, my friend. You can see the entire map has switched up. We have the desert, we got some snow, some grass on the field, but most importantly, new spots, power players. You can see on the right side, Thomas HD, Vino as well on the bottom right, who just won this last round. The best performance that we saw, but the best drop that Thomas on the top right is flying to is Covert Cavern. Guaranteed launch pads, but also 3 Titan duos who are fighting. Only one will make it out alive.
Yeah, since the spot's been added, lots and lots of action has gone down here. It plays a big part in how the games will continue to play. And you see instantly Thomas and Tayson with the better landings, forcing Joe and Vino to scurry away. But that's not it, right? There are still plenty of players in Covert, and there's still plenty of loot to be had. So while these guys had the upper hand just for now, things can quickly change. And so it's going to be about getting that loot as quickly as possible, getting yourself a loadout, and getting ready to really just go down and fight it up.
Yeah, a lot of duos, a lot of players were on go before set and ready though, right before this all started already. 5 duos down, lays in with a few eliminations in the feed. Vino and Joe actually wrap all the way around and actually end up somewhere else beside Covert Cavern. Thomas HD and Tayson though will have the majority of the loot to rock with at the very start. I like Thomas on any team, by the way. A new duo, you know, you might see him playing last year in different trios and cash cups. He changes everyone's dynamic to always be the first step. He's always there before and making the first move before his opponents. That's why I feel like he's so powerful and why he likes that sniper rifle so much as well.
Yeah, it's been a long time in terms of Tayson in this duo, right, where he's had to sort of lead someone with him, and who better to lead than Thomas, right? You know, you give this guy an inch and he will take a mile, and so with the vault also available to them, right, even if you aren't the team actually at Covert that initially gets the key card and opens the vault, there's so much loot in there that duos will just roll in afterwards, and it's gonna be, you know, really, really easy for you to find yourself a cheeky amount of shields and loot as well. So really, really nice so far. Pink actually gonna get the reboot, but he's gonna try to get away.
And did you see that? That's insane. That's a new mechanic. I'll explain in just a second. But Pink almost getting an ass up. Thomas HD did not have a line of sight on Pink right there. He shot a tree behind him. Some trees actually fall down like logs and end up doing damage, displacing enemies. And because of this awesome lumberjack type action, Pink has now gone into a completely different game. He was about to be with a teammate up, ready to loot again. One chop of a tree, one block, and now he's just gone.
Yeah, and I'll be real to you, Pink. It's not great. If you want to be able to call a spot Pink split, you got to really, you know, be able to put in the work there. He takes down Snazy there, which is obviously going to be nice, but wasn't able to get his teammate Anas up. There will still be time to do that in this lobby, but initially here, Pink and Anas not getting off to the brightest of starts.
Thomas and Taysom, though, they're looking really good, just racking up all the show possible as well. Chuck Splashes, if you guys have been keeping up with the content that Fortnite Competitive has been putting out, you will know that splashes have kind of spread around the entire map now. It's not just Slurpee and a few set POIs that have them. It's the majority of the map now that can kind of benefit from the free metal, from the free shield as well. And as a result, every player has a lot more minis to work with, and they need the extra boost. A lot of the time, Levin, if you're watching round 2, these games end up with 40 alive in like the second last zone still. Like it's going crazy. No one wants to go down. It seems like people are fighting for their life, and it's just the quals.
Look, people understand what's on the line, right? An opportunity to play in that finals is huge, and so making it through those games was tough. You know, some players might even find that these games are a bit easier than those, if anything, with just how intense those got. So look, we'll see how these games sort of stack up in terms of players left alive as we get to those later zones. But yeah, round 2 was really, really difficult.
Yeah, let's specify the line though. What do these players need to do? What are they shooting for to make the finals?
Honestly, right, in terms of getting that top 8, you want to make sure that you're consistent across these next 6 games, right? You know, we've talked about certain teams being very aggressive, certain teams maybe not being able to get as many eliminations as they'd like. Ultimately, it comes down to who's going to make these end games, who's going to rack up them points when it matters. And it's no easy task. There's many different routes and paths you can take towards doing that, but that's where you want to be. You want to be in those end games, getting to 5th zone and beyond. And so Floki Clement, a team that's on our screen here, a duo that's actually, you know, played with each other last seasons throughout trios, has a lot of chemistry. They're definitely a team out of Chonkers who you'd expect to be able to make it to those phases of the game.
Yeah, I feel like Clement and Floki specifically are finally free now, all the way at Chonkers. Before, it seems like they were trapped by so many people around them, forced to do things like Letchi is right now. He's in an all-in situation, going down. Unfortunate, but, you know, it just seems like a lot of teams are now in a different spot entirely and get to play their games out with a fresh new set of stakes.
Yeah, Gogos and Eclipse will take out Letchi and Swilliam. That is not ideal. Letchi, one of the fan favorites, you'd say, in the competitive community around Europe, but off to a mediocre start right now out of Chonkers. It's going to be difficult, right? You know, Boop in the pre-show talked about how at some of these POIs you don't necessarily have to fight, and that's true, right? If everybody has that mutual understanding, but as soon as somebody steps on your toe, you know, you got to respond, you got to retaliate, and unfortunately, Letchi wasn't able to there, so they will be back to the lobby. Kami, Seti, and Teak, this is really interesting. Of course, they have access to a Whiplash vehicle from their spot, and the reason why it's so great is because you can see how they're just able to traverse so much land in such quick time, get all the way across the map if necessary. Of course, the Whiplash allows you to boost as well if you need to really go the distance. And this is something this is just, you know, basic competitive Fortnite mechanics. You can see he's picking up the Fireflies, right, to, you know, hit the trees, make sure that they burn down. Means just more lines of sight, more vision, more opportunities to get yourself some surge tags. Just basic fundamentals there, but if you're at home and you're trying to get a bit better, something to pick up on.
Absolutely. Now we'll see a little bit of aggression coming through. Toos on the back foot. Kusak actually pushing up, but this is the danger of trying to engage from a fight from such long range. A third party from the right side actually makes their entire push just turn into a vortex of shots. Now Putrick and Toos have a little bit of that high ground, can't turn around, middle of a match, just hold them down. This is just unfortunate, already burning through those splashes. It seems like a little bit of an all-in already. The loadout from Tisa not looking good here on the top right. Putrick is looking high and mighty though. He's fine, just waiting this out.
Yeah, this is one of them situations where Toos and Putrick do have the advantage up above. They can put the pressure on, and it's going to be really hard for Resak and Teeson to actually put on a contest here. But they're going to play the waiting game, and they have time. They're in zone. No need to rush. No need to make any rash decisions. But it's going to be difficult here. Of course, you can see Putrick, Toos going to continue to farm loot up. They've not got their full loadout set. Going to need to get some materials as well. Putrick struggling in that department, but in the meantime, they've got to worry about the players below them.
This is not the worst spot to just kind of base up and chill for a moment. We'll be shared on both sides in terms of just making sure each team can stay alive in this building, and a good vantage point for Putrick more than most. Right now with NKM7, he can just look out at anyone he really wants to, take a few tags here and there. Andy with a pickup in the feed as well. So fights are still breaking down across the map, but this is where things start to might get a little bit slower overall. You want to make sure you're not making too many mistakes. You're talking about that loot level. I don't think Putrick can afford to take trades right now. You just need to land shots and be careful because that shield amount is not that high. If that goes lower, the mat count is not that high either. There's not much left to farm until they actually get into an engagement down below. They're kind of stuck. It doesn't look like it in a pretty tough spot.
Yeah, at this stage in the game, you know, you really want to be on much higher amounts of materials than 17 builds, which is what Putrick's on. So, you know, I wouldn't say you start hitting the panic button, but they have to start thinking of a plan. How are they going to get their material count up? Because if you get to endgame, that's all good and well, but if you can't get there with some good resources, you know, it's going to be a dire situation. You can see here, zone pulling towards the south. Rocky Reels just in, Greasy Grove just in, and all those players north going to start making their way down. Noah Riley and Aqua, one of those teams that will have to make that rotation at some point, and you can see them starting to make their way on now.
Yeah, this is like the part where I love watching Aqua the most. Whenever the zone goes into this little crunch style, right? Actually going a little bit more central, not going towards one of the biggest sides of the hemisphere of the zone. You don't have to go right or left. Everyone just needs to move in. Aqua ends up getting some crazy positions. It's from that point where sometimes, you know, Levany makes that call, let's just, you know, go height. Let's just forget everything and try to go for a main objective no matter how risky it is. Before that, though, this is where I think he's the most cerebral. Him and Noah Riley are going to be moving in ways no other team really can. I'm curious to see exactly where they choose to set up and why they do. With 75 players still alive, more importantly 38 teams, it's going to be pretty tight in terms of where they can actually, you know, just make a castle.
And you can see they're not white lining the zone, right? They are going, you know, further south towards the southeast, and you know, that's a conscious effort to actually go out there and make sure they have good positioning away from a lot of the players in the lobby. You can see here some fights going on in the zone. This is the stuff that gets rough, guys. You know, it's not easy going for everybody in the lobby. You can find yourself in those sticky situations outside of the safe zone, and you saw right there what can happen. It doesn't work out well a lot of the time.
This team talked about a little bit as well. Mustache and Malibuka, who, yeah, I kind of agree with Reese's take in terms of one of the most impressive teams that we've seen this entire season. If you look at Cash Cup placements, if you just look at the synergy these guys are rocking in with, it seems like every Cash Cup has a little bit of a different theme. Sometimes it's a little bit more Elam heavy. Sometimes the zones are kind of strange for everyone. No matter what the problem is, though, Mustache, Malibuka, they're there to adapt, and they look really good. Pink and Anasto, in this instance, still stuck all the way in covert. Joe and Vino, it seems like everyone that's been pressured by Thomas and Tayson is left behind in the storm or having trouble bringing their way back into the game.
Yeah, it's funny. We talk about how Covert has so much loot that, you know, you can come back at any point and find something, but, you know, we're starting to get a bit extreme here. Of course, you know, these guys will have a long way to go in terms of getting out, but there are vehicles available, and we'll expect them to start making those moves now. Pink and Anas, Joe and Vino, both two great teams, right? Two very interesting teams. Joe and Vino actually won round 2. That was just before this, so they'll be looking to try and, you know, match that momentum, keep that pace up. It's a bit of a rocky start. We saw off spawn, they got out-dropped by Tayson and Thomas, which isn't great ever. But unlike most people that go up against Tayson and Thomas, they were able to get out of it alive.
And you'll notice, too, if you're watching a bunch of these teams in Storm, there's a hissy noise. Your headset's not broken, your speakers are fine. It's MedMist, which is a new addition to the season. It helps a lot of teams who like to have that little bit of zone play, especially in the early game, able to do that and then move that much more as well. It makes your scouting a lot better. It lets you get these items, do the strats that Levin's talking about, especially in the end game as well. You can stay active, follow your teammate, which is one of the most important things, especially in duos. You get lost, it's not like you have an extra support beam to kind of latch onto. You have to really stick side by side with your team, and you can dip in and out of the zone at full speed with the mist. So it's a huge addition. Joe will choose to use it at the start just to bolster up, as Levin mentioned, an unfortunate drop that got beat by Tayson and Thomas. And then now they're looking good inside the zone.
And we're seeing the effects of having that scuffed early game, right? You know, of course they are above on Surge, which is, you know, great positive, but you look at the loot, you look at the materials, in terms of a pathway to winning out this game, things get really difficult, right? This isn't going to be the easiest of journeys for them. At every stage in the game, they're going to be thinking, okay, how can we win this game with what we've got? If they're looking at that right now, there ain't many avenues. So where they go to farm, of course, you can see some brick here that they will definitely take at any opportunity, but plenty more still to be done. And of course, they got teams ahead of them in the zone trying to hold them back as well.
And imagine if, like, players could see the mat count that people have, like, especially if there's some, if people knew how many mats Joe and Vino had right now, they would not be allowed. Too short to go on the ride for this moment. No rally Aqua. Look at this, bro. We blinked for what, a minute and a half? And they're at a god spot that shouldn't exist. Like, is this allowed? Do we have to have like a handicap on anyone Aqua plays with? Like, it doesn't matter what org he's on, doesn't matter what's going down. There's people will surge around him though. This is gonna kind of insane. No rally on a different side. This man's an expert fighter though. They're just letting this other team simmer. Just absolutely swelter in the heat. And now it's Scram who's in trouble. Ref's guard below him. Aqua finally safe. And Noah Riley is about to go on the attack.
Yeah, Aqua did a good job there to just hold them off. He knows that those are two players that don't have many options in terms of time, and so Ref's guard and Scram will go down. It's a shame to see them fall, one of the longest standing duos we see in this lobby. They had literally played the last two FNCS with each other, which was years ago now, so they go down in this first game, but Noah Riley and Aqua doing a really good job there. Teams often overplay those situations, right? You know, a team around you, you know, is fighting for surge, and you give them what they want. You give them the fight. These guys did brilliantly there just to hold them off, let the time tick down. And now, on their journey to winning this first game, things are looking pretty good. Matt's looking good. Surge dealt with. And Spider-Man Mythic in hand as well, which we know how good these can be when it comes to those moving zones.
Absolutely. It's a full 10 charges of them in 2. Let's take a look at a little bit of the Storm fights, or Storm Surge fights, excuse me, that were happening. This is the specific one we just watched. Scram, so much in the inventory still. Everything ready. Unfortunate for him. The Achi's going in as well with Pixie. Unfortunate here too. It just seems like they're so close to having a little bit of an in at the end of the day, but it's just not possible. And that'll happen to so many teams around. This is insane though. 2 big predictions, 2 big teams that everyone wants to be doing well. Cammy and Teak head to head with Hen and Queasy 11. I do not want these guys to fight this early.
Yeah, this is not a fight a lot of people want to see so early on. 2 of the strongest teams in this lobby, for being real, right? If you're looking at just the who's coming into this with the biggest hearsay, these 2 are the teams that you would say.
Yeah, and if we're looking at the Jenga tower structure of this game right now, they're under pressure. Joe and Vino, who we saw before, who are also under pressure, go down. So the first place team from the last round is not going to be around for this first game.
Yeah, we got to be careful. Cammy and Teak going down. Be heartbreak for Boop, wouldn't it?
Not only that, I mean, it kind of changes the way the whole lobby plays. Teak and Cammy, if you guys have watched any of these players play, specifically even Teak in duos in DreamHack from last year, right? This man owns, like, he claims the space that he's on, right? He's a very active force, a loud man on the low ground. And, you know, if he's not around, that'll give a lot of people more room. If he is, though, 11, that's where things get freaky.
Yeah, these guys are great, right? Cammy probably been the best player so far in this new chapter in terms of just solo and duo performances. As you can see here, Andy definitely looking good, right? Of course, again, got that Spider-Man Mythic like we talked about. And they've already gotten 6 eliminations in this game. Most points of anybody else in the lobby. So already, some teams are coming in with the hot hand, ready to take on anybody. They don't care that it's a lobby filled with phenomenal players. They just want to come in and get some points.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only them, you know, looking hot with the elims. They look hot in general. Look at the left-hand POV real quick. Something I want to update you with. Those numbers usually mean nothing. They're just like, you know, what the team came in with and might be a team tag for them. This is now a specific live leaderboard type thing you can see. Those glowing lights from the sky, the number 1 besides the Andy and Z-Cloud right now, are showing you that they're the first place team so far in the lobby. Not every other team can see that. It's just for our POV. It's just for everyone back home that's watching. And with these elims, that is why. That's why they're so far ahead. Everyone around them, their place, their number beside their name will also be changing as the game goes down. So you have a little bit more of a perspective. You don't have to do math. There's no more homework while you watch the game. We can kind of just see exactly what the stakes are and how the game actually is rolling out.
Sounds to me like Shia and a fan of homework.
I'm not, man. Hey, do your homework, first of all. But you can do stuff you're not a fan of, right? You want to, sometimes you gotta, you know, get it done. And right now, Andy, I don't think he's a fan of this situation. He's gonna be in first for just a little bit. Might not be too long. He's already down. This is tough.
Yeah, his teammate goes down, and that leaves him all alone. And look, we've seen solo clutches so far in this season in Cash Cups and a lot, but in this kind of lobby, from this zone onwards, from 4th being a solo, it's not gonna be easy. He's got the resources to make it work to some degree, but he would rather be in this kind of position here. Janice and Vortex just 2 below, but they'll be able to sort that out. with some ease. 100 above now, as you can see.
I'm going to bring back a word that you mentioned up 11 at the very start of this. It's called adaptation. I feel like this duo right here, it absolutely envelops that entire aspect. The very start of the season, they were the best, I feel like, out of the gate with their drop, with the way they played, how they meshed well in terms of just looking at the duo type of scene in general. And now it feels like even with this spot, they've adapted this to this lobby absolutely perfect.
Yeah, this is brilliant. They pull zone, and of course they are just tinkering along that line of being above and below on Surge, but you can see Vortex and Janice, very capable players, especially when it comes to their ability to aim. The MK rifles as well will be put to good use, and from this position, they've pulled zone. It's looking really good setting up for this endgame, and a lot of other players would really want to be in their position right now, if we're just being real.
It's tough overall, though, for a lot of teams. You're going to be thinking about what to do next from this standpoint. Even though you do have the zone, this is Rocky Reels. This is one of the more difficult sections of endgame when it comes to the map. Lots of mountains randomly getting into the way. It's not going to be the extreme of some of the big cliffs you see around the entire Fortnite island, but you won't expect obstacles coming straight out into your way. There's a lot more open sight lines, so there's more opportunities for Janice. Just being an absolute beambot right now. This is crazy. Reason down to just a sliver of HP. That was Vortex that was shooting there for just a second. My apologies, but you know, you look at either one of these players, Levin, they're just online.
And that's brilliant, right? Exactly, knowing that they have the power position, players are having to rotate into them and using that height advantage to perfection. Brilliant, brilliant stuff there from Vortex and Janice, and that's going to continue on throughout the rest of this one. Ziandi, though, right? We talked about the tough task he has on his hands. 5 charges left in that Spider-Man Mythic. Should be enough to get him through first moving if he uses it right. But he's just got to stay alive. He's got to make sure nobody figures out that he is a solo, because once they do, I'm telling you, they won't let him live for much, much longer. So he's just got to stay quiet here. Just, you know, peeking around, making sure he has the information where players are, but not trying to be too overzealous, not trying to make himself too big of a target.
He's got max pull now, though, and you saw that big overhead look on the left side just before. There's a no-man lane he needs to get through. There's an entire slew of, what, 20 different duos that are going to be right in front of him, and in high ground that's going to be looking down, and that's Janice and Vortex, so don't let anyone move around whatsoever for free. To give you a kind of lowdown on who is just popping off for the moment, Tayson just got a big elimination onto Gogo, it seemed like right before, who actually eliminated Fast Roki, so there's a big power dynamic over there, and he's now on the move on the top side. He's going to get pressure all the way back in the storm, has the Spider-Man gauntlets to use, actually has a rough landing, and then gets beamed down. Unfortunately, that's where that first place run ends.
Yeah, we knew that was going to be tough, rotating inwards, even with the Spider-Man players taking advantage of the fact that, you know, he's in the air, he's vulnerable. And as we switch on over here to Tayson and Thomas, this is what I like to see from them. Oh, I spoke too soon. Thomas will fall straight through, take some fall damage, but he will be able to rekindle with Tayson. 8 below isn't great, but that should be fine as they move on over to that first moving zone. They've made their way through. They found some good positioning as well. Tayson just tarping ahead. We talked about how he will lead and Thomas will follow. But now it's going to be time to look for a refresh. Their mats are dwindling, and you can see them going towards the back of their tarp, looking for opportunities in the zone right before the second movement starts to pull.
Snake of a tarp, the fangs at both ends. Looking for the first edit, tries to find a little bit of damage. Looks like Tayson might have seen a little bit of something. Mustache, though, goes down. 2 duels on the right side. A stair in the way that they won't be able to climb. No damage there. It's just unfortunate. It looks like Vidil ends up stealing that elimination. They have to keep rolling back. Got a little bit of total damage, though. 91 as they actually move up in layers. Tayson's going straight for the sky. How high are they planning on moving with this one? Rightfully down in the feed. Vidil picking up another. Janice is still active with Bubak going down. Every big name is here to play.
Saw how proactive Tayson was there, making sure as soon as the zone started to move, he was ahead of it, and this is why they want to position them in the front side, cut off any teams and get refreshes just like that. They will take Lazen down, and that's not going to be it for them. They're looking for more. They get that loot, and the mats are going to be really, really beneficial for them. So many players going down though, Shayo. It's absolutely hectic, but these guys are trying to find a sprinkle of control.
While they go into the chaos, Thomas now down to 1 HP. It's all up to Tayson, who actually got out of the way before the horror show started back in those boxes. It's going to be just him with 300 wood available and a little bit of brick too. The tarp's going to be a little bit dangerous this high. He might have to just fall all the way down. No, he actually stays. That's going to be huge. Hen down. He just had height, so who's there now? It's Vidil. It's Reason. The yin and yang rolling in, just knowing exactly how to aggressively tear a lobby apart. They're not in first, though. That's going to be a team all the way down low who might be pressuring Tayson in front of his wall. Armor on the right side. goodbye. No chance for pressure there, though. Tayson now has 3 different walls to focus on. Will he switch layers? Yes. He's all the way down to just 200 mass now, so every single wall will be absolutely crucial. Every single shot might give him a little bit more of a chance to stay in. Finds a healing enemy right before the wall places. Tayson's almost back in the game. Yes, it's a whole bunch of materials. High ground now is going to be up in his sights. It's going to be tough for Tayson, but he's making it work. A shot from the backside. He blocks it off with a ramp and still goes up for a little bit of a height take, then drops down. This man is like an active Lego set. He can adapt and move and do anything that he wants to do against 8 different teams.
I don't know how Tayson stayed alive for so long, but this is what Tayson does. We've seen him get crazy clutches, and even with these absolute monstrous teams above him, Tayson continues to find a way to stay up. Vidil and Reason doing a brilliant job of stopping anybody from usurping them on height, but now it's all eyes on Tayson. He's going to drop down very, very shambles. Only got wood left, and he's trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. Doesn't want anybody to lay eyes on him, but he knows he will have to hit a big shot at some point. Zone is going to continue to pull, and things will get even more difficult as teams start to scurry their way over. Tayson just trying to sneak his way through on the front side. He's got a decent position right now, but it's not over. He has to get through, and he's going to start running into teams as he's on this low ground. He knows there's a team ahead of him in zone, and he needs to just try and find that right angle, that right shot. He's trying to squeeze it in. Only 23. That's not going to be enough, and so he chooses to dodge the fight, get up to his own builds, but he runs right back into another team. Tayson, you can't hit these shots. You can't keep staying alive, and he will go down. Tayson doing a brilliant job there, but it wasn't enough. Vidil and Reason now will look to close out the game, and they're going to need to get the eliminations as well as they do it.
They're going to try to take that first place spot from Phoenix down below. That low ground team just needs to stay alive. They'll have enough placement with the Elam combinations to take away that top spot for now, but Raisin actually goes down. Cammy is still alive. The trade comes in, and now it's a duo v solo, looks like, situation. One teammate knocked, thrown off to the side. Reason gonna be trotting all the way down, looking for that last shot. Phoenix is on low HP. These guys are absolutely flawless. Perfect from the high ground. What a way to kick off EU with the most aggressive duo of history rolling in and taking that first game.
I can't believe they've come out and actually done it. Reason of a duo that many people doubted coming into this season, and they haven't quite been able to prove to people that they are still one of the top dogs, but I think this is just a way to shut the haters up. First game, first win, a brilliant way to start it off, and some brilliant displays from some of our other top teams. You can see Cammy and Teak as well. They ran deep into this game, and they got some crucial points, but it was Vidil and Reason who won that first game in brilliant fashion as well, Shai.
Absolutely. Lots of different surprises in that game, though. To break down all the action, we got the desk with Zeke, Reese, and Boo.
I feel like I betrayed Reason and Vidil. They were my options for predictions coming in on the day. And then I looked at the leaderboard, the leaderboards here, and I saw no Riley and Aqua, and I faltered. And you know, Vidil, Reason, that's on me. Okay, my apologies. I don't know why and how I forgot how incredible you guys are at the game, but you just showed everybody why you should be one of the duos to be considered going into the finals. My goodness. Really quickly, before we talk about this game, can we talk about those highlights, those beams that were very easy when you're watching? You're like, those guys are in first place? I love that. I love that. Now, back to the game, of course. My goodness, this first one was crazy, Reese. I think coming into duo format in the brand new round of FNCS here, qualifier number 1, that was a pretty good way to start the competition.
Yeah, and what I find interesting is the fact that Vidil and Reason, kind of as Levin alluded to, were really good at the start of the season, made top 10 in 3 of the Cash Cups in a row, and then after that, where did they go? They vanished. They disappeared. They didn't put in the grind. They didn't practice. We know this chapter is very much so focused on who can do what, who can actually practice. This time, just going up on the high ground, absolutely dominating. Interestingly, only 5 eliminations, which from a super frag heavy team is almost like half of what you would expect. I was waiting to see 10 eliminations, and it was just 5. Yeah. Oh, I'm underwhelmed.
I mean, those guys, they sort of struggle in finals lobby sometimes, right? They did win those cash cups, but we know them ideally from trios that they struggled with Surge. But this time, I mean, it was a very good zone for them. And this was a zone right near Rocky Views here. And that is, I mean, these guys land Condo Canyon, right? So they're just going to be in that area. They have the best spots in the map. There's a ton of little hills and mountains basically in this area where you can just box up on, right? You can see the absolute congestion there on the south side of everyone trying to play dead side. But in the middle, you know, there's so many of those good players, but those zones, those are tough to play if you're just running from outside of this spot. But Vidil and Reason, I mean, expected to do well from there. I mean, they got zoned, right?
Yeah, and interestingly on top of that, right, you're talking about teams who did well from that area. Cammy and Teak they actually dropped the Cammy split, as we've obviously mentioned at the top of the show already. Super close here. This was a really good zone for them, and also that they capitalized on this. Super good game for them too. 6 eliminations. Now, on average, Cammy and Teak in the Cash Cups have been managed to get 3 eliminations per game. So coming out of the gate with a 6 elimination game like this is looking super strong for them. Third place is like very average for them, right? These guys are getting deep into end games. They're super consistent at making sure they are able to get those good placements, right? Like a third, like we've just seen here. The eliminations that they're popping off with right now is them on an absolute tear, and I'm excited to see the consistency that we know these guys can do from FNCS champions.
Absolutely. We got to take a look at this leaderboard. And this is actually something that caught me by surprise, right? Raisin and Phoenix ending the game with 8 eliminations. But look across the board, fellas. You've got another team in Stena and Red-Eyed MDR as well with 8. So we're seeing a lot more of this early aggression like you guys have kind of hinted at. How are we feeling about this first game?
And eliminations coming through strong as always. I did see at one point that beam that you were talking about going over Raid's head. He was in first at one point during that end game, and obviously that 8 eliminations was the driving force behind that. If they can manage to keep that kind of flow up game after game for all 6 matches, these guys can easily hit that top 8, which is the important qualification threshold.
That's right. We'll have to see how things continue to unfold. Didn't mean to cut you off there. Boop.
It's all good.
Sounds like the bus is ready to go. So when we come back, I'm coming to you first. Get ready for it. But for now, gotta hang out with Shy Wager and Levin2K. We got more of these games to play. What do you?
Thank you so much, Zeke. Always unexpected faces in that first game that upped the ante, Levin, up the stakes for everyone else. And now it's time for the legends of the duo scene to play catch up.
Yeah, look, it's going to be interesting to see how some of these teams bounce back after that first one. Of course, you know, I'm sure a lot of people wouldn't have expected to see Stena and Rayed out there with an 8 elimination game, but they went out and did it. And we know it's possible this season. The right combination, the right chemistry in endgame can lead to so many eliminations. So let's just jump right back into it. We got game 2 on the line, baby. Let's go.
All right, game number 2 is on the line, and we kind of got a flavor, a sense of how things rolled down. It's serious, it's high octane, it's action here in the FNCS, and we're barely even a third of the way through, Levin. So let's get right back to it. We got Covert Cavern coming through, seeing exactly how things end up there. It's a very early drop this time, and past that, Swilliam, who went out early, Clement, who got off a little bit earlier as well, have their chance at redemption in the second game.
Yeah, we saw how things ended up for some of these teams in that first game. For Lecce and Swilliam, it wasn't so great, but they look like they have the worst drops here, so not going to be ideal. I don't expect some instant fighting, but we'll see. It looks like they actually are going to be contesting on these buildings nearby, so they've got to be careful. They have landed together, and Clement and Floki instantly looking to get in there, and Floki's got to be careful, takes a lick of damage. But instantly, you see those teams posturing to try and take the fight. Going to take some time now to get their materials up, prepare themselves for what seems to be inevitable now, that one of these 2 teams will go down. And don't forget, there is another team here at Chonkers as well.
You know, you're down bad 2 and all you have is a harpoon to deal with and pressure through, like, what, half a window at an enemy team, and your team is on a ramp beside you. Not a fun story. And there's Lecce rolling with the beam and missing. Completely uncharacteristic. Another player comes from the sidelines, and it's Clement that takes him out. Swilliam trying his best, but missing a few shots too. He's too smooth with it. Clement can't be tracked, and now Swilliam is left on the top side of his box. Clement, what was that movement?
All I can describe for Lecce and Swilliam there is they've had a howler. They've had an absolute howler. Not the greatest second game, is that? But Clement's got to be careful, because Floki goes down, and Strokey and Kylie are well aware, and you can see Clement's taking some damage. And if you look at the bottom right, the green arrows honing in on him. That is going to be Kylie and Strokey, and this is going to get really difficult. He's obviously going to jump into the whiplash and try to get away, but they shoot out the tires, and so instantly now he's going to have a tough time getting away, and they will be on the chase. Oh, this is wonderful. We already got a high-speed race going on in the FNCS right now.
Up inside the desert too. Not too moist whatsoever, just dry in terms of the strategies available, in terms of what you can really do. Clement's all in, not even sure if he has that card, what's going down with him right now, but in his brain, this man's mind just must be racing 1,000 thoughts per minute.
Yeah, you saw how quickly he wanted to get away, right? Because ultimately, at this stage, yep, they were able to get some damage off spawn. His teammate does go down, but you know, they want to go out there and play this game out fully. So he did good to get out, as you said. Only left with a harpoon. Don't know how he survived that, man. That is absolute madness.
Oh, imagine the conversation for Leslie and Swilliam as well afterwards. No way Scram was okay. Thank goodness. I was like, I saw a missed shot with slow motion. If you've watched the broadcast before, it always ends up bad for the POV we're watching when that happens. But Scram rolls it in. That's unfortunate. Seeing your teammate get pickaxe beside you, and then that player gets away. I mean, that's a conversation and a half to have in, you know, pre-game lobby.
Well, like you said, man, Lecce missing shots with an SMG, that is so uncharacteristic. And of course, William missed some big shots, you know, with the shotgun as well. So, you know, we talked about how it's a high pressure environment. We talked about how players can struggle with that. These guys just missing shots, right? And that's, you know, due to the environment. More times than not, I would expect them to hit their shots, but in that case, they go down again. So instantly, 2 games off the bat where things just haven't gone your way. And then when you're in a fight for top 8 to try to qualify for the FNCS finals, it's not a great look. Not a great look at all.
Right now for Fury's POV, they're going to be fighting at the turbine, I believe, all the way down towards the south side of the map. Greasy right above them. Over here, there's a lot of action in pubs. You can see this place kind of used as like a very nice cinematic Spider-Man trailer type of thing as well, you know, swinging from side to side, but with only 10 shots left. And you don't see a lot of people using those gauntlets early game in this spot as well. Lots of metal available, lots of ways to get your game started low key, but I'm not exactly sure what there is to fight for really over here. There's only about 12, 13 chests overall. Not too much action. Meanwhile, towards the middle-ish of the map, Tilted, this is a space that everyone always wants to fight for. I believe this is 3 or maybe even 4 different duos just getting into action side by side.
Yeah, you can see Amplify and Flodax here, backs against the wall. And for all the Tilted teams, there's a lot of pressure today because, in my opinion, the best team that lands Tilted didn't qualify, Benji and Savage. And so if you're seeing that they didn't qualify, this is our chance to qualify through Tilted and not have to deal with them in the next qualifier. So for Amplify Flodax, for DKS and his duo, Bad Sniper, they'll definitely be trying to close this one out and really look to make something of this qualifier as best as possible, because if next time you roll around here, you have to deal with Benji and Savage off spawn, it's not going to be great whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring that up too, because identity theft is a big thing in the FNCS, right? Like, it's just how it works. A team doesn't qualify. You should have take exactly maybe even how they play, right? Because, you know, it's good teams that have very set strats that are easy sometimes to replicate. And then at the same time, if you feel good with it, that next round, you might find an extra duo who's landing at your spot.
Exactly. And so that's why sometimes you got to roll up and really, you know, hit the boards right before the session. Say, oh, where did they land? What did they claim? See what we can do. We're seeing that with a couple of the spots around the map as well. The DKS and Bad Sniper, their team who have consistently landed Tilted this season. They've had their struggles here, specifically against Benji and Savage. But this will be an opportunity now for them to get top 8, qualify through. I like Tilted this season, right? Really nice POI. I think it's interesting. The analysts at the beginning of the show talked about teams rotating in. What I've found is, depending on zones and certain zones, what you have is that oftentimes the teams around won't actually rotate into Tilted, right? Because, you know, there are other objectives sort of around the map that they are more geared towards. So I think this is one of those zones as well where you won't see the teams rotating into Tilted. It means you have more time to do whatever you have to do there. But for the meantime, I don't think those guys are going to be fighting it out.
No, that's literally exactly what I actually wanted to say. I don't even know what to say now. That's the biggest difference between Tilted from last chapter to now. It used to just be like the oasis, right? That's where you could big up a lot of the mats you might not have. That's where you can get a little bit of refarming, some looting done as well, because not many people clear it out too much. But yeah, you're right. Rocky reels, lots of chests lit around hills. At the same time, you have the sanctuary to dip into if you're that far away. Cobra Cavern might have a few surge tags, some mountains you want to get on. Tilted is more so like a pit stop now, more so than that central hub you want to roll into. And Teak, Cammy, they're taking advantage of that right now. They're kind of teetered off on one of the outsides, looking in. They have a chance to block off basically almost all south rotations if Teak's fast enough on the shot. I think Cammy right now is slightly split as well. I love these split kind of bases. Well, what's the advantage of having 2 teammates, you know, not side by side, but slightly further away on 2 different towers?
Well, I think this is just an example of supreme understanding of the map and how teams will react to certain zones. They understand that they ain't going to have to really deal with anybody in between them, and so they're trying to cover as much area as possible in order to try find them surge tags. You'll see Teak here knows there's going to be players in Tilted looking to try hit some shots. And as Cammy, you know, did what he had to do elsewhere, I think now they will start to group up. two minds better than one in this instance. But yeah, looking to cover as much ground as possible. You don't always need to be side by side, as long as you have an understanding of where the players on the map are going to be.
And a lot of the time, this type of action is something that people might not even want to watch, right? There might be like, yo, why is he camping, in a sense? That's not exactly what's going down there. You see a lot of people on mountains, a lot of people just waiting in these spots. There's a lot going on here. Getting to these spots, trying to figure that out. How did that happen? How much control do Tayson and Thomas have? That's a big part of it, right? At the same time, why are they doing this? They just need to get some damage done. They need to get some tags up for Surge. Now, what Surge is, if this is your first time kind of watching the broadcast, you know, rolling in and tuning in, you want to make sure you're ahead of damage, depending on what everyone else is doing, and it all kind of also revolves around, this is the worst I've actually explained Surge in my life, how many players are alive as well. So if there's more than 70 players, the server's like, wow, need to thin it down. It'll take away the people with the least damage. You want to be on top of that damage. You want to be on top of the map right now too. Lumberyard is where everyone needs to go. We were talking about, you know, Teak and Cammy, their spot, their base looks so good. They got a big mission now to get all the way towards the top.
Yeah, and I think for a team like Tayson, you saw where he was positioned up above Covert Canyon, right? That's going to be great for him in terms of surge tags, because the whole south of the map is going to have to rotate up towards the north. But doing reason, the winners of that first game, you can see how they're going to be traversing the zone now, moving up north themselves, looking for a position. Looking good, right? 12 peppers is really nice to have in terms of endgame movement. What isn't great is running into and Queasy there. So, gonna have to find a different pathway. But look, you can see now, they're just looking for their position. They're looking for a place where they can set up comfortably. Kiriachi and Stormy Right gonna try and make this as uncomfortable for them as possible, but when you're hitting shots like that from reason, you can make any team back off of you. Really nicely done. Gets shot in the back, but it's gonna be all right because they've got some shields, some minis, and the chug splashes, the standard, what you wanna really be carrying at this level. And again, like I said, 12 peppers is gonna be really nice for them endgame in terms of being able to get those rotations. So this is setting up to be a nice little game for them, as long as they can sort of keep it going until the endgame.
They got the speed, they have all the resources, and I'm always giggly watching Reason, like 2 times right there. First, he's taking the shots on a Stormy Right, gets shot in the back, doesn't even look behind him to build. I'm pretty sure the person behind him stopped shooting because he'd expect Reason to turn around and build, didn't want to waste the ammo. Reason kept shooting Stormy Right. This man is an absolute psycho, like, who keeps shooting? And then he just edits to a pyramid that's already edited, the Stormy could have shot back with. I mean, you know on his mind is just one thing, he just wants the elims. He wants to turn on, put down that damage.
And like you explained earlier, right? He wants to search, right? And you can see now, that's what they're doing. They're looking at any team that is maybe gonna be unaware, you know, try and catch them out with their pants down, try to see if they can do any liquid damage, right? All the tags help, right? Every little helps in that sense. And so even if it is just a couple shots that you're able to land on someone, that goes a long way.
Yeah, and that's basically kind of just categorizing what you guys will be watching majority of the time. You're looking on broadcast, you're looking at the game. Early game, very simple. It's all about winning your draw spot, surviving, getting loot, getting shields. We know that. It doesn't really change from comp to casual, right? And then past that, end game, it also doesn't really change. It's all about victory royale. Just try to live as long as you can and try to win the game. Mid game is where the biggest difference is, and just, you know, hopping on with the friends and playing whatever you want to play. And competitive, you want to be looking for surge, you want to be looking for positions. Be inside the zone and be dealing damage while you move around. That is the name of the game.
And this is an example of good position here. You see how Kiriachi and Stormy Right are quite elevated in comparison to the rest of their opponents up on this hill that they're on. That means they have more options. They look around 360. They can see a lot more than their opponents can see, which means there are more opportunities to get themselves some surge tags. You can see Kiriachi, 150 above isn't ideal. They'll want to be a bit higher than that, and so you can see he's just constantly just going to be looking for where he can see his players, looking at those stairs, seeing if he can catch a player out behind these trees, players rotating in from the back. And that taxi is not going to be a comfortable place to be. A lot of players now in the lobby focusing their attention on it, and they're actually just going to blow it up completely. No taxi for you.
You know what it's like when you're that player, like in the taxi? It's like, imagine, you know that mini game like you see sometimes in newspapers? Man, I'm old. It's like you gotta find the difference between 2 different pictures, right? And like you're really scrutinizing, looking for it. And anytime you see a difference, you're like, ooh, right there. Imagine every player doing that, but it's anything that moves on the island in front of you, right? So that taxi going in is like a big red circle on one picture, and it's not there on the other. Everyone's gonna focus it. It's gonna be bad. I'm surprised it even lasted that long.
Yeah, got taken and dealt with pretty quickly. Can't believe you think we read newspapers anymore, mate.
Do they exist still?
Like that. Yeah, I'm sure they do somewhere. I'm sure there'll be people DMing us on Twitter. We still read newspapers, by the way.
Oh.
Floki and Clemento below on Surge, and this is where desperation starts to kick in. They already have some really tough times already in this game, sorry, off spawn, but they were able to recoup. But this is the problem now that they're going to deal with. You can see they're moving their way over to these teams. They want to force a box fight. They want to force any sort of engagement to try and get the surge, but a little too late. They will go down. Well, Clement will go down at the least. Sorry, Floki remains up. But it's not looking too good for him either.
Count to 10. Count to 3, actually. There we go. Floki's gone for now. It's tough when Surge is there. And I was trying to stress this earlier on now, so we won't have to repeat it later when the games get intense and it's all about the points. That is literally what everyone is just playing right now. Is just trying to find the damage and trying not to get damaged. It sounds so basic. But that's kind of just the name of the game. And it's going to be Thomas HD that actually picks up the men, which is going to be huge. You give that man a refresh at any point of the game. You were talking about 11. Give him an inch, he takes it a mile. You give him 100 mats, he makes it look like 400. It's insane. But what else have we missed so far inside the game? Who took a few shots here and there? We have a few replays to see exactly what the situation is.
Let's take a look here. Rising and Phoenix, our first place team, taking some players out. You love to see it, and of course, Seek and Cammy in 4th place when they took out Floki right there. And those are really nice finds in terms of they go a long way in that battle for Storm Surge. You can see both of those teams were above on Surge. And that means that they have a bit more freedom in terms of moving forward, how they can approach the game. Whereas those teams who are struggling on Surge, you know, they're constantly thinking, how can we get some damage? How can we look for some damage, get some tags? It's a bit of extra pressure, to say the least.
Absolutely. You talk about pressure and struggle. I also think about a player whose name was just in the feed, Bad Sniper. I feel like I bullied him a bit too much last season, but like it just feels like this man, no matter what POI he was on, was struggling so much in seasons before. Now it actually looks like, you know, in duos, in a format where there's a little bit more, you know, organized chaos. You can kind of sift through it. He's having a little bit of an easier time. In the replays, we'll see Putrick with 2s down right now, going for a big shot. That fight must have lasted a long time and even been through Surge. You never really see an 8 damage tag ending a fight.
Yeah, that must have been a really long, drawn-out one. These things can happen, but ultimately only one team will come out on top. As you can see, a lot of teams clustered here towards Logjam. Thomas has his eyes set on some players that seem to still be in zone. He's very suspicious. You can see he won't take his eyes off it, and he knows they are going to pad, and once the pad comes out, they got to open the edits and look for those angles. I think Thomas just missed a window of opportunity there to hit it. Wasn't as prepared. But again, that's what we're talking about, right? Players constantly looking for these moments of opportunity.
Everyone's based up 2 right now. Talk to me about differing priorities, Levin, in this type of zone. The one that is the most hated for some few players, the most loved for a lot of people who are watching. When there's big mountains in the way, how does that change the game plan for a lot of players?
I think the big thing initially is you want to be on one of them mountains, right?
Yeah.
You know, you want to be any sort of maximum elevation. You want to be in a position of maximum opportunity. We'll call it that. But for the players who aren't, right, you want to find your way to get in. Make sure you cover as many angles as possible. You don't want those people above you to be able to even get a lick of damage onto you, waste your shields. And you can see here, Ryzen and Phoenix have done a great job of positioning themselves somewhere where they have options. They can look at players who aren't in the zone yet and get some damage that way, but they also won't be in the line of fire for the teams above them, maybe who are slightly high elevated.
And, you know, that position can change in just a second. Sometimes being on top of the mountain early, the zone goes off of it. And you're like, why? Why is this happening to me? Talking about Bad Sniper as well, 2 looks like the trades might have come through in a very nice way. DKS, although down, fully picked back up, and they're inside a box with a lot of loot. So I have to assume with the 5 eliminations they share, they definitely just won one of the fights. The most important thing, too, they're isolated. They can kind of think and figure out what's next. And they have a launch pad, too. Is that 2 pads? These guys are in one of the most perfect spots I've seen before an endgame starts.
Yeah, in terms of their loadout, this is brilliant, right? Of course, you know, they've got max materials, plenty of rotational movement items. From what was looking like a bit of a chaotic, messy game for them, actually doesn't look too bad now. Going to use those spare mats, Spad Sniper, to create a bit of a tunnel on their way in. As we take a look at a replay here.
With the spray. This is going to be picking up one of the elims on low ground. It gets so much messier down here. Has a gauntlet refresh as well. Oh, we got reactions too.
Oh, wow. Wow. Guys, this is what it means to people, right? You saw there from that reaction. This is what it means to people. Getting eliminations at this stage of the game in the FNCS qualifiers, it means a lot. It absolutely means a lot. That's wonderful right there.
I'm still wondering if that was the perspective of getting elimination or getting eliminated, because it could have gone either way. I think it would have been one getting eliminated, but...
Honestly, it does go either way, right? In terms of the levels of emotion in it.
Oh, it's insane. Right now, yeah, it's tough. You're going to be right outside kind of like placement overall where it starts to ramp up. You do not want to go down now. You're going to miss out on a lot of points. And this is where we get to see a POV, a reason of a deal, not actually, you know, shooting other players, but moving, deciding what to do next before the action starts. You'll notice they're kind of more trained on where people are rather than where they need to go. That's going to be huge, and that's what you see a lot of good players doing. They're trying to interrupt things first before the server starts to fly.
Yeah, this is tough. Players leaving it late to rotate, which typically you'd think is the right thing, but as you can see, Moshi gets taken out there. That leaves Kiko all alone. Reason of a deal doing a brilliant job to just gatekeep everybody, right? Just really just stopping those players who are behind them from having a chance to get in. Crucial damage being dealt in, because you know how easy it is for them, right? Knowing where players are, knowing that they aren't going to have a tough time, they can just run their way in. Maybe I've spoken too soon. A bit of pressure will be applied, but they should be able to deal with that.
You're absolutely correct. Fortnite is a two-way street when you're rotating, right? If you stop everyone behind you, it might not make everything in front of you a lot easier, but you have that insurance, you have that padding to be able to readjust, move back a box or two. You have more control that no one in the lobby has.
Yeah, and these guys are looking for control of the boxes as they try and maybe sneak out another elimination. Those players going to back off though, and the Dylan Reason will take that as a sign of fear. Have a bit of mercy for them. And honestly, they don't need to necessarily fight at this point. 90 bills on Reason isn't phenomenal by any means, but they've got peppers that they can use to stagger, save some materials. And honestly, we know that their technical ability is supreme. And so, if worse comes to worse, a bit of coordination from them shouldn't be too difficult to find themselves a bit of a refresh. As you see now, players moving towards that first moving zone. Everyone trying to get into that 6th zone. Ryzen Phoenix, who did so well last game, 55 below, scurrying their way into zone. Not an easy position to be in. You can see people have their eyes set on them, and so it's not an easy rotation by any means, but they're going to counter back with some stinger spray as well.
Keep moving forward. Still surge an issue for a lot of teams. Both on the POV right now are going to be below, so they not only have to move, they have to still deal this damage. The end game checklist isn't active just yet. They still have to get through the last portion of how they play in that mid game. Cammy so high up in the sky, side by side with another completely different duo inside a box. Phoenix and Ryzen are going to be slightly lower though, seeing exactly what they can do. This is the perspective of kind of a first place team, and second it looks like they're close to that top 5 on the right side. So we'll see exactly who's going to go down and fall first. Reason actually going down inside the feed. Vidil gets that trade over to Karma. It looks like Forsten is in a class spawn past that. Phoenix, though, in a little bit of trouble as Surge starts to strike. They can't find a single shot. And Levin, these teams look like they're in so much trouble.
Yeah, this is really, really difficult. You're going to see desperation. They need to make a power play now, Cammy and Teak. They found so much loot, actually. A really nice refresh there, but it's not going to matter if they're still down on Surge. 37 players still up in this lobby. They need a couple to go down, but now they are above, as you can see. But that's not the same fortune for Ryzen and Phoenix. They are still struggling. And in the backside of the zone, things get really, really shaky. You can see now they're doing their best on the zone transition, but it's going to be hard. They need to find something, and soon, using some shields, trying to out-heal it for a moment. And that might actually pay off for them, as only one player now needs to go down in order for the surge to stop ticking. We're down to 30. They are good. They remain, but they're on wood and they get dropped down. They need to be careful. They need to find a sense of balance, a sense of control. And this isn't good at all. Ryzen's gone down. Phoenix now going to have to solo clutch. And as a solo, with not much to work with, things will get very difficult very quickly. Queasy and Hen up on height. That's where they want to be. but it's all in the hands of Phoenix now if he wants any chance of keeping his team in first place.
He has that torch, he's still riding with it, but only 100 mats separate him from certain demise. Meanwhile, Vidil finally cleaned out, so the power push, the type of big playmaker is not going to be here towards this end game. It'll be a little bit more calmer, quiet. That's exactly what Phoenix wants for the moment. Meanwhile, Hen and Queasy all the way up top. They're trying to drop down as much pressure as possible. Phoenix actually goes for a sprain, picks up a huge one on the Pink. He's gonna have so much more to work with now. The entire pressure and tarp that Pink had, plus his mats, plus a few heals, and that crucial med spray.
Yeah, he's doing really well here. As we said, on that backside of the zone, it means that there's so many players ahead of him, but using that med mist to great use. Gonna just play the zone, and this is actually brilliant from him, realizing he can buy his team a bit more time, stay in the game as long as possible, just wait for players to slowly dwindle. Eventually there will come a time where he has to hit some crucial shots. He's not got a shotgun in his inventory, so we'll have to build the SMG, and if he's not careful he might run into Rescard in just a moment. Oh dear, this gets really difficult. Yep, he will go down. Rescard will take him out. A valiant effort from VNX, but the first place team will go down. Cammy and Teak, though, still remain, and they've managed to find control. They dealt with their surge issues, and they got to what they do best, sitting here on the mid ground with absolute control. Teak, you can see him as Cammy just tarps ahead, looking for opportunities to try get some eliminations. Hen and Queasy, doing brilliantly on height. Cammy and Teak sitting fantastically in mid ground, and all the teams below them now going to be struggling to find any sort of hope in this game. Brilliant use there of the armored wall to add that extra layer of protection. And you can see they have their eyes set on all the players scurrying down below them.
This is just a simple lounge fest for Teak and Cammy all the way to first. They're just going to be able to stay alive. Still in second overall, though, right now. You can see it on the left side, and now pressure is coming in. No time for the Guzzle Juice to be popped. Teak will go down momentarily. He's gone. Cammy, right before they can take that first place slot, they will be denied. Queasy up top. The pressure's too much. Orion from the other side is going to look for a big jump up, but he's denied too. And now we go for the classic 2-on-2, but Hen's dropped first. He's going to be in a 1v2. He's going to be almost taken out immediately, but no, jumps all the way back up, and he is safe. A lot of mats for Queasy and Hen to work with as this one becomes a slow burn towards the end side.
Yeah, this looks really, really interesting. See Queasy, so many splashes, and they know that they can play the waiting game. Hen will go down and try and do as much damage as he can. And you can see the players below them realizing that they're just going to wait them out. And so they're trying to force the issue. Queasy ultimately on high, just going to sit here and keep it calm. Hen will go down, and that gives the other team his siphon, but Queasy is not going to worry. He's going to just play in the back of the zone, use these splashes all day long. Don't know how he accrued them, but it doesn't matter because they get the victory royale. From Sleepy Sound to this win. Brilliant stuff from them. Chilled on height and closed it out with a heal off. Something we don't see much of so far this season, but a heal off in game 2 ain't too bad, Shy.
Yeah, I mean, why didn't Phoenix have any splashes? Where were Marines? Where were all the quick heals? In Queasy's inventory. This man is a thief. He stole them all, and he had them on high ground. 18 splashes, only used 3. Kind of a big flex there for him. But what a game from the high ground team.
Yeah, Queasy and Hen, one of the strongest teams so far this season. They've been in scintillating form as well. And coming out and getting that win is huge for the standings. Can't wait to see what they do with it. But look, we want to see what happened. How did Queasy have so many splashes? We'll toss it over to the desk to break it all down.
18 splashes. Well, apparently they cornered the market on splashes. That was it. We're never going to see another splash in the rest of these remaining games. That's it. It just belongs to them entirely. I'm not even sure how this happened. Maybe it was impact eliminations, right? Maybe they're moving along the mid and low grounds and they're saying, look, if we can find these eliminations, oh, that person has 1, no problem. I have a stack of 1 in my inventory and I'm walking over them, just kind of scooping them all up. But I mean, when you have 18, Reese, I feel like that's going to pretty much be it. As long as you're not making any critical mistakes, you're going to be able to outlive the storm.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, this game, they didn't make the critical mistake that they made in game number 1. They took height at exactly the same time, that second moving zone when it comes to the end game. But in the previous game, game number 1, we saw Reason and Vidil go up, crank up, and unfortunately take that high ground from Hen and Queasy. Well, unfortunately, you know, depending on which way you want to look at it, of course. This game, obviously, they were managed to maintain it all the way from that way up. They managed to keep that high ground and managed to pop off from there on out. Because look, this is what's ended up happening to Reason and Vidil down below. They're the ones at that moment who can't frag out, can't go up to the high ground because they're being pressured, because they're getting fragged by themselves.
Yeah, I mean, this is also an interesting game to look at. I mean, I don't think we see heal-offs and duos at all, and this is ridiculous, though. 18 chug splashes, there's almost a guaranteed win. And I think this has to do more than likely with the zones. I mean, we had a rocky view zone last game, which means that Vidil and Reason had a very good game, very easy rotation. But this time, it was all the way north, over towards Logjam. And you know, Hen and Queasy, they land at Sleepy Sound, which means that they have to rotate pretty much, you know, a few hundred meters, and you know, that's what you see. Everyone that gets zoned, they do pretty well, and that makes a lot of sense though, because these are very dangerous rotates. They're high fire rate weapons. You don't have much mobility in the mid game, and if you do get zoned, you're going to be rewarded. And Hen and Queasy, they are not going to give up that opportunity, and that is a free win for them.
Yeah, absolutely not. One of the more like minor things I really want to pick up on though was Phoenix, who you can now see is up in first alongside Raisin. Managed to use that mid miss to get himself from 15th place all the way up to 10th, which is 5 more additional placement thresholds in game, so a bunch more points. And without that, like, they would be behind Cammy and Teak right now. So the mid miss coming in clutch for them. Second place, Cammy and Teak, no surprise at all, fragging out 2 games in a row, being super consistent to get deep into the end games. And our previous game's winner, Hen and Queasy, now in 3rd place. We're in 20th before that, so they've moved up 17 places in the leaderboard. A huge swing in things.
Yep, I mean, Cammy and Teak, I mean, they're up there in eliminations with people. I mean, this is a little bit surprising. We don't expect them to be that aggressive of a duo, but they're up there. 2nd place with 77 points in total. And like I said in my prediction, I mean, these guys are just so consistent. I mean, they got a 3rd place in the first game, 4th place this game. They're here to play. They're ridiculous.
Absolutely. And Phoenix, sorry if we are saying it wrong. If you know, feel free to tweet at us and let us know what the correct is. We're going to just go with Phoenix. Sounds right. Let's shoot. Let's go. Let's go. But you know where else we're going? It's back in the game. We got Shy Wager. We got 11-2K. Friends, over to you.
I mean, I feel like it has to be Phoenix and Ryzen, right? Because Phoenix rises, it's just synergy. It has to be. I mean, that's what I want to stamp on it, at least, Levin. And they're playing phenomenally today.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect anything less from you, I'll be real. Look, let's get right back into it. Let's see if they can do that again and get themselves to remain in 1st place. We got the 3rd game coming up for you right about now.
Here we go. The halfway point starts now for the EU region in FNCS Chapter 3 Season 1, and we'll see exactly where people end up dropping off. Swilliam, Clement, both on your screen. Both players that have had some struggles in the early game. We asked about redemption before. Now it's just about a desperate retake kind of their destiny in this tournament. Can they really get onto the board, or are they be forever just lost kind of in that top 15, bottom 20?
Yeah, it's interesting. Look, it doesn't seem like Clement had a great drop there, but, you know, they still sort of outdropped them. It's interesting that they keep sort of pivoting towards this 50-50. You know, I wonder, right, 3 games in, when will maybe you change your mind on that? Instantly, Floki doing a bit of damage, but receiving some himself as well. So, needs to make sure he doesn't get too overzealous. We saw last game, Swilliam and Letshi, it came down to them just missing some key shots. And I told you that I wouldn't bank on that happening again, so as both teams now will take some time to get their materials up, get their loot up a bit. We may see a bit more of an even fight now play out, but of course you've got to remember that as much as this fight will happen, you also have Kylie and Fastroki on the lurk, looking to try get in and 3rd party whenever that opportunity arises.
Whenever there's like a triangle type of situation, I don't feel like anyone really wins, or it's just so hard to plan for it, right? There's no back and forth. There's no fairness, it feels like, when it's a 3-way fight. Someone always ends up getting the short end of the stick.
Yeah, and I think this is one of those situations that Boop was talking about pre-show, where all teams sort of claiming their ground. A fight doesn't necessarily have to break out there. You can maybe just take things a bit slower. Pablo will definitely be wanting to take things slower here, because he's taking a bit of damage that who it 1-2. Just north of Logjam, where we are right now. Last game sort of finished in this area, but As we start here, Pablo will hit a nice little shot onto Mirza. Left-hand peek isn't the most optimal angle, but he makes great use of it there. And this is really nice. Looking for some control, making sure that they have the exit control as well on the pieces. And Pablo doing really well with those left-hand shots again. Mirza and Lysen just getting absolutely wrangled there. As Swag will pick up one. And so in a 2v1, Pablo hitting a key shot, but he actually goes down. So now we're down to a 1v1. Mirza's done brilliantly there. Oh dear. Swag, what can he do? All alone. Will he have time to get the res? It seems like it, actually.
This is such a lopsided type fight. Like, not getting a finish on a knockdown player. At the same time, 2v1. Yet one person getting knocked. These things shouldn't be happening. Now that res has to be sticked in. There's no time to get off of it. The 50-50 mind games back and forth. The pickaxe coming in 3 seconds for Swag to stick it through, and Pablo ends up staying alive. This shouldn't even be allowed.
Yeah. I don't know how he's done it. He's gotten the res off. And so Lysen, who was doing a brilliant job to keep his team in this one, now not looking too great. It's a good shot there, but ultimately, with such low HP, Swag and Pablo will deal with him. The Flames boys come away with the win here. And that's exactly what they want coming into game 3. Maybe made it a bit more difficult for themselves, but ultimately, the most important thing is that they win at Ospor.
That's the first few points for them on the board. 6 rolling in. Right now, Marine and Rifla, I think they're 6th place overall coming into this game. And I'm always doing my double check thing on the side. We can literally just see Team 6 above Rifla's name and fully confirm. I gotta drop the old habits, man. This is so convenient. I love it. And they're still going to be pressuring. This is the one thing I like about teams in the lead. You know, you don't change how you're playing entirely, especially during the midpoint of the competition. You see some inexperienced teams come in, previous FNCSs, they get first overall in the first few games, right, Levin? And then they just change things up entirely, become so much more passive, and they wonder, why did the games change? Where are our points going? Not the same team that got first in the first few games.
Yeah, this is one of them situations where, you know, you got a lot of these teams who really want to try and make sure that they can replicate the success of former games. As we take a look at some of the replays, over at the Joneses, things going down. Wouldn't expect anything else. Oh, Nixon, that's a nice little shot. We saw this fight just a moment ago. Swag did well, though, to close things out. And that's the story of Osborne fighting in Fortnite, right? You know, it can be so brutal if you're on that losing side.
For game number 3 as well, the checklist for a lot of players, this might be the last time they try a certain strat before going on the back end or to plan B, so things might be even more desperate overall. Maybe this is why Rifle and Marine are really trying to push people around their spot, right? If they win a fight a 3rd time in a row, it might be a signal for the enemy team they're facing to choose a completely different spot. And now they have the back half of the competition bolstered up, an entire POI to themselves. Houses, chests they didn't have before to go even further. Foon, though, with a big shot, he's going to stay all the way low ground in the basement.
Yeah, this is nice. You can see Rifle and Marine taking up different positions either side of these two, forcing them to make a decision as they look to pincer in. Some really nice fighting mechanics. They're going to just play it slow, though, in the meantime. But Marine, been one of the better players as well in this lobby so far. Rifler with him by his side. Now they're just going to choose to dip. Taking a bit too long for their liking. So they'll get away just there. Cafoon will live to see another day.
One thing I'm liking a lot about this new map is the introduction of a lot of spots like this. You know, you might not have named POIs entirely, but you have a lot of base camps set up that have somewhat of, you know, henchman type chests, some buffed up chests at the same time, campfires. You have the spreading of coolers around the map as well as those produce boxes. Lots of ways for people to get their game started if, you know, off spawn doesn't work out too well. I wanted an insight though to Queasy and Hen. You know, Sleepy Sound looking really good for them overall. I feel like anyone that starts off in this spot 11 has such a huge advantage over everyone else.
Yeah, this POI is great, right? They're able to get max materials a really good chunk of metal at this POI, which can be a problem for some teams. They can leave if they want to with a whiplash. They're sticking with their truck for the meantime. I'll see if they go get that one. Often leaving with peppers as well. And as you can see, Queasy's got some peppers, plenty of produce boxes over towards the north side of Sleepy. The one thing I will say though, right, if you have watched any of their Cash Cup games, they have often struggled with more southern zones. And as you can see, they are heading to a south zone. So we'll see how our third place team does. Of course, Boop emphasizing in that little break there how just important it is, right, for teams to pull zones, as much as there's plenty of strategy and preparation that goes into it, especially early on in this FNCS. We are seeing that when teams don't pull zones favorable to their POIs, there can be a bit of a struggle there as they try to traverse and rotate through. And that's only going to get more difficult in these FNCS lobbies, so we'll see how teams deal with that. This, though, is one of the zones which probably will encourage teams to go through tilted, right? We talked about how certain zones means that, you know, maybe the tilted players have a bit more time isolated and tilted without any teams interfering. But with this zone, you're going to expect a lot of teams to be coming through here. And our first place team is going to be one of them.
Wow, nothing can go wrong if you're just rotating through tilted in first, right? Surely there's not going to be a disaster that happens when you're in one of the hottest spots of the map that everyone has to rotate through. It's very good to stay here for as long as possible and not move out of the POI. Phoenix and Ryzen know exactly what I'm talking about. So quickly they move towards the outskirts and on the left side as well. Wow, I like the shot too. Back down to Rocky Reels. It feels like I'm having deja vu from the first game on how this one goes. And if that's the case, Levin, I mean, Phoenix and Ryzen, it's paradise for them.
Yeah, look, for a lot of those north teams, they will be happy you didn't pull all the way south, right? When you have a zone that pulls that far south for the first zone, typically you would expect it maybe to pull a bit further down, but fortunately it's sort of just plop in the middle there. And so it's a bit more of an even playing field for a lot of the teams around the map. Some technical difficulties there with the vehicle. Things happen.
One thing I'm noticing with Phoenix and Ryzen as well is that they're a very on-guard duo 24/7. A lot of the times when you see a few duos play, they have moments where they let their guard down. They don't maybe build as much. They don't invest too much into where they are. They stay maybe at 75 or 50 shield to see if they can get a siphon or any extra greed along the way. They're on guard a lot, which makes it so that they are a little bit less resourceful the entire time. They might not have, you know, the full inventories you see right now. Their mats might be down entirely, but it feels like playing that ultimate defense, Levin, is working out really well for them in the first two games.
Yeah, and I think, you know, a lot of it will come down to how, you know, they're able to play these zones out and the sort of decision-making that they make. But they've done a decent job thus far. Of course, that first game really was sort of the one that's keeping them up in first. Second game was a bit more of a struggle. But for the meantime, they still have options. Like you sort of alluded to, though, it's not perfect right now. They're going to need a refresh. They're going to need to do something to get their materials up. Not many options in terms of farming potential right now around them. And so they're going to have to make some sort of a power play at some point. Maybe they don't need to force the issue now, but 58 builds in Phoenix, just not going to be good enough moving forward.
Yeah, inventory slots down. I feel like before they were also tagging along on high points to many different fights and coming in and cleaning up after the fact. This time they're absolutely low ground. They're surrounded by builds and buildings. It looks like they don't have a say as much in this game. Talk about a say though, Hen, for the moment, is kind of dictating how this lobby gets to play. 8 total elims throughout the day right now. That is a huge number for a, you know, final round type qualifier lobby. That's like something that's not usually common for every player to have. And for him, I mean, you get high ground, what, almost 3 games in a row? It has to be that way, right?
Yeah, and look, when he has Queasy leading the way for him, you know, he's got excellent direction. My biggest fear with this duo, with any duo that Queasy's in, is as much as he's a brilliant mind, will there be enough firepower in the duo for them to be successful? And I think with Hen, there's never any doubts about that. So, look, they're going to have to deal with Surge. Hopefully they don't prove me wrong here, or prove me right, sorry. But you can see the idea behind it right now, realizing that dead side of zone, not going to be many players in this vicinity. If we can take a bit of an isolated fight against Amplify and Flodax, we'll be able to deal with our Surge issues. And this is really nice because they've just taken the whole flank round. And they're actually going to use the builds that Amplify and Flodax put down to pinch their way in. Oh, this is beautiful. Look at the setup. Queasy distracting them. Hen coming from the back, hits 31. Would have wanted a bit more, but this is brilliant. Amplify down. Flodak's now left alone. Oh, this is what it's all about right now, Shia.
This is just ridiculous. I haven't seen a pinch like that. That slow, thought out fundamental since, you know, watching Zayn at Loot Lake just trap teams who just end up landing in, not knowing exactly what they're doing. They make a seasoned veteran like Amplify look absolutely clueless in that circumstance and that aspect. And that is just crazy from Queasy and Hen. They just lock it down. We're talking about trouble with Surge, 367 above now. They're just here to entertain us, Levin. They were not worried for a single moment.
I love it. I love it. You saw the intention there. You saw Hen sneaking up and around. He knew what he was doing. I'm sure we all would have wanted to be in his position, ready to just put your finger on the trigger and let loose. But you can see now, from being below on Surge, 327 above. And it's plays like that, right, that can just really sort of sort you out. But you saw how creative they got and how successful it was in the end. A beautiful play, and now we're going to have to see something beautiful from Horizon and Phoenix, as they just look to take a standard box fight. We all take these, but in these sort of environments, they get really difficult. 43 above, but they won't be satisfied, and so they'll see if they can do a bit more damage. They can hear the other players looking to use shields, so they know they're low. There is a bit of a ticking time bomb there.
Specifically, though, right now, even if you take into account Surge, you take into account their health bar, it kind of looks like the main issue for them is a health bar you guys can't really see, or doesn't look like one at the moment. It's their resources overall. Missing a few inventory slots. We tuned out with them. They had about 58 total builds on Phoenix. Now it's down to 38. So they are dwindling on that aspect fast. And you could be 100, 100. You could be 700 and 700 shields and health even, right? But if you don't have materials, if you don't have weapons to clap back, ammunition, shields, it doesn't matter. The lobby will eat you alive. So those mats, very important. And now Phoenix will start to run away. Ryzen actually leading everything. If they get to this building, they can't farm everything out supremely. The metal will be everlasting kind. There's not much really to find inside except for a few vending machines or boxes you can get maybe +4, +5 from. They'll be able to get their, you know, their wooden brick topped off completely. Vortex and Janus actually being taken out by DKS in the air almost. It looked like maybe a Spider-Man mishap, and it's Cammy and Teak that get the loot from them, which is crazy. Is that a Mythic MK7?
Yes, it is. You know, they're able to claim that from their POI. The boys talked about on the pre-show. And they put it to good use as well. We talked about how they've done a decent job of being able to get some eliminations so far in this game, 6 and 3 respectively. So yeah, not the Mythic, but still, you know, they're going to put that to great use. It's funny because where they are on the map, they basically just haven't had to move basically the whole game, right? This is sort of the general area of their split. So you look at some of the things you missed. Kiriachi here, doing well to hold off with the stair. Stormy Rat picks up an elimination as well. Those two, talk about firepower, they have it all.
I felt like I was watching like a trash compactor though, you know what I mean? That was kind of messy in terms of builds. They're on low ground, armored walls all around them. Even though they're lethal, they're a full fire force. I feel like a lot of the fights we're starting to watch in like game 3, maybe even game 4, might be a little bit too desperate, not as organized. But then also, we saw the Hen and Queasy pinch breakdown. That was just great. Definitely some teams still in control. Kiriachi needs to find some med mist, a med kit, something somewhere, because they're gonna either have to fly, it looks like no, for now, just run into a zone. It might just be about 50, 60 meters overall, but with what, 10, 20 teams around them, even one little mishap will just have that HP bar deleted.
Yeah, this is gonna get rough for them. They've been pretty consistent thus far, sitting in 6th place as you can see, so they want to keep that up. But like you said, it's going to be an uphill battle again, right? We keep emphasizing this, but you know, this game is all about resource management to a degree, and so when you don't have those resources, all you got to do is, all you're spending your time thinking about, I should say, is how you can get them and how you can put yourself in a position to be able to make it through some of the more difficult zones towards the end of the game.
But we keep saying uphill battle. When does the downhill start? Is it even a hill that we're talking about right now? Because it just seems like some of these teams never get to enjoy the, you know, wee part of the roller coaster when you're going down. They're just going up forever, complete anxiety.
It's more like running into a brick wall, if anything, right? Just very, very difficult. I'd be surprised if Queasy didn't farm that brick. Yeah, I was about to say.
Sit on top of it. That'd be the worst ride, though. Just imagine only going up and then having to just, I don't know, walk down. That's what it feels like for some of these teams. Let's see that perspective. Just the upwards roller coaster. Hold up, Phoenix and Horizon. Is this where they get their siphon? Might just be. That's how it happens. So they're staying low key. Everything looks absolutely disastrous. And they're like, hey, let's just pad in on some boys, get the loot.
But that's what we talked about, right? In terms of being able to make those kind of power plays. And that right there was a brilliant power play. They find a team which, you know, was caught unawares, confined to just, what, 1-2 boxes, and they got in. And we know that with this season, the Striker SMG, 2 players coming at you with that, it can be very difficult to deal with. And so they're barely above on Surge, but they can deal with Surge. We know that. What's the biggest advantage for them now is the fact that they're looking real good on the materials. Phoenix, their 147 builds, nearly maxed out. That's where they want to be right now.
I think ammunition might be an issue though. Never mind, they just got split like, what, 1,000 AR almost? Or Toos and Future sitting on there. That was just an insane amount of ammo. I'm surprised they got caught out that hard, but that's what happens when there's a little bit of mispositioning. All good though. Stormy Red Kuriachi, this is their all in. This is their perspective that we just saw from Phoenix and Ryzen, but on a different side of the map. They need to find the same type of refresh or they're just knocked out of this game.
Yeah, they need to come up with something huge here. But it's a lot easier said than done. You can see their players fighting them on the edge of the zone, and their backs against the walls, and they will be crushed. Vino and Joe do brilliantly to take them out, and that's going to be the 6th place team down and out. Unfortunate, but that's what happens sometimes when you are scuffed and you're desperate.
Gonna be a little bit of stuff desperation from Ryzen and Phoenix as well. We just saw them get so much good loot, lots of shields, and they were looking good when they got it too. Now just getting into this portion of the zone, it's cost them so much, and they're getting focused. I'm looking for armored walls from either one of them, but they don't have that at all for this rotation. Not having that utility specifically in this season might just prove disastrous, but they have a little bit of the sightline cut off. Ramp put down. Phoenix though doesn't even care about the fours up top. Look at them, still aggressive as they move. They're not scared. They're not psyched out from being all the way in first place, still playing how they should. They'll try to get in. Cammy and Teak right behind them, getting bombarded with surge shots and the pressure from moving inside to the zone. This is going to be bad, but you can count on Cammy to get a last second beam. He gets a little bit in there. Surge finally ticks down. They know they're still in trouble. They have to find a bit more, and there is a package waiting slightly inside the zone. They might go for it too. That's another pad they can have. 3 pads 11 for this end game. Should secure Cammy and Teak. I would say even a shot at first place after this one.
Yeah, this could be a really huge game for them. They're really great at making rotations and finding dead side of zone and getting in really cleanly. But now with this many pads to sort of make that an easier ride for them, it's wraps. First movement is going to pull towards west. All the teams now trying to get up to that 6th zone. And this team has all the options they've got. The whiplash, some peppers, some launch pads. Literally couldn't ask for more.
I think the worst part about it though, it's like, you know, carrying in the groceries in one trip. You have a little bit too much to hold on to. Well, Cammy gets psyched out, trip, the bags rip, and then, you know, literally all the food's gone. He's got 3 launch pads. You got to make sure you use them at the best time. Squeezy and Hen actually forced out one as well. Might not have any of their own, but they have the position, and it's always the best one on the entire zone. They look to pinch the entire lobby, it seems like right now too. Squeezy denied access to the box, but now they have height once again, cranking straight up to the sky. It's too easy today for Queasy and Hen.
Yeah, you saw how ready they were as well. Made sure to pepper before they padded. As soon as they landed, they could quickly 90 their way on up. And everybody else knows this is Queasy and Hen's height. They're going to just cover the zone now and look to try to get as many eliminations as possible. Phoenix and Ryzen will go down though. And so first place really is going to be up for grabs in this game. And we know there are a couple of these big teams looking to get it. Cammy and Teak, who looked like they were in such a strong position before, now looking a bit more desperate. Teak down to bare bones. Cammy as well needs to try and provide some space and time for his teammate. Teak though looking to get right back in. Even with his low HP, he knows, look, let's get a refresh. We're down on Surge, we're 8 below. Let's do some damage. He won't be able to outlive this too long, so the desperation's really kicked in, but there are players on low ground for them to capitalize on, and Cammy will do just that. Takes down Michael. As now time gets to go in, they got to move. Teak doesn't have many options. It's really rough for him. His loadout isn't looking the greatest. But for for the meantime, no O'Reilly, Aqua, a team who we know usually will be dominant on high ground, not going to have that option right now. They're chilling close to it though. They'll keep their eyes on it, look for any opportunity to try and take it for their own. But they've got to be careful because they've not got much resources to work with, and they've got players who are looking at them. The Spider-Man will come through, and O'Reilly will move to the front of zone, and this gives them a bit more time to figure out their plan.
Kemi and Teak, though, they secure it without even the use of any one extra launch pad. They're in the center point of zone, and Us on the right side going to be just brawling out side by side. Not sure if he took out anyone. No, both beams still alive in the sky. No O'Reilly, Aqua, they go toe-to-toe, box-to-box with Julex. He goes down. The third POV from the backside is going to be a trap, a pitfall. Quicksand for them in the box, and they can't breathe. They get taken out. Kemi and Teak, though, somehow still alive, powered through 5 different duos in second place for the entire day. Now, hold that torch at the very front portion of the lobby. They're looking back and beaming still. Does Kemi have even more pads? How many mats do they have to deal with? It doesn't matter because they're bullying everyone down below. Flames extinguished on the grass as Teak gets out swag and gets that full elimination as well. They are making sure no one's allowed to be behind them. Just blazing a trail as they control mid ground. The pepper here too for Teak to get fast, but he's focused on the shot. That's another one. And both players still alive. The focus here is this low ground. They might be taken out, but they go down with a big message.
Yeah, they had low ground on lock there, even though they were on mid ground. They eventually go down. But in terms of who really has stakes in this game, who really has a chance to win it, it looks like Mr. J and Wolfie will sit above everybody else. They are going to look to take some shots at players below them. But Ryan, all alone as a solo, he now has a difficult task with no materials. This is the worst position to be in, and he'll be sent right back to the lobby. But you can see Refscar down below looking to try and make his way up himself with no materials. But he hits a crazy shot, and he hits another crazy shot. How's Refscar done this? Refscar, you can't do this as a solo. You can't keep hitting these crazy shots. He will eventually fall as well. But on the way out, he hit some really, really big right hands. And so DKS now, who's done a brilliant job with his teammate, Bad Sniper, all alone, the 4th place team, he sees players on the other side of that wall. He tries to manipulate, hits, misses the shot, I should say, and he can't afford to miss too many more. Finally connects with one, and he's dancing around them, but eventually will be put to an end. I can't believe this has actually just happened. Wolfie and Lucky Mr. J have not had much to do above. Only 3 eliminations. Everything just sort of unfolded below them, Shayo. But this is where they can really get their points at. 2 more players left alive, and they know what they need to do, using those SMGs to really just force them into an uncomfortable position.
Yeah, the pressure from DKS, you can still see it on the health bars of Frey and Kidwo down below. 70 HP. If there's a shotgun or maybe even half a second of SMG spray, it's wraps for either player here right now. They have to play this perfectly. They have the materials to stay alive for now and pick up a few more. Spider-Man web shooter inside the inventory, a possibility of a high ground take. The ground is getting even closer, squishing all players side by side. Kidwo finding a little bit of room. No, it's spray that's actually building out now. 20 mats on as the sprays still come up from above. Wolfie, Mr. J, they do not want to let go! A big boom, explosion, fire all around, chaos down on low ground. Do Wolfie and Mr. J have the temperament to stay alive, though? They do, and that is a good enough shot. That is a good enough play to win them that victory royale.
That is what you want to do. They weren't necessarily the team going into that end game that you would think had a brilliant chance of winning it. But when the time came, they snuck up on height and they took it for their own and they used it to win the game. 3 games in a row, 3 height teams winning it out. Refsguard making life difficult for those on low ground, but eventually gets taken out from the monsters above. That's what you want to do. You can see what it means to him. He can't even believe it himself. Wolfie, Lucky Mr. J, to win game 3 of Qualifier 1 in an emphatic fashion as well.
Absolutely. The name of that game is just explosive. The day ended off with a boom. I'm trying to see the aftershock on the desk. Boys, how does it look after that one? What are the standings like?
We'll get there in just a moment, Shy Wager. My goodness, just to be able to see Mr. Lucky J's reaction there in those final moments. My goodness.
Love that.
You know, Reese, they just had it on lock. They denied Anas and Pink there. They managed to take away the high ground, and with the Spider-Man web shoes, they come up and they say, no, we want high ground. We know what we need to do to win out a game. Textbook from the duo.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have the Spider-Man's wave shooters holding high ground, realistically, you can't be taking it that early. We've seen repeatedly teams fall when they're taking that height early, like in this game, Hen and Queasy in the 5th zone. Then they tried to take it that first move and lost it to Pink and Ass, like you said. Then that got taken over again by Wolfie there. So if you're going to be trying to hold that high ground, you just can't do it so early. And I love the explosive finish, as we mentioned from Shio there. The car down below, some great awareness from them up on high ground to realize that that fire will just cause all that damage down below. And white health is what's so important at that last final moment to the end game. Clinical.
I mean, high ground was a mess there, Reese. Like you said, there's so many teams going for it. You can't go for it too early. But I want to go from high ground back to low ground and talk about Cammy and Teak this game. Now, mentioning the zones last time, I mean, they did get zoned multiple times this time. You know, and there's a few issues with that. And as you can see here in the replay, they are 110 below Storm Surge. And that is a big issue. If you get zones too many times in a row, then you're just not going to have enough teams around you. And that's just the after effect of this. You know, they have to use all of the splashes, a lot of the healing to come back in this game. And it even continued on into that first moving. They were also below Storm Surge at that point as well. But they made a little comeback, didn't they, Reese?
I mean, yeah, it's because they had so many mats, right? It's like we saw them be so below the Storm Surge. We saw obviously 120 at the maximum there, but they still had no heals left because they wasted them there, but had like 100 builds each, right? So they still had enough to work with. They actually got a supply drop, which you saw them below in that Storm Surge, managed to get some heals back from that at the same time. But because Teak and Cammy are a team of such high caliber, amazing tarping from Cammy altogether throughout the majority of, like, that's what he was known for before Seti started to do that in the previous seasons. They are managing to put themselves into such good positions with those materials, but they don't necessarily need to have the heals to get sprayed from.
Storm Surge once again being a factor here in these games. Let's quickly touch on the standings before we take a look at our next game on the day. We just have to see, and with that, of course, they take over. Cammy and Teak in that #1 spot, but look who's not far behind at all. You've got Hen, you've got Queasy, and take a look at this, Rifle and Marine. You know, we've seen Marine in these games make it in those top 5 spots, but now he's saying, all right, look, I'm gonna hit triple digits. I'd like to be top 3 now.
Yeah, that top 10, obviously the top 8, sorry, is where you can actually qualify through, and you see that Tayson and Thomas HD have just managed to push themselves in there. This is now the halfway point. Obviously, we have 3 more games to go, and I do remember that Restguard and Scram also have a huge pop-off that pushed them up to 7.
So crazy indeed. This is the halfway point, Reese. I hate that we only have 3 games left, but don't worry, we're back Sunday for more. But for right now, we gotta go back on that battle bus. Let's kick it back on over to Levin and Shywage. Take us into the next game.
Thanks so much, Zeke. Reese and Boop just dropping up the facts as well, and all the different action we saw in that end game. Levin, it seems like, you know, the torch is also switching hands. Now we got some new leaders on top of the pack.
Yeah, and they're going to look to try and hold on, right, while they can. Of course, the most important thing is you are part of that top 8, but the first place is nice for the bragging rights, isn't it? So, you know, going to be a big game for them in terms of trying to hold on to that spot. Let's get right into it, right? Battle Bus sounds, it's time to hop into game 4.
This is where you put everything down on the line. You have a plan B. It's time to just act on it. You have any type of secret strat, bust it out now, because if not, time might be disappearing in just a few moments. We're past the halfway mark. Every single duel alive as the bus continues to thrive in the sky. Pablo moving in, swag below him, kind of all around. We can see a lot of different types of fights early on over here. It's all about landing every single shot to the maximum potential, and that's exactly what the Flame Boys do. They started off the last one a little bit slower. This time, Flames are hot. Levin, I mean, I think just off that last game, just being alive so long makes your shot in the next one that much better.
Yeah, you can see here, Mirza in a similar position to what his teammate was in before in the 1v2. It's not looking great, is it? Oh, sorry, not in the 1v1 now, my bad. This is a tough spot. He's got an auto shotgun, not many shots left in the Stinger. And it looks like 7 Outpost 2 will belong to the Flames Boys again. He's struggling now. He just wants any sort of material. He just wants one build. Anything he can get here, this isn't looking good whatsoever. Dancing around, nice manipulation of the angles. But ultimately, that was just such a difficult position to try and even battle from. Again, a Copenhagen Flames Boys, sorry, will win out the 7 Outpost. And so they get to play out this game.
It's gonna be huge. I'm wondering why it's even, you know, that difficult for these guys in the 2v1 and not the 2v2 to end up doing damage. But there's always that, you know, over peak type of situation that comes down, poking Clement 2 from their perspective. Seems as though whenever there's one person alive, there's a little bit more of a dynamic adaptation in terms of what's going on around them. They get to flee a bit more, survive a bit more. 2v2 is never that clean from some of these early game teams, but they got a little bit of time to work on it week to week. Even a few games still left in this qualifier overall. I'm looking at the top though right now as well. Cammy and Teak finally in first place. It looks like early game 11, they don't have that many difficulties at all whatsoever. And they're the one team we're watching in endgame that are together in every single box 24/7. They're never split apart.
Yeah, and on top of that, Shayo, some big news out of Covert Canyon, or Cavern, sorry. Don't know why I always want to say Canyon. I think the problem. Either way, Thomas and Tayson both will go down to Joe and Vino. You saw the way both of them took different angles, and Thomas had no real options there. That's a huge shame for anybody rooting for those guys. But this is what can happen at Covert. So many different little nooks and crannies and angles to fight at. And the fighting's not done yet for Vino and Joe. They want to keep it going.
Try to see the back and forth over there. Meanwhile, the Joneses, more fights also breaking down. This is a point that even if you are at 0 points, you have some crazy banger 3 games, you can end up coming close to that top 10, top 8. So looking at a few of these fights, looking at these guys go toe to toe, it's still all on the line. One game where you have high ground, turn that momentous win to another one where I have a few more points. There's still, even though a lower percentage, a possibility for some of these teams to clap back.
So we hop right into another replay. Kiko, my Portuguese Magnifico.
His aim.
See why. You can see why I call him my Portuguese Magnifico. He hits shots like that. Of course, on controller, the tracking is incredibly precise. And you know, in one of the actual hype pieces before the show started, right? You literally hear Kiko saying, "My biggest strength is my aim." And we see right there why he believes that. And obviously Mosh trusting in him. These two played with each other quite a while ago as well in previous chapters and game modes. And so, again, the Portuguese connection coming through strong. Not had the best of days, to be fair, right? Sitting in 34th, but if Kiko can hit shots like that deeper into games, maybe there'll be hope for them.
Same situation for Michael and Astro as well. This might be some of the last times we see these players rolling in inside these games in terms of being absolutely relevant, right? 30 points, still a good pedestal to kind of jump back from.
Yeah, look, when it comes to my own personal bias, I love Michael and Astro, right? You know, good friends with Astro and Michael, met them in person as well. Lovely, lovely lads. But I'll just be real and say it. I don't think anybody expected them to make it to round 3, right? And so, no, I'll be real. You know, I was very surprised to see them come through. They did well in round 2, and obviously they made it in here. And so, look, if this is going to be their last opportunity, if this was a fluke in terms of them making it to this stage, they got to start to step things up and pick up the pace a bit, because they are talented players, and I want to see them continue to work hard. So far, slow start out of the bugle, sorry.
Power spot too. Gotta understand as well, it might not be like in the favor for any of the north side teams at all, right? We've seen Rocky 24/7, and past that, a very difficult logjam lumberyard type zone that was mountainous. Even if you have zone there, one wrong call, not even a mistake on your teammates or your part, one wrong call, you end up with just the absolute most disastrous situation. So you can't really even blame some of these teams for having a, no pun intended, rocky time. This time though, I'm wondering where the zone goes. I'd always like to see. The what?
Definitely intended.
I intend all points. It's just
got
for the
lied to us,
insurance,
bro.
you know? It's for the
You can tell us you intended the pun. It's fine.
No one ever calls the puns they intend. That's the one thing I never, or like I realize, you know?
Let's start calling the puns we intend.
All right, I'm down.
Cammy and Teak setting up on this hill as they did 2 games ago. And again, looking into Tilted, they know that there will be some players still looting up in and around. And this is going to be the big difference for them in terms of this game and last game, the contrast, right? Boop talked about it again on the desk. Last game, they pulled a bunch of zones, and so there wasn't as much opportunity to get some surge tags, but this time round, they're being a bit more proactive and hunting and searching for those tags so they don't have to deal with surge issues. And of course, you saw it already, they picked up a llama as well, so they're chilling. on the resources.
I was gonna bring up Janice as well in relation to Cammy. These two teams are the ones that get to have a formula that they can abuse every single game. And right now it looks like, I'll expand on that in a second, Tus and Putrick are a part of many different teams' formulas of just getting bullied, pinched, sprayed 24/7. Last game it was Queasy. The game before that I think it was Queasy as well again, or it might have been Janice and Vortex, but this is the 4th game in a row where they're just having trouble rotating through the mid game.
Yeah, this is real rough. If you're these guys, right, you must be thinking, please. Why always us? Please, like, leave us alone. I can't do it anymore. Putrick and Tus, man. Look, they are great players, but again, you know, if someone's tuning in for the first time, you're probably watching thinking, these guys aren't great. Why did they keep getting absolutely wrecked?
Yeah, because it was Ryzen last game that took them out, right? Game before that, it's going to be Hen and Queasy rolling in with the big package side by side. Then the game before that, they lost, like, you know, unfortunately, one of the mid-game things. It's, I think, just the Sanctuary in general, or that side of the map, it's very tough for everyone to be able to rotate in, you know, properly if they find themselves over there, or even where they're at right now, Camp Cuddle and towards the left side. The mountainous types of hilly zones, they get tricky in terms of trying to track exactly where people are. But on the topic of, topic of Cammy and Janice, they have drops where they're not surrounded by anyone at all. It just seems like it's them with like a barrier around them and no one's interrupting. They have the opposite experience. Because of that, we see them having so much more control overall.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think it means that they sort of have the options, depending on the zone, to sort of make that decision of where it is they go and how they want to approach things. And I think that's one of the biggest things you want as a whole in terms of your drop spot. You want options in Fortnite. And so that's been part of their success. Again, you know, is something that Cammy does a brilliant job of. Reese highlighted it. Doing a great job of picking out his spots and making sure that wherever the Cammy split is, it's a very powerful split.
Maybe one day we'll watch Cammy and he's not going to be at a split at all. Just a POI. And honestly, just to save everyone a lot of trouble and to have an extra drop song on the map, he's just spawn with loot. He should just spawn with loot that like gets unlocked like 2 minutes into the game. You know what I mean? Him and his teammate, they can just glide in the air and not make trouble for everyone else. Give them surge as well, you know? Like, make it fair.
Well, look, they're gonna get it anyway, right? Like, you know, so you might as well just, you know, let them have the loot because they're gonna get it anyway. But
yeah,
you'll see where they are at with Surge in regards to this area of the map. They've obviously been positioned here for a while now, and every once in a while you see them pick up at 18 here, 18 there.
They absolutely just look like they're playing a different game. Like, this is no stress. Speaking of the different types of things we're seeing inside this game, Vixen up inside what just looks like particles. This guy is inside an accelerator. It's the storm plus builds breaking, plus it's a huge fight. You can't really see much, but he's got the tracking still, man. The players and the fact that they have the natural instinct to aim certain ways when there's someone in their box, like, it's nuts.
I feel like past 2 games, right, you see mixing in these kind of fights deep into zone. Just things not looking phenomenal. He's hitting the shots, to be fair, right?
He gives off like Daredevil vibes, you know? This man can't see, but he's just hitting the shots.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, in terms of actually pushing their way into the standings, trying to secure top 8, maybe a switch up is going to be required there in the overall strategy. But Ryan and Rifler, though, they're not going to be looking to change their strategy whatsoever. They've been doing a great job so far today. Some really decent games, some good eliminations as well. They seem to have the right combination. Milad and Wox, though, don't have the right combination right now, but they're gonna have to try find it. And it looks like Milad will do just that. And so their 4th elimination, 817 above. That's silly, silly stuff, Shia.
There has to be an addition mistake somewhere. They have to be combining 2 teams like Surge for this one. There's no way, but I see him in the storm. I see him with 4 eliminations. It's a big thing at this point in the game to have 4. Like, I don't think people watching at home understand. Eliminations in this frequency, in this amount, the multiple teams, it doesn't happen in competitive Fortnite, one of these qualifier towards the finals lobbies. Like, you don't get these racked up elims before the end game starts, before that mid game's really there. Second zone with 4, That's like what, 10 elims in like, you know, any other lobby.
Yeah, look, 4 elims at this point, right? That's already 12 points. It's probably about like 10, 15 teams in the lobby who don't even have 12 points altogether. So to have that many amount of points so early in this game is nice. It's just going to be about how they now use that moving forward. They've got a good amount of resources. The surge is handled for the rest of the game. They'll be fine. Reason and Vidil, though, they don't have their surge handled for the rest of their game, and so they're going to have to start hitting some shots soon. To be fair, though, if you wanted to bet on anybody being able to hit shots in this lobby, these two would be at the top of your list most likely. Refscard, though, on the right side of your screen, doing a brilliant job there. A nice little dinky dink. Are you a fan of the Ranger, Shia? Can I trust you with the Ranger in your hands to get my surge?
I am an AR connoisseur from all seasons. If you gave me the option of a gray AR, and you know, let's say the Martians were attacking Earth, right? And you gave me the option of like a legendary pump or a gray AR, I want the gray AR. 10 out of 10 times.
Okay.
I'm the beamer. You know what I'm saying? And that might be the wrong decision to literally 99 people, but I'm the 1 out of 100 that makes that choice.
I think you are.
I'm telling you, they have a laser beam directed, pointed at Earth. I'm choosing the gray AR. So you give me like a Ranger, you give me like a blue one as well. It's even better, man. I'm in the business.
Look, maybe Reason and Vidil need to drop one another, and one of them needs to pick you up. They're struggling with Surge, and I'm sure they'd love your Ranger skills in this game right now. You can see they were trying to force the fight there. Didn't quite happen, and so now gonna look to pincer in on one of these players here. Oh dear, Reason getting Lazard. Vidil will try to hit some players who are swimming over towards his teammate, but this is a dire situation to be in. And it's one that I worried about. I think the reason why, as much as these guys have been brilliant today, I think the reason a lot of people were worried about them, no pun intended, actually, no pun intended, is because their mid games just aren't that solid from what we've seen in recent weeks. And you're seeing it right here on display. The deal goes down. Reason doesn't really just have much to work with, if we're just being frank. And so the mid-game fundamentals of this team, that was always going to be a question mark, being put into play in Game 4 here.
What's that thing called? You know, children's playground. It's like an activity you can do. You sit on it, you go back and forth. What is that called?
Seesaw?
No, it's like it's kind of like you go like you can push someone on it and like it's more back and forth.
A swing?
A swing, exactly. That's what I feel like this duo's identity is. It's never full consistency. Sometimes they're straightforward on that swing, right? A lot of the times, like this one, they're back. Still, they end up in the middle a lot of the time. Refscard and Scram, I wouldn't see them as type of a swing duo entirely when it comes to momentum. Unfortunate. Just ends up finding it. But when it comes to Reason, when it comes to Vidil, they're always high action and it works, and they're at the very front portion of that pendulum in the swing. Or they're like, you know, backtracking completely. It's just, a lot of the times, it's on the backtrack. So definitely looking to fix that.
Yeah, and look, if you swing too far back, you know, you can fall off, and that is what they will be fearing as this game sort of plays out. Hen and Queasy, though, looking good. Making sure to position themselves in a lesser congested side of the zone. Very aware of their positioning here and where the teams are. I like what I see from them, and of course now with the zone appearing, a bit of an easier rotation for them. Ryan and Rifler, who we've spoken very highly of thus far. Rifler over-peaking just a tad bit, and so takes a bit of damage there, but be able to put that shield to good use.
I think Moran and Rifla, if you're looking at the top three teams right now, right? They're in third place. Their best portion of the game right now is mid-game, out of all the top three teams. You have Hen and Queasy, I feel like they have the best early game. You can see that with the pinches. Their end game is also pretty nice, but Kemi and Teek's end game is the proper ultimate form right now. So you see the three different flavors at play, the different absolute strengths, not saying they're weak at any of the others either. Is that Reason with a miss on a chase as well? We're talking about uncharacteristic things. I've never, I think, seen that before, but this player's making it very difficult, and it gets even scarier when you start to go below Bills, and Reason's actually being juked out completely. Nate with the moves. I mean, if it's someone who has the fundamentals, who has the potential to do it, it is Nate. But man, I didn't expect Reason to be the one getting juked.
Yeah, that's the kind of fight. You know, if you told me that it was Reason versus Nate, you know, in the final of an FNCS, last elimination to win the whole tournament, I'd probably believe you a couple months ago, but both players, both teams, not in their best form of late, and so the Germans will get the best of the Frenchies this time round. As we take a look back at what happened there, you can see Nate was just running all the way around, and look at the turn from Reason. Oh my goodness. Wow.
It's huge. Now, as we go a little bit past that mid-game section towards the end, this is where Hen and Queasy start to get a little bit of their gameplay, game plan, the blueprints kind of on the front portion of the lobby. Like this is where their strengths really start to shine. 23 above right now, so they need to find the damage very soon. There's gonna be lots of teams around them, and I like the fact that they're not, you know, at the highest point of elevation. They're kind of in a sneaky spot. If two teams start to fight and get desperate, they can have a say in the conversation as a third party. Meanwhile, though, Reason the deal in a little bit of trouble. This is the cost of being highly super active, going for shots in different boxes, trying to push the agenda, the envelope of damage. Yeah, you're 200 above, but you've caught a lot of attention. It's going to be by Ryzen and Phoenix as well. Levin, we talked about it before. This team knows how to find a refresh and how to capitalize even the best players.
Yeah, and as much as they are going to need to make some sort of a power play at some point, they do have a relatively easy rotation into fifth zone. And so I'd like to see them prioritize that, and it looks like they have got their eyes on it.
Absolutely. You're talking about mid-game powerhouses. As the mid-game ends, Rifle picks up another 2 eliminations as well, so the top 3 gets even closer.
And this is why this endgame is going to be real tough, right? The finest of margins to play out here in EU. Janice will pick up another end of feed as well. Vidil and Reason just inching their way closer to the zone, carefully, totally aware of where those players are and what they can get away with. And you see Vidil there, just putting all those materials to use, but eventually it means that they are going to run out and they are going to have to do something with that. You can see them searching, hunting. They found a bit of spare loot, but nothing to really write home about. Yeah, they got to be careful.
That's what it feels like. Look at this. I've never seen them this super worried for a box, but they do jump down. They do get the mats. Got to remember, too, game 4, there's only 2 more left after this. You have to be super careful. And his ESRB Rating has been like, wait, who took our mats? What is this? This box was supposed to be safe, and Reason the deal will get the thieving done. Burglary, but no, caught down. You can't break the law and get away with it. Reason is going to be put to jail. It's all up to Vidil to be on the run as a solo fugitive.
That's the problem, man. They were running on cones that weren't theirs. I was thinking, oh dear, barely just getting away. And as I was thinking it, he gets dropped and gets punished. That's why you always got to be careful if the builds aren't yours.
Absolutely, got to be careful too. If you're Hen and Queasy coming into this game, they were second place. Rifle and Marine were third overall, 100 points tied with each. But it seems like with 6 eliminations, Rifle and Marine have taken over. Cammy and Teak even. They look to be in first place. They're getting into every single fight possible. They have 7 eliminations before the zone is even in the 7th zone itself. If that's the thing, if you have more eliminations in the zone you're in currently, I mean, you're very, very well off for yourself.
Yeah, they're looking really good. They're going to have everything they need going into this endgame to retain that first place slot. And as you can see, players making their way on in, understanding that they've got to move north as we creep on closer and closer towards the end of this game. Rifle and Marine now going to be able to stagger, use a Spider-Man to get ahead. Just a quick jump up, and they are positioned quite comfortably to capitalize on anybody lurking in the backside of the zone. Window edit gets closed, and so Rifle wants to reopen it, but nothing to boot. And again, you see the same exact thing. They're able to just take such a nice position ahead of everybody, up elevated as well. The more options, the merrier. As they split some materials now, the question becomes, at what point do they decide, hey, look, we want to top up on some of our resources? Again, the exact same sort of rotation with the Spider-Man. It was nerfed down to 10 charges, but still putting it to good use. But no, Rifler actually will get dropped down. And so Marine actually has to do this all alone now.
And you can see the different strengths at play. So good at picking teams apart inside the mid game, but unlike Cammy and Teak, who are always side by side, they tried to spread their wings apart a bit too far. Brian's seeing a lot of opportunity he can capitalize on, but he can't even be forced to take a single shot. He has to move forward first as a solo. He's got a lot of time to play with. 640 damage above Surge. Nothing is that stressful except for the fact that he's an entire teammate down. 150 mats down. 2 health bars basically down by himself. And we watch Hen go down further in layer. Squeezy right beside him. They're pressuring box to box because they're out of mats completely too. This is the second place POV. How long will they survive? Going down for one more box. They might have to. No. Hen keeps them up, keeps them alive. This is going to be so dirty. Not going to be the cleanest type of push and play. And there goes a few more shots on the left side. Not going to see too much there. Marine, though, still surviving as a solo on the right side. Queasy's down on the left-hand POV. Marine finds a huge siphon and still stays alive. Splashes to move inside the zone. Spider-Man gauntlets to get him up, and away. 2 swings to keep himself in the game. But now with just 3 mats, he's on his final wire.
He's played it so well up to this point, but you can see now as things start to run out for him, this is where the real challenge begins. He's only got 1 more charge in that and 3 builds to boot. He's gonna have to drop down at some point and start picking up eliminations below. Really does a great job there to not get taken out by anybody from above, but as he breaks his way through this old metal, he's going to start running into players and teams that he can't deal with. Sneaking around behind here, he knows that there's a player here, it's just Wood. Can he hit the crucial shot? He needs to be careful, doesn't want to get too ahead of himself, only the little amount of HP, and so he goes down in the backside as Putrick and Toos, who have struggled so much of late, are sitting up above, ready to finally stake their claim in this lobby.
Cammy and Teak take the trophy back, though. They're in first place for the moment. Teak down. Siphon there for Cammy. All the way down, though. Beam as he goes away in the storm. You're right, the bullied becomes the bullies all the way up on high ground. Putrick and Toos have so much ammunition to work with as well. They're just raining down Stinger SMG shots as much as they can. Vino made it this far in the game. Him and Joe get taken down by Floki. Down to our final 4 teams. It seems like Fast Roki himself is going to be on the backside, all the way down now, on front of Clement and Floki's box. Pablo coming in behind him. The man who just survived the fight of the outpost is now down in 10th place with 10 HP. He's trying for a few beams. Won't fight anything just yet. 2 still raining down pressure from up top. No team can even think properly with the rattling of SMG sprays above them. Water down below. It's either drown or get shot. 2 options that aren't going to be the most tantalizing for either player. DKS taking out Pablo. They're so far up and split. Putrick and Toos absolutely unpenetrable. DKS has a plan a little bit on the backside. Might be slightly distracted. Someone needs to stop him. Armored Wall will buy him a little bit of time. And now they can really focus on this full ground fight.
Yeah, you can see here DKS really running into issues. Bad Sniper will try to avenge his fallen soldier, but with just 13 HP, he's not got much to work with. He goes down as well. Floki and Clement now, just Floki left alone, trying to do everything he can in a 1v2. Builds up to height, needs to hit that shot, he doesn't, and so he will fall. Putrick and Toos will pick up game 4. And what a turnaround it has been for them, Shire.
Absolutely, we'll need replays as well. Pay attention to the elims you see. It might just be 4 or 5 for Teak and Cammy, but from what we saw with Floki and Clement, 11 eliminations before they went down. We saw that trophy, the first place beam kind of siphoned between players over and over again. At one point, Rifle had it. They had like 7. Toos and Putrick only have 2. So don't let these placements distract you. Yes, it might be Toos and Putrick with that glorious victory royale, but who 11 is really in the lead?
Yeah, we don't actually know right now, and so hopefully the desk can do a great job of breaking that down for us. We're going to kick it right back to them to unfold what happened in game 4.
Shy Wager 11-2K, thank you guys so much. Fantastic game number 4. My goodness. There's a lot to talk about, but really quickly what I want to start with is Storm Surge Boop. We came into this game, and the very last words you had were, these duos, they seem to be struggling with Surge, and it played a massive factor here.
I mean, Surge is kind of ridiculous this game. We saw Vidil and Reason going out very early. Unfortunately, they're not able to put it together in this game. They were 6th before this, but these zones have been brutal. And I want to mention Cammy and Teak real quick yet again. Last game, they got eliminated to Surge. This game, they did find a Llama, luckily. And that means they're able to rotate quicker because they don't have to farm materials. They can set up in a very good spot this time. And, you know, that's the difference sometimes, is just getting those mats as quickly as possible.
Yeah, managing just to get that earlier rotation, get to a better position is going to be able to set you up so much more. Like, this is something that these top level teams are able to take advantage of when they have that. Like, a lot of these guys have their game plans out. The guys like the Camis, the Teaks, like we've already mentioned, the FNCS champions, the Tusis, a bunch of these people who are all consistently playing well in game after game. But when you're gifted an opportunity like that, an RNG bucket of a llama, you know what? Your plan has to change because you are getting your time cut out shorter, and they can capitalize on that and keep going deep into the game.
Absolutely. We cannot not miss the fact that Floki and Clement, man, 11 eliminations. So once again, they may not have gotten themselves the victory royale, but when you're putting up massive numbers like that, I mean, they're literally breathing life back into today's performance. Right now, they're definitely contesting that top 8.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things in particular, right, Clement is a player who at one time was the only person to make every single FNCS finals, right? Chapter 2 Season 5 kind of unfortunately took him out of that one, but he's still one of the players who's made the most so far. So right now, like, anytime I see him in a qualifier, I'm like when's it gonna happen? You know, when are you gonna qualify through? Is he qualifier 1, 2? We're gonna go through to the semi so far. So for a big swing points like that, like, this has surely got to fire them up the leaderboard.
And it just goes to show the format as well, Reese. I mean, those are a lot of eliminations, and it is 3 points per elimination. You have to remember, that is a massive game. I believe they were somewhere around top 30 before this game, and I would love to see now where they are on the leaderboard, because that's going to make them catch up. And, you know, with 2 more games to go, top 8 is inching its way closer for some of these duos.
Well, don't have to wait too much longer, Boop. Let's take a look at these standings together and see how things are going. Remember, that was game number 4. We have 2 more on the day, and your top 8 will auto-qualify into finals. And look at this top 8 as it stands. 101 is the cutoff in just game number 4. So with that last game, look at this. Floki Clement jumped from 30th to 6th place, Reese.
Wow. That is incredibly impressive. Obviously in the top 8 to qualify slot right now. Vidil and Reese still in there. But a team we definitely want to talk about that we've not even mentioned too much. Rifle and Marine up till 2nd place with 140 points. That last game, they went nuts. And it was interesting because, like, Rifle and Marine both struggled to get a duo at the start of the season. Now it's pieced together after, I think, week number 3 of the Cash Cup so far. They've been playing super well. Right now, they're looking ready to qualify.
The problem is, though, they are contested over at that Butterbond split, but maybe that is a blessing in disguise. I mean, we talked about Surge and people struggling with Surge, and maybe, you know, being contested there is just solving those issues.
That's right, man. Storm Surge. It's okay. This is just qualifier 1, but these duos really need to pull it together if they want to make it into that top 8. But that's enough from our side of things. We only have a little bit longer before game number 5, so let's kick it back on over. Got Shy Wager 11-2K standing by.
I want a little bit more of that, Des. I want to add another one. You know, lucky number 7. Let's add another one to that as well and focus on the top 8, 11, because that's what is breaking down to, right? Like, right now, that's exactly where we want to hit. And a 30th to 6th place jump from Floki and Clement, that's huge.
Yeah, we've seen what people can do in just one game in terms of being able to jump up. We got 2 games left and a big 2 games at that, so I can't wait to see how it actually plays out. And, you know, Boop's right there. You know, these guys not, you know, having contestation spawn could play into their hands. We've seen a couple of the fights around the map have been consistently going in one way. And so as we jump into game 5, let's see if that streak continues.
This is it, the penultimate game coming in right before that number 6, right before we see who goes straight to the finals. Game 5, where all the mistakes, everything you learned should be put into use now. We have mid-game masterminds with Rifla teetering the lead. We have Cammy and Teak side by side in every endgame so far, and so many more behind them who've had a chance to hold first place for even just 10 seconds. The question is, who takes lead of the lobby when it matters most?
Right back into Chonkers. We've seen how the drops here have been so pivotal and how the fights play out. And again, for Strokey Kylie, getting out of dodge, going towards the east, leaving Floki and Clement to battle it out against Letshi and Swilliam. We saw them deal with this fight pretty quickly last game and get over and done with and leave Chonkers. But this time around, we'll see how things play out. A bit slower pace. They'll want to stay in the game as long as they can, so they won't be in a rush. But Floki and Clement really being able to impress teams. Didn't expect them to have such a huge game there, but they did. And now a chance at getting top 8 is possible. Right back over to the 7 outpost as Mirza goes down. A familiar sight, to be fair. Pablo though, doesn't have swag by his side.
If I don't see this fight next week too, or at some point in the finals, it's not gonna feel right. I'm loving this back and forth. And remember, Pablo came like what, third last game off of winning this fight, so it's a pretty important one. 48 points from Lazen. I don't know exactly where they sit right now. That should be around what, 23rd place? I remember. I could just see this.
I was literally gonna say, bro. You can see it.
It's a habit, man. The thing about it though, right? 30th to 6th, winning this fight, 23rd to who knows where. There's a limitless amount of possibilities.
Yeah, let's take a look at what went down here. Lyson, hit the final shot. The heavy shotgun being back is huge, right? In terms of long range combat with the shotgun. Often seen some high ground teams actually use it, right? When you really want to hit some huge shots on players below. Just a one pellet means you got to be super precise, but when you are precise, it does pay off. Just swap on over here to the Daily Bugle. Amplifying Flodax. Michael and Astro have been landing here as well today. So we'll see how it develops over towards. This spot obviously was much more contested when the Mythic Spider-Man was a bit more stronger. But the web shooters still are viable, and so these two teams will look to compete for it.
Cammy down inside the feed, Teak by himself, and yes, we have that POV. I love that switch. You know exactly where the action is, and what is Teak doing right now? Doesn't even care. He's flying right by the two players that took out his teammate. This is huge though, because this is your de facto first place squad. 144 points. If they're even slightly interrupted, Levin, it's a 4-point difference between them and Rifle and Marine.
Yeah, I'd like to think that Teak was able to get Cammy's reboot card, and if that's the case, right, being able to use that whiplash to get out, you saw him just boosting his way on out. And his opponents didn't even bother to try and chase him because there's no way they're catching up to him. He has circled back though, and so maybe he didn't get that card and he's gonna have to try and retrieve it, which could be very, very hard if his opposition look to camp it.
Small note too right now, you can see on the bottom left, they are team number 2 in the lobby right now. That means while Teak is figuring out how to get his game back online, right now they're kind of working backwards from their game plan that we see them rock every game. Another team has taken first place. I have to assume Rifle and Marine off of some early game eliminations. Is it gonna be Mustache, by the way, that picks up some Putrick this time? So another game where they're eliminated earlier on. It'll be fine though. They're just feeling out the field, you know?
Yeah, well, look, they ain't got many more games to feel things out, I'll tell you that much.
For next week.
For next week. Yeah. But Ryan, that's cheeky. That's what you want, right? Getting a llama can be so key in your game in terms of just timings, right? The way this game works in terms of timings, players leaving their spots at certain times, having to farm up. And so if you just eliminate that whole farming and gathering resources process, you can find position in mid-game so much quicker. And speaking of closing out things quickly, Riley and Aqua are going to look to take out Astro and Michael here. They were landing over towards Covert, but switched on over to the Bugle, and we'll see how it's paying off for them. Right now, it's working out well as they take Astro down. And so Michael, all alone against two legends of the game, there's not much he can do in that situation. He will go down as well, but it's not over yet. We know there's a couple players still left at Bugle. And so Aqua and O'Reilly will have to reset and let it go all over again.
Oh, I can feel the momentum from this team right now, though, the way Noah Riley's moving through these builds, through the buildings, even higher than Karma right now in terms of elevation. Nice try for a big slide clone take, but it's not going to be there just yet. One more block above. Noah Riley chops it down. Pressure from way far away, though. This is like a fifth party coming in, but Noah Riley's unnerved. Bubak getting slapped in the face. He doesn't care about any beam behind him. He has absolute trust in Aqua to get the job done. Causes chaos with the zipline as well. Noah Riley's up in the sky still. Finally drops down, but it's going to cost Aqua his life as Karma gets the trade.
Yeah, and this is really rough because you saw Noah was hitting some key shots to stay alive, but he's much better off with Aqua up with him as well. And this fight went totally off the rails. Karma, he's still up, but you still have the duo of Amplifying Flodax right above the main Bugle building. And they've got all the control in the world. And O'Reilly will have to, at some point, go back up to try and get the card of Aqua. But in the meantime, he has a bit of time to try to get his resources up, get his shield up. So he currently sits at 157. And that will just have to watch from behind and hope No Riley can pull off some of his magic.
Phoenix and Ryzen looking for some of the loot with the card inside Covert Cavern. Not gonna find much yet just because there is enemies in front, but they'll be able to just get towards the room and block off the back with armored walls. This will kind of put them into an all-in situation here. They're gonna have to fight to get out, and they haven't really fought this early before from what we've seen.
Yeah, and of course, they've got Thomas and Tayson on their backs who will be hungry, looking for revenge. We saw they went down early last time round, and so now the battle is gonna be rough. Phoenix, though, doing well to make use of the portal jump there. Not one that I think a lot of people know about. I feel like there's some people who don't know that you can use that to get out of dodge. And Tayson and Thomas.
So risky.
Well, yeah, Tayson and Thomas would be very, 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 very brave to jump through that, right? It's very rare that you'll chase someone through, but it's fine. They'll be fine with those guys dipping because, as we highlighted earlier on, the vault is just so stacked that even if somebody loots it, even if a duo goes through and loots up, there's still going to be plenty of shields and whatnot available for another team to roll through. And so they'll take that complacently, but Thomas and Tayson sitting in 14th. I expect to see big, big things from them as this game plays out.
Third though for Phoenix and Horizon. A little bit further ahead of Tayson and Thomas, straight out of the same spot. But that's just been because of the way they get these refreshes, the way they interact with other teams. The deal though stops, so a lot of the interaction we see right now on the map aggressively not going to be there in this game. He doesn't get rebooted back up by Reason. We saw that they were a little bit worse off before. Got to be so scared of these trees falling as well. They can just change your entire game plan, and the way their shot influences how they actually fall as well. So going to be a little bit of a retaliation for the team these guys were focusing. Meanwhile, we tune in with Reason. This is at the Bugle where everything's dropping down as well. The person that might have influenced Aqua going down, Noah Riley's HP pool, it was these two, Reason and Vidil.
Yeah, let's take a look at how it all happened though. Vidil and Reason using that zip line to cause absolute mayhem.
It's a joust!
Vidil gets out-jousted and will fall. See, those are the kind of engagements that you just don't expect to see. Like, if I was to jump into an arena game right now, like, I'd expect to see that kind of engagement in my, rubbish low-point arena game. But,
yeah.
These things can still happen at the highest level of Fortnite, guys. Just so you know.
I don't even think in the arena game people are like, that committed to just joust your whole HP bar on a zip line above the Bugle. That's just crazy.
So if you're at the low point, obviously, anything's possible when you're at the low points. Trust me. It gets crazy out there.
Still, I'm not sure if it's a little bit of that desperation mixed in or, if we get this elim, it's going to be huge to set us up for more. But it's game 5, right? I feel like you wouldn't see them doing this in the first game.
I think, if anything, it just shows the ego of Vidil. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the fact that he just fully commits and goes like, I'm Vidil. I'm just going to win this battle. Like, obviously, I'm going to get elimination here. Yeah, just hopefully now he's learned this lesson. we'll say that. But to be fair, you almost have to commit, right? Because if he jumps off and he's not, shooting at his opponent, then his opponent can share him. So if anything, they were both actually kind of just locked into that fight.
If we could attribute like if there were like players were playing cards, but like from like a mystical type game that have like a type.
Yeah.
I feel like Noah Riley, Vidil, and Reason all have like a certain type only they're allowed to have, because we've seen it in this 6-game format alone. All of them being shot, unwavered. They can have like the no, I don't care, or I don't know, like the ratio type, where like no matter what happens, they're just still beaming. They're still looking onwards. They're unfazed by any damage.
Vidil saying L ratio to people in game is hilarious to me.
On a zipline as he goes down.
Absolute madness. Hen won't be added to that list because you see there the flinch, and rightfully so.
He's human, right?
He just somewhat. Somewhat. I see Hen do some crazy things, as we all have. a multiple-time FNCS champion. Bearing in mind a different game mode, but I'm sure coming into duos alongside Queasy, he'll feel like they could go on to win a couple themselves this year. Did you know?
That's a cool shot.
Did you know that Hen almost couldn't play today because of the storm in the UK?
I heard there were UK storms.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? Completely unrelated too. UK and Canada kind of sharing weather, man. Every time you guys have a storm, we have a storm.
Damn.
I don't know why that happens. But luckily, Penn is playing, because if not, this would be a very different qualifier.
100%. 100%. Big up to Sheps, who was able to give him a setup to use. So nice stuff there, yeah. Really, really nice stuff. You love that from the community, you know, helping people out, helping each other. And hopefully now, Hen will go on to qualify and make it worthwhile, right? Teak and Cammy on the move, and things are looking real difficult for them at the moment. Below on Surge, which is something we've seen them struggle with before. And this is looking really rough now. They're getting pressured. They've not got much shield. They're below on Surge. And Swilliam and Lecce, sorry, who haven't really had many games to go out there and stretch their legs, finally getting the opportunity to do so. And they're picking one of the biggest teams in the lobby to take out their frustration on.
It's gonna be tough, but gotta remember they haven't been on the winning side of any of those fights either. Cammy going down again in this game, and this is why the fight's happening too. I just realized he was down before. Teak and Cammy weren't in their formula mode. They didn't get to bust out their blueprints. They did not get to base up near tilted and shoot a few players for that surge, have a calm game. This has been a withering storm for them overall. Unfortunately, they are down now. It'll be to Lecce. Reason and Vidil also moving in from the backside. Looks like all the rebooted squads are coming in from the Daily Bugle.
Yeah. It's all our mayhem as well coming from this area. We're doing Reason though, they thrive in chaos a lot of the time, so we'll see how they bounce back now. The deal.
I gotta check out possible inside edge stuff, how some of these plays went down on replay. 70 players though, still alive for the current moment, so Surge is finally off. These guys actually haven't gotten in yet. All the replays for just a second. Team right there to the left. A few more coming in from the right side. Reason and Vidil have one final test before they're allowed to play this game.
Yeah, they're gonna look to force their way in there, and they're committing a lot of mats to it. And rightfully so. They need their safety. And Vidil deep in zone now. We'll get the medkit off. So this game, again, could be one of those running into a brick wall situations we talked about earlier for these guys, because the battle to putting themselves back in a more favorable position will be difficult. To be fair to Vidil, on terms of builds, he's looking strong.
Oh,
right? 129.
His tech.
Yeah, the new slide mechanic coming through, and of course the med mist as well combining with it.
You know the like every time there's a new season, a new chapter, Fortnite has like a trailer that has like someone using the mechanics, but it's a lot of the times unrealistic. Like that never happened. Like, you know, in FNCS, that was that right there. Yeah. Like just sliding in the zone, med misting. If that's not chapter 3, I don't know what is.
The absolute scenes from game 5. Wow. We haven't seen as much of the sliding in terms of combat. I know Reese wanted to see some crazy stuff happen. I feel like these guys would be the ones to provide it if it was going to happen. You can see how quickly things change, right? I just was talking about how good the deal was looking in terms of materials. We're sitting at 129 builds, which was really strong. Now sitting at 31. They've had to commit a lot of materials just for their safety. And as we take a look at some of the things that's been happening around the lobby, Snazy will be taken out. And it looks like Nate followed him shortly as well. Not been the best day for the Frenchies. Big questions about whether or not they will have a successful season. Snazy still seems to be in good form. Can Nate match his level? One of the all-time greats with Deal. It's really struggling now. Sitting in that box, he's been knocked to Reason as well. There's not much he can do fighting from such an awkward angle. And so Yin and Yang will be sent right back to the lobby.
So unfortunate too, because Vidil hit the nastiest 90 shotgun shot there right before he went down. Shouldn't have even been allowed. Almost a possibility for the cleanup by Reason all the way towards the end, but yes, they will be down for now. You talk about swings though, I still wouldn't really count them out. They're gonna have a crazy game. I mean, they've been kind of the leaders, it feels like sometimes in records when it comes to elims and aggressivity inside EU. So one more game, it could shake things up entirely if they're allowed to even play the game they like to play. Still though, 62 players, 32 teams alive right now. Deox, who just rolled in, finds a few eliminations with Wafflar. Inside that same box, we just saw Vidil go down with Reason. Rayad, who we saw that replay from, Mirza takes him out. Mirza still active and alive for now too, usually also bullied off spawn. So game 5 definitely a little bit different in flavor. And then Queasy rolling in with a win. We saw Wolfie and Mr. J still also in a good spot overall. Lots of different teams have gotten to hold the mantle of a victory royale overall, right, Levin? Like, it hasn't been a complete one-team domination on the VR scene, at least.
Yeah, definitely hasn't been. And the team we're looking at now will be a team looking to try get involved in that gambit. Thomas and Tayson currently posturing themselves, gambling on getting a 50-50 zone pull as they build up elevated here on the edge. Be interesting to see whether or not maybe they've got some good fortune and maybe Tayson has a pad of some sort, some more movement to work with. I think that's going to be really one of the keys to whether or not these guys can have a successful game. Oh my goodness, Thomas. Calm down, son. Calm down.
Right now, they're playing a very different game overall compared to some of the top teams we're seeing. A lot of the people in the top 3 that we're talking about want that win, want to keep going, doing what they want to do, and really only have 2 or 3 teams to worry about beside them in terms of tracking points. For everyone else, like Thomas, like Mr. J, 77, 78 points, there's a lot more teams kind of at the top 15, at the top 20, who are side by side in tiebreakers. They want to hit top 8. You get one elimination, you might be from 13th place all the way to 10th, maybe even close to 8th. It's that close right now on the leaderboard. So you have to make sure you're staying alive. And even if things go well your way for even 5 seconds, keep on that consistency. Stay alive, keep pushing forward. Next 2 games very important for these teams.
Yeah, and I really worry about whether Mr. Lucky J and Wolfie will be able to replicate the success they had earlier. In games where they pull zones, they seem to do pretty well. And in games where they don't, they've had a bit of some struggles. The Pepper rotate gonna come through here. And of course, there'll be some swimming to do as well on their way. Oh, they're trying to sneak through there. You got to be careful. You got to crouch down, my friend. As Wolfie now will try get in.
They swim?
Yeah, they swim. They full commit.
Oh, this is a Twitter reply type of rotation. A lot of the times when there's like water in the way, everyone's like, just swim past everything, forehead. And it shouldn't work. You should get beamed at some point, but somehow Wolfie and Mr. J make it happen. 2 people swimming without building, and they're in zone.
Yeah, they took a really great opportunity, right? Realizing that everybody else in the lobby was rotating as well. And so there was a chance they could go unscathed. And fortunately for them, not having to commit much resources to that. Let's take a look at some of the other rotations and problems as people are trying to get in there. Scram and Refsguard, who have had their fair share of struggles today. Like we said earlier, one of the oldest standing duos in the lobby. We know these guys have chemistry, but are they at the same level they were at a couple years ago when they seemed to be one of the top contenders in any competition they played in? 2 of my favorite players in terms of just their personalities and how likable they are, but being likable only gets you so far when you're in the lobby, right? You really got to be able to put the shots down.
It's super simple for them. All we need is like to put some VR goggles on them or something, or some like, you know, alternate reality goggles, and put steamy stacks like on the map somewhere. And I feel like they'll play 10 times better. I feel like some players just don't have their home, you know what I mean? They're kind of Hearthstone overall place they can go back to, but you know, it's all about adapting. Surely the synergy will come through at some point. They'll find their mojo. Thomas and Tayson need to find it fast. It was there in one of the previous rounds, and now they're really looking up for a spot to put themselves in a position to win. 6th zone will start to move, and they glide. Thomas in the skies. Tayson should be moving in a different way, because I'm not sure if they both really hit that pad. He will be behind them and finally catch up. He really dived in zone for that one. That's crazy. He'll choose the exact same way to roll in. That should usually not be possible, but somehow gets it unscathed. Switch layers still, and he meets up with Thomas. That's huge.
Yeah, Thomas claimed a really nice position towards the right side of the zone. Make sure that they have those right-hand angle peaks whenever they're looking for refreshes. And so Tayson usually being the one to lead the way, but this time Thomas makes that decision and makes the right call. And so now second movement begins. They're all trying to get into that 7th zone, and you can see here what I'm talking about. The right-hand angles looking for anybody in the back of the zone to try and get an elimination and a refresh on.
Thomas, Tayson, a majority of teams in their spot need this win. They need that tiebreaker in their inventory. They need that extra placement.
And you can see Queasy and Hen in a position we've seen them in before, sitting up above on height. That's where they want to be. That's where they win games from. And we've seen in so many of these games already, the high ground team being able to close things out from above. Tayson and Thomas, those switching sides now as the zone transitioned. And so they've gone from the right side of the zone to the left, but they can do serious damage from either side. Tayson still recovering, by the way, from earlier when his HP was dwindling. And again, even after the big pot, we'll have to take some time out. He's got to be careful though, because he's been split from Thomas. And now he actually has players on the backside. The armored wall comes through, but it's not going to be enough to save him. It seems players in his box, players in his face. We know you're amazing, Tayson, but he can't handle that. Too many players at once. And so Tayson will go down.
The fodder goes down on all sides, on all layers. It might be legends for the moment as well, but in this qualifier, it's been gruesome. It's been a ride for them, and they can't figure out the directions, the navigation, the GPS. Scram, part 2, drop down, 158. Full max damage from Scram, but he can't finish it off. Unfortunate, and Reps is not beside him. First card moving around, has a Spider-Man swing to use the web gauntlets in play, but it's only going to get him to a safe spot. He has to leave his teammate's body behind. Doesn't get any of the mats there either. He's kind of all running on fumes. They deal damage. He gets another knock, no elim. But as the chaos rains down towards low, it's Hen and Queasy of a free type of game on height. Pink is going up. I'm wondering what's happening over there. Bat Sniper with 153 points. He's trying to also get into the top 5 upper echelon. He's in 2nd place now with DKS. How much farther can he go?
That Sniper, they were looking so strong early. He's been reduced to just being a scavenger in the back of the zone, and we've seen how these backside of zone fights play out. Very difficult, but he's got a striker pumper, the Stinger SMG, and we know heavy damage can be dealt that way. Queasy and Hen, who are looking so comfortable on high ground, Shayo, all of a sudden now, Queasy, left alone, doesn't have his 16 chug splashes either this time round, so it's not going to be as easy of a game for him. Pink, who is another team who likes to play higher ground, going to be the one to take it, and Queasy will go down. And so Pink finally having an opportunity to show what he can do from above. He doesn't have Anas by his side, and with just 2 eliminations, not the hugest of games so far, but if they can close out this win, they'll push their way away from 22nd place.
I didn't see Anas with him to start the retake too, so I have to believe he 1v2 height retook against Queasy and Hen, which is ridiculous. Trippin though, the maximum defensive player, the guy who can't be shook, is going to be there on low ground by himself up against multiple teams, duos, squads all around him. Ooh. First player's on his left, walks him off with a wall. It's just Greg, goes for the edit. It's a triangle peak. It's not going to be much, just 78 damage, but now the players know he's here. Trippin then afterwards has to go a little bit closer to the water. Can't drop another layer anymore. It might be disastrous. He's not going to be able to aim, and yes, after that, the pressure's too much. He goes down. Malibuka and Mustache are the ones all the way on high ground. Pink is going to be taken out completely. We have new leaders for the lobby so far in terms of just this game. 78 points, 8 eliminations on Mustache, 3 on Malibuka. They're looking for 2 more. Cheatin is down. It's waterworks, tears from everyone else, but an absolute play park for these two because they just rained down absolute bullets, beams, and damage on the lobby.
Mustache and Malibuka, who have been one of the more exciting teams so far this season. Brilliant displays in all other competitions. A quiet day so far, but really getting loud towards the end. Mustache, you bad boy, hitting some nice shots there. And they close out the game in a nice fashion as well. Look at these. You can't do anything about that. When a player's hitting them kind of shots, you just gotta say bye-bye. Mustache and Malibuka, your game 5 winners. And I wonder where that puts them in the standings, because you saw there, they weren't doing so great before, but after that, really gonna be a game to remember going into this final one, Shia.
Yeah, lots of questions from that game too. How did Queasy and Hen
do? Is that what you were gonna say, Shy Witcher? I got you, son. I got you. Don't even worry about it. Thank you guys so much. Fantastic. We're all just shaking right now from this game. They came from 42nd place, and now they could very well be shaking up the standings. We have the question, Is it in that top 8 with one game left to go? We'll take a look at that in just a second, because first we got to talk with Boop, we got to talk with Reese. Thoughts on this game number 5 of qualifier number 1?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's a tale as old as time. Malibuca, Mustache, sort of slow at the start. I mean, they do this in cash games all the time. Very, very slow, have a bad game, and then all of a sudden, boom, drop an absolute ridiculous 13 elimination win there from them. I mean, that's just beautiful. But I also want to mention Cammy and Teak this game. They were on top of the leaderboard. Unfortunately, they did get pushed this game by Trippin from that Coney Crossroads side. And they did get the reboot off in the end, but unfortunately, if you do get pushed early on into this game, you do have issues with positioning. And this game, they just went down the surge and had a storm fight. And that's just unfortunate. You gotta have your awareness. You can't be too comfortable because someone's always lurking.
Yeah, it's one of the issues with, a split, just as we say, right? Like, people will take advantage of the fact that you are split. You're away from your teammate. That player is nowhere to back you up. And this has happened season after season with their previous split in the Cammy split of previous chapters, right? Where in kind of these situations when it's set lobby, players would always know where their players are. They know the loot and pass it. They know how to take advantage of it. So in that specific situation, that's exactly what happened. One of the things I want to mention actually was another team who didn't really manage to capitalize on that game too much either. Jason and Thomas HD. We saw them in such a perfect spot in the 5th zone. High ground, pulled that first move in zone, and they decided to go for that sneaky high ground retake. And unfortunately, it's like at that moment, they had such good materials. They're all like 120 each. And then it comes to point, they tried to go to height. They used so many materials trying to capitalize on a big game that they had the inventory for. And then this was the result of that, right? Down in 16th. That for them, when I looked at their position there, I was like, man, that is like a top 5 game undoubtedly. And for them to now go down in that place, unfortunate for them, because that was the opportunity for them to push up into that top 8.
It is so tough, but these things do happen, right? You draw the ire of the lobby and suddenly you're just put on the back foot and there's not much you can do about it. Really quickly here, let's take a look at our standings. I'm so curious to see if after that game, Malibuca and Mustache find themselves upwards in that top 10.
Not yet.
Currently, not yet. So remember, they ended that game with right around 88 points, I believe. So they'll definitely be on that second page. But right now, Rifla, Marine, they take over that number 1 spot. Don't forget, you must be this tall, and this tall is that top 8 to auto-qualify in the finals 2 weeks from now. I mean, overall, gentlemen, the standings are looking kind of like what I would expect out of a classic, typical FNCS, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. To be honest, with Marine, I think that's almost their ticket sealed at this moment, right? Yeah. They're looking super strong on first. Like you mentioned, that 8th is what's going to be important. There's a bunch of teams that we didn't see under that are definitely lurking up to try and push their way up in this final match.
They're going to try, and this is it on that last opportunity, game number 6, rather, of qualifier number 1. One last chance to make it here in that top 8. Let's go one last time. 11K, Shy Wager.
Thanks so much, Zeke, Reese, and Boop. Phenomenal job, by the way, by all 3 of you the entire day. I've never learned so much this season at all. It's facts. That being said, though, this is our favorite time, Levin. Game number 6. This is where the top 8 move on, and everyone else has to just sit there and think about what to do next.
Yeah, we've seen some huge domination from certain teams off spawn in particular. And look, I want to see how these trends continue to play out. First place team Orion doing really well off spawn against the bottom place team they are dominating. So let's jump right back into the final game. It's everything on the line, everyone trying to get top 8. Let's get right into it.
With a prize pool of over $1 million on the line for the European region, we will see our first 8 teams roll in after the end of this game. 3 of them already dominating throughout the entire day. There's about almost 45 others that are rolling in, and really only 20 that have a chance to hit that top 8 mark. A lot of them will be on defense. Stena and Rayed will be looking to push forward and get to that 8th place slot, just being 1 behind.
Stena and Rayed been pretty decent today. Definitely surprising a lot of people. But sitting at 9th place, they need to have a huge last game to try to jump into that top 8. Thomas and Tayson, we had big expectations for them coming into today. But we've seen they've already had some struggles at Covert. Clement going down in the feed. Clement and Floki going down in the feed. That is very significant.
Gonna need a 100% play on that one. And this spot, the reason I wanted to watch this too, every fight over here, whoever loses, their chance is basically gone. In terms of trying to qualify today, they're not going to be high enough in points to keep moving forward. And if you end up winning your off-spawn fight, you're one step closer towards that top 8, and you're right on the line. Joe and Vino 10th. I believe Tayson and Thomas rolling in inside that top 15, maybe just outside of it in 16th, 17th. You're going to want to fight, I feel like, right off spawn, go for that early engagement. We've seen that as a strat for some of the teams that are close by. It'll be a very important clash.
Yeah, this is a huge game now. Joe and Vino, they've done quite well so far, sitting in 10th. And with the 7th place team in Floki and Clement going down, there is some space up for grabs ahead of them in the standings. These guys were the winner of round 2. Not been quite as amazing as they were in the previous round. But with everything to play for in this final game, there is still a hope for that. They move out of Cavern, up above onto the Cavern Mountain, where they will look to loot up, get their resources up as well. And find a different angle. Yeah, they're looking to try find another angle for this fight. I think they want to go down to the vault if they can. As you swap on over towards Refsguard and Scram.
Oh, this is huge. Refsguard needs to win out in this engagement in the trade. And then the fight overall, it's Rafa Lilio is going to be going down for now. Scram on the backside is going to be huge. 117 points. Right now, there's a little bit of an island with the top 3, the top 4.
Oh, wow.
And everyone else that's playing currently, Refsguard and Scram, will be in the position to kind of set the pace for a lot of the teams that want to qualify. They are the ones to beat for the moment. It's Cammy and Teak with 144 points, then Refsguard and Scram with like 114, a 30-point, almost one entire win of a difference between EU right now in the upper echelon.
Who's this? Picking a fight with a deal. Things are getting real hectic right now. He's trying to find a bit of space, get his teammates' health up as well as his.
So many splashes.
And how often do we see Reason and Vidil confined to a single box under so much pressure? This is a very rare occurrence. And they're looking to try to turn the tide now. The shield keg will be disrupted. And now they're on the offense. And they've got one knock. And they're looking to try get the finish on the other as well. Reason putting in a lot of the work with Vidil. Just trying to get in on the action a bit there. It was looking pretty dire for them at a point, but they're able to turn things around. And so their hopes of pushing in, or remaining, sorry, in the top 8, stay alive right now, Shia.
Gonna be a huge learning lesson for them too. A lot of the times when I watch Reason and Vidil, their adaptation is just doing whatever their enemies did in the last fight that made their enemies kind of win, right? They're always on the aggressive and they get third party in fights and they always start even. This time they went on the defensive a little bit, waited for the third party to come in, and then just popped off afterwards. Ended up doing so much damage and utilizing the people around. That'll be Mixon actually was on the backside. So if you look at that fight that we saw from Refsguard before, actually, look at the spray from Crazy's POV. You can barely even see him. Refsguard's kind of shooting through the shadows. That's huge.
Crazy.
And this time the reaction's not going to be as excited. The defeat, knowing we have to wait another 7 days to see if you can qualify again. Oh yeah, not even 7 days. It's literally like 2. Listen, man, I'm a man of habit. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I feel you.
Usually we get breathers. You just made me realize we're here in 2 days again too. That's crazy.
Well, they literally get another chance to qualify tomorrow, right? So,
that's true. Yeah.
You know.
There's maximum overdrive for these players, man.
Yeah, man. Gotta get to work. Tayson and Thomas at Covert. They've actually got a pad, which is nice. I feel like this is the first game where they've had a pad. So maybe there is hope for us, Shio. I'm looking at your face. You don't seem to think there is.
Listen, here's my thing, right? Like every time we see a comeback from someone like in 15th place or something, like, you know, the deep 10s, so to speak, like it comes off of a very fiery off-spawn engagement. Like it ends in an instant and then we're ready to go and there's a lot of momentum behind it. Both these teams I'm worried for right now because they're at an impasse. They're sharing the loot from the spot. They don't have any surge really at all, right? And that's kind of the name of the game in game 6. This is where everyone kind of locks down. It's that much harder to find damage it's that much harder to even find loot for both these players if they're going to split this POI.
That's why I would love to see Chase and Thomas get out as soon as possible, because Covert's not in zone. They have got a distance to go. And you can see Vino and Joe just so stingy, camping the vault. They don't want anybody else getting that loot but them. Look at them just trying to make sure they have all the edits. They still think that there maybe is a chance these guys are here, so they're taking it as carefully as possible. You can see they're clearing out every angle, making sure they have every edit, all the pieces possible. But for what reason? Nobody's there, lads. You're good.
I think they know they can't go through the porta potty just because there might be a potential
100%.
of these guys setting a trap, right? Yeah. So they have to take the ammo. They have to take the time. It's a safer bet to go out the front way. It just takes so long.
Yeah, they would be very brave to go through that.
One thing too to note, Tripper and Zragi, a lot of these teams that kind of have fallen under the radar for us might not have the most significant end games, so they've had a couple here and there. For Tripper and Zragi today, 3rd place overall in that last game we just watched, and had like another top 10 as well in game 2, game 3. They seem to have one game on, another game off, and then a back and forth like that. This is the one they need to stay on with. Talk about the goals for people, right? A lot of the times we're looking at who can come first, who has 200 points, 300 points. The number that these boys want to focus on, I believe, is around 120, 122. They are about 20 points away from kind of qualifying, it seems like. That's what Refsguard and Scram are kind of holding down the line with. They get up to that threshold before endgame starts. That'll be a huge pedestal to keep moving forward.
Refsguard and Scram. They've already picked up 2 eliminations so far in this game, and we know how valuable that can be when it comes to dealing with the earlier phases of Surge. You've seen a lot of the second zone Surge in these games today, and these guys will be able to avoid that. And of course, the Spider-Man web shooters gives them hope in endgame. They're setting up well moving forward. They just need to get their metal up, and really and truly, they'll be good. Who's at North? I'm guessing that's going to be Pen and Queasy. So they'll probably be wise to avoid those guys. We know what those guys can do with some of their mid-game traps and plays. But Andrea and Flois, who, again, I was surprised to see Andrea and Flois make it through. And they've been pretty quiet, sitting in 22nd right now. But to be fair, we've seen bigger hills be overcome in the past. I wouldn't put my money on these guys to do that just yet. But we'll see how things play out. They've got a duo just below them that may give them some issues. It's going to be Bootback and Karma, who we saw get stomped on towards the Bugle last game. And so they're staying, I wouldn't say well away from the Bugle. We are just around the corner from it, but I doubt they'll want to go back there, especially with this last game being so pivotal.
You can kind of feel the Game 6 atmosphere on the map as well. Lots of desperation earlier on. Usually we see like, what, 40, 42 teams alive? 10 less players up in the zone. Lots of quiet neighborhoods around, right? Like there's just nothing really going on for a lot of people other than getting to zone. And soon that Storm Surge will kind of kick in. Not too many people will need to go down. I'm wondering if Fastaroki and Kylie have gotten enough damage. 2 elims seems like enough, but this is, I feel like, the 8th POV I've seen where someone's at 100 or 105 points, 106 points. Is all the rest of EU just hitting triple digits? Is everyone tied for this race? How many teams? Man, how many?
There's a lot of people in this race, Shire. And so, fortunately now we can see live who changes what place, because otherwise it would be an absolute nightmare for us. A lot of these teams coming into it really do hold a chance, and especially with some of the teams who we knew were the big players going down early, it's really opened that door, right? The likes of Floki and Clement going down.
Yeah, like even right now, this is 18th place. If Thomas and Dayson just get 2 duels eliminated, right? They're there at the triple digit mark, caught up with everyone else. Just add 12 straight in, almost at 100, right? Some placing will come in here and there. Once again, math not the complete forward strong suit, but that's what I'm saying. If 18th is in the race, man, that makes it so close. That's a lot of teams in the end game that have a chance. It could go any which way.
Yeah, these guys
Oh my God,
surge.
Thomas HD.
Oh my, wow. Thomas HD, one of the few players in the region that likes to carry this AR, but we see exactly why. The Ranger being put to absolute use there. Shine.
My back was bending. My own, I'm not even taking the shot. I was leaning backwards with this one. That shouldn't be possible.
It's a good thing we don't have a player cam for Kidua, because I'm telling you, man, he'd be doing a madness on the player reaction right now.
I think the player cam will be broken. Yeah. I don't think it'd be active after that one.
Yeah, that's not how you want to go out in the last game. Look, like I said, not many players this season like to carry that Ranger, especially at the pro level. Thomas is one of the only ones that actually doesn't. Clearly, it's for good reason. We've got to swap it out though, because the MK, especially with the epic variant, is just a bit more stronger in his hands. But wow, really nice shots there. And I was gonna say, before he hit those crazy shots, they saw an opportunity in terms of two teams fighting it out in a fight that they could actually third party without too much disruption. And that's gonna be really good for their surge in terms of moving forward. We're going to have a lot of resources. Of course, they've got the movement potential as well now this game. And so, Shy, you were down there earlier, but I still got faith in my boys. Still got faith. Come on, boys.
They just need 4 elims to catch up to Zragi, Trippin. Actually, this is more so 5-6. They can do it, but they have to grab it themselves. This game's not going to fall into their hands. Once again, they were 18th place overall, and they're trying to catch up to 10 places so far. And this late in the competition, it's very tough. This is 9th place is POV. Zragi, Tripper, and I think right in front of them is Vidil and Reason. They'll have a chance to usurp the points. Actually, so well set up. So many mats. Whiplash available as well. No chonkers, but they'll be able to move fast enough.
This is real nice. Real nice. You see them making the use of that boost as well to push themselves in zone past the teams. There were a couple teams positioned in some elevated spots who maybe would have stopped them if they were on foot, but as they boost their way through, way too quick to even bother shooting at. And so these guys now will position themselves well in the zone on their journey to trying to make it towards that end game.
Okay, is there a team that has like no points or something? This is the 19th POV at 106. Like, what?
Well, there is a team with no points. I told you, bro. Marine.
No, I'm just saying, like, in the game right now, obviously there's you know, teams that are struggling, but I swear every single player on the map right now is fighting still and has a chance. I see 30th and 32nd now, so they're definitely on. I look for those teams, specifically 11-2, because they can cause the most damage. They're still here to play consistently. They're looking for the absolute pop-off, right? We saw 30th to 6th place with Floki and Clement, right? These teams aren't going to be playing the most orthodox ways. They might start pushing boxes even faster. They're very dangerous and should still be kept track of, at least on, you know, a few of the adventures we'll be watching in this last game.
100%. Even the players that don't get top 8, they're playing for series points, right? And so,
true.
You know, there's only 2 qualifiers, right? You know, you want to make sure you are high up on that series point leaderboards. Otherwise, you make it a very difficult task going into tomorrow's qualifying game. So, really and truly, everybody in this lobby has something incredible to play for. But you're right, there is an element of less pressure for those teams who maybe are a bit lower down, where the decision-making becomes a bit more loose.
Yep. And right now, for one of the teams, Putrick and Queasy, only ones right now who kind of rolled in and are kind of kings of FNCS in general when it comes to duos. They have a VR on both seasons, on both sides.
Oh, wow.
And they've been bullied too the entire time. So.
Queasy less so bullied, Queasy.
Yeah. We'll see though. It's just the first 5 games so far. This will be the 6th.
They come out.
Queasy's had his rough times as well, though, too, right? Like, especially the trio season. Sometimes those guys are in tough spots.
Yeah, but I feel like Queasy's really evolved into, you know, one of the powerhouses of the region.
Oh, hold up.
His knowledge, his ideology around the game, playing for height. You always expect them to see. You always expect to see them up there. Sorry, and when they're up there, they don't play around. So, again, definitely a team that I want to see in the FNCS finals. Thomas and Tayson, another team I want to see there. And you can see their position in the zone, which is nice. Again. But will they have the end game that we've been wanting them to have all day long?
Oh man, that was crazy. I was watching Thomas shoot at Queasy for a little bit. Usually it's teamwork, it's side by side, hand in hand, looking to move in certain spaces. Now they're in the same spaces, but they're shooting at each other. Tough to watch as a fan, you know, of both.
Yeah, man. Their union in trios was a beautiful thing to see. It worked really well for both sides, like he said. On opposing teams, and 68 below isn't.
No. Give it a second. Oh wow, it's actually updated and it is 68 below. Wow, there's no scammers, there's no fake out.
Oh
Psych.
no, there is.
That's
the fake
the wrong
out.
number.
Yeah.
I was waiting for it too. That's not fair, man.
It's the hope that gets you, man. It's the hope that gets you.
111 above. Is everyone above on screen right now? Once again, this seems too good to be true. Every team we're watching on the line, every team above Surge as well. This endgame is about to pop. Oh, look at that Vino taking an extra shot a little bit off the top. 102, him and Joe, we've seen kind of just their escapades when they roll in. But not much after the fact, really. Not their entire process is how they move from point A to point B. The same thing with Senna and Ray. Had lots of cool replay highlights, lots of cool moments in the end game, but how do they get there? Especially under this pressure. 10 players need to go down. There's 71 damage above. That can dwindle quickly.
Yeah, these guys have been impressive today, but one of their biggest problems is that they've been a jack of all trades and a master of none. Decent early game, decent mid game, decent end game. But this has to be the game where their end game goes from decent to excellent if they want to retain their spot sitting right on that 8th place slot.
And then from 71 to 17, now down to 5 below. Might be a perfect temperature to go skating, but right now these guys want to just maybe more so swim, heat up towards the top. 49 above now. This is just, I feel like I'm watching a high school drama show. It's too much for me to handle. Too many twists, too much back and forth. Get consistent. 104 above. Senna finds one final shot before they actually move. Spider-Man Gauntlets win in early. Lots of damage taken too. You have to be careful. The damage you take might be a team who's right beside you. Might make you actually go down in number as well. It's so disastrous. But Senna keeps it moving. Another Gauntlet, another one used as well, down to 7. Huge, because every one of these is so vital in the end game.
Yeah, you see that Stunner did a really good job of scouting, understanding when was the right time to actually take that when teams wouldn't be looking at them. You can see they're really playing for keeps, taking everything as carefully as they can. Top left of your screen, you can see Queasy and Hen posturing for height. You know that's where they want to be once first moving pulls. And Trippin and Droggy, who we've talked so highly of, another team that needs to hold on to their place in this game. Let's see what they were able to do earlier though. Some nice eliminations, capitalizing on desperate teams on that zone line. Oh, it's brilliant.
So good, and now they fly by. 459 damage above, 114 points. Those elims will push them all the way up into 6th place. What a nice wall to put down too. Just absolutely amazing. And now we're in the 6th zone. 5 seconds before every storyline clashes inside the air. The majority of the lobby pulling zone. No one really in a bad spot, but this is the north side. This is where the mountains thrive. And we have a lot of terrain to cover. Tripper and Zrogi will get spicy, get hot, and stay on the move to keep their dreams alive. It's all about the top 8.
Yeah, let's not beat around the bush here. You don't want to get caught out. You don't want to choke in this final game, especially when you look like you're in such a great position. Stenna and Rayed staggering now, letting players get ahead of them as they take some shots because they know they got the web shooters to get ahead when needed. And that's what exactly they will do. Need to be careful though that they don't run into any other teams. You can see the builds around Stenna aren't his. You got to be careful, son. You don't want to run into a sticky situation as we've seen in previous games. Vino and Jodo on the bottom of your screen, they've actually went for height and they've taken it. One of the first opportunities they've had to do so. And what a time to do it when they are sitting in 10th looking to try and get into the top 8. And if they're going to do it from any position, it will be high ground.
Absolutely, but they'll have to take out the top POV right now. Stenna and Rayed still holding down 8th place overall, 115 points. They're 6 ahead of Vino on the bottom right. Our pocket pick right now, Thomas and Tayson, they're trying for big things and they actually go for the high ground take. They're 7 below, 27 actually. Storm Surge, 105 from Thomas though, to put them back above, and they're doing this while fighting for height. Where's Tayson? He's on the same layer now. Splash is thrown down, there's still Surge all the way down below. A big Spider-Man dive, but the webs won't hit anything on the wall. They actually go splat. Thomas then goes up straight for another big take. The other high ground still shooting forward. He doesn't even care. 97 points is up against Rifle and Mariah. Tayson slightly behind him. They're still in 15th place overall, challenging the first place holders of the lobby, and they don't have the fuel to get the job done.
Yeah, the first place team sitting up above on height. That's where they want to be to close things out. Thomas and Tayson, they committed just too many materials to that height take. And so now we can see the desperation will start to kick in. Tayson searching, hungry for eliminations on the back of the zone. But he still maybe has his eyes set on height. They still have some Spider-Man web shooter charges left. And so they will look up for height. Mariah is not safe. Thomas, though, needs to be careful. They've damaged him a bit. He's down to 16 HP, but he has time to get his shields up. This is everything for this team right now. Tayson just above him. They need to stay together if they have any hope of pushing their way on in. Joe was forced down as Vino goes as well. And so Thomas and Tayson now. Tayson actually going down. Anas will be the one to take him out. And so Thomas has to do it all alone if there's any single hope.
Absolute gridlock. It's Stenna and Rayed who are holding down 8th place, getting Elims, still surviving. It causes people to get put into a crunch. Joe's there with a big shot. It's just a 34, and the follow-up's not there either. At the same time, Joe's and Thomas' streams ended for now in this qualifier, and we tune into the deal. 7th place overall, still holding down the line. Can he survive for as long as possible? A solo play, it's always extravagant inside the same box. He's just rat-a-tat-it down, and his chance is solidified at 126, 130 for Tripper, though. He's still pushing the envelope forward. It's not over yet.
No, Matt Stowe, he's going to have to be dropped to one build by his teammate. It's not going to cut the mustard whatsoever, but where they spot some players with them Stinger SMGs, anything is possible. And Pablo and Swag, the Flames boys, somehow taking height. They're in 11th. This game is huge for them. We've seen so many different teams taking height, but these guys seem to be the final ones to do it, and that's what matters the most. They need to be the ones who close it out if they have any hope. Pablo reloading that SMG. He knows how much these eliminations will need in terms of their point threshold. 11th place is not going to be enough, and so he's going to go and take that fight. He knows he has to do everything in his power, and he's going to force that player down now. Needs to be careful, doesn't want to be too overzealous and overextend himself. But we know, Shayo, everything comes down to these final moments here.
11th, 1st, 2nd, and 15th, all in the fray still. Noah Riley has a chance. Pablo is looking for something, but he needs to get a majority of these eliminations. If anything, the Victory Royale. Andy finally down. Noah finds Queasy on the bottom side. Still up in 11th so far. They need these eliminations. Big pump shot on the right side. He's looking for a little bit more. 2 elims only for him right now. 7 total for the squad. A nice 60 damage shot from Pablo. Switch over to the left. Look at low ground. Can't find much. Rifla does get chomped out. They're up towards just 10th place. Is it going to be enough? They need that win. The final drop, a few edits just away from possible qualification and glory. 10th overall for now. If they qualified, that is the big question, but they didn't get the VR overall. Tripper and Zragi were there too. They solidified their spot, it looks like, from their perspective, just getting elim after elim, staying inside the feed the entire time, staying active in that endgame too. What a nail-biting game 6 to close off EU.
It came down to the wire, Shayo, and honestly, a lot of these teams now will be refreshing these leaderboards, trying to figure out where it is they came. Honestly, though, the Flames boy from out the top drawer really pulling back that comeback there, and we will have to wait and find out whether or not it was enough. Great job, though, to close out that game. Shayo, it's been an absolute pleasure being able to break it all down with you. Flames, Pablo, and Swag will close things out in Game 6 of Qualifier 1. But guys, you ain't got to go too far to see more and more Fortnite. There is plenty more up this weekend as well. Thank you very much for joining me, Shai. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Absolutely. We have a lot more at the desk in just a bit. Thanks for watching. They'll break down exactly what happened in these 6 awesome games.
6 awesome games down. And of course, getting to hang out with 2 awesome casters. Thank you boys so much. We do appreciate you. Of course, we have a set of analysts here, 2 awesome analysts as well, who will be breaking it all down. My goodness. I believe we just saw a qualifying run there, Reese, from Pablo and Swag. I mean, goodness. I say this literally every time. I feel like a broken record. I'm trying to find ways to change how I say this, but it always comes down to game number 6, right? Is always in that final game where just for some duos, they know this is it. Like, if I want to make it in the finals and I want people to respect us as a duo, we need to show up right now. And for Pablo and Swag, that's exactly what they put on full display for us today.
Yeah, we'll see once we get the qualified teams, we'll let you know exactly what actually ended up happening, who ended up doing what, but they absolutely fragged out. And this is the second game they managed to frag out. They got 9 eliminations total. Using that Spider-Man's web shooter to go up for height, you know when you're in this situation, when it is the final game of the tournament, you need to qualify. You got to make the plays that win those games, right? And they managed to pop off, like I said, with 9 eliminations at the same time. The victory royale, a huge game for them. You've got to think this has put them into the qualification.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that's a huge game. And these guys were sort of down in the dumpsters, you know. They were contested all day together by Lazen. And, you know, they did win out the majority of the time. And the last game to do it, man, you gotta have veins of ice. That is ridiculous. But another team that I want to mention as well, unfortunately, this game we saw Thomas and Tayson going down very early on. You know, they're just not themselves today, unfortunately. I mean, if we're taking a look at the statistics, Thomas and Tayson, the lowest average eliminations in the top 20 before this game. And, you know, for them, you know, absolute frag-heavy duo, some of the best fighters in the game. Thomas HD's incredible aim we saw there in the mid-game. I don't know what this guy is on, but that AR tracking was ridiculous. And not getting enough eliminations today is just, you know, that's the bane of them.
Yeah, I mean, quite literally 0 this game, as we mentioned, right at the end, trying to do their best. This game, they were repeatedly, you could just see every single time they're looking back, they're looking up, right? Their focus is up onto the high ground. They were almost tunnel visioned on that. And in the last 2 games in particular, that was what obviously was their downfall. So I don't think that they will have qualified when you end up looking at the full teams you have, but I'm excited to the guys who have.
Well, let's take a look. This is it. We're going to see the standings. Remember, top 8 auto qualify, and we'll go right into finals. Everyone else will have to play for qualifier number 2. We take a look. Badil and Reason do squeak by. Look at the tiebreaker there, right? That victory royale making the difference. Refs Guard and Scram. Now, don't forget, they still earn series points. And coming in 9th is essentially like a first place when you kind of think about it in the grand scheme of things. So coming into next qualifier, they're going to be looking very strong. But Reese, you kind of talked about it before going into this game. Rifle and Marine, they just were doing so well all 6 games. And now kind of going into finals saying like, look, across these games, we held #1 spot. You don't want to land near us. You don't want to go head-to-head with us. If we end up going toe-to-toe, we will walk away the winners.
No, they got off spawn every single game, and we saw the confidence in them going for high ground in that final game. They were unbelievably happy with it. Like, they knew they went, like, they were going for that first place tournament slot with that high ground retake, and obviously they ended up in 3rd there. 2nd, Hen and Queasy absolutely popping off as well. I'm sure they will be absolutely ecstatic about that. Congratulations to all top 8 teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to hurt a little bit there for the 9th team. I mean, it is basically guaranteed to make yourself towards semifinals and the heats, but getting that finals in this is just so easy. All of that pressure is unloaded on you. And unfortunately, just not making it there for those guys. But another duo I want to mention is Raze and Phoenix. I mean, these guys, I think, are very unknown. They haven't had many final performances, and if they did make finals, they sort of struggled in them. But, you know, the absolute aggression coming out of them, I know that personally, how aggressive these guys are, because I know they're banned from every single practice server because of that aggression. But, you know, that's good enough for a finals lobby, so it's good enough for here.
There you go. And Pablo and Swag did make it in that 7th place, right? So once again, it just comes down to that last game, man. Sometimes these duos, they just know it's time to put our foot on the gas. We want to qualify, and we will. You do love to see it. Before we say goodbye, let's take a quick little peek here at our predictions, see how we did overall. You know, sometimes we just do really well. You know, sometimes man, we do well. Sometimes we don't, Reese.
Nope. I mean, you're in 12th. Like, Aquanoa, 12th, not bad at all. I'll take the second for myself. You know, it's a little bit lower than the standard I would normally go for. But you know what? It's day one. I'm feeling rusty.
Yeah, I mean, Cammy and Teak, they were so close, and I know I'm mentioning that again, but they were so consistent today, but those last two games just not picking it up. Obviously getting pushed over by Trippin from Coney Crossroads as well. Just an unfortunate, but they did make it to the finals, so that's good enough for me.
Yeah, and of course, obviously, Shy on Levin going with Tayson and Thomas HD. A strong pick. We have talked a couple times about them in those last two games in particular. And honestly, for like Tayson, I am not surprised. Like, I kind of said this at the top of the show. Like, these guys show up when it matters, right? With semifinals to qualify to finals as well. Historically, in some of these seasons, like, Tayson has not been great when it comes to the qualifiers. Chapter 2, Season 7 was a particular great example when then they came into the semifinals, absolutely destroyed, winning 2 of the 6 games from the biggest performances that we've ever seen, and then went on to place 3rd in the finals. So right now, like, just because they've not managed to do super well and qualify through in qualifier number 1 does not mean we're not going to see something dominant when it comes to the end.
And it usually pertains, I think, to draw spot as well. I mean, these guys, they always contest the biggest and the best draw spots on the map. And today it was Covert Canyon. But with this many teams landing there, it's a little bit tough to alpha those draw spots. And that's basically the name of the game for Tayson. He cares about that drop because he doesn't care about heats. He doesn't care about qualifying to the finals because he's that confident. He knows he's going to make it there regardless because he's the absolute best sometimes. And all he cares about is just getting that draw spot on Conf Grand Finals. And, you know, it's going to work out in the end, hopefully for him.
I mean, hopefully, right? I mean, yeah. I think there's still quite a bit of names that we didn't even see participate today, right? People did not even make it into round number 3. And now that we've kind of pulled 8 away from the pool, we've said, okay, you guys have earned yourselves a spot on the bus to finals. That means in next qualifier 2 on Sunday, don't forget, we might have a different subset of players. We might have players like the team that came in 9th. They might come right back, right? Refsguard and Scram, they missed that qual, but they might come back and say, like, okay, we're here now, and that top 8 ain't here no more. We're free to kind of operate. This also means new POIs are open up, drop spots are open up. There's still so much more that can unfold over 2 qualifiers, and of course, we can't forget semifinals the week after that. So there's still quite a bit to play for here.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually think, just quietly going back for a second there, you know, we're talking about teams who should worry about that drop spot. Joe and Vino, obviously, we saw the battle going back and forth between Drophamson. They ended up placing 15th. And in that final game, we saw that they could have almost had a run at it, but they also went down 15th in the match. So 15th in the match, 15th over on the leaderboard. They're contesting them off spawn. And if that, again, they're uncontested in that qualifier 2 on Sunday, and they manage to make it through to the finals, it's like, now you got a battle on your hands that's going week after week, and again, that drop spot may not be secure for the finals.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of contested spots as well, I mean, DKS and Bad Cypher coming out of triple contested tilted towers. I mean, this is probably Benji and Savage's worst nightmare, to have a team that contests you and that you've been fighting for the entire season, already guaranteed the slot in the finals. That's going to hurt a little bit. So, I mean, maybe we'll see some spiciness next week, and we'll see some other teams in tilted qualify as well. But for sure, it's going to be contested in finals 100%.
Absolutely. There's still so much untapped potential as well here in Chapter 3 Season 1, right? I still think there's so much that we have yet to discover. And a lot of there's things that these duels are kind of keeping up their sleeve, right? They're waiting to say there's strategies, things we have to implement, but we want to wait until semifinals. We want to wait until either that or finals, until we start breaking out some of these very secret little strategies they may have. Before we say goodbye, let's take a look at our broadcast schedule. If you enjoyed what you saw today, don't forget, we have other regions as well. NA East, NA West, later on in the day. Today specifically, remember, we're not back tomorrow, but we're back on Sunday, February 20th. A similar time, rather, not the same time, a little bit earlier on in the day for some of you. And then, of course, next weekend, you've got semifinals. That'll be 3 straight days of Fortnite action, all culminating in the following week after that. 2 weeks from today, March 5th and 6th, we'll have the finals. Axe of Champions on the line, $1.3 million here in Europe. So make sure you stick around, because it's gonna be crazy FNCS to say the least. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. Don't forget, NA East will be up later on in the day. Different crew, so make sure you guys stop by, say hello to them, and cheer on some of your favorite players. Legends Landing. We'll see you guys on Sunday. And as always, we'll see all of you up on that battle bus.
Bye.
Chapter 3 has arrived, and with it comes an entirely new map to explore. There are some old returning favorites like Tilted Towers, Shifty Shafts, and Greasy Groves. There's also a ton of new POIs like Sleepy Sounds, Condo Canyon, and the Daily Bugle. Now, everyone knows the POIs, but what about the characteristics of the map, and what should we expect throughout the competitive season for Chapter 3 Season 1? Let's dive into some of the new changes and effects it has on competitive play. The first change that will seriously impact the way that competitive games are played out is the large abundance of environmental heals that are now available on the map. Previously, in Chapter 2, a lot of the slurp barrels are mainly located at slurpy swamps, with of course some others being thinly spread across the map in small amounts. And now in Chapter 3 Season 1, there are 87 slurp barrels distributed rather evenly across the map. Similarly, there are also 171 produce boxes spread relatively evenly throughout the map as well, so now a lot more players and teams will get access to not only the free shield in these, but also the peppers for enhanced movement speed. Last chapter, all the pepper spawns are basically limited to one POI, Catty Corners, but now the majority of named POIs have access to these outside of Rocky Reels. Teams like Janus and Vortex, who placed second in the first Cash Cup of the season, heavily utilize this in their early game strategy. They land to the south side of Sleepy Sound, and on their individual looting paths, both has access to shield barrels and produce boxes, meaning they can essentially make the most out of the 20 chests they have there, as they barely need to use any shield that they loot. Vortex uses 7 shield barrels to the west side alongside the shield mushrooms obtained from the produce boxes to get himself all the way up to 200 HP. Janus lands on the east side and pops 2 minis, then grabs the 3 slurp barrels and produce boxes to the north. You might think it's a waste, since he could have just used the same shield barrels as Vortex, but landing more split enables them to loot the entire place faster, disengage quicker, finding plenty of minis along the way anyway, so it won't necessarily matter. As you can see, as they leave their POI, they are not struggling for shield one little bit, unlike many of the other teams in the lobby.
You know, Reese, while we're on the topic of heals, we have to talk about the new coolers. These trusty new resources provide 3 different variations of loot. You can get 4 chug splashes, 2 guzzle juices, or 2 chug splashes and 1 guzzle juice. We've already seen this become a huge staple in competitive play. For example, Booga and Skittles drop in Chonker Speedway that has 17 cooler spawns, and when they leave this drop spot, they often have 18 chug splashes split across both of their inventories. This totals to 720 HP that can be healed if utilized effectively. With the cars already equipped here in Chonker Speedway with those nice off-road tires, they have that ease of mobility around the map. With this additional mobility and all of the chug splashes from the cooler boxes, this allows them to spend much more time looting in zone for ammo and better weapons. The issue with this strategy, though, is that it requires you to take a mid-game fight for your surge damage. But for a team like Booga and Skittles, that's something they're very confident in. Overall, this is a very unconventional but successful early game strategy they've been implementing. Last but not least, we have probably the most impactful addition to the map, and that is the spider webs. These webs provide you with mythic Spider-Man web shooters, an easy rotational tool using the webs, and additional heals. Having these provide numerous benefits in the early game, like easy shield and fast mobility. Now, these webs can be really useful in the early game for faster looting, but can be a double-edged sword in the endgame. In this game, the first moving zone pulls from south of Daily Bugle to the northwest, which means there are a large amount of obstacles in players' way. Shady and Waze have boxed up next to one of these webs, meaning when the zones start to pull, they can leave their box and get an easy rotation from low ground without the use of a launch pad, and also saving them a ton of material. However, if you're not watching each turn in a messy endgame, you could easily bounce off of one of these and be sent into the zone, or even worse, into Tayson's line of sight. With these incredible additions to the map, plus some old favorites returning, we can't wait to see you all in action when FNCS returns in February. Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep!
It feels amazing to be back at FNCS.
I'm excited to keep my journey alive and keep pushing.
I just love to win.
This is where it's all going down, you know?
Yeah, I'm excited to go up against like all the high tier pros and see how well I could do.
I feel like I can do the best I've ever done. My IGLing is what separates me from the other players.
I like to think that I have very good aim.
Other competitors should fear us. I'm very excited to crush the competition this season.
My toughest opponent is probably going to be like no one. I'm just the best.
I'm ready to win this FNCS. This FNCS has to be mine.
I just can't wait to show everybody how good I am.
And I'm not going anywhere for this FNCS besides first place.
Let's get it, boys.
Let's go!
FNCS, NAE, Duos, Chapter 3, Season 1. It all starts right here. Now, many players will leave tilted. Towers will rise and fall. But rest assured, this is your sanctuary. My name is Adam Savage. I am delighted to be your host for the entirety of Chapter 3, Season 1. Welcome in wherever you're watching from around the world. You are in for a treat. It all starts right here, as I said, as we have got duos this season, not trios anymore, but duos. And all the action is coming to you from the region right here on the broadcast. It's qualifiers weekends, but it's not just me, of course. I'm keeping up with the Joneses as I have Vivid and SBG here as well, joining me on the broadcast. Boys, it is good to have you here. SBG, welcome to the squad. But Vivid, welcome back, my friend. I mean, that smile, you can melt 1,000 hearts, dude. It's good to see you again. How are you? How are you feeling about duos and an all-new season as well?
Oh man, Duos has got me so excited. You know, we left Trios with an absolute banger of a last season, and we've taken a break for a couple months, right? There's been a huge break, so these players have had a lot of time to grind out a little bit more and form these new relationships with other players, form all new duos. And listen, over that time period too, we have a whole new chapter to present to you guys today over the competitive course of things. And speaking about new duos, I have a new duo on the desk. SBG, how you feeling, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm filling in for Adam. He's now the host, and I have some top-tier analysis that needs to be dropped in. And, you know, you guys are an awesome crew. I'm super happy to be here, and we have some of the best players in the world playing Fortnite, and we're going to be watching that here today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to have you here. I mean, the entire team here at NAE, we're absolutely loving this. A great squad, and you guys watching as well, with us for the entirety of this. It's going to be so much fun, and we'll get onto the teams very shortly, but let's talk about the broadcast schedule and what's coming your way over the coming weeks as well. It's all very exciting, as you can imagine here as well. We have ourselves today our qualifiers. Now, teams have been trying to compete all weekend long to get into the finals. You can see the qualifier 1 here, February 18th. We have qualifier 2 on Sunday. That's February 20th. And you can see as well the semi-finals, February 25th through 27th, followed by the finals kicking off March 5th and 6th. It's very close. But remember as well now, guys, all new this season, you can watch all the action on the new Legends Landing found in the Buy Epic Discovery Row. Make sure to check it out. It is fire. It's amazing. It's great to have that this entire season, and you can watch that at home from Legends Landing, which is great. Guys, there is so much to talk about. We can talk about maps and weapons and players and all of this kind of stuff. Let's actually, before we go into any real detail here, take a look at the format of how the stages have progressed throughout the entirety of this competition. As I said here, you can see qualifiers week 1, Vivid, starting off with round 1, round 2, round 3. Take it away.
Yeah, so tonight we're going to be looking at round 3 of this first qualifier here, where top 8 is the magical number. Players are going to be fighting for an automatic advancement to the finals if they get top 8, and this will be repeated on Sunday. After this, next weekend, we have the semifinals, where there will be 3 sessions, and a big switch up here in the semifinals. Every single victory royale that happens in the semifinals will be an auto advancement to the finals, and then also within each of those sections, the top 6 consistent teams will also advance to the finals. And of course, we have the finals, where ultimately we will crown our Chapter 3 Season 1 FNCS champions over the course of 2 days of competition.
And we're here for the first qualifier, so let's talk about the points and the scoring structure. So if you were playing round 1 and round 2, it was a slightly different structure. It was 25 points for the Victory Royale and 1 point per elimination. Now we got 32 points for the Victory Royale and 3 points for each elimination.
you get better and better talent in each game. So that means the eliminations are going to count even more. And you're going to have to get to at least 35th just to get 1 point. So making those end games, getting into those 9th zones, that is where all the placement points and the top tier teams are going to be.
Yeah, we saw all of last season, didn't we, Vivid, as well? The combination of the two, it's so important to get both your points for eliminations and standings as well. And these are the teams that we're going to see competing this evening. And walk us through who sticks out for you.
I mean, listen, we've seen confidence coming out of Iamzo, so I'm expecting Iamzo and Degen to do very, very well. Obviously, Degen usually pairing up with Aegis, but a little bit of a split there. As I said, a whole lot of new duos have formed in the offseason, but like duos like Mega and Dubs, duos that have been together forever, still finding themselves competing very, very well, and the chemistry is still there. So it's awesome to see all these duos come together today for this qualifier.
Yeah, you love to see Mega and Dubs back in a final round. You know, it just feels nostalgic to be there. And then checking out this other screen, we got players like Gold and Tieko, Knifer and Byla. Then, you know, we have somebody who just managed to sneak in that very last match, maybe the very last elimination. Bugha and Miro, some of the favorites, your current NA East FNCS champions. They won the last trio FNCS. Now they're looking to qualify back into finals.
Yeah, I mean, 8 teams will qualify to go through to finals. I mean, it's all to play for right now. You want to go as quickly as you can to the finals to guarantee, make your mark, guarantee your spot there as well. Now, what's interesting, of course, the map has completely changed. This new chapter, a new map comes, new POIs, and of course, trios, now duos. It now gets a bit more congested in certain POIs. Let's take a look at some of them. What areas on the map, Vivid, really stick out for you? You think there's going to be a lot of contestation? We confirmed that officially as a word last season. Where's the contestation happening?
Contestation, possibly made up by Adam himself.
It was Reese. It definitely wasn't me. It was Reese.
Oh, okay. Sorry. But the Daily Bugle. I mean, the Daily Bugle has got to be my favorite POI of the new chapter. I think that the dynamic of the spider webs that are all over the place, you being able to bounce straight up to the high ground of these buildings, adds for a whole new dynamic when it comes to fighting off spawn. And obviously, like those bigger POIs that just have so much loot to fight for, makes it worth actually going there to be contested. Another big POI, Tilted Towers, another fan favorite where there is so much loot, we're always going to see some contestation there.
Yeah, outside of the POIs, we just look at that top left corner of the map. That's the new toughest end games to have because of those tall mountains going up. And these players are going to have to learn how to navigate those because it previously used to be in the bottom right corner on the old Chapter 2 map. We've moved that, switched it, flipped it, and now we're going to see these players claim those top spots. And, you know, it's a matter of give and take. Do I want to sit as close to that lake that's nearby those mountains, or do I want to go all the way up to like what we're seeing now and try and play the zones, continue to pull all the way to the top left?
Yeah, you've really got to kind of put into consideration here. Is it worth kind of engaging straight away? The storm surge comes into effect, or backing off and holding out to the end game kind of storm kind of as it starts to move in towards the final circle. Let's have a look at some of the players in detail. We have a player profile for you right now. This is Cease. Let's check out what he has to say.
All right, what's going on, Fortnite fam? Today I'm in the lobby with Cease. How are you getting on today? Simple one to start it off.
I'm doing pretty good.
Perfect. That's what we like to hear. So I'm gonna go with a bit of a wild card to start things off with here. Assuming the entire world was a 0 ping single region, who would you want to duo with?
I probably want to do it with Volks because he's a funny man. He's OCE, and yeah, I've hung out with him a bunch of times.
Another weird one. Time travel your current skill back to the 2019 Solo World Cup. Where are you placing?
I don't think I put much more than like a couple hours into practicing for solos because I was so focused on duos, and duos was of course the day before, so I was already excited. I was like, I already did. So what can I do? So I literally landed at the most shambles spot ever. If I could change anything, I would probably just land the block.
What would be the first and best piece of advice you'd give someone who's kind of new, starting to get into the competitive scene now and just starting to improve their kind of Fortnite competitive placement?
If you place top 15 in a cash cup, take that $200, whatever it is, and put it aside. If you get top 10 in the grand finals, just put that aside for a new computer or for a new mouse that you've been wanting or whatever. Like, invest in yourself. That's exactly what I did. Like my 2 teammates in the last FNCS were on the worst computers possible. I got them new computers for the Grand Royale, and look what happened. We made I think we made double what we made in the last FNCS.
Where do you rate yourself on the greatest of all time, the GOAT list?
I think right now I probably put myself, within the top 25. But I think after this year, I'll be, back into the top 10, top 5.
There's a lot of money to play for when it comes for a lot of these finals, and there's a lot of stress involved in that too. Are you planning anything in particular with your mindset?
I don't think I had any nerves at World Cup. Like I literally at duos, and I can tell because we were so prepared and we had a game plan knocked out. But then it came to solos, and I was extremely nervous because I had nothing, and I was by myself, and so now into trios, it's like. This last FNCS, I had so much prepared. I knew exactly what our game plan was. I knew what we were going to do, and we knocked it out.
You already mentioned earlier, your favorite game mode is duos in particular. What's your least favorite game mode?
Well, duos is always a part of the game, but when trios came out, I was like, oh, no way, a year of trios. I hate it. Now we're on the duos, and I'm like, no, trios is gone. I want trios. And so I always didn't like squads, and I'm guessing if squads got announced for a year or however long, I would be like, I'd hate it, but then by the end of the year, I'd love it. So it's just like, I don't really know. I think squads right now, but who knows? Maybe it's probably solos, honestly.
Thank you very much for your time, Cease. It's very, very, very appreciated here. Where can the people find you?
At Cease on everything. That's just my handle across all socials. So just stay in touch.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Reese and Cease there. I mean, that alone is a duo there, fellas. I mean, the names just rhymes just off the tongue so perfectly. But great to hear some insight from a player there as well, one of which we're going to see throughout this competition. There's lots more that we want to focus on, of course, for you guys at home, lots of fans of our players out there, and we want you guys to get engaged as much as possible. The first duo we want to talk about before we get into the nitty-gritty of predictions, I know we're excited about that one, fellas. The nitty-gritty here is Degen and Eomzo. We saw Eomzo in the pre-show as well, just kind of sits back very casual. He just looks confident. He oozes confidence here, Vivid. Why are this team so special? Why should we be looking out for them?
Listen, I think that the confidence from Eomzo has got to be his specialty. And as you can see, they are going to be landing over here in the northwest region of the map. A little bit of a split drop. And listen, Eomzo and Degen, you can see through their duo Cash Cup performances that they do have very high potential to place very, very well. Looking at it here, we can see an 18th place in one of the Cash Cups, a 5th place in one of the most recent Cash Cups that happened. So they are feeling very, very confident. And Eomzo in the pre-show, he just spills that confidence.
Yeah, he definitely does. And Degen's kind of one of those quiet guys, doesn't say too much, just plays his game, has been really good for a really long time. Plus, as you guys can see, where they land, they're getting a loot llama right off the start.
Yeah.
So that is a great way to start. You're not spending a lot of time farming materials. You get to prioritize positioning, and you have a ton of ammo to go make plays, get some tags. We know that's going to be super important today.
Yes, certainly. We've seen Degen and Aegis for so long now. Degen and Eomzo. This could be the one, fellas. It could be the one. Let's jump into our next duo as well. Jacq and Illist here as well. Acorn, Jacq and Slacks rolls off the tongue. We've said that for years now. Jacq and Illist. What are we saying here, Vivid? Another duo here that I think are going to go a very long way in this competition.
Oh yeah, listen, I love when Illist's name comes up because we all remember those clutch highlights that we've seen time and time again out of Illist. Now, we haven't seen a lot of them as of late, but we know that he has the potential to do it. And with Jacq, who is like a well-rounded player, somebody who is often very, very smart in the endgame situations, if Jacq can kind of bring Illist to a very good situation in the end games, Illist has the potential to just pop off and find many, many elims. And throughout like duo Cash Cups, we see a 3rd place, a 7th place, a 23rd place, all of which have made money. So very high placements out of that duo. So they do have some good rolling placements coming into this FNCS.
And we know both them individually are great players. And then Jacq has kind of been able to develop his own style, especially when he was playing with Acorn. Now it's time to take it to a different teammate. Illist, you got a lot to live up to because Jacq and Acorn were one of the best. So I want to see these two do really well.
Yeah, me too. We want to see everyone do well. We're such fans of everyone's here. We're completely unbiased. We love everybody, okay? Speaking of which, two players who are absolutely, arguably two of the greatest players in the region right now, Cold and Scented. Viv, we can't champion these guys enough. Why are they so good?
Listen, we've all heard the name Scented like a million times, right? Every single FNCS we have to talk about him because he's usually so confident, right? And then Cold is somebody who maybe a lot of you haven't necessarily heard his name, but listen, this season, if you're paying close attention to the comp, you will hear his name multiple times. Looking at their recent cash cups, actually the most recent one, they ended up winning. And then reading through the other ones, 20th place finish, a 9th place finish. Like these guys have been doing so well in these cash cups. Scented being one of the strongest IGLs in the region. Cold, he's kind of gone under Scented's wing and learned a lot, and they have been fighting very well in the mid game, which is kind of out of pocket for Scented because he likes to play for the end game. So it's interesting to see this new play style bringing in Cold.
And typically it's really kind of a detrimental term to call someone an IGL as far as mechanical skill goes.
Yeah.
But Scented is absolutely crazy the way he plays this game. He's not, your traditional, I play slow, I do things a traditional IGL style. So that's why those guys have been one of the best teams, if not the best already this season.
Yeah, we want to see a little bit of crazy as well. Bit of Vavavoom out there in the lobby. We want to see that happen. It's fireworks for us at home, isn't it? That's the main thing. Obviously, one thing we talked about in the beginning of the show was kind of the contestation element. The kind of from the off-spawn fights as well in particular are going to be really exciting to see because players need to stand their ground and claim their POI. Let's take a look at one that's going to be quite interesting actually. Knifer versus Eomzo and the Llama split. Vivid, why is this in particular a really interesting engagement that we'll definitely want to see unfold?
Well, listen, we know the llama's going to be there, right? So there's got to be this like weird element where it's like, okay, we know the llama's over there, right? But it's like, which one of these teams are going to make a play for it first? Because as SBG pointed out, you just get so many mats and so much ammo that if you ever actually do get it over the other duo, then you basically have this huge lead in mats, ammunition that you can just use to spray out the other builds of the other team. So it's going to be a very interesting contestation at a split drop.
And Nightfur has been conning them basically all season just with different duos at this drop. So I'm interested to see how this plays out. Are they both going to go straight for the 50-50, try and play that building? Or is there something like left in their back pocket to try and make a different play here to qualify for finals?
Yeah, I think every team now, every duo is going to have something in their back pocket, something special they can bring out when they absolutely need to clutch things up, give and take in whatever circumstance presents itself. Let's talk about Tilted Towers as well. A fan favorite. It's back on the map. Everyone is super excited about it. There's a particular engagement we're excited to see on that one as well. What can you tell us about it, Vivid? What's going to happen at Tilted? Is it going to be all-out carnage?
Well, listen, Tilted is usually a drop that is being split up between the north and south side. It appears though that today the north side will be uncontested and Kanada's duo will be the ones taking it over. However, on the south side, it looked like Jack and Illis will be facing off against Visuals duo, so it'll be very interesting to keep an eye on that because when you are getting contested on one side of Tilted Towers, you always have to keep an eye out for basically the other side, right? Because you can have this weird third party come in, especially with these tall buildings that they can just build up and get all these angles on you for. So it'll be very interesting to see how that plays out.
And that's kind of a no-win situation if two teams are contesting one side and then you have a fully unconned half. It's enough loot for everyone. You gotta, figure out where you can slip yourselves in.
Totally agree. It's gonna, whatever happens, I think we can all agree, you guys watching at home as well, it's gonna be unbelievable to watch unfold here because there's so many good players in the region, so this is gonna be awesome. Let's actually think a bit about the teams themselves. Obviously, duos, you need to get to know your teammate, you need to be able to bounce off each other in any given situation. Here's a little thing we made here. Duo even know me. Check this out.
When did I get my first gaming PC?
I knew you had a laptop at one point. I heard that once, but I have no clue when. That was really much shorter than I thought. I thought it was way longer ago.
If I had to leave at one of the Chapter 3 POIs, where will that leave? That's a good question, okay.
I don't know, it depends what he puts.
Okay. Oh,
nice! I got it. We used to drop there at the start of the season.
Which year did I first start playing Fortnite?
I'm pretty sure it's 2017 or 2018 because it's the start of the game. But I'm not sure if you started playing after December. No! Oh! Dude, I missed it. I don't know, I thought it was January for some reason.
When did I win my first cash prize? Oh, that is easy.
I'm going with this. Oh yeah, I wouldn't have got that ever.
Why? I told you I made one in World Cup, and then I bought another PC.
Of a random soul cash cup like before that, or Winter Royale? What's been my favorite chapter and season so far?
I'm gonna go for easy guess. Okay.
I mean, even I gotta think about this one.
Oh, wow. What? Why did you choose World Cup season?
Dude, that was like my season, bro. What's my favorite food?
You told me like not that long ago. I completely forgot because I told mine too, but yes!
Yes, sir. We got it. I don't know. It's just amazing and simple. It's great. What's my favorite POI from Chapter 3?
I'm gonna go with the easy guess with a place that everyone liked. Yes, I knew it.
I just land there in arena all the time. It's not the same spot at the other thing. What's the most eye points, me or you?
Oh, that is that is the most easy one.
How many points is that total?
Pamsto beats Fatchow 3-1. Did we see it coming? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's good to see that there's a great rapport between our teammates. So obviously, you need to have that communication. It's pivotal as well. Before we head into the action, and we're getting super close now, just want to reiterate, you can watch everything right now on Legends Landing. It's found in a Buy Epic Discovery Row. Make sure to check this thing out. It's brand new this season. It is amazing. Legends Landing. You can't miss it to watch the action live. It's fantastic. Right, we know that this is one of the favorite parts of the broadcaster as well, guys. The predictions. We'd love to have a horse in the race to think about who we think is going to go all the way. Let's take a look at some of our predictions right now. You guys might not agree at home, but this is what we think might happen. We might go through. I'll kick things off. Commandment and Stretch, okay? We obviously know that, we know these guys. Obviously Commandment, Sent and EdgyK have come so close in FNCS in previous seasons. I think 3 times in second place. The curse of second place. Can it be first place this season for Commandment and Stretch? We know as well. Has been a bit of a journeyman these last couple of seasons. So obviously a real kind of a player that for the ages Stretch there as well. Vivid, walk us through yours. Who have you chosen?
I went ahead and chose Acorn and Kanata. Listen, these guys have been absolutely dominant in cash clubs. I'm seeing 2 first places and 2 third place finishes as well, and then a 7th place finish also getting thrown in there. So these guys are playing out of their minds this season. Leading into this FNCS Qualifier 1 in round 2, they got 23rd place. So not necessarily top 8 yet, but I think in the finals here, they have that experience. Kanata and Acorn, obviously very well veteran players. So I think they do very, very well today. Sundown choosing Fatch and Pamsto. These guys have always been on the radar. Adam took a liking to them in previous seasons as well. They've done extremely well in basically every single scenario that they get put into. So I think that is a solid pick coming out of Sundown. SBG, walk us through your pick.
All right, I had to go with Cold and Scented. I feel like this is the easy one this season. They've been doing so well. We just saw them come off a Cash Cup win. They won the round before that too. They've just been going insane. And I believe they should have the south side of Sleepy all to themselves. That means they're going to be able to loot up. We know Scented knows how to play mid-game, get those tags. He may even go fight a team. And now Monster, awesome pick. That exactly for the same reasons. Cold and Scented are going to take it home today.
Look at this, Vivid. These guys are picking the same teams. I mean, MDF sometimes gets it spot on, sometimes is way off. We'll have to wait and see what happens here. But it is that time to meet our casters. It's here, the first game on Broadcast for NAE. This is it. FNCS begins right now. Let's head over to Sundown. Monster D-Face bringing us all the action. Fellas, over to you. Let's do this thing. Here we go.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. And what's up, Fortnite fam? My name's Sundown, joined by Monster D-Face to call all the action here in the first qualifying rounds of the FNCS for Chapter 3 in NAE. Monster, how you doing today?
Dude, I'm doing good. Taking a look at the list as well off of the, of course, the 50 top duos that are going to push through for the round and the qualifier today. We got ourselves a competition here today. Our top 10 looking strong. I want to give a shout out to Qual and Magnolia out the gate, who seemingly left the competition in the past as the most consistent duo in the qualifier round that just ended. So leaning into this Sundown, I mean, our picks have a fight in front of them.
Yeah, and I mean, in particular, talking about Pamsow and Fatch, they both ended up playing at the Streamer Bowl 3 just last weekend. Pamsow taking home the crown, Fatch also having a couple of really solid games in there. So I think that chemistry going back and forth, we saw them in the Do You Even Know Me video. They did pretty well there, so have to give them a little bit of recognition. But something to talk about too, Monsters, the qualifying format, going from down to 400 teams, then to 50 duos at the top. You kind of had a little bit of a tougher round two there.
Yeah, definitely. And it wasn't just that, but it sounds like the horn for the battle bus is just about ready. We'll be taking this conversation into the game right here, right now.
And here it is, match number 1 of 6. So you're probably asking, what are the stakes today? Well, top 8 goes straight through to the finals, where they'll have a chance to compete for a piece of the prize pool. You can see that map, or the bus path splitting from northeast, just a little bit above kind of that southwest mid-split in the top right part of your screen. You got DJ in the bottom right-hand corner. You got Knifer, and we'll see how this early fight ends up going down.
Yeah, take a look here. Yamzo and Degen touching down right now, trying to get their loot situated. Seems like they are going to claim their house first up here towards the campsite. But hold up, this shot's down low. Looks like this is a contested drop, and it's not looking too good for Yamzo or Degen. Yamzo did not get, or got tagged a few times, and Degen didn't get a weapon here, Sundown. This is probably the worst case scenario for this duo.
Yeah, when you end up in one of those split situations and you just kind of come up empty, all it takes is one chest not to spawn, one floor loot not to be there, somebody to just be a little bit quicker off of the draw, and all of a sudden, one of our top trios right away, Yamzo is down. He's under pressure. We talked about confidence coming in. Well, that might end up being your downfall. You can see Degen just trying to get some mats, trying to disengage, as Blonde Knifer going to come away victorious right off of the start, and that's really good. Like we said, only 3 players have gone down, and Yamzo immediately picked up, barely got to play.
Now, mind you, this is a bigger picture fight here. This is for control of the area, so they can get llama control as well and things like that. So landing at this house is a huge risk. It's probably going to be the most volatile drop spot of the season. We saw in seasons past, there's always that one location that players just want to fight for. This season, this time around, this is probably where the most rivalry is going to come out of. This is where like that bad blood is going to begin, qualifier after qualifier. So for Knifer, someone who is no stranger to finalist stage settings, Blah, he's got his first taste of big competition against big pros.
Yeah, dropping in there, you're probably thinking, wow, why would people be contesting this one random cabin? Well, it's really the only viable drop spot if you're not going to land directly on top of that llama. But if you land directly on top of the llama and then you go and take a fight, odds are good if somebody is in the cavern, they're still going to end up winning that out. Additionally, too, when rotating away from here, you have so many available options. You could swing over to the cavern and just kind of join whatever fracas is going on over there. But what you'll normally see players kind of do is just scout out around them, see what's close nearby, where you can get storm surge tags, as you generally see from some of the wider splits, i.e. the Cami split we see over in Europe, as Mega in the top left corner of the feed picks up. He got a Liege also going down. Mega doing the bulk of the work, and that's 2 very early elims.
Very early big elims, but for Lava Boy and Shagro here, they're getting pressure to another very big team on the other side of the wall. Looks like Zypha is looking for the push in here, but Lava's got control of this field, but the side shots come in. That's Zypha's, no, it wasn't Zypha's duos actually, because Zepexi's already down, so there's someone looking in from the distance here, but Zypha is going to be able to clean things up here. So he gets the 1 elim, and now it's a one-on-one situation.
Isolated for a little bit of time, trying to disengage and see if potentially he can get over. Ping's coming down right away, but yeah, I was wondering when those third-party tags were going to come over from the side. Zypha will pop the mini, will also eat that Chug Splash. Shark Girl trying to get her duo up immediately. Lava Boy back up on his feet, but Zypha wants to go over and try and pressure that. You don't necessarily want to end up in a situation where you're fighting down 1v2. However, with one build now and hitting these interior walls, there's a very little chance he's going to end up with a favorable situation.
Yeah, he's got to get something going here, but the real thing is he kind of has to fight for that reboot card on the other side. So hands tied behind the back right now. Zypha's going to be in an uphill climb. It's going to be a tough fight now. Over by the Joneses, we already knew there were shots coming from that side. So Zypha has to be very cautious, favoring that outer skirt there. That was going to put him at a disadvantage, but Seems like Sharko's got the full advantage here, but Zypha sniffs him out. He kind of understands, okay, this player is above me somewhere, but no, here comes a shot. Those are just a few more builds Zypha's not going to be able to work with now, and it's all or nothing here.
We're going to get a little dink from the side, trying to offer Zypha some form of relief, trying to figure out why Sharko, they didn't end up sticking a reboot over on the side, might not have had the card, or potentially was a little bit of afraid of another third party coming through and wanted to resolve the fight first, but there's more than enough time, but now the pressure's going to come up for Stinger SMG, but a great trade coming through from Sharko to back off a little bit. Second one coming through, that's the striker pump. Does not find the third there. Zypha was just barely able to reset the ramp, and now he's going to be sent to the hills. But remember what we talked about earlier, Monster? He had next to no builds, struggling to just kind of hit that half wall there. That doesn't offer a ton of brick, and the SMG just shreds through environment.
So perfect for this kind of situation. Like, Sharko has every advantage in this kind of fight right here. Little do they know as well, right, as the shots are coming in, because Zypha is down to no material. Now, the fact that Zypha was farming could give away a little bit of info, and those white tags right there are perfect. Here comes the finisher. Just one more tag is all it's going to take. The peanut butter edit is not going to be enough, and there goes a quick wrap up here. But there are highlights to catch up on as well, because there are fights evolving all around the map on the other side while this battle was going down. Take a look at how things unfolded over here. Degen comes, slides up, gets melted, SMG to the face, and the barrel shut down, and save for Slacks and Clarity G as they hop on into the box here and just completely demolish another crew as well. Now, Sundown, let's talk about the significance of these fights, because the point threshold, these elims add up big time.
Yeah, elims, particularly when you get into the final rounds, and you have to weight the fact that you're playing against those slightly more talented players. And when we talk about slightly more talented, this is the best of the best, right? You only get so many opportunities to qualify through for the FNCS. It's a fresh slate. Nobody has qualified through the finals, and you want to get into that top 8 immediately. You want to end up getting there. And that first game is kind of where you're able to stake your claim on it. And if all of a sudden you get rebuffed initially, Monster, too, now you're in set lobbies. It's not like, okay, let's go queue up again. You're sitting there and you got to wait out that 20-25 minutes, sit in queue again, and then go immediately after. That's a long time to think about.
Yeah, which is kind of interesting, because Cold and Scented, a team that you would think would only need 5 or 6 games minimal, right, to punch their way through, they were actually one of the few teams coming out of the last qualifier round that took 7 game attempts, right? So I don't know if today they're feeling a little bit more antsy than usual, but there is something potentially going on here as we hop on over to this replay. Another fight. Turks and Teed get just dropped here. It's polarized. It's on the other side of the barrel. The big shots come in, and you can see the angles were just not enough. Polarized sneaks in from behind, cones them down, and then next thing you know, they are dropped out of the competition. And to Sundown's point, they get to sit there. They have to wait now until the next lobby queues up.
Yeah, it looked like Turks might have had a window to go aggressive. They hit a bunch of shots and ended up shutting the entirety of the shields there, but unfortunately was unable to kind of see that little window. And already the min-maxing beginning for Cold Incentive. You say, here, max out on those big shield pots. Plenty of excess shields, which I feel like on the Chapter 3 map in particular, it's not something we've talked about a ton on the broadcast. We did have a little bit of a content video going over it. Reese and Panda did a fantastic job on that. But there's a ton of shield and heals, and it's not surprising to see almost every single duo rocking with the full 100 HP, 100 shield, and then plenty in their inventory. But right now, swinging on over, Bucky and Cam posted up just southwest of the Bugle here, and not necessarily a fight they want to take, because they're right on the edge of zone. If you get bogged down as other people are rotating in, things can get a little bit weird, but Isha and Drew looks like they want to go.
Yeah, and they're in enemy builds right now, so Bucky and Cam are playing hyper aggressive here. Not sure what the decision is here or why they feel so confident to take this fight. It could just be a setup for later in the game, but Cam and Bucky are on the losing end as they're getting tagged up a little bit more than them able to exchange and connect onto the opponents. But look here, this is that same situation. Very aggressive, standing on enemy builds, right in front of enemy walls as well. This is all just a sign of pure confidence coming out of Cam and Bucky. Now, you don't really see Bucky deviate from his usual duos of like Macwood and others, but hey, this time around they're trying something new for the duo season, and this is the excitement of seeing FNCS come back, seeing new teams kind of form and forge. Who are going to be those elite duos that step out from the pack? These are our first high-level competition, high-level battles that we see on the new season, and Cam is really setting the pace right now.
Yeah, able to try and get forward the spray immediately.
Wow.
Good follow-up and a fantastic replace there from Bucky on the other side. Was able to get the wall, and Cam immediately committed to the SMG, swapped over to the heavy as soon as they got the down. They're able to hit the shots there on the issue, and that just shows, well, a lot of people think of the heavy shotgun as not necessarily the best box-to-box. It can be very useful. So we get a replay here. Elite Death, Tabneg picking up on the other side of it as we get the replay from the fight we also just saw. And a nice little finish off there. As we're closing in, swing on over to Clicks. See what he's shooting at. Got a duo right over to the other side of him. There's 3 or 4 duos who are rotating right past him right now.
Yeah, this is the perfect situation. First, look at the MK kind of aiming down sight situation here. It's a rare as well. What I am loving about these loadouts that we're watching right now, we're seeing a lot of just mix up, right? Some pro players kind of leaning more into the striker shotgun, then you see others who just favor that heavy, even at a gray rarity, that uncommon rarity that you can just find, or I mean super common rarity you can find everywhere, pretty much spread out across the map. And then just to talk about who Death and Tabney eliminated, that was actually Jamper and Duke there. A big pickup there, a big team that I think a lot of people on social media were kind of favoring towards, expecting Jamper to do really well. He's got his moments in the shine, right, in the sun when it comes down to these duo settings. So pretty tough game for them to get eliminated so early. Look, we're already down to just 40 duos here.
Yeah, lots of early fights, and I would say more resolutions than I would have expected, right? 10 full duos have already been dropped. That means there's only 1 solo running around. Generally in duos, what you'll see is one player gets picked off and you think we're set for the first Storm Surge. We don't necessarily have to go and hunt it down. But right now it seems like there's a little bit of flexing going on from these duos, saying like, hey, we really want to push you out of the spot. We don't want you thinking you can maybe like sneak around to the side, get the reboot card, scavenge some of our other loot. Like, we want not only the drop spot, we want everything around the outside. And now we're going to swing around and see which teams might potentially end up being under or right around that Storm Surge line. As you see the warning on the right-hand side. When that zone does close, don't forget Storm Surge in competitive Fortnite will activate at the 3rd, 5th, and 7th zone. At the 3rd zone, there needs to be more than 70 players up. The teams who have done the least amount of damage above 70 players will be hit by the Storm Surge 25 damage every 5 seconds until you're forced out of the action, or we get below 70 players left. And right now, Jock Illis, 85 above, so you can think that line is going to keep dropping. And right as I say, at 66, 42, it's dropping quick.
Yeah, it is coming down, and that 179th player, the solo that we pointed and singled out, seems like he got his duo up. So we're back up to 80 players now, guys. We have a pretty strong threshold to break here. 10 players are going to have to get eliminated here from the lobby in order for things to kind of simmer down. And it seems like the team on the other side of the wall here needs Surge as well. Jack's got to make a big decision here. And remember, the shoes, the pressure is really on Illis. Illis, who is filling in for who would have been Acorn up until this point, right? One of the most notorious duos, one of the best duos we ever seen kind of compete on Jack's long history. It's Illis, though. Illis has that firepower. It's up to him to clutch up. Can he get the 2? And he can. The tracking was great. He will be able to get the finish there, but now the pressure from the other teams. I cannot believe, as we're setting this up, Illis manages to actually complete the 2 elims under the big pressure, and he barely had HP. Look at that. He had 29 health because the 2 siphons come in the last moment there.
Yeah, 1-2, he buckled up those big shoes. 3-4, he showed a Plague, and Jeff plays the door right out there, and a fantastic job with that stinger into the Mark 7 swap. As now we're going to swap on over to Beef and Nick FN, the French-Canadian duo, 14 below, 3 duos who are underneath pressure, but they know just a single tag will put them back above. And with that shield keg directly on top of them, this is a great play for them as they're just able to wait it out. And that's something I hadn't actually considered, is the shield keg just being able to negate a significant amount of that Storm Surge time.
Yeah, and it's like those new mechanics that kind of come into play here, right? We're going to see tons of these strategies. Earlier today on the European region, we saw a very unique circumstance play in where you had a player running in from the storm, utilizes the slide mechanic down the hill, and was able to heal while they were kind of maneuvering through. So you can just see how the skill gap changes season to season, chapter to chapter, especially as new items and new mechanics get introduced to the game. This is where our pro players are just elites, right? They are a cut above the rest when it comes down to developing developing these strategies and utilizing these very clever type situations. But right there, you see the value of holding on to a shield keg.
But that was so good from Cold. That was fantastic from Cold, where he was just 1v2 shooting, holding a wall, and he ended up trading. It was like 80 damage for 30 on his end. Fantastic job. Let's take a look at a replay here, though, because then we're going to hop on board. Nerface and Bacon fight out in the zone, and they just get cleaned up on the side, and he knows those stuff. He's going to be frustrated by that game number one, and he gets to join everyone else spectating through. As now Day, though, way out in the side of the zone. They're above Surge, but unfortunately trying to save those gauntlets, not wanting to necessarily end up leaping out from the ground, and he will end up getting cleaned up there. Not sure if Clix was able to end up staying on his feet, as we're going to swing on over here to Roller and Trashy. Post up in a bush right on the edge of Stormline here, looking for an ambush.
Yeah, this is a very classic season or chapter 2 style play. We saw a lot of bush play coming in on the trio season, now leaning into duos. It does not change. If you can get yourself a bush, keep a low profile. That is that element of surprise you are looking for. Anyone who opens up an edit is going to get punished. Now, again, the 35 duo threshold has finally been crossed, so all of the players in the lobby, regardless of how many elims or whatnot you have up until this moment, have earned at least a point. So all the teams we see from here on out are at least a point in the right direction. You can see Booga off in the distance there alongside Miro. They just qualified through by the skin of their teeth. A single point in the last game. Big clutch, top 10 for them. Bring them to this stage here. Mega and Dubs, on the other hand, had a top 10-ish finish. Very iconic duo. If there's anything I can say about this team, these guys are definitely icons of our scene. They have been around for so long in duo season. It really does excite me to see them operating with one another. Now, the problem, I would say, with them in the previous seasons was they would make it to finals and not really find the results. But now that we're on duos time, maybe, just maybe, we see the resurgence of Dubs and Mega.
Well, I think they never necessarily found somebody who they felt super comfortable with and matching their playstyle because they had played together for so long. Like, you're never going to hit that level of chemistry, right? It's just, regardless of any sport, any competitive, when you've had a player for a while, even if you mesh incredibly well with somebody, if you already have amazing chemistry with a duo, it makes it so hard to then play. So when you do get back to this, it's a nice little breath of confidence. And I can't imagine Mega has a ton of confidence, right? 3 elims early on. I mean, they're just now kind of getting into those late game situations where generally we really see them thrive. So this is the first time we've seen them set up for success like this in a while.
Yeah, big elims early on. I do want to see if we can get an early taste or early look at where they're dropping. How are these elims coming about to them? Booga and Mira, on the other hand, trying to play for a prime spot here. Now, not only do they have to get in the zone, but they want to play for a little bit of height here. This is a risk that they're going to take as a duo right below them starts to focus up. But he gets tagged a little bit here. Miro does have to track in behind. He is trailing a bit. You can see he also loses his shield in the rotation process here, but everything seems to simmer down now. They are situated on the other side. Threats and users under pressure here. 46 below the surge. They have to find the fight right now. It's only going to get more and more difficult as 17 players have to fall here.
Yeah, that's just bonkers surge numbers right now. I mean, we're only 3 below the zone 3 surge as we're about to go into 5. So 9 duos are going to be under pressure and maybe even a couple solos put in there. You can see Cracked Teed going down there. Unrealana and Bank, I think, are going to be the ones who ended up actually getting the knock. You can see Booga in the bottom right-hand corner looking for some tags. Everyone either triple digits above or double digits. Booga is currently the closest to that Storm Surge line looking for tags, but everyone also has a ton of excess shields in their utility, either between them and their duo, so plenty of shots there. There's Bank getting the confirm onto Teed. Trashy also picking up one onto RN Star. Illis gets a pair there. Quam Magnolia going down outside of the next placement threshold. 1 point will be awarded when we get to 30 duos left. Acorn gonna pick up the knock there onto Sinna. Baka also getting a knock onto Edgy, but Tahi's gonna trade the favor as Owl is gonna get the confirmation onto Lava Boy, so it was picked up and sent back down. Tahi ends up picking up his confirmation as Commandment and Stretch is kind of looking for shots, and Zone drops directly on top of their head.
Yeah, this is the perfect situation here. They kind of catch the full zone favor. They get to hang out, focus teams on the outer edge that have to rotate on in, and this is that perfect spot you want to be in now. Let's not forget, guys, this terrain here is only going to get more and more difficult as we are kind of playing between a piece of the mountain and this valley, low ground, flat area. So we do have a little bit of elevation in play. Anyone that has a piece of that mountain should be in a more favorable situation, but you can't count out that low ground being almost the spot to be in as well, because it's going to be pretty clear players are going to want to start congesting up the side. Miro, though, is by himself, left in a situation now to go ahead and rotate and clutch as a solo. Luckily, he does have a lot of material to work with here, and he finds a nice cozy little location here.
Two peppers should be able to help out as well, giving him the burst of movement speed. You can see the little bit of steam coming out there, but everyone is now going to begin the rotation in. If somebody is relying on the mythic spiderweb shooter to end up closing in, or the launch pads, they're going to use them right about now, keeping an eye on the bottom right-hand side of the map. So a couple players will start moving a little bit quicker. Everyone's going to pack in towards the outside and then hope that the moving zone pulls over towards their side. Like you said, I mean, if it goes basically anywhere but slightly northwest, it's going to be a tough time. There is a lot of change in verticality. And let's take a look at two solos right now. Top of your screen, Miro running solo. Bottom left of your screen, Tahi running solo. And then Cold and Sentence still up on their feet. Cold rocking with 2 eliminations as, hey, we pulled to the northwest. So a little bit of flat space, some sliding potential in play here, but not a ton of the lobby is postured up over on that side. You can see everyone now beginning to move back over towards there. And things are about to get weird for a lot of the solos here. Generally, if you have those mythic web gauntlets, it's not too difficult to rotate through 6 and 7 because you're able to create enough horizontal space where you can just kind of wait for zone to catch up and then go. But 8 and 9 ends up being really difficult, and Sent in the bottom right hand side opens up for a second. Dink, 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 gone. As a player drop down, Tahi open up looking for a gap in the bottom left hand side. Miro's also probably going to pop a pepper and go late, as we're going to zoom in on Scented, the low ground king himself. Him and Cold generally bound towards the front side of the zone, but it's going to be a little bit interesting here as they're moving back. These are some of their old builds, but there are players who have already established themselves and are beginning to about face, and Cold took a bunch of damage there.
Yeah, but this is where Scented really starts to come in clutch here, right? His decision-making in the end game is usually flawless right now. Look at this. They managed to save a ton of material. We thought we would see a little sliding mechanic in play, and Scented proving that he's got the skills to throw right now. He's going to go ahead and box that player up, pretty much leave Cold to kind of close things out there and slide on in, as his focus is getting to the new zone. A disciplined decision there to stop the fight, play for positioning. Miro on the other side has to make these same kind of decisions, but unfortunately, out of heals, out of gas. He's gonna have to take a fight right now, as he also has no material. Could this be the blessing in disguise? No, that player had shield. This is rough. The launch pad comes out though, and he is just holding on right now, trying to get in front of this zone, and he is gonna buy himself a little bit more time. As every team falls now, there will be points divvied out, right? So this is very, very important that Miro tries to stay up here.
Yeah, once you're into that top 25, every single duo who goes down, it basically means, hey, you made it to the late game, congratulations, and good luck, as Miro now trying to earn some of those hero points, the individual effort points. He will find a striker pump shot there, but only going to end up being the 29 headshot. Not what he needs, the uncommon, not necessarily having the best insta down potential coming through here as he's hunting for targets. You can see him spinning around, checking the side, wants to find a lurker on the backside of the zone because he doesn't have a single build. He basically just has to follow and hope somebody ends up leaving their 6 open, and he's able to pounce on it. But he needs to also be careful about misstepping. He can only tank 1 shot on the backside of the zone, and if anything more than that will take him down. And Old Man Mountain looking to claim its toll here. He sees he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Will he find it? And he goes down to the pair of agents. Up on the high ground though, Liquid Stretch, TSM, Commodon, raining shots down, and Old Man Mountain is going to force everyone over towards the side and into a bunch of metal builds as Fatch and Pamstout also go down. Trashy falling to Scented as duos are just getting whittled away.
Yeah, but Stretch doesn't even have a lot of ammunition to work with here. He has to be careful. No shotgun either. So this is everything he has right now. It seems like he's already threw it at the lobby, and this is just a means to hold on. The pressure there is all one big bluff on height, but that's not going to be the problem here. The real problem is this zone. It's coming down, so they're going to have to come down as well. That limited fire is going to be very interesting. Illis slides off the mountain. This is rats for him. Down he goes. It's up to Jack by himself. He's got a player inside the box. That man's on the run. Jack finds a little moment here. Now he's gonna go ahead and reload, gather himself, play for the situation. Do you go up? Do you go down? He doesn't have mats actually sundown. There's only one direction for him to start heading in.
Yeah, he's actually going to pause for a second, see if he can't catch somebody dropping down. And it's a gift from above falls directly in front of him. He's able to get a quick reset on mats, but nothing else, and he immediately gets taken down. That's 8 eliminations, I believe, for their duo, though you can see Dubs is still up on his feet towards the bottom stretch, and Commandant trying to work towards the bottom in a great little hop. Looks like it's playing a platformer and not a battle royale there. A stretch navigates, finds a pepper. Will he pop it and get in front of the zone? Trying to use the slide to create a little bit of a change in the side, but he will go down. That's 4th place. Cam and Bucky back up on the high ground. Cold and Scented on the low ground. They got a single solo sandwich in between. Which duo will be able to find the elim points that will come through? It's Cold picking up Nosh there, and we have a 2v2 coming up to close out match number 1. And a huge shot from Cold.
My gosh.
Looking for elim number 8, but he gets immediately ripped down, and Scented gets closed out, and Cam and Bucky take match number 1.
What a big game there for Cam and Bucky there to turn things around. We knew that the no ammo on height was going to be a big problem. We get to see things from Tahi's perspective for a second there as he manages to find himself some endgame points. But Scented and Cold, man, hats off to them. Coming into endgame with 2 eliminations, which was already impressive enough. They managed to pull a 2nd place in game 1 with near 10 eliminations as a duo. Here's Smite and Larson. They didn't get that time in the shine there at the end, but it's okay because Cam and Bucky managed to give us all the limelight we needed there. 6 eliminations in a victory royale. Well deserved for the well-executed high ground retake there.
Yeah, it was very well played, and incredibly impressed with Cold and his ability to end up finding the eliminations that they needed to put him up on the board. Unfortunately, not able to find just the closeout one, the 100 shot, but then the fact that he got dropped down, and both teams battling with next to no materials, and unfortunately close it out. But I think they might end up being 1st place on the back of the elims.
Yeah, definitely. Those elims are going to start to add up there, guys. The difference between finding elims versus that last little squeeze on placement points is a pretty big margin. I would go the elim route, especially under this format. But that was just the game number 1 to kick things off. We're going to toss it on over to the desk because the boys definitely have a breakdown for us.
Boy, don't we. Cam and Bucky there with, I think, 7 eliminations and the victory royale to kick things off here. Fellas, we saw a lot of the teams, actually, the predictions as well. So close, SPG, so close. Cold and Scented there. We saw Illis there with 6 eliminations. Lots of players managing to clutch up. Miro surviving so long as well without Booga by his side there, just weaving around.
Yeah.
Whistle around the different boxes. Talk us through here, though, Vivid. I mean, what a great first game it was. And we saw a lot there, as we said, from Cold and Scented, who really kind of set a precedent here as well.
Yeah, a lot to talk about throughout this game. One of the highlights, though, for me was this Illis clutch up here. Left in a 1v2 situation, picks up both of those eliminations. But, I mean, listen, this is classic Scented, right? Where he always gets 2nd place in these games because he plays that low ground. But then you have Bucky and Cam come up with a win, but then you kind of feel like you're just entitled to talk about Scented and Cold because they played so well. Even though they could pick up the 2nd place, to get there, it was just astronomically insane. Like, we talked about the aggression earlier that Scented has implemented into his gameplay here. MDF mentioned it. They came into the end game with 2 eliminations. That alone is impressive. But then through the end game, they're still aggressive.
Yeah, they're just clearing out their layers. If you go to the low ground, you're gonna have to fight for it. They're simply saying, this is our space. They're claiming, like, people claim drop spots. They're claiming all of low ground for the entirety of late game and saying, all right, we're the best 2 fighters on the region. Come see us. This is our low ground. And they just absolutely slayed out. I mean, Cold was popping 7 elims, and man, if he comes and swings this pump right here, that would have been incredible. I would have loved to see that, but hey, shouts out Cam and Bucky because that was a great clutch by them to secure the dub in game 1.
Yeah, it certainly was. And I guess the big question is, can they keep up appearances and do that again and again and again? It might happen. We'll have to wait and see. But you can see a lot of teams there we've predicted and talked about as well already starting to make their way up that leaderboard. I think we have the standings for you right now, how things are currently looking after game 1. And it is looking pretty for Cold and Scented. They're sat on the top spot, 28 placing points, 9 eliminations, 55 to kick things off, Vivid. That is looking awesome.
Yeah, those elims playing a big role in how they get up to that 1st place spot. Not getting the victory royale, but still in that 1st place position.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of teams getting, 4, 5, 6 eliminations here. It's about that consistency. You're setting the tone in this first match. Now, can anyone else continue to do it throughout the rest of the day?
Indeed. I mean, we can see here as well. I mean, Commandment and Stretch, my pick, had got into 8th position there as well. They've just crept in there, but Slacks is coming through. Lots of big players as well, really making their way through. It is time, though, to get back into all the action. Game 2 is ready to rock and roll. We ain't holding around here. We're diving straight back in. It's Battle Bus time. I think it's Battle Bus time. I think I'm waiting for the beep. When the beep comes through, then we can jump into proceedings. But I mean, obviously, we've talked about the map. We've talked about different rotations. There's the beep. The beep is playing around with me. It's messing with me. Stop it, beep. Stop it right now. Let's dive into game 2. It is ready to rock and roll. We'll talk more about the map after this. Here we go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we have it. The battle bus is on the way. Little moment of intensity here as we start flying through the map. Players start deciding where they went wrong in the last game and how they can improve their position coming into game number 2. Arguably the most important game here, Sundown, because now you've kind of had a feel for the air, and now we get to get the real taste of what's going to go down here in game 2.
And immediately eyes on the top right-hand part of the screen as Degen and Iamzo have actually opted to go straight into Covert Cavern, not going over towards the llama off the start. So a little bit of a swap in the game plan. We saw that they kind of took that 50-50 off of the Rit last game, and it didn't necessarily go so well, but Iamzo also took some damage coming through, and he's getting shot here, and there's another llama right nearby, Monster.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the decision really came out to be, well, do we fight for that one or take this free one right here? I mean, that's really what they want, right? It's a llama, and they get one. So I guess Lady Luck kind of plays in their favor this time around. They get to have not only a solid backup, but exactly what they came to this drop spot for. All the loot, all the heals, and now they're off to a good start. So here's the real question. Do they have a grudge against the opponents, Knifer and crew over at the house nearby? That cabin, that shack, or will they just kind of take this as a small W and play the game out? We'll find out soon.
So now we're going to swing on over as you requested, Monster. Phase Mega, Phase Dubs. Yes. Just a little bit north of Shifty Shafts, and you can see kind of what their game plan is here. To land on the higher part of the map, use the innate verticality and the fact that you touch down on the ground much faster than people actually go all the way over to the main POI. And if you grab one of those MK7s, it's free Storm Surge tags. You can see Dubs has already taken a little bit of damage, but the fact there is so much heals and utility, and you drop, that is such a good drop, Monster.
Yeah, that's the perfect case situation right here. You was just talking about the strength of having that little bit of high ground for the tags, and then you drop this right here. This is perfect. And you're kind of seeing the strength of this drop spot. You're seeing the strengths of a lot of our major POI drop spots. These are locations that are big enough to house multiple duos, right? And get comfortable loot. Like, this is what I would call a very comfortable loadout, even without the legendary pickup there. So now that teams get comfy, they get to fight on their own terms, right? And the last time we saw Mega and Dubs have 3 elims in the mid game, so I'm assuming they're playing pretty aggressive here at the drop.
I think it probably depends on what damage they're able to get right off of the start, and I think that is playing adaptive as a duo is one of the most important things. I think at trios you can kind of game plan it out a little bit more because the map's a little bit more solved and there's less fluidity over what people are looting and where they're going. In duos, if you're able to rip somebody with a couple of tags, you can press a 2v1 advantage and make somebody pay, particularly early on, and you can already see just that. There's so many shields on Sent, and he wants to just try and make sure he min-maxes and uses the exact right amount, as I'm sure many of you do, whether it's in your arena, your casual games, your early tournament round games, or even the FNCS final games if somebody who was knocked out early is now tuning in. You want to make sure you kind of hit all of those min-maxes and pop those little minis, and we're going to swing on over as SU and Lone Star Drew are in yet another fight off of the start, this time just a little bit over on the east side of the Sanctuary on those isolated islands.
Yeah, it's a very interesting place to fight. You don't really expect anyone to come on in third-party use, so this is going to be a fair on, or pretty much a clean 2v2 situation. Now, Ishu does have a little bit of an advantage here. Actually, let's make that a big advantage. That's a white tag there, and they kind of feel and find out that they have the advantage here in this battle. He's going to play the distance. Beautifully done to side angles, and they each find one for their troubles. That's siphoned to both parties, and look at this. They're not going to pick up much, but they are going to earn themselves 6 free points there, which is probably the most important thing you can get in these early game situations, that little bit of padding for your drop.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do, is be able to force them out. But we also saw that they had a tough time in match number 1, so nice little confidence booster. But somebody who didn't have a tough time in match number 1, but is having a tough time in match number 2, Clarity G. LG Slacks under pressure right here, and with only 3 builds, it's going to be tough. No shotgun either, which means you kind of have to win a war of attrition, but in a 1v2, that's not necessarily the winningest of strategy. He's going to go for the spray and straight in instead. He's able to find an isolated 1v1. No, it was just a straight up 1v1, and Rhythm didn't have the rhythm right there. He gets cleaned up. He won't feel the rhyme, and Quan Magnolia, it looks like they might be trying to close him, potentially isolate this out. They heard the shots, and yep, here they come.
And what they're looking for is to make up for lost time here. You can see that little 28 down by the team number means that they did not do too hot in the last game here. They're really trying to come back. And look at this. They find... Oh, wait a second. So there's Clarity, and then there's Tieko just nearby from Team Zen as well. So you have multiple solos here. Little do they know, that's the reboot going off, though. So they definitely know this guy's by himself. In through the top, SMGs come out. Big pressure is through. That's a shield crack as well. Qua and Magnolia should be able to find themselves a freebie here for little to no pressure, but wait a second. They give him a little too much time instead of being more aggro into the build, and I think Clarity got away. Yes, the web slingers come out, and he opens up the gap there. So gone he is like the wind, and Clarity G managed to hold on to the A spot and fight for another day.
Clarity got away, but somebody who did not was TK, who will have to fight another day. Yes, that all rhymed. Don't worry. Check it out. I'm a poet. Didn't even know it as he got sent back to the lobby. Yamzo trying to disengage here as 2 other duos end up closing ranks. Going to be forced to burn some of those chug splashes that are directly on top of each other. Does still have 6 more of the chili chug splashes, but again, you generally want to save those for the later game. They're so incredibly valuable. And honestly, if they have the ability to, I think you might just try and dip. There's pretty much the entirety of the west side of the map is going to get funneled into this spot. You can't really rotate north of here. You can't super rotate south of here because you end up getting caught in just blatant sight lines from people who are going to be posted up on the high ground. So if they have the chance to rotate out, I would say do it.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, they have the water, another means to just kind of speed up their rotation, right? So a couple of options in play here. The most dangerous duo is going to be the one on the mountain, though, that's probably listening and watching on in from a distance here. Those shots are definitely close enough for them to have an understanding that there's a team here, a bit of a pickle. And there it is. There goes that disengage that Sundown was calling for. Nicely done. They're going to go on and use their little bit of their mobility. It's Spare Ball on the other side. Little headshot straight off the rip there. Out the vehicle, you peek, you snooze, you lose. And that is the troubles that they get punished for taking the little peek onto the Yamzo and Degen.
Yeah, and it almost seemed like they were considering maybe taking the fight just because they are in such shambles. It's so few builds, only 30 builds on the Yamzo. You can see they've already been forced to burn through a lot of their excess utility, and now they're going to double back up onto the high ground. And if you take a look at the bottom right hand corner, you can see what I was talking about. We've already seen 2 duos rotate away, 2 more rotating into the area, and you're basically forced to either go way north of you or directly along that road. But with the 2 mountain peaks, you don't really want to do that, as now we're going to swing away from the west side of the map all the way down to the south. Miro and Booga with plenty of utility, going to post up probably on this campfire, maybe wait a little bit, rotate in late if they're feeling okay on Surge, but instead, nope, just going to keep ripping right on the storm line.
Yeah, and with how fast that zone's moving, it's a good indicator to give you guys an understanding of how far they have to go. Lots of fights are happening around the map, though, guys. Lots of action unfolding here in the world coming into Game 2 of NA East First, Chapter 3, Season 1, FNCS. Things are really kicking off. I mean, listen, with all these teams getting into these hyper activities all around the map, I mean, you get to see some crazy plays. Here's one of them. Magnolia lands right inside the vehicle of Tieko. He's just looking for the knee shot. It wasn't an arrow to the knee. It was a shotgun instead. And that wide pellet spread's going to be enough for him to find him. You hate to get clipped like that, but these are the things that happen only in Fortnite.
Yeah, that was sick. I'm not even gonna lie, that was really cool. Just seeing him being able to drop directly down on top of that disengage. I mean, you know the player's already in shambles if he's trying to just hop in a car and get out of dodge, but being able to close that gap and knowing that it's worth it in that regard, because we talked about the adjustment coming through on those Mythic Spider-Man gauntlets, originally up at 80, then down to 20, then put down to 10 this week ahead of the FNCS. And if you're gonna use them, you better either be creating a ton of distance and have to get out, it better be in the late game, or be securing eliminations and key points like that.
You know, at this point, I think tournament after tournament, I'm just going to start coining up a only in Fortnite moment. That's going to be one of them right there, guys, all right? Is these things happen pretty regularly. At this point, we could make a whole series off of the insane type of plays that we're going to see come out of here, the clever strats that we see come in. I don't think Tieko even realized that he actually landed in his vehicle because of how silent those web slingers can be kind of in real time. But on over to Nounsy and Sprite, who are in a fight here. They had a rough game one, so off to a pretty bad start. And this is not looking too good either. A bit worse for Wares here, fighting in the storm, Sundown. I mean, I think you and I can both agree, not the greatest idea.
Now, unless you have a ton of heals,
no.
this duo was ready for it as Nounsy gets absolutely clipped, but Sprite trying to clip him right back. You can see damage ended up going through there, but will need to end up healing up. He has tons of chug splashes. We'll get the Siphon on the other side, and was that both of them? Yeah, it was both of them. Okay, got it.
Zone did the rest there. Zone did do the rest. The Siphon, unfortunately, was on the downed body, so Nounsy gets a little lucky there, though. The fact that he kind of chunked out the opponent and then the trade came in pretty quickly. Otherwise, that was looking pretty bad for Sprite.
That could have ended up being a negative situation, but Sprite, I mean, he is just super familiar to clutching out in a number of circumstances, perhaps one of the most historic clutches in NA East history in the reboot round there, that 1v3. Well, it was, I don't want to say a 1v2, that was basically like a 1.5 v2, 1.5, yeah, kind of coming out there with Nounsy hitting a key shot, and the fact that there are so many excess heals right here, they're going to be able to scavenge it off, but they're going to be playing right on the edge of Stormline, so the next question is, they're going to be fine on Storm Surge, but will they be able to get in safely? As we'll see the right-hand side, you'll see the first number, it says 179 below, and then it updates. What 179 below tells you is the team who has done the least amount of damage has to do 179 damage to get above it. That is the lowest line. So you know it's right around about like 5 or 6 solid rifle shots if you're able to get them off. And there's going to be a number of teams, but that's a pretty packed Storm Surge considering we still need, what, 7 duos? Oh my god, Illis just took so much damage.
Yeah, that's one problem with the MKs being into play right there. I feel like on NA East we're seeing more of these the Mark 7s, the MKs in play as opposed to EU earlier today, where we had a little bit of everything, right? We had the long range, kind of the heavy rifles in play for a little bit there, but I'm seeing so much more of this different type of style coming out of NA East right here. As we hop on over to Bucky and Cam, who are jumping in on this player, this has to be a fight for Surge right now, or some kind of positioning for Surge. They're trying to not only get to the zone, but see if they can bait out the team on high ground, like this Daily Bugle squad. This is a great angle here, by the way, to go ahead and target those wood builds. Very weak. But no, nothing comes through just yet. So they're going to have to actually get up there and take this fight.
Well, and as you say that, Bucky able to hit a nice little dink. That's the sound you want to hear. But even as he hits it, we talked about that Storm Surge on and players who are going to be above and below it. Everyone trying to climb up in terms of their position on the map and in terms of their position on that threshold. Because right now, 13 below on the left-hand side, Rice is landing a shot and he's hitting shots and they're not getting above the threshold. Ritual ends up going down. Now Bucky, our game one winner, going to find a great fight there. Able to clean it up in the top left of the feed, though. Keep an eye as Quaz able to pick up too. That's a Liege and P-God being picked up yet again.
Rough games for them today. P-God and Elige not able to really pop off the way they're expecting to, but it's okay. It's only game number 2. Still plenty of tournament life in front of them. In the feed, though, Scented finds Polarized there, but Cole does get traded in the exchange. As you can see, he is fully eliminated by Nico, so Senta's gonna have to figure this weird situation out. I think there's still another duo just nearby, but no, he is taken out by Mega. Okay, so there's all kinds of fights going on here. Scented and Cold completely taken out of the lobby now, unfortunately, after that great game one. A couple elims for their troubles, though. Sundown at least kind of pads their spot, but it does leave it a little bit more open for other competitors to start climbing up the ranks here.
Yeah, it really leaves you wanting. Again, we talk about the placement points and the points available per each elimination. Again, 3 points per elim in round number 3 here. And the placement points start at top 35. So if you've gone down, hey, unfortunately, no points for you. The cascading placement points happen at the top 25, and we'll swing back on board. Dubs, Mega, they got so much loot, and Monster, not only do they have so much loot, peep where they are in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. They are, you could not possibly be more, I mean, maybe a little bit more center, maybe a couple pixels up to the northwest, but with all that extra build, they could go up as high as they want. They could go as vertical with all of the excess brick, all of the excess wood. Like, it could be so good, but we're gonna end up actually taking a look and seeing what happened with Scented and Cold.
Yeah, this is a very important replay, and this is in this same location, guys. So the loot that they're standing on is Scented and Cold's loot. You can see just from the replay there, they got dived right into after finding their elimination. So there is just a mountain of loot for Mega and Dubs to play off of there, and it's dead center. What a prime location to be in coming into this game right now. Mega and Dubs are just having a day of their life so far. So these first 2 rounds really going in their favor. Long game in front of him though. Stretch is just showing what he can do with the rifle, right? Just showing you guys, hey, this is why it is a very deadly weapon, but useful as well. The one drawback to this weapon is that fire rate though. Take a look at Stretch once again, finding himself with very limited ammunition. That was the problem in the previous game. That was the reason why they couldn't win that last game, even when they had the high ground, right? It's one of those things you got to think about. Kanata and Acorn though, alive at 3 eliminations here. Big loot as well. And look at this, dropping material, excess material for them to play off of. So, you know, put themselves in this position because they found some key elims.
Yeah, and they're going to need to tunnel into the zone. Let's see how they got those key eliminations. So we pop over to a replay with them. Acorn already sitting on 1, but Canada with a great swap there immediately over, and then closing up the edit, getting his teammate up. That's what you want to see. Not only securing the elim, but then also securing the space right after. Top left-hand corner of the feed. They'll keep an eye as that zone is closing in. You can see a number of players will go down. That's the edge of zone fights that are happening. And hey, Mega and Dubs right in the middle of the zone yet again. They're actually slightly offset towards the side, so they could potentially pull the 5th zone directly on top of them. And yeah, I think it's more likely to end up pulling slightly over the west based on the fact that it pulled back over the east just now. And it's less than likely to end up going more central in that regard. But we'll see, as everyone is now going to begin to posture for positioning around the outside. So unlike the other zones, as soon as we get into zone number 4, duos want to be towards the outside rather than being more towards the center. That's because the 5th zone, the half in, half out, is not completely inside the safe zone. It will be overlapping towards the outside. That kind of transitions us into the mid and the late game, as Clicks and Day are looking to transition themselves in the late game with a knock right there. Owl's going to end up getting cleaned up. There's another duo right on top of it, so no loot for them, but hey, 3 points, and they also get the +1 for being inside that top 35.
You can see that team positioning starting to update here because they needed these points. And look at that. That's actually a 2nd elimination. So another one just kind of tacked on to the situation here. So 6 points already earned in this game here. Big swing for them. They're just looking out, though. They're kind of gathering information here. The problem with this position is that you have all of these teams set up in these singled out bases, right? So the information gathered from the teams that are inside the zone, pretty clear. These cones being opened up now are clear indicators that there's launch pads in place. Clicks looks like they're going to beeline on over to see if they can recycle one. Look at this, armored walls. So beautiful addition. Like one of the best additions to competitive, especially when it's used the way that it's being played right now to kind of mitigate the damage coming in here, to buy themselves some time. And there is drawback to these armored walls, right? You cannot edit out of these. You can get stuck real quick from a panic play.
And it's just fantastic being able to alleviate their pressure. And well, yes, you're burning them through. They can reposition in that regard. And I will say a little bit of a min-max all the way down the bottom. You don't necessarily have to have the wood on it unless it's getting sprayed out right away. You can just slap down the iron right over the top of it, and it would have ended up being just as fine. But I mean, we talked about how ammo comes at a premium, and unless you're necessarily Tubbs and Mega, who got oh my. He gifted 3 headshots right there, but was gifted basically 2 duos worth of loot directly on top of him. You don't necessarily have 300 or 500 plus medium and light bullets. And look at, they're still just swapping This is nuts, man.
There's tons of metal. Look, they're just living on this metal here, living rent-free essentially inside the box, and they do get zoned. The best zones for Mega and Dub so far. They are at the top right now. This is their game. If they don't finish up at the very, very pinnacle of this leaderboard here by the time this is all over, I'm going to be pretty upset. Larson and Smythe, though, are in a battle with the Storm Surge right now. They are 100 damage below here. They are going to have to fight, popping these minis right now. They're hoping that this rotation is going to start forcing players out, but they don't have a lot of time to just sit here, right? 15 seconds till the next zone starts to move the players out, force the players out is a little too long. They don't have the heals to sustain this. They need to be a little bit more proactive, and no one's moving because they don't have to yet. And their passiveness is going to be the reason they get melted out the lobby. At least Larson is right now.
Yeah, Larson taking directly over, and don't forget, Storm Surge does not put you down but not out. You're just straight out, and they say, well, saying goes, it's not too late, it's never too late. Well, it was definitely too late right there. You have to go, but speaking of somebody who has to go, as that other duo ends up being eliminated, the only duo who's underneath Storm Surge pressure, Dubs and Mega, and while they have a ton of utility, you don't necessarily want to be forced to burn through it right now. This is the one circumstance where you can kind of just afford to wait it out, as because everyone is now being forced to move, and boom, it turns off, but they take so much damage, and now they're forced off of that. And a great metal wall being thrown up immediately in the face. The iron wall going to create a little bit of distance, but you talked about potentially being disappointed. Dubs, you're in the fire, and we're not just talking metaphorically, literally. Takes 2 different fire ticks that a chug splash is going to be able to put it out. Still disengaging down on a Mega. And
oh my gosh.
A little bit of room.
Now listen, guys, you can actually put the flame out with the chug splash. That couldn't have went better. It keeps him alive, but the vehicle explodes. Another vehicle explodes right then and there. The fires are set up ablaze again, and out they go. Unfortunate, as we saw one of the coolest plays, almost another only in Fortnite moment, but no, it doesn't get completed. They get blown up instead. Oh man, I was rooting for Mega and Dubs. They had the best spot, Sundown, and now they're gone.
It seems like they were just a little bit non-committal, right? It was like, oh, we need to spray a little bit here, or they could have just sat and waited it out, right? Like, players were dropping. That 5th zone was closing. They had so much utility. We talked about it non-stop for like 3 minutes there, right? They could have just waited it out, but now next Storm Surge warning happening on the right-hand side. We will be into the full moving as we're on board here. Tahi and Edgy, no eliminations yet, 181 below, but as we're moving back over to the west, there's tons of old builds here for a little bit, and then a bunch of open space with a slight vertical grade. So some launch pads coming out, as well as the Spider-Man Mythic Gauntlets. Tahi looking for a little bit of space here, but immediately gets cut off. You can see the spray coming down. Some good pathing though from Edgy, finding a line here and trying to get on the back of this duo, and that's just going to be free pickings for them. One goes down. They should be able to get all of his mats and then be able to find the second and just continue pushing forward. However, they're still under Storm Surge. Oh no, they've just barely ticked the buff.
This is a really, really positive position to be in for Tahi and Edgy, who came just short of where they needed to be in that last game. They made end game, but they fell a little bit early, as one of the two were kind of out of the competition to support one another. But Illis and Jack, this is a team that is on fire right now, man. Seeing Illis at the top of his game here, this lobby is honestly equivalent to what could be a finals style lobby. Like, the level of player that we have in this competition right now is immaculate on high ground. Bucky and Cam, it seems like this is their style, this is their game, this might just be their season. High ground retakes, playing the dominant position here, right? Just like straight alpha status. And you can see this is another game now coming into endgame where they have height here. This time they have the ammo, they have the firepower, the pressure's coming in. Can they get the back-to-back here?
Right now, Edgy just getting shots rained down on him with only 32 HP. He has plenty of shields, but what he needs is space and time to be able to pop them. No white HP, so it can only take 2 more storm ticks there. So you see, was able to pick up yet another one in some very good spots, but all it takes is somebody to press forward. As we see, Bucky and Cam up on the high ground, just raining shots down, and he still has a solid amount of brick monster. They could run this out.
This is definitely a game they can take to the very end here. Just look at the ammunition as well. They have everything that they need, but not only that,
5 gauntlets each.
Game already, 5 eliminations inside the situation here, and they still have so much more to work with. This is so perfect for them.
We can see Booga and Miro getting some elims on the low ground. They also both have 5 charges of those mythic web slingers. So if anything does happen, they'll be able to make a play together, which is huge in duos here. As now we're starting to get some more solo riders here. Illis being one of them on 3 eliminations, doing his best to try and put just a couple wood walls there, but he says nope, down a level, going to utilize what is honestly probably one of my favorite competitive additions, the med miss, going to use it the backside of the zone, just trying to change position a little bit, knowing he's able to offset about 50% of that storm damage and then rotate around the outside. He's going to be able to find a little bit of a gap, but with only one more build, he picks the wrong layer, will end up going down and changing again, but doesn't have the aim to be able to take that one down, doesn't have the HP to trade it over, and we're going to swing back over to the low ground. Acorn counted a 7 eliminations right now, Monster.
This is huge. A lot of points and more to be made here as they find a nice little angle there. Acorn is the king of these kind of situations. This is another team, another player that can definitely play these low grounds well. But Kanata, this is where you want him in these box fight type situations. He thrives in endgame clutches. And look at this. They got a player behind the wall. Of course, Kanata's going to wait for it, but someone was just a little bit faster. Who was that? A new player has entered into the scene here, and Kanata gets taken out. It's up to Acorn, who is now left by himself. The pressure overwhelming. The situation at hand is dire here, as he only has 34 HP, and this opponent is just relentless here, jumping into the box. Clock is ticking now, Sundown. Acorn is starting to run out of builds here. Just 28 left, a little bit less, and the high ground pressure comes in. Sniped from up above, Bucky and Cam find themselves another elim here. That's going to bring them on up to 8 now, as there are only 2 other duos remaining before Cam and Bucky can pick up the back-to-back here.
Denny Yamso riding it out into third, but it's just a solo, and that solo is so depleted. They fought through 3 other solos, but now Cam and Bucky, but as I say that, Bucky actually gets back down, and Cam's going to drop down. Look for the 7th elim. We talk about piece control. He just boxed like 3 different grid spaces by himself in the blink of an eye, and he's going to be able to pick that one up for yet another victory royale. Bucky and Cam, that's just brilliant coming out there. I mean, Monster, they're on track already, even after 2 games. Hey, you got to feel good about placing them in that top 8 as long as one more thing doesn't go wonky as we take a look at some of the highlights.
At this point, it's like we handed them a blank check at game 1, and they just wrote, send me to finals. Right on top of it. Take a look at Cam here. Patient, clean, methodical. He just boxes up Commandment, waits for him, and you can see that he was not going to miss that shot as he lined it up perfectly. He just let him come on in, and that was a 10 elim victory royale. Back-to-back for Bucky and Cam. What a game there. Big game for them.
Back-to-back to start it off, and I mean, with first and second game down, 2 victory royales going for the tiebreakers, a bunch of eliminations, you have to feel good. You have to feel like they've got the momentum rolling. Just a couple placement points, a couple eliminations, and as you say, they booked a ticket to the finals.
Oh yeah, they're right there. They're just now starting to kind of bend the final stretch here, but that was just game 2, guys. So send on over to Adam Savage. We need an update on the standings. Give it to us.
Oh my gosh, back-to-back victory royales, 10 eliminations. Cam and Bucky raining down round after round from the high ground. I mean, what an unbelievable start for these guys. Already 2 games in, and they are flying high, Vivid.
Yeah, absolutely well played both of these times, find themselves on the high ground. I think the difference there is that they held high ground this game too for a very long time. Interesting enough, I think we're going to have a big battle on the high ground between Stretch and Commandment and Bucky and Cam, because as we saw in the first game, they were fighting for it. But that game, no contestation on the high ground there, and they just rode the wave.
Yeah, just walking that one out. That's like the picture perfect way to play high ground. You saw him do it, spray down, and then you just kick back, throw your feet up. You're like, all right, yeah, I'll take this free win.
Yeah. It's obviously high ground play such an important part, but to have it for that long a period of time as well shows a lot of progress as a duo as well to hold it. But they need to be challenged more, maybe. Our teams need to step things up. But one thing we did see a lot was the armored wall meta as well. Obviously, this is being used a lot now. A great protection as well as disengaging. I mean, Vivid, this seems to be a really great thing to have in your arsenal at any time to pop out as and when you need to.
Yeah, it's extremely good. In this meta, right, we have the MK7 and the Stinger SMG, both very high fire rate weapons. So a lot of pressure gets put onto your walls. And when your regular walls in metal, brick, and wood aren't good enough, you go ahead and place one of these nice armored walls down, and Dubs did a great job of disengaging using them in this clip here.
And it works so well. Like when you're getting sprayed at, we saw a team getting sprayed at. They placed down 2 armored walls, actually a third on their roof. One of them got broken. They're like, nah, I'm throwing another one down. Stop, I'm done.
Another one. Exactly. That's the great thing about them. They do give that protection. It's so important as well. I mean, obviously things are going to start to shift now, standings wise. The top spot though, I don't think is going anywhere. Let's have a look at the leaderboard right now. Are they still there? Of course they are. We can see ourselves here that things are starting to change up now. Vivid, walk us through how the standings currently look right now in NAE.
Yeah, no surprise that they are taking a big lead here. Back-to-back Victory Royale's first 2 games, total of 16 eliminations. They are far ahead of the competition right now, as you can see, with 2nd place with only 73 points. Nonetheless, though, Illust and Jack are having a great showing so far. 11 eliminations. Illust doing work in that category. Then we see Commandment, Stretch also doing pretty well. Only 6 eliminations, though. I said this last season, Stretch has not been too good at finding those eliminations, so if they can switch that around, they can find themselves a lot higher on the leaderboard.
And then we see Nani and Pump right there in 4th, Cold and Scented. Nani and Pump are kind of the underdog. Haven't really talked about them much. A lot of the big names up at top. Nice to see some unrecognized players there.
Yeah. It's always good to see that. We talked about this before. Rising stars. We want to celebrate those rising stars. The veteran players we love to see, but it's all about the new generation coming through as well, which is really exciting. Make sure to keep the conversation alive online. We're jumping into game number 3. The casters are ready to rock and roll. Sundown and Monster bringing us all the action. After this, we're halfway through today's qualifiers. Over to you guys. Let's do this thing.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. 2 matches down, a third of the way through as we begin the crest to the halfway point here. And Monster, one thing I noted, we're at 112 points for our current leaders, back-to-back wins. Looking over in Europe, 132 was the line, but enough from us. Let's get into match number 3.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, listen, it's just 20 points from hitting that EU cutoff. I'm sure they can hit it with a couple, again, just mediocre games at this point. 2 exceptional Victory Royales back-to-back. Bucky, no stranger to taking wins in final style settings, but man, to do that alongside new blood of Cam here is very cool to see. Back on over to the game, though. This is game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. You're tuning in. You're catching just about the midway mark. The stories that are going to be unfolding here are going to set the history for this first FNCS, kicking off the new chapter. Now, what's interesting about the kind of the standings there is that is a very close competition if you just exclude Bucky and Cam, right? Like everyone else has kind of had their moment so far, and it's around that 60 to 70 point threshold. So this is very much a competition for everyone else, and those top 8 spots are not solidified, or I should say the remaining 7 for the rest of the lobby so far.
Yeah, and if you are just joining us, welcome. We already covered the EU action earlier today. We're about halfway, closing in on the halfway mark here between NA East, and then we'll have NA West after this. My name's Sundown, joined by Monster D-Face here. We're hopping on board right now with Cold over by Sleepy Sound, looking to have a little bit of space here, and honestly, he's got a lot of space. It's all to himself.
A lot of space, great loadout already. This is the prime spot in position to be in. Now, what I like about the Sleepy Sound drop spot is that you are so close to that Daily Bugle, a highly contested drop. But hold up, DJ and Yamso are under contestation again here. Knifer and Blah walk away victorious as they manage to secure the llama again, and of course get the loot, the loadout, the guns that they needed to win this battle. And they just seem a little bit sharper. They're the sharpest tool in the box right now. And they're just winning, and they're making it look pretty easy, man. Look at this, 41 points. They're very much in this competition right now. What a day for Knifers.
I mean, all that glitters is gold, but continuing to take that 50-50 definitely proves that they're not necessarily the sharpest tools in the shed going on there, Monster. The song might go. I know there's a long setup coming in there. I feel slightly bad about that, as we see a number of duos being dropped off. A little bit of a faster game here, so we actually have a replay of our current leaders picking up some elims here there. So let's swing on over. Bucky down by the Bugle, trying to find a little bit of space here. Already sitting on the 2 elims. Let's see how we got him.
Take a look here. Daily Bugle, Bucky, and Cam. They're contested. I saw there on the draw spot, Matt Mackwood. I was just going to say Mackwood is here as well. You can see he gets wrapped up and finished there. Mackwood taken out of the competition. Polarized dropped as well. And there's again, this is going to be a contested draw spot, I think, across all regions. There's just little to no reason to let any single individual duo have this drop for free, right? Like, there's plenty of loot here. Now, the type of duos that you come across are going to be what really kind of separate your game from the others. If you just have a team that's exceptional at fighting, it's going to be rougher and rougher. Jamper and Dupe, though, finally put their first big points on the board here as they've been having a struggle of a day. But oh no, the shots are coming in. The shields are cracked here. Jamper's under big pressure. Is he going to drop the heals? Yep. Kind of forced to. This is the most unoptimized usage of it, but it's either use it or lose it. He's trying to find a location to slide on out. He's out of builds and couldn't slide over the top spot fast enough there. Acorn and Kanata picked themselves up a great elimination there to keep their top 3 position alive here, solidify the strength, and get them one step closer now to sniping up second. I think that puts them a point threshold away from second place now.
And Casker's still lurking nearby, but we're going to swing on over. Zyphan's Epoxy in a fight over at Rocky Reels. Directly on top of them is another duo, but Alige having a tough day of it today, going down again. Let's see if Sharkboy and Lava Girl are going to be able to win this fight out. Unfortunately, they have been unsuccessful so far, just like so many other reboots going on here. But right now, Zypha trying to find the shots, and he's going to be able to find those. No problem. They clean those ones up. Honestly, it's pretty easy for him there.
Yeah, game 1, you know, Lava Girl and Sharkboard there did have some success. That was going to be their first set of points. Unfortunately, since then, game 2 and 3 definitely not going in their favor. Zypha and his duo, Epoxy, they're playing just a little bit better. Back on over to Kanata and Acorn, though. It seems like they might have found Casker, and they just added him to the death note there. And there it is. That's quick wraps as they find themselves another Elim. This is 4 eliminations already, and we're only in the first couple minutes, first couple moments of the zone here. Wow.
Yeah, nice little plus 12 going on from there as P-God ends up getting cleaned up from Bank. But let's take a look at what else is going on in the new flipped island here. He was Elim number 3 coming out here. Kanata, as we flip back over. Again, we talked about it, 4 Elims between the pair. Acorn splitting with his own duo to play with the Kangarna member. And right now, they're doing pretty well. Honestly, 73 points like you talked about, right in touching distance of second place. I think he might have just flipped over as you talked about it. Yeah, that should be able to push him just in line with it now as we're going to swing back on over. We talked about how they were in such a power position in game number 2, had a great game 1, but now maybe the wheels have fallen off the bus a little bit here. As game number 3, they go down early and they're going to fall off the pace really hard.
And you could tell they were playing very aggressive there because they had the high ground mountain position, the upper portion of the mines. They played their way on down to Golden Seiko, who were just ready for the fight. That's going to be 2 Elims for them. And let's not forget, last game they fell way too early, right? They had the Elims. They did not get the placement points. And you can see how quickly that can drop you from your key positioning on the standings. Now with this game, not earning any points, this is going to be even more of a setback for them now. Again, all these teams that you're watching are not out of the competition. There's still 3 more games in front of us. So plenty of room here, but it's going to be, again, more and more tough. You need almost a perfect execution of the next several rounds if you want to make it to the finals.
Let's swing on over to Milk's Rhythm. Though, I do want to comment, man. Dropping a Legendary Ranger feels so bad. I know people vastly prefer the MK7, the Mark 7, however you want to say it, compared to the Ranger, but the Ranger is really strong. The thing hits like a truck, and if you're already going to be carrying a Striker SMG with you and you don't necessarily have the most medium ammo, I would almost default it over. All it takes is if you're able to hit those like triple dink headshots like right off of the bat, or even just 1 or 2 headshots in a close range, the thing has a lot of stopping power. It'll make somebody box up real quick.
Yeah, and the body damage as well, right? You're talking just big damage. So when it comes down to long range tags and whatnot, I mean, can honestly be a much more effective usage of your ammunition. But either way, Rhythm's going to go ahead and opt into this MK7 alongside Milks. So far, so good as they play a very interesting wide strat here. This is going to force them into the zone for a little bit. Deciding to not burn through the web slingers, instead take their time here, play for their max material. They kind of have to play into this. Now, The way they survive this, guys, is if they understand the map here, they can find some campfires or something to play with, because otherwise they're going to be in the zone for quite some time. You can see that this team here is safe, and they're all the way east on the islands, and you don't see the storm's edge there. So this is a very far eastern zone. All those teams on the west sides are going to be in a pretty tough predicament now, as they have to rotate all the way across.
That Far East movement, but right now Lone Star not necessarily looking to fly like a G6. He needs to be able to find the shots here in this 2v2, and they've had a real tough time doing it today. Only 13 points on the board, and we've seen them while having these back and forths in the early fights. They haven't necessarily looked clean, and you need to be able to resolve them quickly, because if you don't, you just end up in shambles and somebody else ends up coming by, or you get forced out of the zone. However, as you talked about it, we got one of those far zones, so they have a little bit more time than they normally would. And it also looks like both of these teams have spent plenty of time gathering up a lot of utilities, so if they want to make it difficult for each other, they really can.
Yeah, definitely. And Ritual seems like he hasn't gotten tagged much. You can see how much HP or how much stuff he has to work with as far as his loadout goes. Here comes a disengage. They actually end up breaking the whole structure down. There's no fall damage that comes out of that. You can tell that they were kind of thinking that the opponents were a bit higher, but still, they have full advantage of the situation. That's his wall as well. He can go for the replacement here if he wants, but no. Instead, the cone comes out. Big shotgun shot here. Ritual now back against the wall. Gets the cone over him as well, so has to be very careful here. But it's okay. Things start to slow down now. A little bit of a reset here. And what looked like a great position for them now is turning into a worse one here, as they have quickly gone through mats and heals here.
And you can see some Kungarna on Kungarna crime in the feed there.
Oh, no.
As Acorn, Kanata are able to pick up K-Burbs and Sparebow, but right now, Nevify is being backed out, and we talked about they were in a great position, but the second you get hit with a shotgun shot and you don't have one, things get real weird, because you don't necessarily feel confident. It's like, oh, one more of those and I'm going to get back down, and all of a sudden, Drew and Eshu feel a lot better now.
Honestly, pretty fair matchup as well, at least what the point story is telling us. These guys are right about neck and neck here, exchanging blows round after round. So game 3 goes into the hands of Drew and Ishu. Well played for them. They managed to stay alive for the rest of this round. We'll see how they manage to bounce back in this game. Can they make an end game out of this crazy situation that's kind of unfolded for them? Acorn and Kanata, though, going with the dead side rotate, trying to set themselves up for that super wide swing. Have to be careful for these lurking teams on the outer edge. And mind you, this is the scariest vehicle to be in to hit your rotates as well. Those large windows that are easy to target you through. But luckily, the team just nearby was very passive. They let him pass by. Here's a solo on this rotate as well. Bank just hanging out inside the shifty shafts here. He wants no problems, no troubles here.
No, just going to let him go past. And honestly, look at Kanata's loadout right now. He's just sitting on the epic MK7, legendary striker pump, has the rare striker SMG, maxed out on minis, maxed out on chug splashes, 2 launch pads, 2 steel walls. On top of all of that, with the max builds, they're sitting on 6 elimination, so they don't have to worry about Storm Surge. We talked about the pace of the game picking up. That's generally what you'll see in matches 3 and 4, but unfortunately for Cold and Scented, they take an awful line towards a box. You can't do that. You can't drive straight towards a box. It's one of the few spots that no car will offer you cover. Your windshield gets blown out immediately, and they have now burned through every single one of their splashes, and they're immediately under pressure here. Cold taking so much damage, and just as a solo there, tries to put the launch pad down, but unfortunately was covered up. The tree above him anyway wouldn't have let him down. We've seen he's amazingly good at these fights, but with spray coming through on the side, 13 HP and a Dream, and the Dream is more of a nightmare as he finds 2 great shots on the Edgy, but Edgy and Tahi going to take advantage of the solo there.
Did not stand a chance. Once they saw, hey, there's only a single person in that car, he jumped out. We got this, right? And the big tags was just set up for success at that point. Edgy and Tahi get a lot of loot as well off of him. Mind you, Cold brought in a launch pad there, so very, very nice for them. So hopping on over to Blastro and Aiden here. Little flip of the vehicle, missing a tire as well. This is hello.
Hello?
I know you're under stress, man, but all right, but you're heading the game here, man.
Again, don't forget Fortnite is rated teen. It's 13 plus, so there are some of our players who don't necessarily have their permit, have their license yet there. And Blastro might end up being one of those players, not necessarily sure of that regard, but now we're gonna swing back on over here. Bucky, great angle, just laying down shots from above. And again, we talk about loadouts. These guys set up pretty well, position it and loadout wide. And let's take a look here at a quick little replay. Some fantastic shots coming from Bucky there. Sheesh.
We were questioning why players pick up that MK7. You can see just exactly why, you know, you put the dot and you click. The tracking here for Bucky, exceptional, especially from this high ground position. Just plays into the weapon so perfectly. 2 elims as well, so you know they're padded up on Storm Surge. They're not going to have a big issue at all coming into these next couple of rotations here. Kanata and Acorn land themselves right on top of a duo. We look away for a second, and down goes Milks here. And just like that, Acorn and Kanata now looking for the next fight potentially as well. They want to finish this up. They find Rhythm here, and they're on the hunt. There goes the cone. He does not grab him. And look at this, the patience, the discipline to back on up, but smarter than Rhythm may have thought. They figured out his pathing there. They did not get the elim though. Someone else picked it up, but they do get to sit on the spoils of the war here. And look at that. Cap off. They're right back in the game like they never left, and they have everything that they can hope for now.
And great teamwork, honestly, right there, making sure Acorn was in front, Kanata right behind, being able to just layer in the shots. You can tell that they really wanted to find that elimination, but they'll take having the additional space and whatever. Massey ended up dropping over. You could see Qua and Magnolia really needed the points in that regard. And Illis has had a fantastic individual performance today. He's going to boomerang right back real quick. He's saying, I don't think I necessarily meant to do that. He wants to hop in the whip with a Jock and make along towards the side here, as they're going to head towards the northern part of the zone. If they have the ability to just get around the outside, that third zone will be closing in. And again, players want to head just basically center enough to hope that they drop right on the outside of that fourth zone to give them the chance at pulling 50-50 bonus points if you're able to get up on top of one of the natural high grounds. But looking at where we are on the map, pretty much all of them have already been occupied.
Yeah, and this is the best spot to be in. Stretch and Commandment find themselves in dead center zone. This is where you want to be. This is the spot to be hanging out right now. This is where the party needs to be happening. They should pull a very favorable fourth, which is going to save them tons of material, not to mention they're already capped out. So for them now, the game, the name of the game, find your tags, get comfortable, play for the long game. The difference between a regular public game and an arena match is, and competitive, like high-level competitive, is that Storm Surge and positioning is everything. Let's take a look at these replays, though, as we get caught up on the action. Bucky and Cam roll up as quick as a flash, as bright as 1-2, slides on in. They find Nexi before he can even slide out. This player boxed up here. Wrigley didn't stand a single chance. Double striker action comes in there, and they just shut that fight down. And again, the most important thing here, Sundown, they get to sit on this loot. They get to recycle it and use it for the next remainder of the game and the rotate.
Bucky is playing so good today. Able to slide that cone in right away, and then knows that he is already able to take over the left-hand wall, and just immediately ends up finding the shot, doubling back over, and then able to find the striker. I mean, just at very top level, and 4 eliminations now, 125 points. We talked about the 132 line. They're about to get in the cascading placement points. Like, we might be looking at our first top 8 spot coming off of the board with 3 matches down. As I'm going to swing on over. Hello. Boogie catches somebody holding their blueprints or something right there, as he also gets caught doing the same, instead doing a little knee slide. But you can build while doing that. No reason to just assume this faster movement speed is going to do enough, as he loses a bunch of shield, but not going to be the end of the world. Still has plenty of chug splashes here. 55 players up, 28 duos on their feet, so we're almost into the cascading placement points. Those will start at top 25 as they're up to 7 eliminations.
Yeah, big, huge game for them. Another team starting to approach that triple-digit mark here. Acorn and Kanata sitting at 7 eliminations and comfortable. We're going to slide over to some other very interesting developing fights here in the mid-game right now. Aviv clutching up on the outer edge here down, and you can see he was pretty excited about that, but I think the lobby turned on him, so he has to start figuring out whether or not this is huge worth. We'll see. There it is. Yeah, you knew just from the eyebrows, the facial expression, something bad was coming just after that. Were the points worth it? Maybe. I mean, they're pretty low. They need some points, right? Keep them in the game. Keep the spirits up.
I need the confidence, really, right? Like, because again, just making here is incredibly impressive, going from the pool of open players down into the top 400, then into the top 50, and playing with, I mean, this is one of the more stacked duo lobbies we've seen in a long time on NA East, and just being able to pick up any amount of elimination points is going to feel good. And don't forget the series points on the line as well. You want to be able to push forward. As we're seeing somebody who, again, we talked about a really solid individual performance so far from Illis, a player who's been around for a very long time, trying to continue it up. Is now on the right-hand side, you can see 33, Charlie, formerly known as Straw Hat Charlie, with Spegu as well. They're below Surge Monster, one of 3 duos who will be under pressure here in just 20 seconds.
Yeah, this is a rough spot to be in. I mean, they do have some heals to work with, but look at Charlie's loadout, right? This is high fire rate, no shotgun, so this is going to be an all-or-nothing type dive that they have to commit to if they want to jump in someone's box. Yes, the follow-up pressure is there, but if you just dump the magazine and you don't find the tags, you're not gonna have enough time to hit the reload, and that's what I'm talking about there. You have to get the full melt here, otherwise your teammate's gonna have to get the trades, and he does, I think, manage to get some. Kind of hard to tell. No, doesn't look like it. Jeff and Plague actually come out on top. They just get deleted. It's a little too predictable. It's an all or nothing type play. Against the top tiers, you know, it's not always gonna work.
1100 damage above Storm Surge. You can see Fifth Zone did pull back in towards the center part of the island, so the couple who took the gamble to go all the way out are gonna have to make that swim back across over to the mainland, and a lot of people have already ended up being posted up. You can see Acorn doing his best to just snag that little medkit. He's gonna be able to swing it over, and again, still sitting on 7 eliminations, and they have a pretty good priority position on a lot of these duos who are gonna be able to rotate in. The real question is, what does their ammo management look like? You can see that Acorn has plenty of light bullets right now, but unsure what the medium looks like. I'm going to swing back on over to what our current leaders, and honestly, they're looking at a qualifying spot as now we're into the cascading placement points. Each duo that goes down will be +1 points, and the EU line was only 5 away.
Yeah, this is it. They've absolutely punched their way through at this point. All they have to do is cruise their way through this end game. The mythic, right, web slingers, the Spider-Man mythic hands here, it's just going to allow them to go ahead and solidify that placement. And not only that, worth mentioning, they pulled zone. Look, the zone went all the way east this time around, so everything worked in their favor these last 3 games. Couldn't have just been better for them. They're in a position to go for height again. There's a reason why Bucky and Cam have been on high ground. It makes sense. They have the Daily Bugle on lock. They're winning the drop spot fight, and they have everything they need to take high ground, right? A well-timed, executed high ground retake is all that they have to plan for and continue to take dubs. So if that's going to be the play, the win condition, I mean, they definitely have it at this point.
Yo, what is this loadout? What is this loadout? I don't know, like, I don't know if it's shambles or like 200 IQ, but like, yeah, it's just like, I will make it work, and if somebody happens to chip damage me, maybe something can happen. But I do like the fact that oh no, I was about to say the player with the lower amount of medium ammo is holding the Ranger, but they both only have basically what is already in the chamber or magazine. I don't know, I'm not really a gun person. They got not a lot of bullets, all right?
Yep. It's pretty clear. This is a rough spot to be in. The second time now we've seen a team on height just not quite have what it takes to hold height, and it doesn't really matter. New high grounds are going to start being developed here as everyone has to rotate across. Kanata on the other side, different story, much different position. All the ammo in the lobby in the world that he can actually hold and use here, and you can see they're putting it to the best of its capability. Hold players on the Storm's edge, get them off your layer if you can't get the elim, and just like that, it works out perfectly. Now, it seems like they're trying to look for the next kind of setup here. There goes the full slide, and bam. Shotgun comes out. Doesn't quite find it, but the piece control was good. Punishment from the other side, though. Has to hit the pause. Whoa. Big armor walls come out. Okay, so they're committing to the safety of this game here. Smart, slow, and steady here.
And up on the high ground yet again, Bucky and Cam. Can they make it 3 in a row? Put the stamp and say, not only are we qualifying, we're going to do it with style. Acididorf actually ends up picking up Acorn, so Kanata going to end up being on his own there. Speaking of on his own, that's Illis on the other side. He's going to pick up Goofy Goober. He says, yes, I am, but are you? He ends up going down on that side as Illis continuing to try and find a little bit of space. It does have the med miss, but he's got to start clicking as it only ends up buying you so much space. Find it. Can he end up clicking? Has to keep holding it down. You can just barely able to offset it, but no, just barely runs out as Blah and Knife are trying to challenge up. Bucky able to defensively hold him off for a second, but Cam going down, however, 4 eliminations, pushing in 136 points again. The qualifying run has been completed. Batch going down on that side. Our match 1 and match 2 champion now sitting as a solo, trying to find a little bit of space, still has 2 charges. He's going to wait to try and be all the way on the backside of the zone and then catch himself back up. Taking shield damage is fine. He has excess of those, but he doesn't want to take any more white damage. Knifer and Blah are going to continue working on the top down as we swing back over. Canada on the backside of the zone has that legendary striker, trying to find a little bit of a shot. Only finds the 29 there, has a little bit of space, but with no builds, he opens up and then says a good night. As you can see, that little God Ray going down onto Bucky, that indicates where the current leader is as they swing up to the high ground.
This is a very, very important moment now for Knifer and Blah. They actually need this here. They were behind because they kind of had some bad exchanges in the early game, but we saw them find these early game eliminations for the drop spot over at the Llama, right? They've been fighting for this game after game. If they can secure Victory Royale, this would be one step closer, because I feel like their elimination in the early game is just inevitable, right? It's really hard to play contested drops, so this is going to be one of the most important games for them, but the pressure from users on the low ground was a little too good. They get broken out. Clarity's trying to get on in. He's changing the story up. Big shots there, but no. Gets shut down in the low ground there by Thrashy, and all of a sudden now high ground is up for grabs. Nounsy and Sprite managed to pull away with it just barely, and there it is. They find the mats from threats. They're going to have just a little bit more to work with, and all the heals come with it. So all of a sudden, the new team's on height here. Blah does find a couple elims as he starts to jump on down, but there's new high ground. Kims and Nounsy and Sprite. 5 eliminations for this duo up top.
And unlike last game where it was 1 duo and a bunch of solos, now 4 duos battling it out. 8 players still on their feet as TK ends up knocking Nani on the low ground. We still see Nounsy and Sprite laying down shots from above as the battle on the low ground ends up playing out. Visuals gets the roller. Trashies ends up trading him out as TK gets the confirm going over, but it's just going to be the top down. High ground takes it yet again as Nounsy and Sprite just spraying towards the back of the zone. And Nounsy says, backpack, backpack, where are you? Hop on in, Sprite. 7 eliminations for himself, Monster, as we take a look at the highlights.
Huge game, too, for Pump right there at 2nd place. And look at the points that Nani and Pump managed to pick up there. Tons of eliminations in the end game. They didn't have many sliding into this. It was only until the top 10 they started to rack up. And look, they just didn't stop. Nounsy on the other side as well. Similar story here as they went from 0 to 7 eliminations after they broke into that end game as well, finding themselves a huge Victory Royale. Before that game, they were way down the standings, and that's what we're talking about. Mid-game, mid-tournament swings to put them up at the top, and now in a fighting position for a top 8 here.
Yeah, and now, honestly, I'm really curious to see what the leaderboard looks like, because we saw after the first 2 games, so many points were allocated towards Bucky up at the top and their ability to just win those matches out. Bucky and Cam doing incredibly well, and they still got a lot of points this game, but this was our first real shakeup, so I think we're going to have a lot to break down.
Yeah, all of a sudden, things get a little bit closer for us.
They get real close, but we're going to have to kick it back on over the desk to see what SBG, Vivid, and Adam Savage have for us.
Boys, it's becoming more apparent to me now. It's becoming more apparent. I'm seeing it clearly. High ground has once again become the absolute GOAT when it comes to FNCS. We've seen Sprite and Nounsy claiming that high ground. We saw it earlier on, actually. Cam's duo had that in their capacity again, 3rd time in a row, but they were knocked down by Knifer's duo. Nounsy and Sprite get it. They dominate it, and they go on to get the Victory Royale. Vivid, this is clearly an indication that seems to be the way to play this particular season right now.
Yeah, Nounsy and Sprite following up on the success that Bucky and Cam had at the first 2 games. Nounsy and Sprite are like, hey, we want a little bit of the action ourselves, so they go ahead and take it very late into the game. And towards the end here, they are just showcasing so well why it is so strong, especially in this meta. These high rate of fire weapons in the Stinger SMG and the MK7 just apply so much pressure to every layer below them that they just literally suffocate these players and pick up a quick amount of elims and finish off with a Victory Royale.
Yeah, they just cleaned that up. I mean, as simple as that. And that's now 3 games in a row for high ground taking it. I better start seeing some more high ground plays because we have not seen that many.
Well, that's the interesting thing, isn't it? Because you think you'd expect more. We've seen it in previous seasons for FNCS. A lot of teams trying to get to that high ground. Maybe it's tricky when there's only 2 of you getting duos as opposed to trios.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see what happens in the next game. But for now, standing, Sundown mentioned it. Things are probably changing up on the leaderboard. Let's take a closer look. Vivid, walk us through.
Yeah, Bucky and Cam still have a big lead, but the gap there is closing a little bit. Nani and Pump, after the high elimination game that they just had, sneaking in with a total of 109 points. And Acorn and Kanata, thank you boys for showing up. They had 6 eliminations going into the second circle. A lot of early elims, bringing them to a total of 16 so far. And as you can see, their placement points are lacking. They're only 49, but still a total of 97. I'm happy to see my prediction up there.
A team that I wanted to predict and snuck right in is Miro and Bugha, and they've now snuck into our top 8. We did see Scented and Cold fall down, but a lot of teams jockeying for that position after that dub. Knifer and Byla now in 7th place, so they have still a lot of work to do. We're not done yet. Plenty of games to be played, but a really strong performance right there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Miro and Bugha just clutched in, I think, 49th place out of 50 in the previous round. Just got in there, obviously previous FNCS champions. Good to see them there as well. But starting to see some teams really start to break through now. It's quite interesting, actually, the way that we kind of look at Kanata is right up there in, like, I think 3rd spot right now. We saw 6 eliminations, like I think the second circle there. So really a lot of eliminations very early on, Vivid. What does that tell us about how important that is with like the likes of Storm Surge as well?
Listen, I'm going to be honest, outside of the fact that it's just a direct increase on your points, it is so good to get that many eliminations because you know that you are just absolutely fine on Surge throughout the rest of the game. But they didn't even care. We saw them in like the 4th, 5th zone, still being a little bit aggressive going for elims. Unfortunately, they got sniped, from a long distance AR shots right out underneath of their grasp, but they were still being aggressive. So that's amazing to see. We know that there are a lot of teams at Tilted Towers with them, so that's probably where they are finding a lot of those early game eliminations from.
It's interesting to see them just continuing that momentum. Fortnite is a game of momentum. You start to get some and you continue to roll downhill. We'll see if they can keep it up. It's working for them. It's working for Bucky and Cam, as well as Nani and Pump. Those top 3 look really, really strong so far.
Yeah, I think we've seen leaderboards in previous seasons as well. I'm throwing back to those because we start there's a bit of a change in attitude now as well. This passive versus more aggressive play where we're halfway through this competition, 3 games down, 3 to go. The teams now need to switch things up, Vivid, and kind of start thinking about the way they kind of approach their POI potentially, or landing elsewhere. Perhaps there's not too many contestations happening. Maybe it's time to start challenging other teams and start to make some points like Kanata has been.
Yeah, Fortnite players love being comfortable, though. They love to pick a drop spot, and they love to stick to it throughout a competition, right? They will almost never switch their drop spots. So I doubt that we'll see a big switch up in the drop spots, but maybe a little bit different play style, right? Maybe some of them are having some struggles with Storm Surge, so they try to be a little bit more aggressive in the mid to early game. Or maybe some of them are just like, hey, we want to go for high ground now.
That's right, that's right. Speaking of high ground, it's Battle Bus time. We are heading into game number 4. We're ready. You guys are ready. Sundown and Monster are ready. Let's head over to them. It's game 4.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. 3 matches down, 3 more to go. One of our 8 spots has been taken due to the amazing performance from NRG, Bucky, and Cam, winners of match 1, match 2, and a pretty solid match 3 as well, Monster, but 7 are still up for grabs as we get back into the action.
Yeah, and it's looking like Acorn and Kanata, Nani and Pump might just be the next 2 that are up on the carousel here to go ahead and make their way on in. We get to touchdown first with Bucky and Cam, who have been contested here at the drop. For the first time, we get to see exactly what that looks like. It's not looking too hot for Cam, who seems like he got fully landed on up above, potentially there. No, actually, that was Nico and Duke up top who are in a fight here. So Nico and Polarized find smacked in the early game right there, and Macwood, they just get cleaned up super quickly. And those are the 3 teams landing here. So, very rarely, Sundown, right, do we see a team contested at the top of the standings doing this well, let alone a team that's double comped, right? Like Bucky and Cam are double contested here at the Daily Bugle, and it's pretty clear that their strategy of just maybe not playing for the major building, right, taking a lower POIs, is just working a little bit better, more consistently for them.
Yeah, but I think one thing to consider is when you're double conned and under pressure the entire time, that's one thing. But the second contestant is kind of coming in a little late, and they've resolved that first fight very quickly, almost every single time, right? Like they've been able to pick up an elimination almost before we can swap over there in a lot of circumstances, right? Just like covering a lot of this, covering a lot of the action. And then once we catch it up, all of a sudden there's other people trickling in. But if people are trickling into a 1v2 or they think they're dropping into a fight where you've already eliminated somebody, early game elims are very valuable. You get that instant 50 siphon, you get 15 materials right into your inventory. And a lot of people underestimate just how strong having 5 extra metal, 5 extra brick that you don't have to farm. And speaking of the farm, we're gonna go right back over the guaranteed llama. The Iamzo split, him and Degen, well, they've been having very split results so far today.
Yeah, this is a very, very crucial moment now for Knife and Bilo, who have to win this. They have been winning it so far today. It seems like they definitely have the advantage right now. Bilo, though, is in a bit of a weird position, right? He's on the side, but Knifer with his prime spot, that high ground, he can see on down. It looks like Iamzo and Degen might have gotten the llama. Just take a look at the loadout or the material count there, right? Iamzo's pretty much dang near maxed out right now, so... Yeah, and there goes the additional heal. So they definitely got the advantage of the extra material here from the llama. But Knifer and crew are going to go ahead and take this as a mini L, and they back off. In the feed, though, unfortunately, it looks like Mega falls again here. So the big Titans now all of a sudden having some rough games. Look at this. Comes the push. Yep, they're committing. They want to get all the way on into this fight now. The one interesting thing about the slide mechanic is that you can take that momentum all the way through. He has the pepper effect as well, so this is a big push. They close the gap probably way faster than Knifer and crew were anticipating here. And if they go down now, their top 8 spot is actually, you know, on the rocks here.
Oh, Knifer got caught on the outside of the builds and didn't look like he had the ability to reset them that quick, or his teammate had disengaged. They should have known they were going to be able to close the gap that quickly, though, because if they got the llama, you're guaranteed those chili chug splashes, being able to push over onto that side, and Byla going down there. And I don't know why my brain just read that as blah the first time, but...
And I heard it, and then I started saying it. Oh, man. What do you think, though, Sundown? Like... I feel like they bit off a little more than they can chew, right? They got those first 3 games. They managed to stay consistent enough. I mean, one of those 3, they were taken out at 29th, right? So it's clear that when they survived, they were dropping top 10, 7th and a 5th. Amazing. They should have just, in my opinion, been a little bit more passive, kind of be more conservative, secure that top 8.
Yeah, I think once you've done enough, like once you've had those 2 good games in there, you can start playing what I refer to a lot as tournament management mode, where you start looking at, rather than you need to look at each individual game, but you're playing the entirety of the tournament. It doesn't matter if you have the best game ever and then you go out in absolute last every single time. As now, speaking of somebody who's gone out absolute last every single time, Elige and P-God have had a rough start to this tournament. Only 3 points, but they've come so far in this game with the 1 elim on Elige. Right now you can see a great heavy shotgun shot from P-God up top, gave them the positional advantage, but they're a little hesitant to kind of push forward, and now they're getting bogged down in a fight where you really don't want to end up fighting at Shifty. It's kind of what I feel like as one of those like trap POIs. I feel like Holly Hedges was a little bit like that in Chapter 2, where if you get bogged down in a fight here, it just makes your entire game and tournament miserable.
Yeah, this is pretty rough. And now that 1 elim was onto Mega too, right? So this is that same drop spot that Shifty Shafts drop. You know, for Elysian crew, it's been pretty rough. On over to Nevify and Ritual here, another fight that we've seen develop here over at the islands. This is a fight for I guess the drop, maybe the future weeks of the tournaments at this point. Right now it's just about trying to pop off here, do what you can to stay in this tournament. We're already beyond the halfway mark, so these are again pivotal, I'd say, mental battles, right? This is what's going to kind of keep you in the game, keep you under check. But no, Nevify gets traded, so this is still very much a fair situation. It can go either way. Ritual plays it safe. He wants to get the save here.
Yeah, yeets his teammate back in the metal box, making sure... Honestly, I'm always so 50-50 about players who build full metal and immediately turn around and re-edit it while having his teammate there. Just like, let that end up filling off. Go off towards another side if you're going to invest the hard mats there. But Ritual, it looks like he wants to try and take this fight while he has the advantage instead. Showing a little bit of indecision as the Storm is going to play an additional factor. You can see that purple creeping in on the right-hand side, as also Storm tries to drop down here. getting some pickaxe on the bottom side of the wall, ends up breaking up the revive, and now he has the one-on-one advantage, and the indecision from Ritual here could potentially cost him. Great disengage over the side, way to go up in level change, but Teed should be able to push forward aggressively and go find his elim, and honestly make it so Ritual doesn't have a choice anymore, which might end up serving him better because he looked good when he was going aggressively. He needs to find that rhythm again before Teed is able to press forward. One thing to note, Teed has no white HP. Will get that siphon going over from the other side here. It was his knock and doesn't need any white HP. He's just gonna run forward, and Ritual just gets broken up right there.
And that was a clutch 1v2 situation outright. So big plays for Teed. Impressive across the board. Here's that look at Byla, just so you can see kind of how things, you know, went down for we run it back. The significance of this fight for Naifa and Byla is huge. A top 10 team, one of our first top 10 teams actually falling, you know, in the competition when it matters most. Here's how Piga gets taken out as well there, alongside Bank and Aureliana. They just played it a little bit better. Catch a Liege off guard. He was trying to stay or keep a low profile in the shafts there, but no, he was found out. He was sniffed out, shut down.
Yeah, tough 4 matches so far for Elige and Pigot. They're going to need to kind of hit the VOD review, see what they could have done better, maybe evaluate the drop spot in some of those early fights, because there's someone we know, like, while not necessarily the worst when it comes to the early fights, right? They're very good in those mid-game kind of storm surge and as you rotate and transition into the late game situation. And if you don't ever even get to play there, you have to look at your gameplay and figure out, okay, what are we doing wrong and how can we fix it? So now we're going to swing on over. Larson and Smite, they're right around on that qualifying pace so far in terms of 66 HP. Just on the outside, looking in on the top 8. The top 8 line coming in this match was 75. They're currently sitting in 10th.
Yeah, mind you, you know, Edgy and Tahi, no pushover duo down there, so they do have to be careful, though, having a more of a harder day today. Take a look at the zone right now as things start to reveal itself. We're going to pull west this time around. Lucky for the Western teams, as they've had a bit of an uphill battle the last 2 games, favoring those Eastern zones, but the real problem is everyone who's been landing in the South, they've got no love today. The first half of the tournament has not been South at all.
Yeah, it's been tough. And I was thinking as we were looking at the map, I'm like, wow, whoever those brown triangles are, they're positioned perfectly. And then I realized it was Smite and Larson, the team who were just directly on top of the entire. Basically, like 70% of the duos in this lobby are going to have to rotate within line of sight of their MK7. On top of that, he has the legendary one, which while it has a great rate of fire over the top of it, it has the least amount of damage fall off, which is, I would say, kind of the one big con of the MK7. Part of the reason why it also gets stronger as the game goes on, because the zones get closer together and damage fall off plays less of a factor. But the fact that you have such a vertical position and then that red dot to just be able to rain shots, if you're somebody who's even remotely accurate, quick 3-4 tap bursts, you hit 1 or 2, you never have to worry about storm surge.
One interesting thing, though, just talking about like Southern versus Northern teams and Southern teams having a rough day, Mira and Booga are not a part of that equation, right? These guys are the exception, not the rule in this instance, because they land at Chonkers Speedway. They get the fast vehicles, the quick mobility, the big heals, right? It's an amazing drop spot. And the fact that they've been able to just get to these key and prime positions nice and early and quick because the vehicle choice kind of negates this whole entire zone in general. So Booga and Miro, man, championship team, highest caliber of player, definitely a dangerous duo to look out for, one that could be seeing their first qualification out the gate this weekend to set themselves up for another historic season.
And trying to get back on the board here, Dubs ends up picking up the elim onto Teeds. So now we see Scented has rejoined Cold here. Pretty solid first 2 games there. Tough circumstances in match number 3. The Cold ended up getting picked off as the solo running through there, but they are based in that priority position we talked about. So you see on the right-hand side, 122 below. That means the team who's done the least amount of damage at 122 is kind of that line. And now they're 309 above. We will see 5 duos who could potentially be pressured by Storm Surge, but we still have another 95 seconds or so before it will tick in. So plenty of posturing to end up being done here.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. One thing about Cold and Scented, too, is, you know, they're really kind of being carried by their Game 1 results. They had a huge Game 1. The last 2 games have not been good. You know, and that's not very common for someone like Scented who just boasts consistency, especially in early tournament stages. So this is looking very interesting. But I said it in game one, the lobby, the names, it's the caliber of a finalist level lobby. Like, this is a hard qualification stage to get through. Tons of top tiers did not make it this far, so it just shows you there is a lot of room left here. And the players that earned themselves the top 8 today deserve it all the way through. Anyone that's made it this far to this top 50 stage deserve to be here as well. So, you know, everyone still has a fighter's chance here as we have 3 full games with us.
Oh yeah, still a lot of Fortnite to be played, and don't forget serious points on the line as well. And to be fair for Scented, I don't think he ended up actually making it into match number 3 there. That's why Cold was the solo who was there. There was 99 players, so might have had a little bit of an issue there. So trying to fight uphill, but again, they're right kind of on that pace. We talked about being able to push through. They're currently sitting in 13th, but just looking at the line and the data from some of the other matches, it's more than capable of being able to put it down. And I think based on recent results, I'd still expect them to be able to push for that top 8 unless they end up having a rough performance here in match number 4. I think this is where we're going to get a good idea who really kind of needs to put pedal to the metal, as Teed and Owl are going to need to do it right now. They're one of 3 duos who are underneath the surge. They're going to opt for a wall-to-wall type approach and get directly in on top of this box. You can either go for tags at a long range, but with 65 below, if you get an elim, you know you're above, so this is your match right here. And they're saying, hey, this is our match, and no problem. Spray and pray, and their prayers were answered. 1 elim goes over to each. That's +3 points, clear of Storm Surge, so they're gonna feel good about that.
You know, I'm normally against those kind of pushes, but the way that Mountain was working out, it was forcing the players that they were pushing to have less and less vertical ceiling. Like, they were just getting put in those weird terrains that we know Fortnite can offer, like when you have like half a body's worth of space, basically. So they kind of just choked him out with the push there. It was pressure on top of natural pressure. So good on them to recognize they had the advantage there and just pushed it all the way through effortlessly too. Made it look super easy.
Yeah, I think that's one of the more underrated game knowledge things that the really, really good players have. Like, we talk about building and piece control and all that, but knowing how the grid space actually functions and which area of the map where it's just like, hey, we can pressure here, and if I get these walls, it's effectively like I really have the walls underneath it too, because they don't really offer a ton of cover. And that's where you can find some of these pushes, particularly in a meta where these striker SMGs, the MK7, the high rate of fire weapons are so valuable, where if you can catch somebody where they think, oh, I should be able to throw a wall up here, and they can't, it's almost a guaranteed elim, and those eliminations become more valuable as you get into these deeper rounds. As right now, Blaster just 15 above Storm Surge. There's 1 duo who is currently being hit by it, and Blaster just trying to look for a little bit of respite. He has plenty of builds, but what he needs is some shields.
Yeah, definitely. I'm assuming that right there was to try to probably get his teammates reboot card and whatnot to kind of keep him in the game, but this is only getting smaller and smaller, this zone. Hey, at least we got some cinematics here as Blaster's trying to find himself a position to stay alive. That's a duo there. Yep, don't want to go that way. And nope, here comes pressure from the duos down low, so clock's ticking. Blaster gets wrapped up. Tabney and Def managed to pick up some loot here, but more and more the game continues to develop. The feeds get lit up here. Plenty of action to watch back here. Squad Magnolia. Again, this is a team came first in the first qualifier today before getting into this round. And they're struggling a bit here, right? They came 120 points. They were so far ahead of the competition, but this next level, like, it takes a lot of endurance from our pro players. Like, that's another thing. You cannot overlook that. This is a very endurance-heavy day for the pros, man. So anyone you see playing really, really good right now, you know, big shout-outs to them.
Yeah, it's a lot of Fortnite to be pushing through and being able to be at your best, especially when you're playing with the top 50 duos in NA East. But that zone monster is a very interesting one. It's tons of Timber Pine in play, which are generally knocked down almost immediately because you don't want those hazards rolling through. Mega unfortunately ends up getting confirmed over there. As you can see, some shots trying to take it over right hand side of your screen. We do have Scented and Cold doubling back around the outside of zone here, but you need to start chug splashing or med mist or something. Okay, Thank you, Sentin. You made me very, very, very nervous there for a second, and a little bit of loot goblining there, and he tried to min-max, but unfortunately, it looks like he just minned himself out of the equation there. Not even going to have enough to fully top off on shields.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it worth it? Because they get some splashes, they get to top each other off right there, get some max HP, but here's the Elans. Let's see how much loot was kind of dropped here that made them think, hey, let's go back to pick it up. Oh, that's why they had a full body's worth of loot. He couldn't help but go ahead and check it out because it was left in his zone. Quick on his feet, though, to think, hey, let's take the down body, let's go. But yeah, it doesn't seem like it was too worth it as what yielded from that wasn't a lot of ammunition. Even the SMG, the striker ammo is really low right now. Now limited on heals. Another fight comes in. This is on Polarize and Nico. Top tier duo here, one that's definitely scary. We've seen Polarize been on fire today, lighting up the feed as well. Have to be careful with these teams that are definitely warmed up and in the business.
Is he carrying an auto shotgun?
Yeah, you work with what you got.
I can't remember the last time I've seen a player either opt into that. It looked like he had an opportunity to swap out of it. Interesting to see whether that was a voluntary choice or just something that he felt like, hey, it's the best weapon. I'm a huge fan of it. It's something that I was like, oh, like if I get an opportunity to talk about this, I can go on forever. But the amount of pressure and the stylistic change and the way it just absolutely eats up the striker if you're able to just get in the correct type of box-to-box fight, or the striker SMG and the striker pump, as far as I'm concerned, as long as you're not eating that huge headshot. I actually think it's the better shotgun at the moment if you're able to chain together those shots and aim down sights a little bit, but we don't see a ton of it as right now zone is going to close. A number of teams are going to be pressured by Storm Surge here, and right now Slacks is one of them. Dubs, though, still putting in work in the feed, so maybe him and Mega might have a little bit of a path to redemption. We talked about how they started off really strong but then fell off. Right now somebody's trying not to fall off. Clarity and Slacks trying to push through. 48 below, so 25 damage every 5 seconds about to come through. Great wall replace up on the grid space from Clarity, but not quite able to push forward yet. They're going to retop off and then go in, and Monster, I think they just need to go.
Yeah, we saw this happen before with Mega and Dubs, where they were a little bit complacent, trying to wait the same exact zone out. This zone 5 is one of the worst zones to sit idle and wait out, because so many teams are going to be here and have a fair amount of loot to work with, right? Like, you cannot leave it up to the time. You can't leave it to the clock. Everyone's going to have a little too much to work with. Here it is. More pressure comes in. I mean, out comes the med kits, I guess, right? You can go ahead and play this out, but look, the Storm's now adding to it. I don't think Clarity accounted for that one either, and it's just terrible math across the board, and they just get taken out. You never really see such seasoned players make mistakes like that, but that, my friends, was a huge mistake. I think Slacks and Clarity will agree with us here that that was a massive mistake on their part.
Yeah, indecision is rough, even if you're unsure of what to do. Just pick something. Stop going around in circles, pick a direction and start walking. Even then, it's not going to be worse than just going in circles and then falling to the zone. And right now, Mira and Bug on the left-hand side. We still have Sentin and Cold on the right-hand side. And you can see Sentin just trying to go to work. That's phase Lily Pad 7. Right there, you can see right now 71 points. So trying to push into the top 8. We'll have 2 more matches after this, and the top 8 will be given a spot directly through the finals. That's all that matters today, is a ticket to the dance. Doesn't matter if you're first, doesn't matter if you're 8th. You're just looking for a spot there in the finals, and Sentin knows that he can carry Cold there. Cold has done so phenomenally when it comes to the fighting, and Sentin, a phenomenal match for him.
Yeah, definitely. Teams inside the top 15 right now are pretty much a victory royale's worth away of potentially securing a final spot, like out the gate here. So all these teams you see in that 70, 80 point threshold, if they get a win with a couple of eliminations, like a good chunky amount of elims, that's it. They've done basically enough, considering we have 2 games after this one. This is game 4, guys. We're in the back half of the tournament. For Miro and Bugha, 87 points so far is very, very good. Big material as well. Bugha's trying to figure out, why can't I build here? You can't build next to certain structures of the trees in the game, so you have to be very careful, but it's okay. They managed to get over it. He does not waste too much time there, and instead he moves on. Off goes the launch pad in the feed. Illust is down. Tieko is down. Big names there that we were counting on staying up in the top of the standings. Now out of the competition. Is Jack still up? That's a top 4 team. we have to see Kanata falls as well. I mean, Sundown, we're seeing big names go down. We're seeing Stretch pop off. We got a little bit of everything right now.
Yeah, but Stretch over commits, goes all the way down, and Commandant wasn't close enough to be able to back him up. You have to be hip to hip if you're going to commit all the way down to be able to counteract that spray. Yes, you might have enough to be able to clean up the Elim, but you don't have enough to be able to turn and cover. You need a second person spraying with you to help out in that situation. Unfortunately, not there. Right now, you can see Jock trying to push through. Don't forget Acorn and Canada also already down. You see TK end up picking up Elim. Smite, unfortunately, going to go down as well. We talked about them being right on the line. Miro picking up Elim, so Day is going to be able to pick that one up. You know he's happy on that. And Jock trying to push forward. No more builds. So Old Man Mountain trying to find a line, but his line is not good enough. He needs to go up, but he finds a knock in a Siphon at right at the key moment and immediately trades it out as High Ground has won nearly every single game. Old Man Mountain pulling it back over, and Nexi and his duo are up there. Booga trying to find a little bit of room right now. Does have plenty of chug splashes. He also found a med miss, but the med miss was a little bit of a bait. It only had 15 in there. He was hoping for 150. He got a 10th of that, but he is going to be able to find the back of the zone with a decent amount of health to spare. Finds a player there, going to be able to drop down, and he's got plenty of builds, so he should be able to run this out. And he's closing in on a top 10 too, and well over the 100-point mark here with 103.
And he's really playing into the placement right now. You can tell he's not looking for a fight at all. He's trying to just wait this out, let teams take care of themselves. With every team that falls, he earns himself placement. Look at the armored wall, preemptively placing it down just so he doesn't get focused there. This is smart and methodical play by Booga, and it's actually underrated what he can do in endgame as a tarper. More pressure coming in from up above, though. They're tearing through those builds, and he finds one there. Beautifully done. Squish gets shut down there, making it look nice and easy. He was a single shot away. Now Booga has a decision to make. He jumps down into the loot there. Oh no, someone else was looking at it as well. And all of a sudden now, things are really racking up for him. 109 points. Can he get a little bit more here?
19 builds, still a steel wall, but it looks like it's for the aggro, and what a shot.
Yes.
Booga finds it, and not only does he find it, Clicks goes down there, and he gifts him over the legendary striker pump. He says, here, this is for your trouble, but it doesn't matter. A pump's only good if you're able to fire it out, and the spray from the striker cleans him up. And working top down, it's not often you see them off of the low ground, but Cold and Scented now with 6 eliminations. They're up to 102. They're into the top 5, and they're one of the few duos still up on their feet. They're looking to clean up a bunch of solos and potentially grab a victory royale here in game number 4.
We might just see Scented versus Commandment on the low ground right now. Commandment is still alive. He just worked Fatch and Pamstu on the low ground by himself, but Scented steals both of those weakened Elims. Commandment, though, is still alive. What an animal he is down there. And there's a knock player. Oh, no, actually, it's Nexi who's by himself. 2 solos. Down goes Commandment. Nexi with the jumping drop kick right there over the top build. Beautifully done. Nexi has done something exceptional so far. He's managed to hold this out to the very, very end. But in a 2v1 against some of the best, it's going to be difficult. He's not giving up just yet, though, Sundown.
I was about to say, is it going to be difficult? He's making it look pretty easy. He's the one raiding the shots back, and he's forcing him back. But as I say that, the communication, and I just want to appreciate the fact on that last little shot there as we get into the replay, the fact that even in the elimination cam at the end, they had already reset the wall. They were not losing that. They wanted the victory royale. They wanted to close it out, and they wanted to walk away in match number 4. They said, yeah, we had a hiccup in match 3, but not enough. And a great play from Nexi. I was wondering when he got the high ground. He ran that out into a second place. Some good trades from Fatch on the low ground here, but match 4 delivered. And shout out to Nexi, too. He was just swanton bombing everyone.
That's gotta, like, that's one of the most satisfying shots we've seen and already. This is what makes me love and miss the FNCS stage, watching the big plays go down, the big clashes. And my gosh, I'd pay to see Commandment's perspective on what he was doing to Pam and Fatch, one of our favorites to watch this weekend, as they had full shield and they ended up with nothing coming out, and Scented sniped those up. That's 6 major points to Scented, who needed it, by the way.
Yeah, there have been some great trades out on the low ground, some fantastic performances from duos who really needed it there in match 4, because now with 2 games left, the top 8, we got, I think, 2 teams who might have been able to cement themselves in there. But let's kick it on over to the desk to see what it looks like.
Thank you very much, boys. What a game 4 that was. I mean, I think we saw so many elimination points there. Nexi, props to Nexi getting, I think, 5 or 6 eliminations there at the end. But again, we've seen Commandment with my choice. You got Cold and Scented. You guys' choice. I mean, this is what it's all about, really, isn't it? The veterans are getting there in the end game, Vivid, and they're managing to put on a show. But they're all trying to get into those top spots, not just in the top 8, but they want to win this thing out to prove themselves as a duo in this competition. They could go all the way.
Yeah, the storyline there, Scented and Cold finally find their win throughout these games. Unfortunately, in the previous game, Scented didn't even make it in there, so Cold was a solo, but they come right back at it. They are duo reunited in game 4, and they show us what they have. Victory Royale to secure themselves a lot of points.
And they're just slaying out. When these guys are making end games, they're cleaning out layers, they're cleaning out boxes, getting in. We see so efficient with the eliminations, not allowing a lot of time to happen or someone else to jump in and steal any of these elims, just grabbing all the loot, getting the elims, getting the points, and moving on to the next box. It's so clean and is really an evolution of what we've seen from Scented. Typically he'd have like one pop-off game, but it looks like he's having pop-off after pop-off after pop-off, and that's all thanks to Cold being on his team as well.
Yeah, you can see the synchronicity between those two is absolutely on point right now, and that is why I'm sure they're going to be somewhere thereabouts the top spots on the leaderboard. Let's take a look at the standings right now, and you guys can give us the lowdown here. Vivid, who is at the top? Bucky and Cam remain there after 2 victory royales and 20 eliminations. That is impressive, but others are catching up now.
Yeah, impressive in its own right. They actually got 0 points that game, but still hold on to that first place position. Just speaks to how well they did in those first 3 games. But as you can see, Cold and Scented have a statement to make. They're like, hey, listen, we both made it into this game. We're going to show you what we really got as a duo. 120 points total for them. And another duo sneaking up the leaderboard there, Miro and Booga. We saw Booga in the end game there. We thought we were going to see one of his classic solo clutches in the end game, but unfortunately he goes to drop the second shotgun that he picked up, and as he is in his inventory, another person jumps right in his box and finds a quick elim on him. Nonetheless, though, an impressive performance out of those two.
And the top of the leaderboard is a who's who of Fortnite, and they're showing us exactly how duos is supposed to be played, guys. This is a beautiful performance.
It is. There's so many names there as well, like Nani and Pump in second position. We've rarely seen or touched upon in this competition thus far, but I want to see a lot more of that down the line. I think it's time to head back over to our casters. Sundown and Monster are ready to rock and roll. We're going into our next game, game 5. It is all to play for the penultimate game. Over to you, boys. Bring us the hype.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And with just 2 matches remaining, we've already seen one team 100% cement themselves, and Nani and Pump are pretty much right there, Monster.
Yeah, definitely. What are they? About 10 or so points off. That's just a game. Just got to cruise your way through. Don't do anything risky, but you got to win your drop spots. You got to stay alive. You have to make it past that early game. We already have seen Surge has been an issue for several different teams time and time again. We haven't seen the same teams reach the same kind of issue, so it's just a reoccurring problem for different squads. You just don't know who's gonna basically catch the Surge bug, right? Who's not gonna find the tags.
And it's Surge at different stages too. Generally, when we see a team who has problem with Surge, it's like, oh, it's always that third zone Surge that is really, really giving us a hard time. But we've been seeing some teams hit with that 5th zone Surge. We've been seeing a number of teams like just not be able to wait it out or accurately assess how much utility they have or whether or not they can really take a fight. And then we've also, I think, seen 1 or 2 teams really get hit with the 7th zone Surge, where it's like, hey, just turn for a second and shoot your gun and you'd be fine. So maybe it's teams just trying to adjust a little bit from trios to duos and get used to those numbers, but I think we're seeing a little bit cleaner gameplay over the course of these 6 games so far.
Yeah, definitely. The gameplay is there. And just on the bubble, though, Miro and Booga jump up to that 114, tied with Commandment and Stretch. What a little race we have now in the final moments to see what players can just manage to stay consistent and close out this tournament here. This is where the real pressure's on. This is where you kind of sit down, you look at your duo, and you talk to him and say, we have this. We're right here. Just buckle down, keep doing what we're doing. But the most important thing is walking the walk and stepping up to the plate.
Walk the walk, talk the talk, but enough talking to cover the match. Let's get into it. Game number 5.
The first qualifier of the FNCS is here, and it has not disappointed so far. What exceptional matches we've managed to cover so far. This is game number 5. Monster D faces Sundown on the mic right now, ready to bring you guys the action as we get to see our first glimpse of players dropping down. How will the map, how will the bus favor you today? It's going to the eastern side. Now, so far, Sundown, let's talk about these zones, right? They've been sort of scattered in the northern side. We've had 2 west sides, 2 east sides. We're about due for some southern and center play here potentially.
Do you think so? I don't know. It feels like when you end up like pulling only towards one side, it just kind of gets that little bit of momentum, that little bit of bump. I mean, I feel like we've seen a little bit more bugle in play zone-wise than I generally would. We've had 1 or 2 pull either near it towards the end or right over the top of it. We're gonna hop right back on board here with what's been probably the most interesting and polarizing start here. DGen and Iamzo just taking the fight. The way they've been taking this is they'll fight on the backside of Covert Cavern towards that slurp truck to try and make sure they get the immediate HP down onto themselves and then go over towards the llama. And I mean, it's just having a disengage going over. We'll put the shield keg down. I apologize, not over on that side. I misspoke right off at the start, but they'll end up popping this and get as much as they can, and then they will basically go coin flip and see what happens. As, again, speaking of coin flipping and see what happens, top left corner, P-God ends up picking up dubs right off at the start.
The one thing I do want to talk about, though, DGen and Iamzo, after that last game, they neutralize the threat, sort of, right? They have officially put themselves a singular point above Knifer and Byla, so it's 77 to 76. They're quite literally looking at each other eye to eye as adversaries here, and this is going to be one of the most important fights right now. Can they win this and then drop a top 10, basically? Because the teams that have won this drop have equally and rightfully went all the way to endgame, so it's pretty clear. But hold up. That's someone else. That's Goofy on the other side of the wall. Has there been a little bit of a mix-up here? Yeah, they're wrapping around. DGen and Iamzo switching up the strategy here. Very interesting.
Trying to find a little bit of a different angle, saying, hey, maybe if we can just change the pace, change the tone of this first fight, we can end up in a better position. Unfortunately, by going a little bit higher up the mountain here, they've opened themselves up to another sightline. And if you keep an eye on the bottom right-hand corner, now there's another duo also rotating in above them, and things have officially gotten weird. Normally talk about things starting to get weird. Things have gotten weird.
This is like, hey, we got a plan, and then abort plan. They're just playing by gut instinct at this point. Let's try to stay alive. Nosh and Goofy, this is their drop. They have a much better understanding of this entire layout, so the advantage is surely in their side. Not only that, they've managed to loot the majority, half of it, right? You could just tell by Nosh's loadout there. It's pretty good. Now, look at the number next to their name. You have your 11th place team and your 9th place team potentially looking to clash right now. This is such a big moment in a big fight. All of these tags, every mat dropped right now is so important to this team's success or failure at this point.
You don't want to end up in that situation where you just need one more wall. Again, Slack Swishy had one more wall right now, right as we talk about it. Does have the advantage in terms of HP, but he needs to find an angle. Some great movement from him to create shots, but not enough, as Duke and Jamp are able to hunt that one down and try and get themselves back into the game, back into the tournament a little bit, as sitting only on 15 points doesn't necessarily bode well.
Yeah, this is the first instances of their success so far today, so everyone gets their little moment in the highlight. Other fights that are going down around the map, though, in case you missed it in the feed there. Teed and Owl roll up. They find Diego, another man in a vehicle. Just trying to stay up here. He's going to jump out. He's got nothing to lose at this point because the vehicle's about to go down. He goes toe-to-toe with Teed. Teed tees him off. GG's. Here's that perspective from Duke. He wraps up. Slacks there. Pretty quick on the draw. Quick on the shot there. 2 elims for them. Doing a little bit better than the others in that package, but still pretty much a ways off.
Mega getting cleaned up by Epoxy there. So you can see that elimination coming through in the top left-hand corner of your screen. You can see Polarized and Nico trying to make sure they min-max out on their gauntlets as well. You can see only 2 charges in Nico's. I believe there was 7 in Polarized, so you don't generally want to end up with a disparity between the two of them because it makes them really tough to end up using efficiently. We talked about how in duos you almost always want to be sitting right on top of your opponent, and boom, there you go. They're trying to figure out where the best ones are. Yep, that's an 8 and a 7, and they should be able to walk away happy now.
Yeah, definitely. They got exactly what they came to this side of the map for. Those mythic hands to play with here. These spider web slingers will get you everywhere you need to be, end game, early game. Speaking about them, Bank just rolls up on Logjam right now. Big fight going down. It's on to Duke, who just picked up those Elans, and great angle, and another even better angle. Unreally say, hey, you forgot about me. You open up the side here. Out comes the edit, and it's just heavy to the face. GG's there as he wraps things up, gets the full thirst out. But Unreally is by himself now. Has to play this out. There's obviously that solo there, and Duke and Degen and Iamzo come off the split drop again. Iamzo and Degen, this is really just not a part of the strategy usually. They've gone north instead of south to the zone this time around. They are just taking this game and basically going with the flow, right? It really feels like they're just like, whatever. Like, let's just fight it out. Let's see if we get some points here, do something big this game, and maybe leaving things up to chance for the last round to play for endgame. I don't know yet.
Well, they should be able to know that this is 2 solos here if they're tracking the information correctly from the elimination feed. And when you need every point possibly pushing into the top 8, when you have had contention off of the start, you're going to feel a lot better if you're able to kind of pick up those solos, if you're able to kind of track them down. And then you're able to just kind of sit and be like, hey, what if we just kind of camp this reboot van as now we're going to take a look at some of the other action we might have missed here. So we get another look here of Iamzo just being able to kind of push right up against it, slide in forward, gets the edit, gets to the backside, and a nice cleanup from him there. You can see Aiden trying to find a little bit of space here in the bottom of the bush, and you can see, unfortunately, he will get cleaned up.
Very rough right there. Tries to play the bush to break that line of sight there, but it's not going to be enough here. Iamzo and Degen, hopefully they have not let their guard down. Obviously, there is a solo here. You can tell they're sort of hunting in this general area here. See if someone reveals himself. It's Qua and Magnolia who rotate in from their draw spot just off to the side. And now all of a sudden you have a real problem. You have a healthy, very healthy team just nearby. And mind you, Qua and Magnolia land just west of the Logjam on the outskirts, like right on the mountainside. They play all of that general loot. Honestly, this zone, this season, a lot of teams favoring this mountainous area, this northwest zone. Like, this is where I'd say the biggest population, the biggest combination of pros are, like, all up in this general area. So tons of battles and different clashes we're going to see for sure unfold as we start leaning into the finals.
I absolutely love that area of the map. I put a tweet about it at the start of the season after I finished my Champion League climb. Because can't do it beforehand, otherwise I'll have a couple people landing there. But that one little, the one little fishing spot over there, I think it has somewhere between 12 and 18 fishing spawns that can pop there, as well as the mythic gauntlets right at the top of it. There's like 3 possible chest spawns. There's a sizable amount of metal. I mean, if anything, you can just sit and fish, just like Season of the Olin. It's basically the equivalent of the Flopper Frey Island, but it's so out of the way where as long as you wait just a little bit and people commit from rotating away from the outside, it's just completely free. It's a little bit more difficult to navigate those western side routes when you are in Storm Surge lobbies, because if the logjam fight gets resolved quickly, teams will generally rotate out there pretty quickly. Luckily, logjam fights will drag on forever in a lot of circumstances. As we see, we will get a little bit of southern love, but it's all the way to the western side, dropping pretty much directly on top of Greasy.
Yeah, definitely. And look at how many players are just on the outside the bubble. Essentially, there's really not that many teams down in the south. Not only do all the congested teams have to rotate on down, but that coast is completely open, and it's kind of what you expect here. As we hop on over to Cam and Bucky, our #1 team here, they've already kind of punched their way to finals, so this fight means really just fun for them at this point. They've gone way out to the coastal lines here, and this is probably just in preparation for a bigger strategy down the line. They're pushing up onto Teed and Turts here. Because they have these mythic web slingers, they can really traverse the map almost freely, and they know how much is left over back at the Bugle if they really have to go back for it. So this storm fight is just better for them now. Cam, though, jumps on over it. Now, I just realized this is probably fluke Cam. I remember Cam being on that team way back when, punching his way to finals. He's a multi-qualified finalist. And all of a sudden, seeing him pair up with Bucky, it's just like you pick up a tier 1 And these other players, you just give them a chance, and all of a sudden now they are hanging with the Wolves right now. They are actually leading the pack. So it's really, really cool to see players like Cam just popping off and finding his shine right now.
I was about to say, not just hanging, they're looking like alphas right now, especially pushing that towards the side there. Flu Cam Sam season. Slam season. I don't know, man.
You made that way harder.
Twister. Yeah, I was just about to say, ignore me. I think it ended up just somebody has said the Flu Cam season has arrived, and so far they've looked pretty good. But again, Monster, the conversation at the end of the day, when we look at the leaderboard, first place and 8th place today, they get the exact same thing. They get a trip to the finals. They get a chance to compete for the prize pool. They don't have to worry about the stress about playing again on Sunday and trying to compete with the best of the best. They don't have to worry about that semifinals. They go straight through. And every single one of these duos, if you are remotely into punching distance right now, your eyes are on nothing else. You don't want to be thinking about Sunday. You don't want to be thinking about who else in the game. You want to be thinking about what you can do to put yourself into the top 8, because it is such a sigh of relief if at the end of game 6, you load up that leaderboard and you see yourself there and you know you're going to be playing for money this season.
Oh, yeah, it's one of the best feelings, especially when these players are live streaming and you get to catch their reactions. You know, those are some of the most heartwarming moments the community actually looks forward to season after season. For NPen and Zemo, though, they're one of those teams. They're one of those teams that are genuinely on the bubble right now. 88 points puts them right around that top 10 sort of seeding. You can see here that they're inside of the 8th spot, currently holding on to it. Very strong. Man, the last time we saw the map, Greasy Grove had 2 teams here. Now we swing on through, and my gosh, the mass migration has begun. Everyone is dogpiling into here, and this is, I would say, pretty much the center of Zone 2, so they're probably going to get 3 and 4 here as well. This is surely the place to be now. If anyone has surge issues, it's going to become a war zone here really, really quickly.
But right now, everyone else is just going to get a little bit of a rest. You're going to get a little bit of a respite. Try and find some space. There's a little bit more room to be working with right now. Everyone has a duo partner, so no solos who are up. But also no real check on the Storm Surge. So potentially some awkward situations that might end up happening in that 5th zone, because teams don't necessarily know how much damage they need to do or how much damage has been done already. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Just kind of check that tally mark off in the back of your mind and make sure we check in on it later. But the real question is, I want to know where this 3rd zone pulls, because if we keep going south, there's already going to be a number of teams who have been established and pretty much have taken up already the high ground stuff. Odds are good. Yep, I was just about to say, odds are good. We do continue pulling to that south side, and then we'll probably pull over towards Greasy again, which is why you can see everyone starting to kind of huddle in towards that POI. Space is going to get at a premium very quick.
Oh yeah, I mean it's already premium real estate. Like, if you have a building at this point, you're in the money. If you find some nice brick on this outer edge, you're second best up, honestly. You want to get a recycle point. You can see there's a couple locations like these right here. Oh, this is a prime one right here. If they can go ahead and park just behind this, it's kind of where you want to be. But no, instead they're going to play for a little bit more center. They want to get inside while the vehicle has HP. They're going to go ahead and take their chances. For Pump and Nani, our 2nd place team right now, holding on here. Definitely looking very, very good, but they have a long way to go to get to this new zone. We saw the vehicle bringing attention to this general side on the rotate, so surely other teams are going to be looking in for foot dwellers. So this is them, and this is the issue that they're going to have to deal with. But if they can make an end game here, they should be another one of our 8 teams that go to finals.
There's so much space on the western side of the map, and you can see them on the bottom right-hand side. They pinged out a number of the teams who's rotating behind them, but they missed the one I was saying. As long as they are able to recognize that Polarized and Nico are directly behind him, they should just be able to walk into zone. They had pinged out everyone else, but unfortunately, Nani gets stuck up on. And now you're in an awkward spot because you can't really just let these guys go past, right? Like, you have to fight them, but instead, Bank and Unreal are fighting them right now. And if you're pumping Nani, you just need to go. There is still one other duo who's in between you there. Like, I know they want to fight, but there's no reason to. You're guaranteed qual as long as you get into the cascading placement points. Why take the chance?
you're also guaranteed quality against these elims. So
All right, go for it then. You know what? He's better than me anyway.
You know, he's thinking right now, hey man, if we just get these two, brother, we're making it. Instead, though, the opportunity does not reveal itself, and they go ahead and hit the rotate here. A little worse for Wares now, though. To Sundown's point, they are late to the rotate. Other teams have surely taken up some of the mats on the way in, but there's so many other squads there on the outskirts. Luckily for them, they get here, no one's here, and they managed to find some leftover loot, so they needed the wood as well. They were down to metal and just limited brick at that point, so the wood's going to be a huge come up for them. I guess it worked out, but it could have been a huge risk.
That's exactly what I was saying, because worst case, right, like if you leave and then turn around, there's still the two duos behind you who have to rotate into the zone. There was so much space on that western side, they could have just started walking as long as they were aware of that other team who's in front of them, and they just slid around the side and they were good. As now we're going to slide on over another team right on that line inside the top 8 coming into this game, but just barely in 7th place. Ellis and Jock so far only the 1 point from the top 35. They'll get another here in a second once one more duo ends up falling for the top 30, but we did see it pull actually away from Greasy, so tons of open space, only one real slight change in the high ground, but a lot of movement that's going to happen from everybody who kind of took up residential space in the Greasy Grove. They say, no, this big city is too much for me. We want some more of the suburbs out there, and that's going to get built up real quick.
Honestly, it's going to work out for those dead side rotating teams because these mountains are just blocking all that line of sight. They should have a really simple time just kind of rotating wide here. We'll see, though. Kanata and Acorn managed to pull the zone pretty much, and they're effectively hanging right now. And they have a lot of firepower to work with. They're going to be looking for some fresh weekend builds, maybe even some launch pad or some beam out the sky. See if Kanata can find this one. There it is. Little Zaptron right there. Okay, hits a couple shots. Nothing too big, though, to reveal something. Cam and Bucky get through, virtually untouched. Okay, that rarely happens, especially with the weapons that we have in play in the current loot pool. So, you know, things are just working for Cam and Bucky today.
It's working all the way so far in first. Already punched the top 8 spot. Acorn and Canada right on the line for it right now. And you can see Acorn just trying to connect with shots. But that's the tough thing about the Ranger. It is, I would say, the actual skill level on it. And even the skill floor is much higher. They're much more difficult to use. Like, it is very difficult to end up picking up the gun and being able to be good with it, but as soon as you start able to connect those shots, makes a huge difference. As now we can see teams right on the line. 106 Acorn, top of the screen, bottom of the screen there, bottom right hand corner, who we're going to swing over to it. Nosh, Goofy Goober, trying to get wall to wall right now on the other side. That is banking Unreal Ana. We did see them taking the storm fight, currently sitting in 17th, so a big game needed here if they want to push in the top 8, but headshot into a body shot's not going to be the way to do it, as they are a little bit separated there, and some good angles coming out right now from Nosh and Goober.
Yeah, definitely. This is where you want to be right here. Finding an Elam is so huge here. There it is. 2 shots come in. Was it his, though, is the real question. As he has to come on over to support his teammate, but no, the wall was open. He gets deleted, and that's because the pressure from the lobby they were looking on in, and although he got the Elam there, they do get taken out the lobby by Edgy, Tahi, Smack, and company on this outskirt here. Yamzo looks like he might have picked up some loot from the side there, and they are big chilling here. Look at this. 3 eliminations for Yamzo and D-Gen, a team that absolutely needs it here. And not only that, they took out a team that was rivaling them in points. So just, if it was a big Elam before, it's an even bigger one now, because now teams that are battling them for that top 8 slot are sniped out of the competition here.
Yeah, but he needs bullets bad, man. He just ran out of his light ammo, and you can see he's probably communicating to the Yamzo, trying to get the tags out there, being like, hey, do you see any light ammo in there? Is there anything we can grab? Because he is literally on empty, and you see a split there, 190. Got to be happy about that. Not actually a split. Oh, no. You can see they're going to have to split it back. So each are going to be rocking about 3 rotations of that Striker SMG, gonna be able to push, but with that zone pull all the way to the opposite side, all the way down the southeast corner, lots of rotations. The western side is going to be pretty open as long as they walk straight. The northern part of this is going to be weird. You can see a number of duos already taking the sky. You can hear those gliders coming down here. So we swing back on board here. This should be a qualifying run if they can put it all together for Kanata and Acorn as he's trying to get wall to wall, trying to get the spray onto the wall, continue pressuring out, not letting that metal build fully up, using a minimum amount of bullets to break it. As Beef picks up Degen and he goes down. That's a full confirm. Jock ends up picking up Magnolia as we're into our top 25. Cascading placements are going to go down. Storm Surge is turned off yet again, so we'll see what happens in that 7th zone.
Very rarely we see like just this kind of situation in place right now. Big teams that are all fighting for this top 8 spot right now. No one's fully safe just yet, and we're seeing teams that quite honestly are on the bubble getting taken out right now. So this is where the story starts to change. This is where the standings get to open up for other teams that were just outside of there, and it's going to be more and more competitive. It's going to honestly be even more pressure coming into the last game now. So Iamzo with no degen here is one of those kind of situations we're just talking about. Iamzo has to make a big play here. Not only does he have to out-survive these guys, but he's going to need a couple more elims to kind of keep up with the pacing of the lobby. No launch pad in hand, but he does have the Mythic web slingers to play off of here. On height, though, it's actually Beef and Nick, so it makes sense as why they're picking players off. They can see the entire lobby here. They're in the best spot to be in.
Yeah, right now I just want to hang out with Iamzo, 10th place, trying to find a little bit of room. We'll use 1, 2, 3 of his charges, trying to get a little bit of hard building with wood, and then switching over to the brick. He's going to get a nice little gift over there, though. Going to be able to refresh out and try and just tunnel any of the excess brick forward. Pump end up picking up an elim onto Cam. That should be enough of a qualification for Pump and Nani now that they're into the late game. So a second team should be able to book its spot, but right now eyes are all on Iamzo. Can he keep his team on that top 8 pace with the solo clutch here? Can he get some of those hero points, the clutch points, the individual effort points of a monster? Right side of the screen, 103 below. Players are dropping, but I don't think they're dropping that fast. Storm Surge turns on in 10 seconds. He has to go.
Yeah, he's looking. You can tell he's looking, but he's picking and choosing his moments that he's trying to find a shot. He does not want to take a duo. He is not trying to challenge any duos. Whenever he sees 2 players, he's actually second-guessing himself and stopping. But now the real pressure is on. The Surge is actually active. 8 players have to go down. Out comes the shotgun. He takes a little bit of fall damage there. Further play, and that was the kind of thing he's been trying to avoid this entire time. Opening up against 2 players, being on the low ground does not make it any better. He has to get up, and he has to get up quick here. He's using the builds instead of the hands. We'll see if it's the right play. And here it is. Desperate time. Big shot right there. That's a white tag. This could be the player he's been looking for right here. Can he get the full finish? One more tag away, and no, he's not going to find it. Doesn't find any points either because no one falls there. So unfortunate for Iamzo. He's close, but not close enough now. It's going to come down to the last game for Degen and Iamzo now. For Acorn and Kanata, though, this could be their round. This could be where they punch their way all the way through.
Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and there's no grenades in the competitive playlist, and the animals in Fortnite are llamas. Let's go as Acorn and Canada try and confirm their spot here, 124, but they're making it through. Pump already has gotten it, as well as they're into our top 13. Hopping on board here, this is our high ground duo, Nick and Beef, 68 points and climbing as yet another placement point ends up ticking over. We're into our top 10 and only 1 solo as the rest have their duos up as Nani and Pump fall, but that should have been enough for their qualification, but it's Acorn who ends up dropping him down. So that elimination plus the placement point should also put him in the top 8. The question is, who else can close the gap? Our 9th place team currently, Visuals and TK working top to bottom. Visuals trying to find a little bit of an angle as they now have complete high ground control.
Definitely a sleeper team right there, popping up out of nowhere right now. Another big game to push teams that are outside on in. Kanata and Acorn, though, still tearing it up right now. Look at the points here, 137, and they look like they're not going to stop just yet. As I say that, though, Acorn gets sidelined here, waiting for Kanata, who was on the backside, but Kanata, right-hand peek is just a little bit better. He can tell that player didn't have much builds. He was just playing a little slow, but all these heals, Kanata's instead sit back. He's going to wait it out. He knows exactly how much time he has to work with there. Mythic hands are tempting, but no. Goes against his better judgment there, decides stick to the script here. I'm going to go on and wait it out. Beautiful angle now, jumps on in. That's a blue tag, turns around, but could not close out. No highlight for him. Instead, it's threats and users up top. 5, make that 6 elims now, and N-Pen goes down. Here comes the closeout. All they have to do is finish it off. You can hear the silence set in as they realize, yeah, we got this Victory Royale. We'll wait it out here. The pressure is going to come in, and this should be all she wrote here. They start to pressure it out. Too much time is on the zone here, Sundown. You best believe they're going to win this one.
Yeah, but no more light ammo for threats. So, I mean, unless he wants to chuck ADS shotgun shots into the zone, he can just kind of watch and hope users will be able to close it out. Users was able to pick up a just disgusting triple elimination to give them the high ground control, and ultimately they'll ride that out as yet again high ground will take the match. But some great individual performances here, Monster, in match number 5 as we get into the replays with 2 or 3 teams confidently booking a spot into that top 8.
Yeah, definitely. Acorn and Kanata being one of those big highlights there. Shout out to TK and Visuals, managed to take that high ground early on. And then here goes Threats and Users who closed that game out, pushed themselves officially into that triple-digit mark with their 7 elimination game. Now, mind you, 3 points for Elim, guys. 7 times 3 is 21 points, plus a 32 for the Victory Royale. Big games. That was game 5. Game 6 is going to be the finals. Who is going to push this top 8 now?
Top 8 is all that matters. One more match to go. We've seen some incredible individual efforts, and we've seen people come just close. NAE so far has been the story of tiebreakers. So to set up that story going into the final match, we're going to kick it back on over the desk. Vivid, SBG, Adam, what do you got for us?
We've got it all here because we are relishing the finale there. Threats doing a superb job to maintain, get the Victory Royale. But the guy said it, you know, we are at the last part, the last chance now. Game 6 coming up, where the top 8 going through with the first finalists going through to that grand finals in March, which is really exciting. Let's break down the game quickly though as well. Fantastic. We saw a lot of teams trying to take the high ground again, Vivid, and it paid off in this particular instance.
Yeah, seeing the domination from Bucky in the first 2 games from the high ground has inspired a lot of players, clearly. And time again, we just see these games finishing out in kind of the same scripted way, right? We see the Stinger SMGs applying too much pressure for these players on the low ground that they can handle, right? They just don't have enough builds to keep up with the high fire rate of these SMGs, and including the MK7s getting thrown in there as well. And high ground just ends up being a walk in the park for anybody that is up there.
Yeah, there were so many teams in that game that made their play for that top 8 spot. We saw teams like Kanata make a push in there, maybe secure that top 8. Then there was like NPen and Zemo, the last team Threats that was able to take the dub. So many of these players were just jockeying for that last few spots, and it's going to be so close. I don't even want to look at the leaderboard because there's going to be so many teams that are right there from 6 to like 12. They're only going to be a few points away from one another.
Yeah, I think it's interesting as well, focusing on Kanata here. We saw they're utilizing shields so well. There's a lot of heals on the map now, but the timing of shields, knowing exactly when to continuously use them to kind of ride out storms. And Surge, as always, saw Yomzo trying it earlier on, couldn't quite make it happen with D-Chain going down early. But still, standings-wise now, let's have a look, see exactly how things look before this final game. Vivid, they're still there, Bucky and Cam, riding that top spot.
Yeah, I think it's now solidified that they will be going straight to the finals. Remember, guys, top 8 is the number. Anybody in the top 8 will go directly to the finals. We see the likes of Illest and Jock. They have been performing pretty consistently throughout the day, though towards the end here, they are slipping up. As you can see, they are only 5 points ahead of that 8th place spot, so they got to be careful. Scented Cold as well on 129 too, so they've really got to have like a really solid last game to make sure that they go straight to these finals.
Yeah, those top 2 spots, they're looking safe. They're chilling. Everyone else, I'd be a little nervous heading into this last game. You really don't know. Oh, it's going to be a nail biter for sure for these last teams.
It really is. I think this is the last push. This is what it's all about. Obviously, you know, trying to get into that top 8, trying to qualify for finals. That, you know, Sundown at MDF mentioned, just getting there in this first instance and knowing you're there, you can relax and sit back rather than having to grind out potentially all the way through the semi-finals to qualify. It's lovely to go through at this point of the competition. So we'll find out exactly who that's going to be very shortly. I want to talk very quickly, though, about some of the other items on the map, the mythic web shooters in particular. We've seen a lot of it from our players utilizing the way in which they rotate and things as well. But apparently I'm hearing that it's almost time to jump in. There's no time for web shooters. We'll obviously see lots of it in-game. We'll talk about it later. You can hear the battle bus there right now. Game 6 is ready to rock and roll. Our players are ready. Who will make it through into finals? Those 8 teams we're going to find out very shortly. For now, let's head into Game 6.
5 matches down, 1 more to go. 8 duos will be placed into the finals. 2 have pretty confidently booked their spots, but based off the tiebreakers and everything else, there might still be 6 spots up for grabs. One of the teams competing for those currently sitting in 11th, and potentially the most polarizing duo to watch off of the start. DGen and Iamzo. My name's Sundown, joined by Monster D-Face here to close out the action. But don't forget, we got NA West right after this, and I mean right after this.
Yeah, there is going to be a pretty quick turnaround, so don't go anywhere. It's action after action. We'll hop on over to that region and get everything fully covered. But for DJ and Iamzo, the story is just beginning right here, right now. What can they do now to go ahead and win this drop? The last game did not go according to plan. It was pretty clear that things just went awry as they had to slide on in to Nosh and company there. For Macwood and Donnie, they've been having a struggle of a day. This is the first time we actually get to see them like in game for longer than just the drop here. Is this has been a contested drop for Bucky and company, but also now visited by others here that have been landing on the spot. So Daily Bugle, man, it's been a rough one for the most part. There it is. That's Nico in duo down low. A lot of fights going on here, man. This is gonna be an exciting one as we start bending into the true finals. Like, will this just be uncontestable? People give it up. Will these teams even be able to make it in the future weeks? Because that's really what's going to determine what happens here. On Chonker Speedway, though, trouble in paradise as Booga is down and very lit up. I wonder what happened here.
Yeah, I was about to say, my eyes are peeled in that top left-hand corner because they have been uncontested. I'm pretty sure he got gunned out of the air, which means somebody must have just pulled an MK7 earlier on, and it looks like we're actually going to get a replay of what happened here. So a little bit of a stutter going on. Let's see if Monster and Nostradamus, and yep, unfortunately, this is what happens when you're on one of those longer bus paths and just pulled right out of the air, doing his best King impression at the Solo World Cup, who in match number 2 actually didn't even get to play the game, got taken out by Creo on his way flying in. However, this is duos, it's not solos, so Bugga, despite having the crown there, is going to be glad that Miro is there to back him up and get him back up on his feet, because they're on the outside looking in right now, Monster.
Yeah, very, very tough position to be in right now. They're playing with a one hand tied behind their back. A lot of room to make up for them, so I am rooting for them to see what can happen now. For DJ and Iamzo, I can't believe they're going for this fight when everything is riding on the line. Not only for Byla and Knifer, but for them as well. They are so close in points. They look, if you just look at the number next to Knifer's name, that's 11 and DGen's number is 12. This is where they stand currently in the updated standings. Now they're winning this fight. They're going to force them out, but someone else is here. Those shots come in from the side angle. Who was that? Smacked and Casker roll up. This could be so bad for everyone here.
Yeah, 11 and 12 tried to throw a party, but it wasn't 13 who rolled in. 32 came riding over the hill and said, hey, we hear some shots. What's going on over there? And now all of a sudden, limited builds, limited bullets. They try and split to do their best, make sure Iamzo has enough to fight with. But based off of the play so far today, you would think Iamzo and DGen would feel pretty confident being able to take this fight, and it's going forward right away. Immediate piece over the top, gets the cone over on it, tries to find the player, not able to isolate him out. And the problem with the edit course, it looked slick, but that was over 50% of his builds. He had 19, and now he's down to 8. And if you don't get that immediate cone off, now you're kind of sitting there being like, well, I need at least 4 builds to play defensively. What are you going to do with just the other 4? He needs to find a little bit of an angle, and so far instead just going to get the shield chipped out, and the tensions continue to rise here. This is no denouement. This is their entire tournament right here. It all comes down to this fight and whether or not they're going to be able to take down Smacked and Casker, who are no pushovers despite where they are on the leaderboard today.
Yeah, definitely. Smacked and Casker have been playing with one another for a long time. They used to be the kings of Retail Row. Now, of course, the map's mixing up here. You have a new drop spot in play. I do want to commend Iamzo, though. At least he comes back into the Catacomb here, right back into those old builds, gets the recycling. I think he realizes he might have, tossed the bag a little bit there. The overbuilding was definitely flashy and called for, but it's a big risk that you take. Another team rolls up. They kind of catch wind of this. It's Qua and Magnolia, another duo that is very seasoned. And although they are down on the leaderboards, all of these guys are equally as good and dangerous right now. So you don't want to mess with any of them. Luckily for them, look at this. Nice little chug splash find. They managed to back off. Things work out for them. A lot of teams would not have gotten out of that position. Like a lot of teams, that would have been the end of the tournament run right then and there.
Workout is generous, but they're still got a chance. If they were able to disengage, I think they would have preferred probably any other situation. I mean, landing there and not getting the llama generally is a pretty feels bad, man. However, still having the opportunity to play through the game, and every time they have made it to the end game, they've done well, but that's been on the back of getting that space, getting that llama, getting the control, having the chili chug splashes, having the excess materials early on. The thing out of that rotation path is if you're not leaving early, there is nothing to farm, and I mean nothing. And a great double replace from Bucky. However, an even better shot on the opposite side of that. He'll get cleaned up, but Bucky and Cam, no problem. Like I said, they've booked the top 8 ticket. Unless something astronomically weird happens and the exact teams get the exact right amount of points, they should be fine.
I find it very interesting, though, what Bucky and Cam decided to do. Instead of pushing to the zone and playing for the late games, they actually force fights in the general area. Here's a little other perspective view from Nexi there. Bucky did not have any ammo left in the SMG, but you can tell they're kind of conditioning the area, right? They're letting people know, hey, we're here, and we want to fight, and if you push us, come day of, you're probably gonna have a problem. This time, though, for Nexi and Wrigley, they get a little bit of the, I'd say, confidence, right? To know that they can win that fight. So that's gonna surely be a booster, probably work against Bucky and Cam in the long run, but ultimately, that was the game plan. That was the last game for them. GG's. What a day. What a phenomenal day for the team that has been popping off.
Yeah, and honestly, when you talk about confidence, I feel like Nexi's had some highlight level plays. If we go back and we think of some of the better eliminations, he was the one who was just swinging around in that end game who had the high ground take, I believe, right? Pretty sure that was him. So, I mean, between that and like I said, the one who was swanton bombing around, I think between all of that, he's had some solid plays. You can see Yamso and DJ trying to late loot through Covert Cavern, which is not a atypical strategy. There's just so much excess loot here, and you can see he's able to prioritize just all of these heals. Now you can hang out here pretty much forever. With 2 medkits, 2 guzzle juices, you can already effectively negate pretty much the first 2 entirety of the storms. No problem, regardless of how far the rotation is. The fact that it's right there, no Storm Surge in play right now. They should be fine. Somebody who's not fine, Cold, by his lonesome again. Scented, falling early, and while they are on the inside right now, they're currently sitting in 6, so 129 will not hold.
Yeah, this is probably the biggest development as far as our top 8 goes. Cold and Scented have had the realistic chance to qualify today. They could have done it. Scented was eliminated very early. He's trying to go for the reboot right now, which is big risky, and I mean big risky. There are so many players here. Just look at the map. So Cold's gonna go for it. This is gonna alert Polarized. It's gonna alert Nico and company who are just next door. Does he stick it? No, he cancels instead. That might be the big mistake here. We'll see. He's using it, not losing it at this point. Burning through that big material there. Takes the one up. That's onto Pump. Big shot right there. But Pump has been on fire, and Pump also has a realistic qual chance. Remember, they were way up there earlier today. This is so risky for Cold. What do you think he does here, Sundown? What would you consider to be the best course of action right now? Do you just wait it out? Do you disengage? Do you go for it?
Oh, man. I feel like you can't stick a reboot here with the amount of white HP he has, knowing that how difficult rotating out of Bugle is. But we're going to take a look back on that fight here in a sec as we swing on over to replay. Edgy and Tahi in a fight, just trying to push him off there. And you can see that's how they were able to segment off Scented, be able to find it there. And it looks like Cold, he's going all the way off into the yonder. He's saying, well, we're going the 72-hour secret skirmish route where we will be healing in the stone forever. And we talk about confidence. Was that just a triple from Nexi in the top left-hand corner, it looked like there was a explode. Maybe that was a chop going on. Medmist is going to end up being picked up. Might have even ended up opting to consider the medkit, but not going to need it, as you do have that relatively close-ish reboot van. One thing, the Chapter 3 map, as we did see with the update towards the Chapter 2 map at the end, there is a lot of reboot vans, and they're not necessarily just gated to the POIs. That, along with the changes to the reboot cards that happened in the late Chapter 2, you can get people back on their feet very frequently.
I absolutely love the changes to the map this season. This is by far one of the best map kind of layouts that we've had so far, and just overall, again, accessibility, balance, and the cool sliding mechanic. Fortnite's in a very cool spot right now for comp for the most part. And those are the big highlights, right, that you take away from there. Can we just talk about a little bit of luck behind Yamza right there? Finds multiple white heals in the zone there, making that entire play manageable, and allows them to pretty much bounce back into this competition like it never happened. So they have a chance, ladies and gentlemen, for the fans out there, for the scented and cold fans, they have a chance to qualify today.
And speaking of having a chance, Booga back up on his feet.
Oh my gosh.
As
Also
well.
has a chance.
No, we
Yep.
talked about it. Let's go. Trying to continue pushing forward. Have already gotten that placement point. And not only is he on his feet, that loadout's looking real nice. Got that epic striker SMG, the epic MK, or the rare MK7. 6 peppers, 6 chug splashes, 6 minis. That's max on all the utility there. So gonna feel good about it. The chonker's up. Car being able to push in towards there with the extra boost. So as long as they're able to park themselves in center, the next question will be that Zone 5 Storm Surge. And with 61 players left, it's not unreasonable to think that 11 people won't go down. We still got plenty of Fortnite to be played in that time. And they're even going to find a nice little birdie over there. And that might end up being an upgrade for Booga on that side. Yeah, because he had the rare MK7 before. So they're just, everything's looking up for them right now.
Yeah, big loadouts coming together here. Miro rocking the same thing as well. Very interesting spot to be in, though. They're on the southern back edge. Here's Pan and Fatch. Man, if they could pull a victory royale, these guys would be one of the teams coming into finals that you got to place your bets on. I know you've been down. I was gonna say, I know you've already hedged that bet. You already know that these guys have it. Can they win this fight? This is a very important fight. They're at 107 points here, ranked 11th in the overall standings as it currently is standing and displayed. So they have a shot, but man, oh man, it's going to come down to winning this fight or not.
No, Pam Stout is going to catch somebody with that legendary heavy shotgun. He's going to hit somebody with one of those shots, and that's going to be the opening they need. Trying to manifest it here because that's what he's looking for. That's really going to be the turning point if they win a fight. It's not like, oh, no, he's going to try and opt for the disengage, but when trying to disengage in these areas, it's really hard because if you're not able to kind of get the right line of sight with that web, you're just going to get absolutely obliterated. However, that steel wall ramp place was disgusting. The timing to be able to cover up there and the fact that it cut the grid space in half and makes advancing through that so difficult. That's brilliant from Fatch to be able to get them out of there. And as I say that, Fatch unfortunately ends up going down. Squish is going to clean that up, and it looks like a little bit of a caster curse. Unfortunately, streamable 3 all over again for you, Fatch. My bad.
Pretty rough right there. Oh man, it was looking so hopeful for a second. Now it's up to Pam to just play the solo game out. No stranger to being a solo champ though, so you know there's a real chance here. But if you're coming into the last game and then this kind of thing happens, I mean it's stressful. It's very, very stressful, and he just made it that much harder. And honestly, it was because the lobby started looking in. They drew a little bit too much attention to them. That kind of instance right there. Byla actually falls in the feed. So with Byla down, that's their chance potentially over and out with, unless Knifer's up as well. Pressure is just starting to mount everywhere. Here's a look at how it went down basically from Squish's perspective. So what was Fatch thinking? He stood way behind and inside enemy builds. Just misplay, I guess. Maybe he got shot from the floor and kind of, you know, caught in the web there, if you will.
He dropped gauntlets though. Pamstow gets cleaned up. I just don't like if he had gauntlets and Fatch. I don't know. That seems very weird. Should have been trying to disengage the teammate once he was able to get the line, but unfortunately, them going down, they will fall outside of the top 8. They are no longer up and on their feet. Knifer though is still trying to push through. Iamzo actually going to end up getting a knock, and it looks like we will get a replay there on Pamstow getting cleaned up. So we'll see what ends up happening there. And I mean, it's not working with a whole lot here. And once you're caught out in the open and they know you're a solo, yeah, they're going to be able to chase that one down. As now we swing on back on over to Cold and Scented, who are right in the thick of it.
Look at those points too, 131. Hey, I don't think this is a threshold. Not for NA East. I think that threshold, it's definitely going up. We thought maybe, hey, 132, yeah, EU.
It's a rough idea, right? It gives you an idea. It's a ballpark.
I think it set my expectations there, and now I feel really bad. I'm really nervous for some of these teams because it looks like it's definitely going up. So, I mean, pressure's on.
Pressure is on because, again, this is game number 6. There's no more Fortnite to be played on East after this. However, immediately following this, there's no break like in between EU. We're rolling right into the West matches. Me and Monster D-Face will break down that leaderboard. We'll give you a quick look at the top 8. We'll give everyone their shout out, and then we'll roll into the next matches where we'll have a whole nother crew taking you through the action. As now you can see Knife on the top of your screen, Mirror on the bottom left, Users in the bottom right, 106, 116, and 111. These are the teams who are right on that threshold, just trying to play gatekeepers, trying to get into that final spot as our 4th zone does drop with about 20% of water in play. However, mostly flat land, some slight changes of verticality that could get weird towards the end.
Tough spot for Knifer to be in, especially because he's all the way west here, so he really has to play big on this, and he has no SMG ammo really to work with, right? 10 bullets in the mag here, couple shotgun shots. Now he did find himself the big chug there to play with, but it's not looking too hot for Scented either. And Cold, who gets shot right now big time, lose a lot of HP, shields and everything the like. Out come the chug splash. That was a little bit desperate of them to try and stay in this game here and get some quick heals up. And look at that. Almost get taken out the lobby there. Luckily, the team on the other side of the barrel did not decide to jump on in. Scent is on hyper awareness alert right now, though he does single out another duo behind them, which is Spegu and Crew. They're going to start rotating around. Charlie's going to jump down, so that works out for them. But my gosh, that was almost wraps right here. As we were just talking about, this number that they're sitting at doesn't feel quite safe.
Yeah, it was almost wraps, and we're talking my wraps, not very good ones. Those weren't bars being dropped. That was potentially a qualifying spot that they could have left out there. Speaking of a qualifying spot being left out there, Kanata trying to play spoiler as Degen ends up getting knocked. No Storm Surge going to be in play either. So keep an eye. Commandant going to get the confirmation, so Iamzo going to be left solo to try and run it out. We talk about the clutch potential. You heard his confidence at the start of it. We'll swing on over to get the other solo. Knifer also under a bunch of pressure. Does has a flop, does have a shield kick, but what he really needs is a refresh in the form of some bullets. With only 10 in that Epic Striker SMG, it's going to be very difficult. He's going to have to find a massive headshot with that Rare Striker pump and then an immediate follow-up. And if he doesn't do that, he really does not have the pressure to even be able to knock somebody, let alone finish them. Like, you basically have to find a solo. You don't have the bullets to effectively close somebody out. He's looking to try and segment somebody off. If he can get a box on this player right as they end up editing, he could potentially drop over the top of him and instead going to level change.
Yeah, you know it's rough when you have to ditch the chug keg in the zone there, and now Knifer's just trying to stay alive here. That cheeky zone play, hoping for the big edit to just get the one pump SMG follow-up is what he really needed. Lobby's starting to sniff out the fact he's a solo, he's lit up here. I'm surprised he did not shoot those wood builds there. Squish on the other side, 200 HP. This is not looking hot at all. Here comes the shots. D-Roller finds him there, and down he goes. A team that didn't really need the points. They don't have a real shot here, but that's how the points are going to swing there. And now we hop on over to Users and Threats, who are the next up, essentially sliding into that position right now at 113. Whoa, was that a vehicle? Did a vehicle just fly by? You know, that could have eliminated him, by the way, guys. That would have been so sad to see happen there if he would have just got rolled over. Luckily, though, it passes right through. My God, you know, it's only in 4-day moments. I'm just waiting for them to happen at this point.
Like I said, we already saw a car blow up right on top of Dubs and Mega early on after they managed to put a fire out with the Chug Splash and getting the HP they needed. Now this time, users just barely able to sidestep it there. Ended up being a collateral damage for the car coming through, but doesn't reset his back. You need to be communicating with your teammate at all times, saying which side are you holding. Some damage does bleed through, but again, we talk about the just raw excess of utility and shields that are available. So many players holding on to them, and right now, users holding on to those and holding on to these walls for his dear life, but can only look in so many directions. It looks like Threats may have abandoned him. I think Threats changed down a level. It did not edit users down with him, and now users stuck out in the zone, and Threats is going to leave him there. The Man City player is going to try and push forward for himself, but unfortunately, next up means next out. See you later, and see you on Sunday if you can make it to round 3, because that is not a top 8 score. We're going to swing back on over. Currently sitting in 7th place, Scented and Cold, picked by 2 of our analysts to make it all the way through the finals. This was your pick, right? It was you.
Oh, definitely. I mean, listen, I'll try to play the safe pick here. A team that I know is going to be absolutely consistent, but they've made it much closer than what it had to be. They dropped a game or two, and now all of a sudden we have come down to the final game. It's all down to the final game for this team right now. On high ground, though, there is duos looking down. Scented just going with a very, very bold rotation here, not even pausing to look back or protect his high ground at all. He just rotates clean and outright, straight confident here that he's going to make it all the way through. Cold's already leading the front side. This might be the big mistake, though. He stays behind. Now he has to take the fight. It's a bit forced here. Out to the side he goes. Luckily, these are his layers. Are those his floors up above is the real question, though. He could easily get ambushed or edited down on. But no, it works through. White tag right there. He's excited. Calls for Cold to go ahead and finish that one. It could happen right here. Cold's hungry. He's on the hunt now. None. But they're still in it. They're still alive. And they might just be right over the surge threshold. Things have to update here for a second. Maybe not actually. No, they don't have any Elan Sundown. They're in a dire position right now.
They're in a dire position, but again, the excess utility and the med miss should be enough. Players are dropping like flies, and we got a far 7th zone pull.
Oh my God.
Monster, we are going all the way through, in the closet, through the wardrobe. Might as well go find a lamppost, because we're going all the way out into the zone. Iamzo ends up dropping as well. There's Cold and Scented. They fall out of nowhere. Kanada on the backside of the zone, also getting pressured. As Booga now, as we swap over, 0 Elims well above Storm Surge, but just trying to find placement points. Don't forget, every single duo that drops is 1 additional point. Miro and Booga directly on top of each other, trying to stick hip to hip. You can see no more Chug Splashes going through, no more white HP except the form of the Peppers, but the Peppers are going to be enough to keep him on the front of the zone. 30 players left, so Storm Surge is turned off. He's burning through most of his heavy mats, and soon he'll only have wood left.
Commandment and Scented fell in 7th at the moment right there, so this is not a safe position to be in at all, as you have Booga, teams and players like Booga and Miro Live who are holding 9th here, right, actively. 127, they have to continue to stay alive here. Any sort of eliminations might just be the point swing that Booga and Miro need. 130 now, as they manage to stay alive. They need to continue to troop on here. Can they find a single one? There's a duo in front of them. No. They don't go for the edit. Instead, they go to sneak on through. Miro's playing it very risky, greedy for the mats. It works out. It ends up playing into his favor. He picks it up. These are old builds now. Wait a second. Do they get a little lucky here?
They need a little bit of luck. Npen going down. Illis also going down. Nexi still trying to make a little bit of room for himself, making tons of plays. We talked about the explosiveness. Aviv trying to find a little bit of space for him. A ton of room right now. As we talked about, low ground is very empty, but everyone is just clinging on. We're going into a 9th zone here with still 11 duos up. Probably one more going to drop, as Aviv only needs 2 ticks to take him down. Only has 1 charge left in the gauntlets. Has plenty of ammunition, but without the white HP, he needs a near instant shot. Finds the 61 damage onto the shield, but the Storm is at his back. The rest of the lobby is at his front. Nexi picks up yet another one. I want to know how many solo elims that man has, and the zone bounces back on top of Aviv.
Nexi's definitely going crazy. We've seen him just lighten up the feed. Finally, the Beast gets shut down by Qual there in the full finish. Jock finally falls down as well. Wait a second, so he made it very, very far. Qual's knock is a little late. Aviv, though, in the 1v1 situation, takes the gunfight. 12 HP, big build. Oh my gosh, just the finish right there. The shutdown onto Zemo. Another point swing for him. brings him up to 116. What can he do? Can he actually solo clutch right now? He's gonna need a couple more eliminations. This heal right now is so important. Oh no, out comes the edits. He's out of builds here, down to low ground, where he's gonna meet with Miro and Booga at the bottom there, and they find themselves a pivotal elimination. 136 now. Can they jump up? Can they secure it? This is the elim right now. This is the singular fight and moment that matters. I don't see the points jumping up, not just yet. It's down to this one right here. Look at with the body movement. My gosh, not good enough. Miro's by himself now. Only 2 elims, you can tell. They have struggled to make it this far, and down he goes, but not before picking up a couple placement points. It might have just been enough. And visuals in TK as well here, Sundown, clutching up in the last game.
Visuals and TK trying to run it out with 3 eliminations. You can see it looks like they've been able to push up into 6th place. They're incredibly close, but you can see he's just a solo. He has the duo on his wall on the other side. He just wants to outlast, try and get plus 1 more point, and he was able to just barely do it. Just wait, just holding on for an extra second will eke him out those 2nd place placement points, working from the top down the stretch. And Commandant, they say we're going through, and we're going through confidently. Another one of the predictions taking it away in 1st place, but 6 matches were down. Some brilliant individual efforts, and honestly, Monster, a lot of the teams you would figure to see at the top were there, but also a couple of surprises.
Definitely some surprises. I'm more curious at this point if Scented and Cold's 138-ish points was enough to hold down that spot. We know that at the very end there, Booga jumped up just over him, so it might be a 1-point difference between the two. What a game there. And then of course Stretch and Commandment they just pad it up. They jump up the standings. They probably pick up a top 3 or so off that victory royale. So what a way for us to close that one out there, Sundown.
Just fantastic games. First qualifier down, NA East 100% delivered, but again, 8 duos will be going through. I'm pretty sure that last match shaked up at least who was in 1st place, but let's see who will end up rounding out the results, who will go through to the finals, and who are our top 8 teams in NA East.
Yeah, we got to figure it out when the standings come in. We're definitely going to roll it ASAP for you guys at home. You know, what a game. We had 6 huge games here for NA East. That was just a kickoff of the FNCS, the first of this season. My gosh, I'm so happy to be able to sit here, front row seats to the NA East action there, Sundown. Couldn't have had a more fun 6 games, and just again, get back into things.
Yeah, but enough of the dilly-dally. Let's see what that top 8 ended up looking like. Let's see who booked themselves a spot. And I want to look immediately down the 8th spot. Yep, no doubt. TNA, Miro, Sen, Booga, Dwarf closed it out 143. Monster, you talked about it. That line got pushed up.
My gosh, just right there. Miro and Booga do. Oh man, barely enough. 143 with the hand tied behind the back. The unfortunate game 5 missed there, but they come in game 6. They pull the victory royale that they needed. Zemo and M-Pen rocket their way up and all of a sudden find themselves consistent enough at 155. Shout out to Acorn and Kanata, who also jumped up there and played consistent. And then Illis and Jack, I think, are one of the more exciting duos to look out for. Jack, as we know, already has a ridiculous and amazing history of what he's managed to accomplish. But now picking up Illis, we've seen a lot of great fights and great moments there where Illis was able to step up and clutch up.
Yep, then you had Bucky, Cam, Nani, and Pump, and then our top 2 as well being able to push through. And there was a nice little change out there with Stretch and Commandant being able to take it away right at the end. So brilliant performance from everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. That's it from NA East. My name is Sundown, joined by Monster D-Face. Thank you to all the players, the viewers, the spectators, production, back of the house, everything. But like I said, we are rolling right on over into NA West. Cannot wait to get that action started.
I'm obviously really excited.
Like, I'm gonna go for that 1st place.
Definitely, we're gonna qualify for grand finals. I'm super excited.
Oh, I'm going all the way. I'm winning FNCS.
On the West Coast, it's gonna be Epic Will and Arkham. That's like kind of everyone's opponent.
I'm just making sure that I'm as prepared as I can be.
We'll dominate low ground and scare everybody off. My duo and I bring a lot of chemistry.
You know, work a lot harder than a lot of the other players. I'll be at my best for sure.
I think they should be worried about me. I don't miss my shots.
I'm definitely one to fear in finals for sure.
Oh, ready to crush it. We're going in this hard and we're gonna win.
I'm beyond ready to crush the competition.
Let's go, baby.
Just bring it on.
Let's go.
Hello and welcome everyone to the FNCS Chapter 3 Season 1. It's a new year, a new map, and of course new teams duking it out to claim their spot at the top. But of course, they have to get through some qualifiers and semifinals first. I'm your host, Hello Kelly Link, and I am so excited to be bringing in the new year here on the NA West desk. But of course, I can't be doing it alone. I'm going to be inviting two gentlemen onto the screen right now to be breaking down all of the action. And of course, who better than Clay, Staling, and Takata. Guys, it is so good to have you on here. Clay, I'm used to you being on the casting desk. It is so good to see you here on the analyst desk with me.
Yeah, shaking it up a little bit, just like that island got a little bit shooken up in that last event. And so I'm excited to see how these players do today.
I mean, it's been a long time since I've gotten to be with you here on the FNCS Takata. It is so good to see you here, man. You're either competing or you're casting. You're doing everything pretty much. What is it like to be on NA West?
It's an amazing experience, Kelly. We saw some crazy action coming from NA East, and now being able to close it off with NA West, I mean, I couldn't be more hyped.
Yeah, everyone, there is so much going on with the new chapter. And of course, I said it earlier, we have a new map. And with new maps is new POIs. And more importantly, it's a duos competition, everyone. We no longer have trios, it is duos. And with a map that has less POIs, Clay, having 50 duos, it's kind of a bit crowded here.
It is indeed a lot of unnamed POIs bringing victory royales overall. Obviously, we got the big ones. We've got Tilted Towers. We've got Log Jam. We've got the Daily Bugle. But Broadcast Bunker looking like a really good spot to land this season.
Not only that, we're also taking a look here of the sky view of Mighty Monument. I know we've got a top NA West team competing it out with that drop spot. It's a split around the island, so there's a lot of options here. If you want to play it aggressive, like Clay said, you can go Tilted Towers, or if you want to play it a bit safer, you have a lot more options for split drops as well.
Yeah, and we're going to be breaking down even more of the POIs and the players in just a moment. But maybe you guys are new here and you don't exactly know how the FNCS is ran. Well, here is your broadcast schedule, everyone. We're in Qualifier 1. That is today. If your favorite team doesn't make it into the finals and that's going to be the top 8 teams, well, don't worry, because we're going to be doing this all over again on Sunday. That's February 20th. Of course, you see the semifinals. It is a 3-day affair, everyone. And of course, that all leads to the finals March 5th and 6th. Put that in your calendar right now, because the 50 best NA West teams are going to be duking it out to claim the Axe of Champions. But of course, to even get to the finals, Clay, they're going to have to go through the format.
And as you can see, it is top 8 today and on Sunday to get to the finals. Not semifinals, they're going straight through to the finals. And then in that semifinals, there's going to be a standard of, if you get a victory royale, you instantly advance to the finals. And then from there, top 6 will advance, and we'll swap people out based on series points. And of course, like you said, the finals going to be a 2-day play. There's a match point stipulation set in there, but I don't think we'll get so many people seeing that.
Well, of course, to even make it to the finals, they're going to have to earn some points, Takata.
They're going to have to do exactly that, Kelly, with 32 points for the Victory Royale. But keep an eye out. The elimination points are different from round 1 and round 2 of the qualifiers. It is 3 points per elimination. That is 11 eliminations to get the equivalent of a Victory Royale in points. If you're able to play well aggressively in this late game, securing eliminations alongside placement points, that's going to get you that golden ticket directly to the grand finals.
I feel like we can honestly see any kind of aggressive or passive play make it into the finals here. But of course, the teams that are competing, that's what we need to focus on right now, Clay. And there are some big names here.
There really are. We've got Medi and Vernie there. They took 2nd place overall. We've got Krizix, we've got Jelty, Falconer, Riverson, J. Roses making their appearance as well. We got a lot of big names, but we're also missing a lot of big ones as well.
Yeah, Takata for NA West. There are some names that are missing here.
I mean, the first one you're probably thinking of, Epic Whale and Arkham were unable to qualify to this round 3. We have Rex and Reet who weren't able to qualify. Symmetrical was unable to qualify. So there was a lot of tied-in duos out there which were not able to make it to round 3, but they will have an opportunity again in Qualifier 2. But I mean, taking a look at the names, we're still gonna have a stacked round 3 today.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. And there's so many duos that we need to be focusing on right now. So with that being said, I say we focus on probably one of the biggest names that's coming in right now, Riverson and Falconer. Falconer, who somehow seems to make it into the top 10 for the FNCS every single season. Then, of course, Riverson, who has been a pro since being a pro in Fortnite has been a thing, Clay.
Yeah, he's been around. He was even one of the first players to go over to East from West, come back to West, still do really well. And you see where they are landing. It is going to be over in Greasy Grove, one of my favorite POIs of all time. And it's honestly a really good POI for them. Offers them a lot of mobility around the map as well because they're pretty close to center.
And this next team, it seems very appropriate to give you this Takata because it's none other than Jelty and Krizix. And I'm really excited to see how they're going to be competing today.
I am just as excited as you, Kelly. One of the Spanish-speaking duos that have qualified today to the round 3. They're dropping it. Jonesy's Jelty, which plays for G2 Esports, and Krizix, which plays for Fusion. They're going to be duking it out here in Jonesy's. I believe they're not contested as well, so they're going to have to keep an eye out for those Storm Surge tags since they won't have it in the early game.
Really excited to see how they're going to be competing today. And then, of course, we have one other duo that we're going to be looking towards. And Quinn and Wave is a team that I have been enjoying watching when it was a trios competition all last year, Clay. Seeing them not with Cool, though, it almost feels a little weird.
It does, but Quinn's one of those players, has been around for a while, definitely knows how to lead a team. So I'm really excited to see how he does with just Wave. They are landing out here near the Mighty Monument, the kind of outskirts area. They will have an easy rotation into the middle of the zone as well. And so I'm expecting big things, right? We always put a lot of pressure on Quinn because he's got that leadership status on him. So let's see, can he hold up to it?
And we might be putting a lot of pressure on a lot of these teams right here, but specifically, we have all chosen one team each that we think is going to walk away in the first place spot. Now, which predictions did we choose? Chad, maybe you guys are going to agree or not, but for me, I'm picking Jay and Dog. And listen here, all right? I feel like Jay and Dog have been around for a long time and have never really been able to stand in the limelight, but they grabbed 3 victory royales in round number 2. And although VRs aren't everything, that's still a pretty dang good performance, Clay.
It really is, and he's thrown it back. He's back to S2J. He is still signed to CLG, but S2J is an old name. He used it back in the World Cup qual days, so it's good to see that. I went with Midi and Vernie. They just dominated. They had such good performance. They qualified in 5 games instead of the whole 7, and they had a really good average elimination, so I'm looking forward to their performance.
And I'm obviously going with my Spanish-speaking duo, Jelty and Krizix, who not only made an incredible performance in last season's trio FNCS in the last chapter, but now qualifying in the first FNCS first qualifier directly to round 3. I mean, I'm really hyped to see what they can do.
It's going to be, I mean, all of these teams right now all have a chance to make it into the first place spot. Obviously, you can see Jacob PR there going with Caleb's team. Defiable is going to be standing up for Panda right there. Really just cannot wait. But obviously, to me, it seems so weird to have it in NA West without having players like Arkram and Epic Whale, Reet and Rex, not on the prediction screen, not in the top 50. But of course, again, everyone, on Sunday, we are going to have our second qualifier, and that is going to be the last opportunity for these teams to make it into the finals or to collect enough series points and make it into the semifinals. So make sure you guys are here for that, twitch.tv/Fortnite. But I believe that is going to be it for us right now here on the analyst desk, everyone. Of course, we have to talk to our 2 casters that are going to be calling all of the action for the next 6 games, and it's going to be Jacob and Panda.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot going on here today, Panda. You heard the desk. They have those predictions, but one thing that Kelly pointed out that I think was kind of great, but it kind of mixes up a lot and causes a lot of chaos when it comes to predictions, because I found myself looking at that round 2 leaderboard. Who do I go? Because Arkham and Epic Whale, they're not here. No Reet, no Rex, no Wavy Jacob. The teams that your eyes would immediately go to, they're not there. And that's why I kind of landed on Kinzo and Caleb. It says on the leaderboards that they did qualify in 5 games, but only one of those games out of all of them, they got 50th place. They only lasted 1 minute and 30 seconds. So in reality, they qualified in 4. And I don't know how many other teams can have that sort of accolade against this style of lobby. Only the top 400 players. So they know the pressure is on to perform for them in this finals lobby, because it's not going to be that easy. We look at the drop spots. We look at a lot of what's going on. And honestly, I think they're going to be landing at one of the hottest spots on the map. So it's definitely going to be really interesting to see how a lot of these teams perform. But you guys heard that sound. That sound means none other than the battle bus is ready. And let's get ready for the game.
The moment is here. The bus is ready. And NA West is here to showcase why they deserve a spot here in the finals. Starting off here quickly with Falconer and Riversun, looking to make something of Greasy Grove here in the early game, which, listen, they've done a good job of in the past, but we're back to this duos format. Will they be able to showcase that yet again?
Yeah, I love the uncontested POI out of these guys, because they know immediately there's not too much pressure. They can take the first couple of seconds, first couple of minutes to go ahead and loot up as much of the mats, as much of the resources as possible. But just like a lot of their counterparts, an uncontested POI means they're going to have to try really hard and work on their surge pass to make sure they have enough damage so they don't have to worry about the mid game, so they don't have to worry about the late game either.
Yeah, I think there's a lot going through their minds right now, right? Obviously, a different format here than what they're used to, and they're going to have to adjust to that, but they also have to adjust to all the changes here in Chapter 3, because so much has changed over here. Just like this POI right here, the Joneses, one of the newer areas, never to be in the game before, so this is a unique spot, unlike Greasy Grove there, like we saw with Falconer just moments ago. So it's definitely going to be a bit of a switch up.
No, it definitely is, but I like, even though this was kind of like a split drop, you see a team on the eastern portion kind of sharing a little bit of that loot. That it's not going to worry Krizix and Jelty too much, because they realize this team, they're not wanting to fight in this game number 1. This game number 1 means so much for setting the tone and setting the pace in your game, but I heard it during EU. I heard it during NA West. When it comes to the Daily Bugle, this is going to be a contested drop every single time for every single region.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, we talked about it, or they've talked about it here on the other regions and on the other broadcasts, but no, Daily Bugle is amongst one of the most contested POIs, but also one of the most winningest POIs. I don't know if you saw that, but Daily Bugle and Coney have also been not only contested 3 out of 4, but they've also been responsible for quite a few VRs on the day.
Yeah, that's kind of the trade-off that we were kind of talking about. You know, the first 2 duos that we've seen on screen, they are uncontested POIs. They have to worry about that surge. If you land at the Daily Bugle, it's a little bit more of a risk that you can agree with me there, but these off-spawn engagements, even if you don't go ahead 100% either for the elimination or it's going to cost you the game, it's going to get you that surge. So you're able to rotate off of that Daily Bugle and then not have to worry about it, so you can cement yourself a great position in towards the zone and then worry about it later. But it's going to be really interesting to see the surrounding players outside of the Daily Bugle, because they might not have the same access to those surge tags, so they might be trying to set up their own surge path to try to trap these players out.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And one thing I really want to point out, right, we talked a little bit about predictions leading into this, but the boys over there in the Daily Bugle, Defiable and School, that has been my personal pick here on the day. I got a chance to talk to Defiable earlier on before the FNCS started, and they were very confident in what their performance could bring to the table, and we've already seen that so far in Qualifier 1. So if they can keep that same energy up, it could be an easy move over there to the finals.
already see this early split, Jelty and Krizix. They like to get aggressive, and that's something I noticed in round number 2 in the early portions of their game. They would kind of make it towards the end game, make it towards the mid game, but they would find themselves towards the edge. They would find themselves suffering from that surge, or let's just say the lack of that surge. So it's going to be very, very important for them to either hunt down this team, try to take them out very early to get those tags, or go ahead and do the kind of common thing here and cement themselves a good spot in zone, a highly rotated spot that you know where a lot of teams are going to rotate in from. Get yourself some high ground, and then you can kind of go for some tags. But Jelty and Krizix, they know their loop path is not done just yet. They know that there's still more for them to do, but I like the way they're kind of keeping their awareness at an all-time high, always keeping their head on a swivel to make sure nobody sneaks up on them.
Yeah, I mean, Jelty and Krizix, two of the veterans of the West Coast, of course, showcasing why they deserve to be here. Obviously, it's been a pretty impressive performance from them in seasons past, but Jelty just recently performing pretty well there in the Streamer Bowl. So it's interesting to see and showcase that talent here in Chapter 3, because despite this being an entirely new map, an entirely new loot pool, Jelty still finds a way to come out on top.
Yeah, we always talk about Fortnite. It's just ever adapting. It's almost like a living organism, to where you've seen a lot of teams suffer from, format changes, from not being able to adapt to the different weapon changes and things like that. And a couple of these guys that you're talking about, Jelty and on screen, Rich Homie, Quinn, and Wave, they've always been able to adapt. As it does look like that Daily Bugle contestation is finally coming down to a fight, and we're going to jump on board Smock and Herbie, who are in that box. It's getting chaotic. The damage is being traded off, and it does look like they're going to get that elimination in the end. But it looks like somebody got separated there for a short moment, which caused that numbers advantage to go over to Herbie and Smock.
Yeah, listen, all it takes is just a second of focus in another direction and a few additional hits, and sure enough, you come out on top in an engagement like that, and that's what you want to see here from Smock & Co. But looking at the area, there's still some other players close by, so they could hear that gunfire and immediately begin to rotate. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can make their way into zone and find a comfortable spot without having to go through another engagement like that.
And like how they don't have to worry as much. It's Covert Canyon. This is where a lot of the duos in the predictions, we got Jay and Dog landing over here. We got Kinzo and Caleb landing on this side, but it's one of the most highly contested, high-risk, high-reward spots. But if you could find a way to get all this loot and maybe get out uncontested, set up around Covert Canyon to get those surge tags, you can set yourself up for success. But like you heard a talk about in a lot of these different regions, if you're not too familiar with how to traverse through Covert Canyon, you could easily get caught off guard. You could easily get surprised by your opposition. So it's very, very important when you're in this kind of CQC, close quarter style of combat, to stay on that same page and not wander off from each other too far. So looking at it, trying to count 1, 2, 3, possibly even 4 duos still remaining around. So action could still be a possibility on that side of the map.
Yeah, and if action does take place, the last place you want to find yourself is caught up in that vault. So they're going to need to start moving, at least get away from that positioning after they take advantage of the vault, of course. But it's going to be super important for them to get away and as far away as they can so they can start rotating, getting a nice position in zone here, like we see Falconer and Riverson doing, utilizing the taxi here really quickly, which is impressive, right? It just showcases that veteran knowledge of Fortnite for this duo and why they deserve to be here in the final round of Qualifier 1. But lots of action taking place close by, and Falconer looking to get involved, getting some nice tags onto Ozzy.
Those are great tags for the Surge, and I like how these guys are so experienced right now, Panda. They know not to overstay their welcome. They're getting exactly what they need, and they're keeping the show moving. They want to go ahead and get that high ground, get a very, very advantageous spot so they can go ahead and continue on with their game plan. But for a lot of these other duos, man, that might not have that same side of success, they're going to be looking for those same tags. But for Falconer and Riverson, they got a couple of teams surrounding him. It may not be that high ground, but if anybody kind of gets caught off guard from these players from the low ground, they're trying to peek for their own shots, that could be more surge damage for this duo.
It definitely could be, and with 91 players still remaining in this lobby, surge is definitely going to be a factor. And that's one thing about the West Coast that we've always seen. Every competition here on West always ends up having more stacked lobbies, and the reason for that is a bit more passive gameplay, right? Obviously, especially with Reed not in this lobby here, trying to run through all the players, it's definitely going to make a bit of a difference. But again, West always known to be a little bit slower paced, which is always good to see, and and it provides a little bit more action in the end game for these players.
Yeah, I like that. They're just kind of feeling each other out. They're making sure nobody is kind of making that wrong move. And depending on where you're at in the leaderboard, the later half of today's games, that's when we're going to see a little bit more action. That's where we're going to see a couple players towards the bottom that might get a little desperate. A couple players on the bubble might try to make a couple more plays to go ahead and secure themselves a top 8 spot. Because this is just qualifier 1. And we mentioned a couple of big names that didn't make it this far. So for opportunity's sake, Panda, this is for some of these unknown names' best chance to get into the top 8, qualify for that grand final, to not have to worry about the rest of their weekend.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Like that's what it comes down to. Because if you can qualify immediately here in qualifier 1 and then not have to worry about going through another qualifier or even going through the semifinals to make your way to the finals, that's just going to take some stress off your back, right? And it's also going to allow you to properly prepare for what is to come, because listen, the finals is no joke, especially now with a format like Match Point. It's going to be super exciting to see how these players can take advantage of this new format.
Yeah, not only that Match Point, but the entirety of the format with 32 points for a victory royale and then 3 points per elimination. I think that's almost that perfect balance, because you can kind of go and your continued old style of play towards that old format, but for those players that do find a moment to get aggressive, that get antsy for those eliminations, that's high risk, high reward. You heard Takada on our desk. 11 eliminations is equivalent. In fact, it's 1 point more than an actual victory royale. So if you find yourself popping off in a single game, but you don't get the placement you want, you can not get down on yourself. You have to remain confident that you guys can continue to pull it through. So you have to make sure, as the formats keep adapting, as the formats keep changing, that you as an individual player, you as a duo can continue to grab it. At Coney Crossroads, you see a couple of big name duos going around, but Rich Homie Quinn hitting a gas tank, kind of a little bit paused, a little bit of a speed bump in their game plan.
You know, the crazy thing is I was literally about to talk about how Rich Homie Quinn and Wave always find themselves in the finals. They're consistent. They know what they need to do here, and immediately they drive into a gas can. But, you know, listen, it happens. Sometimes you don't see those things down there, but some things you do see here. It's Mojo and Salco taking an engagement here in the mid game. A bit of a risky one here, too. Looking at that, it does end up going down. Salco now by himself, trying to survive, trying to make something happen, utilizing that Striker SMG to get into the box quickly. Smart play, but now it's going to be questionable. Might need to disengage here and take this a little bit slower.
Yeah, that's something you kind of want to do, but for Salco, he might not have that opportunity to do it, because this is the same team that got those early eliminations towards the Daily Bugle. But with Storm coming in, they might just say, hey, we got our 1 elimination. We got more Sturge, so we can try to go out, but it does look like they're going to try to stay here. They know Salco is probably trying to go for the reboot, and they're our first place team right now, so momentum is definitely a thing that they're going to try to hold on to, but Salco knows he has to try to escape, and I wouldn't have shot if I was him. He's just making sure that they know he's still there, but he's definitely one of those players that wants to earn every part of his accolades, but he might have regretted that decision, as now he becomes a target with 3 chug splashes, with a cabbage. He has enough to get those hills back up and possibly make it in towards Shifty Shafts.
Yeah, see, I think in Salco's mind, he's like, look, I have the heals to out-heal this for the most part, right? I can end up rotating left, rotating right, as we see now. The tags are important, right? The last thing that he wants to deal with on top of Storm is Storm Surge. So being able to stay above that surge threshold is going to be super important here for Salco, especially considering he's down a teammate. So he is going to have to adapt here pretty quickly and try to find a way to potentially get his teammate back into the game. But Jelty and Cryzdix, on the other hand, looking really solid and now getting some much needed tags here for Storm Surge.
Yeah, I like how you can kind of tell a lot of these experienced players just taking it slow. They're being very, very patient, because they know the later this game goes, the more opportunities will naturally prevent themselves towards that end game. But they want to go ahead and not necessarily work together with that other duo, but they realize this is Battle Royale. This is last man standing. If you have an opportunity to lobby a player, you're going to go and take it. And Grandpa Smoke's already out and hurting, looking like he's definitely hurting here. No pun intended. Dropped down to 33 HP for that moment, but he's definitely going to get eliminated there. Wiped off the face of the planet is Rich Homie Quinn and Wave, looking like they already took an early exchange, having to take a moment here to breathe, get that HP and shields back up for Wave, who's already still being pressured by this duo over at Logjam Lumberyard.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to mention, you see these players that find themselves outside of the zone here, they're doing a good job of controlling the pace, right? Despite them getting into an engagement, getting an elimination here, they still understand that they need to start moving, and that's why we see Fade and Zaire here just beginning to rotate. But they need to be careful. You see all these other players on the outskirts. While we're able to see that, they aren't. So they need to make sure that they're rotating appropriately. But now we switch back over to Defiable and School. This duo, again, having a little bit slower of a start than other teams, but doing in my opinion, what is necessary to make it to the end game and get some serious points.
Yeah, and on the other side of them, we got Klutz, and I do believe that's Shades. Very, very good performance throughout these qualifiers so far. Very, very, I would say placement heavy, but they still find a way to get those eliminations to qualify for this lobby. But specifically Scold, I like this guy because I've seen him come up playing with some underground players like Bane and Jan, who's actually performers in solos, now worked his way into this grand finals lobby as now Sea Winter and Russo looking like they're going to be down below Surge just by a little bit. But I do believe one player has to get eliminated here, so they definitely have their work cut out for them, or possibly have to go as they fall even deeper below that Storm Surge threshold. They have to figure out a way where they're going to get these tags from, unless they're just going to go ahead and say, hey, we're going to wait for that elimination to come through. We're going to sacrifice our heals and hope to make it through the end game.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a risky play, but they do have the heals to out-heal, at least this one. But regardless, they're going to have to worry about it in the future. See, fortunately, it has dropped under 70. Now they don't have to worry about Storm Surge anymore. It's not going to be a real factor for them in this moment. However, those surge tags are going to be super important later on in this game because, listen, if you're down and below Surge now, I can only imagine what it's going to look like for you later on.
Yeah, and I like the way you kind of pointed it out. Just because you're surviving in these situations, not picking up that Storm Surge, that doesn't mean you're thriving. You still have to figure out a way to get those tags later on in the game. But I will say it becomes a little bit easier as everybody's stacked together, mush. But right now it's not easy as big tags come in. Russo's shields are going to be dropped, and that's why I mentioned the shields. Having to use them early to outlast that Storm Surge could cost you later in the game as they're figuring or struggling to survive here. They're becoming the target of the lobby. Russo's going to get dropped down low. They're getting pushed back in towards the Storm as this duo is not able to figure out a way for now. They're just trying to survive, like I said, and they're not thriving just yet. But I do believe if they can come out of this one, figure out a way to get a refresh, that will be the momentum shift that they need.
Yeah, not only do they need a momentum shift, they could really use an armored wall right now, to be honest. And unfortunately, it's just not going to work out for them as Russo and Winter both go down. So many players on top of each other, whether it's Midi, Inco, like, I mean, there's so much action taking place in that one spot. But it actually seems to be this entire edge of the zone with Jelty at 1 HP just picking up Krizix in time.
That's one of those things you don't see every day. You're literally living on a prayer if you're Jelty. 1 HP, you got the big pot. I wonder what type of hill Krizix has because it doesn't look like these guys have much at all. 40 mats onto Jelty, possibly should be looking for a refresh here. Maybe looking to recycle a jump pad to try to make it in zone, but I don't think that would be the case, getting shot out of the sky like Duck Hunt. So definitely, I think the play is try to get into a box of one of your enemy teams that are close by and try to take advantage, because at this stage in the game, if you continue on, you're just basically, I would say, just waiting to get eliminated.
Absolutely, and looking at how far away they are from zone here, they need to make a play, and they realize this, right? They notice that these players are close, and they're trying to disengage, but it's going to be tough for them with these players so close by. However, Surge now active again. People are going to get stressed. People are going to start looking to these players that are rotating, and they're going to try to get some tags. So Krizix and Jelty not in a solid spot here as far as this position in the game. However, again, so much time for things to change, but they are not only going to need some tags, but they need to focus on getting into zone.
Oh my, Krizix gets a miracle drop in his lap, unable to get the knock, but the refresh is what's more important. Actually did get the elimination and the siphon, gets the mats, the med misses, which is going to help later on in the game, but still lacks the shields to go ahead and get it. But he's going to be able to try to reunite with Jelty. Both these players are going to have to take the moment to breathe towards the edge of zone, try to heal up as much as possible. But I think the goal for this duo kind of remains the same. They're still in dire need of a refresh because those shields are going to be so important. They lack a ton of light ammo. They don't have an AR to use on the side of Krizix, so it's going to be very, very important how this duo will play the rest of this game. But it looks like they're going to try to get in another box. See shots going back and forth on many other duos, but Krizix becomes a target. Jelty's going to get dropped. Krizix tries to go low below that cover with only 5 builds, though. He is definitely have an uphill battle if he's not only looking to survive, but thrive in this situation, as he's using all the other shots from everybody around him as a distraction to try to survive in this situation. And that's why he's not using the med miss just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, Krizix is finding himself in a position he definitely does not want to be in. Fortunately, though, Surge is not going to be one of those concerns for him, but losing his teammate, not having additional shield, and trying his best not to make any noise here. It's going to be interesting to see how Krizix makes it out of this, if he is able to. But with the zone pulling as far as it is, it's going to be a tough rotation here for Krizix. But there's so many players here. It's going to be interesting to see if he can make it.
Possibly looking to, I want to say he's looking to recycle a jump pad, because I don't think he has enough builds to kind of traverse through. Looking where it goes, possibly even try to get that shot off for the refresh, but he is definitely going to be a target coming out of the sky. But he goes through unscathed, Panda. That's not something you see every day with only 33 HP, but he's trying to get into the box. He's going to get denied now, and he's going to get wiped off. Back to lobby you go.
Yeah, that was definitely risky. I see the thought process, right? Just try to dive in, take advantage of a player that potentially is caught off guard, but that was just so risky. But speaking of a team that's not being too risky, it's Falconer Riverson getting a couple eliminations on the board and staying alive in this game. This is what you love to see, especially looking at this solid loadout they have going into this end game. They're in a position to take it all.
Yeah, that's what I said. That experience that this duo does have underneath their belt, to know that those opportunities, they don't have to rush anything early on in the game. They just got to get their surge and make it this far, because opportunity after opportunity will naturally present itself towards the end game. You see the picture-in-picture, Rich, Homie Quinn, and Wave, like you talked about, always making it towards the finals, always making it towards the top half of the leaderboard, but yet to take home the gold. And I think this season, I think they have the best chance. They have that great balance between Fragger and IGL between the two. I think Quinn's been working on it all season long to perfect it into trios, and with one less player to kind of micromanage, I think that makes his job a lot easier.
Absolutely. And the funny thing about Quinn is they always seem to pick these outskirt locations, like Steamy Stacks in the previous chapter. Now they're kind of outside of the sanctuary, and it seems to work in their favor. Despite it being a pretty decent pool for them, they still find themselves great material here in the end game, and holding on and positioning themselves nicely ahead of zone.
Yep. Like how he's kind of focused on getting in towards the zone, not wasting too much time, trying to go for the tags. 2 eliminations, that's 6 points off eliminations alone. And as this one goes a little bit deeper, you see 23 duos still alive. That's when you see points continue to kind of rack in. Blast is going to be one of those solo players trying to traverse through this chaotic battlefield by himself to get as many points as possible. Placement is definitely be key, as they have 12 points just on elimination, so they're doing a good job there. As he's sliding in, using that mechanic to try to get in towards the zone, or at least tries to steal away that refresh, but forced to try to drop down low. He doesn't have enough mats to survive, and he is going to get eliminated as well. As we jump on board, Falconer and Riverson, who honestly throughout this end game, it doesn't look like they've been struggling at all. It doesn't look like they've been contested. It doesn't even look like they've been shot at.
Yeah, it's definitely an impressive start here in game number 1 for them. But looking at this, as we say it, of course, a bit of a caster's curse situation. They find themselves struggling to get up the hill. But with those Spider-Man web shooters in hand, they're definitely going to be able to change the pace of the game as they want. But it looks like there's only a few charges left there for Riverson, and only 7 HP on him. So he's going to have to be super careful in the next steps that he makes. And as I say that, Falconer ends up getting knocked, and hopefully they're able to get him back into this game, but it is going to be pretty tight here on time.
Yeah, definitely, like you said, pretty tight on time. Even if they're not trying to box in and get the elimination, Riverson is going to have to abandon his teammate. Just like some of the other players in this lobby, he's going to have to continue this one on as a solo. 7 HP, though. That is definitely going to be a mountain to climb. Looking for a refresh possibility because it doesn't have the resources either. So everything here for Riverson is looking like it is going to be bonus, because it is still game number 1. Like I always say, this is a marathon. It is not a race for some of these players, but he's doing a good job. But out of mats, this is when the pressure comes in, and the pressure comes in the form of an elimination. Back to lobby you go. And you can see our first place team taking a good spot towards the mid ground, and it's Fade and Zare with the high ground. I love the pressure they're putting on, but how long can they keep this up? It's the medium ammo, the light ammo that they lost, so sooner or later they're gonna have to drop down.
Absolutely. I mean, look at Zaire here. Only two small ammo left in the Striker SMG to make something happen. That's not enough to maintain high ground, especially with only 20 builds remaining. So they're going to have to either get a refresh or they're going to have to change layers. But speaking of people that are mastering their layer, it is 40R Storm and Cadenox slaying out here, getting a couple knocks there and a full elimination there onto Jay. Great start here for them. Jay and Dog both going back to the lobby here, but Cadenox and 40R Storm staying alive, getting some nice tags in, but also taking quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, I love this duo. Barely able to qualify into the grand finals at 48th place, but that's sometimes all you need. You take an inch, you make it to the grand finals, and you stretch that inch into a mile. You see them trying to burst towards the end game. They end up in another battle. Great elimination is going to be Ignite going down. That's Flux. As 40R, he drops down low. He doesn't have the builds to get back up. He finds the refresh mats, and that must be the miracle he's looking for, because now he can continue on in this game with Cadenox, and that 48th place means so much because he drops down Fade, who at one point or another had that high ground, loses his teammate. That's no problem. 1v2 situation. 40R Storm, he has what it takes, trying to take away the high ground, but runs out of mats. He gets dropped, and Zaire's gonna take game number 1.
What an impressive finish here for this team. You see them on the high ground, you see them change layers, and so much worked out in their favor. But for 40R Storm and Cadenox, they had such a great run there at the end. It's going to be interesting to see how this leaderboard ends up shaking up here, because so much took place in those final moments.
Yeah, how many eliminations did he end up? We got 8 right here in the replay, 11 right here, make that 12 as soon as he was able to pick that one up. So 12 eliminations and a second place. Like I said, the team that qualified for finals in 48th place. All you need is a chance, Panda. All you need is a chance to step up to the plate and knock it out of the park with a Victory Royale home run opportunity.
Well, big congratulations there to Zaire and Fade to start it off. But guess what? That was only game number 1. Job's not done. There's still 5 games to play and so much action to break down. But until we can get into game number 2, let's go ahead and have the desk break down what we just watched.
Oh my gosh, in just a moment, it looked like 40R was going to win the 1v2, but the VR did go to the way of Zaire and Fade, so congratulations to that team. And I mean, we all know high ground wins games, but doesn't win the whole tournament. Well, with 1 game down and 5 to go, Clay, there's still a lot more to talk about.
There really is, and that zone was one of those ones where low ground was always going to have more points overall, just because everyone was funneling into them, right? You saw 40R popping off of Elim after Elim after Elim. That's because it was so tiny there at that final little moment on low ground, while high ground still had a lot of room to work with, so they didn't get to drop down as soon as they wanted to, and obviously that's going to cost them some Elims.
Yeah, Takata, for me, this game was all about the closeness, how close everything was. And there was a moment where Jelty and Krizix almost went out, but then they were able to hold on for just another few moments.
Exactly, Kelly. I mean, if you took a look at the mini-map, right when we were getting to the half and half zone, the amount of players on the south side of the map was incredible. That's partially due to Storm Surge being so impactful in these first games where there's an incredible amount of players alive and they have to get that damage done or they're going to get eliminated.
Oh, without a doubt. But let's take a quick look at some more highlights that we got to see today. And of course, if we talk about NA West highlights, we have to talk about Riverson, who super low, performed really well. You know what? Let's actually just play the clip because I know that you guys are going to want to talk about this play.
Indeed. I mean, look at this. He had great positioning early on, and just look at the aim with that SMG. He's hitting shots that are really hard to hit, really hard to pull off, and look, somehow is able to find his way back into this from this low ground position. He's not near Falconer at all at this point. Is 7 HP at this point, is able to build out, no maps remaining, almost able to clutch it up, but going down. But hey, again, in that moment, any points that you're getting, any placement that you're grabbing is that much better for your team, because again, remember, it's top 8 today. There's a lot of wiggle room there.
Yeah, and if we kept watching that in that perspective for a minute or two, we probably would have seen the best web sling, I think, in the at least for game number 1 that we've seen so far. Riverson pulling a great movement there, which obviously mobility is the name of the game here in Chapter 3. But let's take another quick look at Rich Homie Quinn, Takata.
Rich Homie Quinn. We know Quinn from being incredibly smart in how he plays. He's the IGL of his duo. He makes the calls, he tarps, and he gets the positions you want to be. And you can see them here dropping down the hill, getting into this kind of cove as quickly as possible so they can rain down from above, drop their opponents, but also they didn't have too many materials, so he had to use Spider-Man's web shooters to clutch up that elevation disadvantage that they had, getting back, farming some materials. I mean, it was a close one, and every placement point counts.
I mean, that was such a sheer climb. There was no way that he was going to be able to build his way up and be safe. So to use the web shooter there and to be able to pretty much put yourself up 10, 11 levels, very smart play from there right there. But, you know, we have a lot to talk about. A lot of teams, you know, Jay and Dog, the team that I got to pick, performed pretty well. They were in the mid-ground, holding it well. But Clay, for me, we have up on top the team, of course, that we were talking about, Caden and 40R with 12 eliminations.
Ooh, and look at that, 14 points ahead solely based on those eliminations. That is how you come out swinging out of the first game. But again, look, that second place team, they won overall, not too far behind again, but the spread gets pretty big as we start to go down. Dog and Jay, though, Kelly, in 5th place.
Ooh, all right. What about you, Takata? Any names sticking out for you?
Oof, I mean, we've talked about them. J-Dog, we have 40R Storm, Caden. That is showcasing how powerful eliminations are in this format. Like I said previously, 11 eliminations is equivalent to a victory royale of 32 points. So Caden and 40R basically just got double victory royales.
My goodness, right there, everyone. That is what we have just for game number 1, and we still have 5 games to go. And of course, everyone, I believe there it is. The bus is ready to go, so let's hop into game number 2 with Jacob and Panda.
It's so impressive to see what Caden and co can do just year after year. FNCS after FNCS, they still find themselves being one of the top teams competing in these stages, and it showcases it there. Despite them getting a 2nd place, they still walk away with that top spot on the leaderboard, and we get an opportunity to see why as they are diving into Tilted Towers. Again, one of those great new POIs that have returned to the game, and on top of that, I believe there is more loot here at Tilted Towers than any other POI on the map. Thank you, Resub, for that fact.
That's actually a pretty hot fact, because I thought that could have been Covert Canyon, because hearing Reese break that down, I heard something about like 40 chest spawns. I could see that why it is a hot drop, but 40R Storm and Caden, you can also see why they had an opportunity at those 12 eliminations. 2 other duos landing directly towards Tilted Towers. And honestly, if the birth of Tilted Towers at the very start of Fortnite's time with the match of Aiden and Nick Burks has taught you anything, Tilted Towers is a breeding ground for early game fights.
It absolutely is, which is going to be interesting to see here for 40R and Caden, because we saw them with the amount of eliminations they had last game. They clearly won their off-spawn engagement, but it does look like 40R is taking a little bit more time here, being a little bit more patient, which is actually super important in my opinion. You don't want to just rush in and try to take out any opposition that's close by. You want to be a little bit more smart. You want to take it slow, get what you need, and then take an educated engagement, take an educated fight instead of just worrying about what happens here in the game.
I like the way they're just taking their time, and that's where you can see a lot of these experienced duos, whether they barely got in or not. As you see another one of those on screen, early game fight off the drop, blast, and ooh, what was that? That was a nice auto shot to go ahead and save the day for that moment. Kytrex, one of the OGs, and I do believe is this duo Harutos?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's Doritos and Kytrex hanging out here, getting some early game eliminations, which is really positive for them. They need that, right? They need to show that, you know what, despite game 1 not necessarily going completely in their favor, they're still in it here in game number 2. So a great start there for them. But Wale and Vanillas, you know, it's funny, we actually watched Wale do some pretty incredible things here in the Grand Royale. So it's nice to see that he's made it in the duo format and also made it here into these finals in the qualifiers. So it's a good start here for them. They find themselves in zone. So this could be a position where they just relax, take it easy, don't waste too much material. But knowing Wale, he's probably going to go for an engagement.
Wrapped by an 8, though. That's not necessarily the smartest engagement you want, because even they don't necessarily land at a named POI, they're definitely a team that's looking to make some noise this season and kind of put some their name amongst the best of them. You know, we always talk about Reet and Rex. We're always talking about Arkham and Epic. They're a duo that's always kind of been on the bubble to try to have their name in the biggest lights of them all and the biggest conversations of them all. But Rich Homie Quinn's another one of those players, another one of those solos, a big influence in the West community. And like you said in that last game, they have those unorthodox drops, a little bit of a split all the way from Steamy Stacks the last couple of seasons. Now it's the Mighty Monument, and he always figures out a way not only to survive the surge throughout the portion of the game, but to thrive towards the end game. Like I said, it's always towards the top half of the leaderboard when the dust has settled that this man finds himself.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's the patience start, right? Rich Homie Quinn knows how to handle the end game. It's just a matter of getting there for them, which is why they play those outskirts. They play more patiently. They know when to get to where they need to be. But speaking of where they need to be, it's on the ground, because these builds are just breaking as Blizzard gets involved, but his teammate Victor ends up going down.
Yeah, this is very interesting enough, because this is the duo. I do believe they contested Reet and Rex to qualify for this finals. And he drops down, gets directly into the box, pulls out the stinger, lands a lot of damage, but 2 versus 1. It doesn't take a math wizard to know how that one's going to go down, but their job is not done just yet. A third party waiting in the wings, maybe a fourth party as well on this side of things, waiting for that moment to strike, as Coney Crossroads becoming sort of a hot breeding grounds for some early game action in this game.
Well, absolutely, especially when you look at where the zone rotates to. It rotates to the edge of Coney, meaning that this engagement that they just took basically sent a flare out to any players that are not only rotating, but players that are in the area that some action is taking place here. So they had to be careful. Fortunately for them, they're not going to get focused too much here. However, it's still a bit of a risk there. They had to use material that, unfortunately, they just didn't have to use there. So they're going to have to find either a refresh, or they're going to have to spend quite a bit of time getting some of those resources back. But Jelty, Krizix, a team that has not been shy here. They have been a little bit more patient in the early game. However, it shows why. Look at the material they have here. Such a great start, and this is what you love to see. Now it's just a matter of finding a nice position in zone, and they'll be good to go.
Uh-oh. Foxy going down. Yvonne's going to be by himself. 2v1. We saw it the last time these numbers caught up to some of these players, as he's trying to take a portion of the high ground, and this is where it's going to get sticky, because one player can easily try to put the damage, but the other player can continue to chase. It's Herbie who gets the piece control. Great shot's going to be landed, but unfortunately enough, Smock and Herbie claim yet another duo victim they could put under their belt, so they don't have to worry about Sturge in the early portions of this game. But if you look at your minimap, somebody is coming, somebody's on the way to think, hey, maybe we can disrupt this fight, maybe we can catch somebody off guard. But I don't think that's going to be a good decision, because this fight's been over with for some time.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think at this point, it's just about rotating. You got to get into zone. But look, Rexy and Dynamacito, listen, this team, this duo, they played together in the past. They know how to take engagements together, and they're doing a good job of kind of splitting their position and taking shots from different angles. So I think that's going to give them a bit of an advantage to hold that other team out. But regardless, they're not in zone. They need to get moving here, just like you see here for Falconer and Riverson. Again, when we tune into them, they have a great loadout, great material, and they're rotating in a vehicle. This is what we've seen both in game number 1 and game number 2. This is what these players need to realize is super important here in these games, because a majority of those points are going to come from placement, and a majority of the eliminations that you end up getting will come in the end game. So be patient, make your way to that end game, and get those eliminations along the way.
And I like the way you brought up the loot, because if you look at Falconer and Riverstone, neither one of them have any sort of striker. They don't have an auto. They don't have a heavy, because right now they're trying to position themselves in towards zone, build a little bit up towards the high ground, and get those surge tags that they need. They know everybody in the game, or at least the majority of the lobby, is carrying some sort of one of those shotguns that they can go ahead and eliminate a player. Maybe one's just on the ground, the regular floor loot that they can pick up later on in the game when they do need it most. And that's why I always talk about experience experience. I always talk about the ability to adapt because I love these young guns who kind of rise to the top of the leaderboard season after season, but I think it's that experience that a lot of them are missing. It's these little intricacies to be able to think of the strategies, have these tricks up your sleeve, and employ them in the biggest moments of them all.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think that's why we see 40R Storm, Cadenax at the top of the leaderboard right now. They've done a good job of controlling the pace of this game for themselves each and every moment, and it shows. They're here. They have great material. They have a great loadout, like we've mentioned with some of these other veteran teams. But they have a bit of an interesting predicament, I should say, as another team there in the distance. But we got to kind of look at what's going on here because there's a bigger picture than just Cadenax and 40R Storm. We got to look at all the other players and where they position themselves in zone. Unfortunately for them, in the Logjam Lumberyard, they're going to be in a pretty comfortable spot here as this zone pulls north.
Yeah, these guys got some journey to travel. And that team that was in the distance, that was the one we were talking about. Falconer and Riverson setting up, trying to get those tags. You saw they did get a couple of them onto Cadenax and to 4DR Storm, but everybody's going to have to force to be rotated. But luckily for them, they can go ahead and take their time. They're in a good spot to catch some surge on some players that are rotating around, specifically the ones that are in the sky. Hopefully they don't get shot down like a fly that's bugging you on a hot summer day outside while you're trying to slip some lemonade, but the shots are in. He drops the shield right off. The accuracy from Cadenax is insane.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's so much going on in this game. We see these tags from Cadenax, but there's also stuff going on around the map. So let's go ahead and jump into a replay real quick and showcase what's going on with Shallow and Biz. This is a couple players we watched closely before. And of course, Victor V, another player we saw. We literally talked about how these players were so close to each other and something was going to happen. And sure enough, there it is. It happened, and Shallow walks away with a nice little elimination there.
Much needed for the refresh as well as they try to climb towards the top half of that leaderboard. But the team that actually got that victory royale in game number 1, you saw it when the map was up. They pulled perfect zone in the middle of Logjam Lumberyard, so they can kind of go ahead and cement themselves as high ground as possible. They have all this metal to refarm those resources if they so choose. You see Cadenax, I do believe that was 40R Storm, our first place team, driving by to get themselves a comfy spot in towards the center themselves, as everybody is now going to be mushed in. And for these players in the center, they don't have to worry about anything. They just got to not worry about peeking at the wrong time. Everybody else you saw, especially the players that are on the southern eastern portion of that map, that's where it is going to get hairy for them.
It definitely is. And looking at what FaZe and Zera are doing, they're kind of putting themselves in a position for a repeat game here. Potential back-to-back victory royales. I mean, we saw it earlier with Bucky and co, so it's definitely possible here to see that on the West Coast. But if players like Quinn and Wave have anything to say about it, they're going to make sure they change it and potentially walk away with a VR themselves.
Yeah, and this is the only thing that when it comes to their drop spot and how well they do actually play, that Storm Surge, being 34 below at this stage in the game, that's something that you don't want because it forces you into position. Do you, like we saw last game, do you waste all your heals trying to outlast and trying to survive the remaining players that need to go down? Or do you try to take some sort of engagement, try to take some high ground? And since they're this far outside of zone, they're one of the teams that are got that farthest pull, they have to worry about traveling in towards zone, they have to worry about getting the tags, and then they have to worry about finally when they do get into zone that it's not an over-congested spot, so they don't have to worry about becoming a target from other players that might be looking for those tags.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And it's funny, right? We've spent a lot of time looking at like Logjam, for example. If you didn't know, this game, the last game we watched, was actually the first time this weekend throughout all the rounds across all the regions that a team won from Logjam Lumberyard. So, I mean, that's a huge stat there to throw at you all, and especially considering Logjam is a strong POI. So I'm personally surprised that that's the first VR we've seen from the POI, but you know, it's probably not the last.
Yeah, it's probably not going to be the last here today, as it does get that pull yet again. So the players that landed there don't have to rotate, but one of our top teams, Jelty and Krizix, landing once again. It's the teams that are on the southern eastern portion of the zone this game that are struggling to get those surge tags, but I think that going and getting that explosion on towards the car is going to help them a little bit, but not too much because it's barely going to expose players, but they're forced to peek out and get the shots where Jelty becomes under fire. But another team that I was on the cusp of picking up is Sizer and Nico floating towards the backside, and Jelty and Krizik, this could be their opportunity to get the tags that they need. He opens up, misses just a crucial shot, but I don't think this one's going to slow down because he needs the tags. And as soon as the enemy knows that Storm Surge is now active, they're just trying to play defensively, block him out, so that way the tags take all the damage when it comes to the Storm.
Well, like you said, they definitely need the tags here. This is the opposite of what they want to be dealing with here for Jelty and Krizik. They need to make sure that they are staying alive in this moment and holding on, but they're still 41 damage below. They're going to have to get a few tags off here onto Nico and Co. And of course, as I say it, they're diving in, trying to get some shots, and players looking from all around. Fortunately, they do get above the damage threshold, but not by much. Only 46 damage is not enough to feel comfortable. That's why you see Jelty and Krizik still pushing up against this box, still hitting these walls, because they know this is not enough to keep going in this game.
Especially with the tags that they did got on. They know these players are weak, and without Storm Surge kind of on their backside pressuring them, they could take their time. They can do exactly what they want, and there goes the down onto that first player. Jelty's going to pick him up. Krizik's going to go in for the cleanup, giving that siphon over to Jelty, and goes back to back as he takes out Sizer as well. Great squad wipe for this duo that was struggling for Surge, and this is where they can finally breathe. The pressure is definitely off their back, and now they just have to worry about surviving and rotating in towards the zone.
Yeah, I mean, look, with the zone pulling central to Logjam, it's going to be interesting to see what these players can do. But fortunately for them, there's a lot of existing builds in the area, so that could save them some very vital resources here in the end game. But you see players like Riverson still opting to use the heavy material here in the third zone, despite there not being too much to refarm, especially with the amount of players here close to Logjam. But if they're smart, they're going to know to rotate through these existing builds. They're going to try to get as much as they can, refresh as much as they can moving forward. But I think it's more important for them, as you can see here, to get those tags. Those tags are going to make a huge impact here later on, as long as they stay above that surge threshold.
Yeah, and that's something this team has been doing. We saw them in the early portions when they ran up against 40R and Cadenox towards that bridge, where they were just going for tags all game long. So it alleviates the pressure throughout the course of the game. So even though they might merely be 140 above that last time we did see them, they know that it's just calm, cool, collected. As you see that replay that we saw early on, no, it's actually going to be another one. They continue the domination on the side of Jelty and Krizik, taking out yet another duo. And sadly enough, it was Moose who went down first.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to watch, but also for Riverson and Falconer, they're doing a good job here of staying active. I will say that. We saw them just there for a moment, taking shots in the distance. Then we get to watch them in the replay, getting some more tags in, getting a knock there. So impressive performance there from them so far, but there's still so much left in this game. We're only in the fourth zone here as Rich Homie Quinn and Wave just try to gather some intel and try to find the best way to rotate into zone here.
Yep, lucky for them, they do have chili splashes. They have a jump pad, and they're right next to zone. So honestly, they don't even have to use either one of those. They can rotate as late as they possibly want, but you can see a team towards the high ground who also has to rotate, by the way. Just has them kind of pinned. I wouldn't even call them pinned down, but it has them in their sights. That's why Rich Homie Quinn and Wave are kind of playing a little bit more patient, because they don't want to step forward. They don't want to take too much damage and become a target in the lobby, especially since they know a duo is right below them, waiting for that opportunity to where if they get dropped straight in their box, you can see the opening happening from Krizik and Jelty. We know how aggressive they like to get. And with almost 500 light ammo shots in that Stinger SMG, Jelty's just smiling ear to ear for that opportunity, waiting for it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting regardless, though. But Jelty, smart player, looking to just find a good position, a good layer to transfer to. And there it is. They see these other players rotating away, and Jelty's like, nope, this is our time. This is our time to strike, our time to rotate. There's going to be less players looking in our direction, focusing on what we're doing, and we're going to be able to make it through. And of course, we're going to see quite a few bush plays here throughout the day, because these bushes, like we saw in Chapter 2, definitely make an impact. But as I say that, Krizik ends up going down. Jelty now by himself potentially could get some of the loot there from Krizik with that Spider-Man Mythic in hand. However, with Kenzo and Caleb there right on the loot, it's going to be tough for Jelty to make something happen.
Yeah, they forgot about the buddy system, Panda. They forgot about the buddy system. Jelty just went too far ahead. Krizix was by himself as a solo, and those are those little moments. Those are those split-second decisions that can really cost you. And for that team that got that elimination, I do believe it was Pars, that's one of those refreshes that you could possibly need to survive throughout the rest of this game. But you can kind of see the east or the western portion and the southern portions of the match are just so highly contested and congested. You gotta wonder if the pool goes towards the northeast portion, how many duos don't have some sort of rotation plan, don't have any resources that will struggle. And in just a few seconds, we're going to see it actually goes south. So a lot of duos have escaped with a miracle.
Absolutely, but all those teams in the north, if they don't have a rotation plan, they're definitely going to be looking to recycle a pad here from somebody else. But as I say it, Surge is now active yet again. So the players that have found themselves in zone, they're going to be looking to take advantage of these players that aren't. So it's going to be interesting to see how these players begin to rotate here in this zone, because so many teams are not in and they need to start moving here pretty quickly.
Yeah, you can kind of see what I talked about early on. A lot of duos, a lot of individuals kind of splitting the weapons when it comes to who carries that shotgun, who's going to carry the Stinger SMGs, the MK7s, and right now it does look like Solution was probably the one trying to go for tags, but being 54 above the damage threshold probably wasn't as comfortable as he's hoped. And there's the opportunity to strike. More damage is coming in, and he pops his head down just in the nick of time. And this is where I love it. Not overstaying their welcome. They're not getting aggressive. They're just passing out around the peppers because they know it's time to rotate around. And Rich Homie Quinn's one of those duos that are barely surviving above that damage threshold. And even though they have a comfortable spot in the zone, they know they have to go for tags. So they're going to have to risk taking tags themselves. Great shots going to be fired off to keep them above that damage threshold, but 60, that's almost nothing in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, it really isn't. They need to make something happen, of course, as they pressure that wall. The armored wall comes out from the other team, which is actually a really solid play. We didn't get to see too many armored wall plays in the previous game, so it's nice to see them really getting used here. But it looks like Quinn was not the only one with the eyes on that team. It's 40R Storm and Kadenox looking to get some tags there as well. Gets a nice 21 white tag, but as I say that, Kadenox ends up going down, so immediately going to need to back up here and try to res his teammate. But 40R Storm says, you know what, no, the team is pushing in. Gets a nice tag there for 40R Storm. Is going to need to look to keep this going, get some really nice tags, but these players are just relentlessly pushing into the box, and no, 40R goes down. This is not the game 2 that they were looking to have.
Yeah, our Victory Royale winners in game number 1 go down, I want to say pretty early, even though this is the end game, but with 25 teams still alive, I would say that's pretty early for anyone's liking. They don't have the eliminations to back it up as well. So a very, very low-scoring game. So that 14-point lead is definitely gone to the side. And for Rich Homie Quinn and Wave, one of those duos we were looking to watch, we were spotlighting, they have to be at an all-time high because they don't have to worry as he puts down the steel wall, trying to go for the jump pad, but he go ahead and gets it either way and flies to the sky unscathed. And that's not something you see every day, especially with so many players possessing that high ground as Jelty gets in. Finally, he becomes a target, drop down to only 40 HP as players are continuing to target him, but this is all he needs, is that one moment to breathe, because you know how good he is at escaping these tight situations. He has the mini shields, the chug splashes, but no, he just targets yet again. Another grouping of teams is going to take out Jelty and wipe him off the map. Our favorites are going down left and right.
Yeah, absolutely. But one of those teams that are still surviving here is Zaire. Our Game 1 Victory Royale winner is there. Unfortunately, going down here early is going to potentially affect that top 10 spot there for them on the leaderboard. However, with teams like Jagbeer still in it, so much is left on the table. And Jagbeer and Solution are looking to take advantage of that. You see 53 points on the board already. That's a considerable start here in this game. So as long as they can keep up this momentum, and they're looking to do just that here, it could swing the leaderboard quite a bit.
See Matt and Scary towards the high ground, and talking to one of my boys, that's definitely a sleeper team to watch out for. You kind of look at the resources they have, not too much medium ammo, but just enough to continue to put that pressure and hold on to the high ground as much as possible. 3 eliminations is pretty good for them, but they're trying to connect, and you go connect so that way you can hold on to the high ground as possible. That way if anybody from the low tries to go ahead and make you a target, you're not going to get dropped down, but I might have been wrong. Scary gets dropped down. It looks like a contestation for the high ground where Matt is going to be able to hold on strong.
Absolutely, and looking at that battle on the low ground, it's really interesting. You see players like Natch down below trying to hold on and trying to make something happen, but that low ground is so contested right now, and that's what we see more often than not here in duos. It's going to be less about that high ground like we saw in trios, and it's going to be more about getting that low and mid ground layer. But obviously, if you can capitalize on high ground, it's still going to be super effective despite it being duos now. But here, Riverson surviving by himself. Falconer is down. One elimination on the board for him. One elimination for Falconer, looking to make another, but no, he ends up going down there into Storm. But it is actually Scary and Matt there on the high ground, just trying to hold it down with players like Homie Quinn and Wave still in play.
Oh, Homie Quinn drops down at the wrong time. He drops into a box. Him and his teammate get separated. He's taking a ton of damage. He's barely going to escape with a hair on his chinny chin chin with 10 HP and a dream. He just needs a few seconds to breathe, along with Wave, who's probably trying to tunnel, create that path for him so he can go ahead and pop those mini shields, but he knows the pressure is all around him. They don't have the build, so a refresh to survive the rest of this game is definitely going to be necessary, but they made it in towards that top 10, so they're getting even more placement points, and they're waiting for those eliminations to come to you as Kevin now becomes a target. He survives himself with only 1 HP as his teammate gets a narrow outside rotation, and with the high ground underway, it does look like they're gonna have with their backs up against the wall. Yet another team without HP to recover.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's tough. One tick from that zone, you're going down. One solid hit from a player like we just see there, you're going down, but his teammate, and yes, sir, is going to be able to clean it up and stay alive here, keeping the team momentum alive. Looking at this loadout, though, it's everything that you could need and more except material. No more materials left, no builds left here for Yes Sir. It's going to be a pretty interesting fight here as he begins or tries to survive, and you actually see there for a moment that's our #1 team, but no, as I say that, the #1 team goes down, so those points are up for grabs here, and Mitty and co are looking to make it happen as Mitty goes down. Vor is still in this game, looking to take some shots, but as I say that, players just dropping left and right, and it is all over. Matt and Scary Fan from the high ground keep the game alive and take home the victory royale.
Yeah, and you can see it yet again, though. Even though a team pops off at the right time to take that victory royale, they were a couple of teams, and you pointed out, they took first place right before going down. 11 eliminations, another duo, 8 eliminations and going towards the end game. So depending on how this game shakes out, this leaderboard could become chaotic only after 2 games.
It really could, but look, shout out to Matt and Scary Fan being able to get the Game 2 victory royale under their belt there. And again, it just shows the power of the high ground and being able to maintain and hold that high ground there for them. So exceptional performance there, despite all the action going on the low ground. It's really exciting to see for them. But you know what? We got to break it all down for you. And who better to do it than Clay, Kelly, and Tokata?
Thank you so much, Panda and Jacob there. And what an incredible game for game #2 of the first qualifier here for season 1. I mean, Clay, Takata, we saw a lot of the teams that were kind of performing really well in game #1 go out towards the mid game.
We really did.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of action going on, a lot of rotations, which were kind of taking a bit of time. You always get into that situation where you need to get that storm surge, so you can't go on the non-congested side of zone, but then you end up getting stuck, you end up getting held, and end up getting eliminated before that moving zone.
I mean, just looking at the early game, though, Clay, it seems like a lot of the action isn't really taking place during these drop spots. I thought that we're going to be seeing a lot more eliminations within the first few minutes of the game.
Today West, we like to play it a little bit more careful off the drops in those first couple games, and then it's usually 4th and 5th game where we see that aggression turn up early, and then everyone kind of settles back in for that 6th game. So I'm not that surprised with the early game aggression, because everyone is very tense, because it's a completely different format, right? You don't have those 3-4 qualifiers like you used to. You only got 2 chances.
I mean, without a doubt. First, although, we have to look at our highlights right now. And I mean, Takata, I know what you're thinking. We have to look at Krizix and Jelty, because what an incredible run. Again, so close to victory right there.
so close. They were able to secure an incredible amount of eliminations. They got back-to-back mid-early game eliminations here. You can see it. Their synergy is incredible. They played together. Their focus, their communications are on point. It was unfortunate there that in the end game, they weren't able to secure that much placement. But remember, 3 points per elimination. With the amount of eliminations that they secured in their early and mid game, you can count this as a good match.
Indeed. And in all honesty, Jelty just doing what he does best. Like, look at that. Finding such a beautiful set of elims and everything he needed to rotate through. The Spider-Man web slingers, he had that launch pad as well, but unfortunately wasn't able to add it out there in the last possible moments to get away. But still a phenomenal performance nonetheless.
All right, well, let's take a quick look at our standings right now, because after game number 2, I think a lot of things shook up in the leaderboard. And in fact, 4DR and Cadenox lose their first place spot, going down only a 3-point difference, though. And honestly, if you look at everyone in the top 10 right now, Takata, it's a close race.
It is an incredibly close race, Kelly. We have 3 teams at 60 points. First place team at 69, second place 66, and third place and fourth place at 65. This is anybody's game.
Really is. Look at third place though. That's Midi and Fernie, my pick right there, coming through up to 65. And I mean, look, the spread between placement points and elims is pretty close at the top there. So I'm excited to see how everything ends up unfolding and the bigger names showing up.
Oh yeah, they're going to be showing up, but obviously we still have 4 more games to go. There is a lot of opportunity for some new teams to come up into our top 10, but what it's about the top 8, because those teams get to go straight to the finals and don't have to worry about surviving the semifinals. But I obviously have to toss it to our casters right now, because guys, 2 games down, 4 to go. How are you feeling?
Listen, it is not necessarily about how we're feeling. It's about how these players are feeling. And you know what? Listen, it boils down to drive. It's about power. These players staying hungry and devouring the competition here. Going into game number 3, it's going to be super important as we get ready for the rest of this match, because look, there's still so much left on the table. So many points up for grabs here. Jacob, man, after game number 2, what are we trying to expect here in game 3?
Honestly, at this point, I'm hoping, or just, me being a caster, not having to play, a little bit more action towards the early game, but understandably so, as this one is definitely ready to get underway. A lot of these duos taking the first couple of games to just test the waters, figure out what they need to do and how they're going to react to everybody else's game plan mixed in with their own.
Well, without further ado, let's go ahead and go into game number 3.
After 2 straight games, Panda, the dust has settled. Like I talked about, the chaos on the leaderboard, it's still anyone's game at this point. And I talked about it being a marathon and not a race, but in just a few seconds, we already got somebody going down. But our game number 1 players that took first, but not that victory royale, 4DR Storm and Cadenox, landing once again towards Tilted Towers, not straying too far away from the game plan. And that's what got him this far. I talked about qualifying for this 3rd round in 48 points, having a monster of a game number 1. Not the best game number 2, but for them, I know they're looking for consistency, because that is key when it comes to a 6-game series in our qualifier number 1.
You know, it's actually impressive, but behind the scenes, I was told that more times this season, this chapter, have players won from contested drop spots than we saw last season. It was happening, obviously trios were struggling, right? If they were contested off spawn, it was a totally different story. But now here, chapter 3, season 1, it's different, right? It's more exciting, because no matter if you are contested, there's still so much potential for you to make something happen and walk away with that beautiful VR.
Yeah, and honestly, you can kind of see and kind of, with how aggressive with the Stinger SMGs and being able to get into those boxes this game can be, you can see why these contested drops are allowing these players to not feel that pressure of the Storm Surge later on in the game. But talk about some early replays. You got Hashira going down. That's Midi. That's Clay's pick already early on. But actually, no, it's them. They're going to get dropped.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is tough to watch, but there it is. Midiaco able to come out on top there in that early game engagement. That's what it's all about, right? Like, if you end up getting contested, which does happen, like we see even with 40R Storm and Kadenox right now, it's all about surviving, right? Making sure that you make it out of your POI. And fortunately for them, they're one step closer to making it out of their POI. But with Midi down there in that moment, it's going to be interesting. I'm going to be watching the elimination feed here to make sure that those names still stay in it so that Clay's pick can still be up there at the top.
Yep, seeing Slick in the elimination feed. I was kind of watching him yesterday, trying to qualify for this point. They needed that big last game, and I don't know how Slick did it. That's how crazy he was, probably in a box fight. Mid-game, he accidentally tapped something on probably a hotkey, and he goes full screen cam. And you know, when you're in the heat of the moment, you don't notice it. So he had a monster game to qualify, and nobody was able to catch that action. But Hinzo and Caleb are trying to catch him right now. They're trying to go for the early shots. They're trying to go for the early points because he lost his teammate, and you got to imagine why. They're chasing him down to its core, and the shots are going to come in. Slick trying to survive, only with a Stinger SMG and chili splashes to try to escape, but it doesn't look like they're going to let him out of sight that easy as they continue to put that pressure on, chasing down to the low ground. But he's going to escape for now. It looks like he might actually get away, Panda.
Yeah, I mean, well, when you look at Kinzo's loadout, you know that they don't have the resources to continue to take this fight. Right. You see the limited material they have. You see the limited ammo there in the Striker SMG, or the Stinger SMG. There's not much to work with, to say the least. So they are going to have to back up here, especially now with another team closing in on Caleb and Kinzo. See, this is the risk you run when you try to take an early game engagement. Other teams in the area, like Wale and company, they hear that and they try to pounce on it while they can to get that third party in.
Yeah, I like that, especially since they know it's still very, very early on in this game. So depending on how many shots they bring off, they might think, hey, this team might not have the best resources when it comes to match, when it comes to that light ammo, when it comes to the shotgun shot. So this could be an opportunity for them to pounce if they got the great drop that they wanted, as they're slowly but surely creeping in like a tiger hunting down its prey.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's a good analogy. I like that. They're creeping in, especially for players like Matt and Scary Fan. They're creeping in as well because they just won the last game, but they're actually off to a bit of a struggle here in this game. As I say that.
I was saying, Matt said, you rang, Panda? I was just getting on a show. I'm just making it exciting for the early game because we saw how low action game number 1 and game number 2 were, and this team, and you kind of a quick stat. This is the team's first time qualifying for a grand finals, and they already got a victory royale underneath their belt. So that's pretty impressive for some new guns to the table.
Yeah, it definitely is. And that's what you love to see. And that's the beauty of Fortnite. Every time we have a major tournament like FNCS, we always see these new names appear and showcase why they deserve to be here. And it always excites me to see all the different players that show up. But for players like Wale and Vanillas, they've been in the scene. They understand the game. And that's why you see them just patiently continue to rotate despite getting tagged up there from a distance.
And I like this 2-0 team, the way they were able to back off for that last fight. They knew it wasn't necessarily worth it. They're in 13th place right now. They're on the cusp. We're trying to break in. We know top 8 qualifies. So even though at the end of the day, it's very, very important. You get the bragging rights. You can kind of crown yourself king of NA West, qualifier number 1. For some of these teams, it's just about qualifying. It's making it to the grand finals and not having to go to the gauntlet that is the semifinals next week. And another one of their teams that almost went down early on, or finding themselves pretty comfortably rotating around the map, collecting their resources, collecting their loot because of that early exchange. They know Storm Surge is not a worry for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of one of those things that sits in the back of a player's mind, right, is Storm Surge. Am I getting enough tags? Am I doing enough work here in the early and mid game to make something happen? And fortunately for them, they don't have to worry about it. But for players like Bokros, they got a lot more to worry about than just Surge. Already losing eye sweat here. It's going to be a bit of a risky situation as he ends up dropping down here. No material to his name. Tries to make something happen against this duo and actually almost gets away. This is so close. And AO Shade's actually so weak. Shots come raining in and gets the knock there. He does need to disengage to heal up just a little bit, but no. As he tries to do it, AO Shade's teammate Clux comes in with the clutch.
Yeah, I love this coming out of this duo because even though they weren't my team to pick, they were definitely on my radar with how they were performing throughout those first 2 rounds. They're very, very young. I believe one of them is only about 15 years old, but that's sometimes all you need. You need all the time in the world to get your practice in, and sometimes it is those younger players who are thinking outside of the box and stretching the limits of what they can do. We got our first place team going and traveling nearby. They probably heard the shots ring off and probably seeing it as a third-party opportunity, but I like how patient they're being. They're not going aggressive all the way. They're not going 100% all or nothing. They're taking their time because they know this is still very, very early. The first storm circle hasn't even closed just yet, so there's still a long game to go.
You know what's crazy? You were just talking about our first place team in Vor and Midi. I don't know if you know this, but Vor had more eliminations by himself in game 2 than all but 3 other teams had in total in that game. That is a wild stat to think about. The amount of eliminations that Vor alone was able to pick up makes a huge impact there for him and Midi.
I can see why Clay picked him. I can see why. He's been NA West for quite a while. He definitely knows what he's talking about at this point. And what a spot right here is Coney Crossroads. I talked about how contested it was that our superstar team of Reet and Rex weren't able to kind of qualify. And I do believe it was, I want to say it was a couple of these other duos around by, but everybody, and I like the way they're not taking too many steps because of that audio-visual visualizer. Everybody will know when they're nearby. They know how close they are, and they'll know how to react at a moment's notice, even if you're trying to be as sneaky as possible.
Yeah, I mean, look, sometimes it doesn't matter how sneaky you are. You're going to end up getting caught out in a bad position, and that's what we're seeing here from Quinn and Wave. They're so far outside of the zone, and now they're going to be one of the last players, if not the last players, to rotate in. And that's just going to put a big target on their head as they begin to move forward, especially for any of the teams that are close by. You see them actually taking shots at a team here, just not too far in the distance. And with them being in a boat, they're basically, like, again, shooting off a flare in the area, letting players know that they're here. So if they're not careful, they could easily end up getting caught out by some of these other players close by.
Yep. That could be like a little bit of a flare, and it could be like a double-edged sword. Just like it's going to give a lot of players your positioning, make you a target, especially once you kind of leave that boat and try to traverse towards, you know, walking around. But it also kind of makes you a target in the sense, or it alleviates a little bit of pressure of trying to figure out where your opponent is, so those tags, because they're going to be shooting at you. All you do is kind of like box up, take a little high ground, take your tags, and you continue on moving like we see a lot of these experienced duos doing. But the team in second place, yes sir, and Kevin, after a monster game number 2, they know they have to figure out a way to replicate it. Even though the zone pulled a little bit more towards the east than they would like, that's going to allow them to get some tags just like that on their journey to the center of the circle.
Yeah, and they definitely are going to be on a journey here. It's quite a trek there, the distance that they're going to have to travel. But you know what? Listen, if you're Yasser and you're Kevin, you're feeling pretty comfortable, right? You're feeling good. You're kind of riding high on that momentum from this other team or this other game, and now it's just a matter of capitalizing or continuing to capitalize on it with players like Kytrex here close by. They could potentially try to get some more tags off onto them, but I think they're just going to choose and opt in to rotate.
I like the ability to try to get out. Yeah, you can try to take the tags just like you see their opponents doing, but with how far the circle actually is, those tags will almost be meaningless if you don't even make it in towards the zone. You see, they are going to be 102. I was going to say for a moment, it looked like 102. I'd say 111 above the damage threshold. That could be another indicator why they're trying to just get towards the zone, get themselves a great position, get themselves some high ground, and then try to work the rest of their game from there as he now has to take a moment, pop those minis. Nothing to worry about as nobody is nearby. They've just done just enough to allow themselves this moment of patience.
Yeah, patience, but it all boils down to what happens next, right? You could be patient here, but a team could be on the hill, could catch you out, so you have to be on edge as well. Despite that patience, we got to talk about Kytrex and Kevin. These teams just continue to run into one another. It's kind of like a story of when will they fight? Not if, but when.
Time will definitely tell. 73 damage above the threshold. They're just hunting. They're trying to catch a duo team, possibly, or a couple of teams out of position, get themselves a great spot in the zone, and that's where they're going to rain off that fire, because you can already see that with no type of striker, auto shotgun, or heavy, they're just looking for those tags from a distance. It's like another one of our teams currently sitting towards the top half of the leaderboard after 2 games. Monster game number 1, give them that cushion. They are one of those teams getting the high ground, and that's very, very important for a lot of these teams. As you're creating your loot paths, as your drop spot, that surge path is almost just as important as everything else on your checklist when it comes to finding that success.
Yeah, and fortunately for Cadenox and 40-Hour Storm, they found success, right? They found success through game 1. They didn't quite have that same success in game number 2, but they're still looking to replicate that same energy from game 1 here in game 3, and they're doing a good job at it to start. You look at the surge; they're well above surge. They're not having to worry about that. You look at the intel gathering that they're doing, and they're doing a good job at that. You see where they're positioned in zone. You see that they can easily get tags from this hill. I mean, literally everything is going in their favor. It's just a matter of keeping it going, right? The only thing I could see being better for them is if you threw a half pot, right, onto Cadenox and try to help out there a little bit with the shield. But other than that, they are in such a solid spot here in game number 3, and I would be surprised if we don't see them in the later parts of this game. But regardless, there's still teams in it. There's still so many teams in it, I should say, like Notch and Hove, who are still trying to make some things happen. They're only 21 damage above the threshold, so they're going to need more tags. But for players like Fade, like Zaire, they need more than that. Despite them being a Victory Royale taker in this series here, they are struggling with Surge in this game.
Yeah, it almost makes me wonder. They were trying to out-heal the Surge for a moment, using all their shields, but it didn't really matter because they had to get aggressive regardless, and I think that's going to be a learning lesson for that duo. When they find themselves in a very, very similar situation, they're going to know how to react a little bit later, but another one of those teams, not only are they not sitting comfortably when it comes to the Storm Surge damage, not sitting comfortably in their position at all, but they do have a great utility when it comes to their movement in the form of a vehicle. As another duo on our side, Defiable and School. That was one of your teams to pick, going up against another favorite in our match with Falconer already down. Riversun, no shield to his name. The pressure is definitely on. They know they just need to take it piece by piece. They need to take it step by step because they have him down. And this is a moment with Defiable taking those shots to pop that guzzle juice. You know, School has all the shields in the world and the elimination ringing in as Falconer does finally go down. Riversun using those chili splashes to try to get his HP back up, but with the pressure being pushed in, they're not going to give him much time to get shields either as they continue to press forward. They continue to mount that pressure, but I think finally they're going to go slow down just a little bit because they don't want to become a target in the lobby.
No, you're absolutely right. And despite that just relentless pressure there from Defiable, Riverson is still holding on, which is so impressive. Despite Falconer not being in this game, he's doing everything in his power to just keep going. Fortunately for him, he is going to find a nice little spot here, but if you look in this area, there's quite a few players close by. So any more shots start raining in either direction, and sure enough, Riverson will become a target.
Yeah, he found himself as a solo yet again. I do believe it was in last game where it was more towards the end game. He found himself a solo. Falconer did go down and one of our experienced teams to watch in the lobby, are struggling throughout the first 2, but they have that experience, like I keep saying. They know how to outlast and pick themselves up after some bad starts to their FNCS qualifier number 1 as Mitty and Vern towards the Daily Bugle. Luckily for them, they didn't have to travel far. They already have the 2 eliminations, so they're sitting okay on towards Surge. But it's this rotation with a couple teams towards the high ground. I was going to say it might take a little time for them to get there, but with the Spider-Man Mythics, because of that Daily Bugle, they're going to cement themselves a good spot. Try to take some of that high ground away, but they're going to limit the high ground that they're going after, because if they take too much, that team right above them, 2 teams I should say, are going to try to put that pressure to try to take away and chop them down like Fortnite Jenga.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But the one thing I will say that's going to work out in their favor here for Mitty and Vor is they use this hard material, and it's already built up quite a bit. So meaning it wouldn't make a lot of sense for these teams above to start pressuring them unless they open up anything to try and take shots towards them. But for players like Jay and Dog, it's kind of an opposite scenario. This isn't working out in their favor. They're struggling here on material. You see Dog has no material left. It looks like Jay has now the equivalent of 1 or no, I think 10 builds. No, 1 build, I should say, here for Jay. This is not a position you want to find yourself in, to say the least. But fortunately, it does look like these other teams are just looking to rotate away. And Dog and Jay are just trying to stay patient and get a refresh where they can.
Every sense of the word, they need a refresh. Just because you're sitting above that damage threshold means nothing when you don't have very many builds towards your name. And the thing that makes this even more hard in this occasion is how many teams are around. So even though we're talking about Dog and Jay need that refresh, as soon as they try to get into a box, everybody in the surrounding area are going to try to pick up those eliminations, or at least make it hard for those players to survive. It's the elimination feed trying to lighten up just a little bit. Dog trying to go towards that man-made cover to try to get the match that he desperately needs in this situation. Jumping on over to a replay though. Yes, sir. And Kevin, one of those teams, they're just denying entry in towards the circle. They're picking up the damage from the Storm Surge and the eliminations, and continues to put that pressure on. Oh my God, lasers a player out of the sky. Just incredible accuracy coming out from this duo.
Absolutely, and this is textbook Fortnite, right? Find yourself in zone, look for the other players that still have to rotate, and get some shots in. Occasionally you walk away with elimination, but more often than not, you walk away getting those surge tags, pushing you above that threshold. So a huge start for them, but there's still so much other action going on. We got to dive into it. Dog and Jay actually, as we walked away, ended up getting into a bit of a fight themselves. And fortunately for them, though, they are going to get not only 2 eliminations, but the huge refresh we just talked about them needing.
They desperately needed that refresh. And that's the thing about these players that have been in finals before, that have played against the best of the best. They know once this game comes closer towards ending, those opportunities will naturally kind of prevent themselves. So they weren't in any hurry, they weren't in any rush the last time we saw them, and it definitely worked out for them. So a lot of you players out there that might be watching and think eliminations are everything, you could definitely kind of learn your lesson as you see the full-on split going out. I always say sharing is caring, and this team sharing to perfection, making sure each of them have equal amount of mats.
Yeah, I mean, you love to see it. You love to see that, and that boils down to team cohesion, right? Yep. Understanding when your teammate may need more material, what your teammate needs. Hey, do I need stuff? How am I going to communicate what I need? Like, all that stuff is super important here in Fortnite, and that's why these players end up coming out on top, is because they have great chemistry and good communication. But for a player like Riverson, he's only communicating with himself here, as Falconer has found himself out yet again. So Riverson trying to hold on here and make something happen. Fortunately, he's going to be able to get a bit of a refresh here. However, it's not going to be a ton to work with.
Not going to be a ton. Not going to be a ton at all, but sometimes that's all a player like Riverson kind of needs, just enough to keep himself alive in this situation, waiting for that moment where he can thrive to his fullest potential. Only 15 shields, though. Wish he would use a mini. That's making me a little nervous, but I've been in that same situation before. When you're this close into the end game, things are getting chaotic. It might not be the first thing on your mind.
Yeah, especially when you're trying to be sneaky like this. Any kind of noise, an indication that you're healing or that you're in a compromised spot will lead these teams to focus you, right? Especially with the addition to the healing notification in visual audio, which a lot of players are opting to use more recently. So with that modification in mind, you can actually see when people are healing around you and what direction they're in. So you have to be more careful. And I think that's what took Riverson a little bit longer to put that mini on than what would make myself or Jacob comfortable. But fortunately for him, he is still going to be in it, and he's still going to be able to rotate forward. With the minimal material he has, he's going to have to jump in somewhere quickly, though.
I was thinking that same thing. I almost feel sorry for that lonely soul that gets caught off guard. He ends up in their box. He has 2 different Stinger SMGs, 60 possible shots of continuous damage that can break through any box, and especially if you can kind of take note from Reese over in one of his videos and slide into the box with 1 Stinger SMG, finish off a possible elimination once he gets inside with the other, those continuous shots, and he finally gets in towards a box, but the player escaped barely Riverson's wrath as he continues to try to get in. 209 below the Storm Surge threshold. He had no other choice, but unfortunately enough, he gets taken down as one of our teams that got close to that victory royale. They got it in terms of eliminations, now have to traverse through the storm. And 40R and Cadenok, they're doing a good job, but using some wood, that is going to make him a target here for a moment, switching on over to that brick just in the nick of time to catch himself.
Yeah, it definitely is. You have to be a little bit more cautious about the material that you're using at this point in the game. But fortunately for 40R Storm, Cadeinox, they're actually finding themselves in a position where they don't have to use as much material, and they can actually throw up an armored wall if they start getting focused to an angle and not have to build behind them. So as the zone continues, though, all that's going to change. So they need to continue to move forward and keep ahead of zone, which Quinn and Wave are not necessarily doing the best job of, but they do find themselves on the side of zone here, just trying to heal up and trying to survive. And when you're in that survival mode in a game like this, it's kind of all or nothing. Like 40R Storm there going down, all or nothing. Cadeinox left by himself with 20 HP and a dream, trying to just get a few more points here on the board.
Oh, Matt's 28 HP, no sort of heals at his disposal. He has to be very, very careful where he steps in towards his zone. He already took 1 tick of damage, 62 shots in his MK7 AR, 27 for his striker pump. We can definitely catch somebody off guard, but it's him. He's the one who gets tossed, turned upside down. He goes back to the lobby. As you see, the team towards the high ground, sitting in 14th place right now, but that's not going to mean much if they can hold on to that position, continue to rain down fire from above and put the pressure on. As Krizik now finds himself by himself, the shots are going to rain off, and he gets taken down. Caster Curse comes in yet again.
I mean, look, if you're looking at who's left in this lobby, it's pretty impressive, right? Some of the big names that we've seen competing here today still alive here in these final moments. Even at first place here, yes sir, and his teammate still keeping alive here, trying to hold on, but no, players are just not able to hold on as Quinn goes down here. Dynamo is up on top, raining down pressure, but these players still continue to survive. It's impressive that Kevin and Yes Sir are able to hold on and do what they're able to do here. But no, as I say that, Yes Sir down to 3 HP, gets a few knocks, does get siphoned here, but is in a really compromised spot. Is going to need to find a way into zone, and sure enough, they do. But with Kevin and Yes Sir very, very weak here in these final moments, it's going to be a struggle for them.
Yeah, with no mats on Yes Sir. 6 total eliminations. They're going to try to breathe right now because they know they can't traverse forward or else they become a target. But Kevin spots out one in towards the zone. They get the elimination. They get the mats just in the nick of time, but only one player actually gets them. Yes Sir is still bone dry when it comes to resources. 3 duos remain, and one of them is going to go down. Kevin's holding on to the high ground as long as possible, taking away from the duo that had it all game long, but his HP is dwindling. Dinocito goes down. Kevin gets the refresh. He's knocking him out, and he secures the victory Royale in game number 3.
What a way to end it. Kevin holding on there for dear life, able to walk away with the VR. I mean, that is such an impressive end here to game number 3. Listen, if you're Yes Sir, if you're Kevin, you are hyped. What a play to finish it off.
What a play indeed. And they were one of those teams that were living on a prayer at one moment or another, getting massive eliminations. He gets the miracle flopper to stay alive and drop down to 12 HP. He got back-to-back siphons, 100 instant HP and shield to take that 1v1 on a player that was left in towards the zone. 3 straight games. 3 different winners. I said it last time, that leaderboard is getting chaotic. It's getting even more confusing to kind of read between these players after all that action went down.
Well, look, one team doesn't really have to worry about it. It's Yes Sir and Kevin. They were in first place going into those final moments, and I can only imagine they've maintained it. So we got to dive over to the analyst, though, to have it all broken down. So Kelly, Clay, Takata, take it away.
Thank you so much, Panda. You know, after game number 1, we saw the team that had height grab the VR, and then game number 2 with Kevin and Yes Sir, it happened again. They had height. So when we were watching game number 3, and you could see up on top, it was Rexy and Dynamic, and they were doing well. I think they grabbed 6 or 7 eliminations. In my head, I was like, oh, it's a sure, and this is going to be it. But no, from low ground, Yes Sir and Kevin just blowing everyone away. Takata, that back-to-back siphon was mind-blowing.
It was incredible. You might have heard of Yazir coming from a console FNCS championship to now in the first place spot here in round 3 of the first chapter 3 Duos FNCS tournament. I mean, they are looking powerful. They are looking strong, and I'm excited to see how they close out this tournament.
And it might be a little early to say this, but one of the big things about Arkham Rex and Epic Whale back in Chapter 2 was that regardless of what situation they were in, if they were in low ground, mid ground, or high ground, they were always able to walk away on top. And I'm kind of getting that feeling, Clay, from this team right here.
I agree, and both of them both come from console background as well. Kevin did as well. I think back in November of last year, got first at the console championship cup. So both of them have that ability to play in these high level lobbies, finally getting to show it off here.
Another team that we have to talk about who I think just, tried to hold on to life for so long. Of course, I'm talking about 40R, who, although they had 0 eliminations for a little bit, were able to pull out towards the end. And Takata, that seems to be a reoccurring theme for this team right here.
Reoccurring it is. You might know of 40R from being a double qualifier in the World Cup, making it both in solos and duos, now still competing to this day in the FNCS. You can see them here securing eliminations with that Stinger SMG, but also in the close range, they can get the shotgun eliminations. They can get everything that they need to come out on top.
But that's just 2 teams right there. We have to take a quick look at our top 10 right now, and I think it's pretty obvious who's going to be in our first place spot. And there they are, Kevin and Yes Sir, with almost a 40-point lead, Clay.
That's pretty big, and it gets really big until you get to that top 6, right? That's about a 60-point lead. That's a lot of points. So essentially kind of separating themselves into that at least a qualification spot, but there's still a lot of Fortnite to play. But just look, we got Rich Homie Quinn and Wave, who are the only duo to place top 10 in every single game. But a point on that, they're getting to the top 10, which is getting them in that consistency, but they're getting there and they're in shambles. So I really want to see them get a pop-off game.
And they're also getting there without too many eliminations. Taking a look at the elims on this board, we have Yazir and Kevin with 23 eliminations at the #1 spot. That's almost 2 or more than 2 victory royales in points. However, on the contrary, Rich Homie Quinn and Wave only have 8 eliminations. They're the only duo that's made it in the top 10 for every single match, but they just can't secure those eliminations.
And I do think that there was a little bit of a stat that was wrong there. Yes, Aaron and Kevin do have actually 2 victory royales right now, and VRs are so important, everyone. We saw in Europe actually a tiebreaker for 8th place went down to a victory royale, so I'm sure that they're feeling pretty comfortable at the halfway mark with 2 VRs under their belt. But everyone, that is 3 games down. We have 3 more games to go, and I know that game number 4 is going to be bringing us the heat and the excitement like we've been seeing, so let's get right into it. But we'll be doing that in just a few seconds. I forgot to look at the bottom of the corner, everyone. I have to wait for the beep beep. But I mean, guys, thank you so much for joining us here. This is Qualifier 1 for the FNCS, the first one of the year, the first one of the chapter. And there it is, everyone. The battle bus is ready. So let's load in and see how game number 4 goes down.
Is loaded again. It is time to go again. And look, after that game 3 performance, it's gonna be tough for anybody to top Yes Sir and Kevin.
Yeah, a monster of a game. And you heard Takata. When it comes to their lead, that is 10 straight eliminations of difference, 30 straight elimination points, even though there's a couple more placement points being involved to kind of separate themselves even farther. But aggression could really pay off in this format. It is a high risk, high reward, but if it pays off in dividends as we see them landing over towards Covert Canyon, one of the most contested drop spots that we have throughout almost all the regions.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you can capitalize on this drop, it's obviously going to be huge for your game, right? But it's all about surviving here and staying in the game, and sure enough, they've been able to do it so far. So if you're Kevin, if you're Yes Sir, you're feeling pretty confident, right? 131 points here going into game number 4 is a really solid position. So as long as they can just maintain some consistency here through the rest of these games, it's easy qualification moving on to the finals, because the last thing you want to do is have such a great start like this and then only make it to the semifinals. So I think these players have a few things in mind that they want to accomplish, and it's going to start off here in Covert Cavern.
Yeah, I like the way. I actually love the way you kind of broke that one down, because they're sitting with so far of a lead. they can continue to adapt, because we talk about from rounds number 1, from rounds number 2, it's just an ever-changing format, like a living organism that is Fortnite. So for these players, adaptation is going to be a must. It's Kytrex, one of those teams that advanced towards the top of the leaderboards in round number 2, and you can see exactly why. He puts himself in a great spot with the eliminations early on, not having to worry about too much on the surge scale. So for them, off to yet another great start in game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you break down everything we've watched here, right, we've seen not only just exceptional gameplay, but we've seen teams that are contested off spawn handle their fights with grace and elegance. And it's been pretty consistent who ends up making it away from these contested drop spots, especially for players like Scary Fan, like Matt here, who are in contention here to make their way over into the finals after today's qualification round. So it really all depends on the performance they continue to have here. But if you're Matt, the last thing you want to have to deal with is this player pressuring your wall.
Especially after you have a big game number 2 victory underneath your belt, but you still find yourself not towards the top of the leaderboard. And once again, it looks like some of the struggles will continue. Matt gets dropped early on. The pressure is on Scary to perform here, figure out a way to survive as the siphon does come in at the end of the day. That's going to be Moose picking it up. He's still continuing trying to get in the box with the auto shotgun and the stinger. The first down's going to come through, but he doesn't get the cleanup. No elimination points for you. And for Moose and Aiden, you will survive to tell the tale another day. Ooh, he's got a
Look, if you're Moose and Aiden, you're impressed, right? You're going into this fight not necessarily confident, right? You haven't been able to showcase, take advantage of this in Chonker Speedway up until this point, but here it is. Aiden goes down, Moose by himself, uses that striker SMG to perfection, breaks the wall, and gets the final tag.
Yeah, you can see he was very, very low on resources. Probably didn't even know where the player was coming from. So great for Moose and Aiden, continue that teamwork and not separate too far to catch themselves out in separate 1v1 individual battles, because honestly, 2 different 1v1s, a moment to breathe, try to heal up with that siphon, possibly if you get the elimination as well, would have been great, would have been heroic. But once again, we got to jump on board Rich, Homie, Quinn, and Wave, and you heard the analyst desk kind of pop it off. They're doing a good job. One of the only duo teams to have a top 10 finish in almost every one of these games so far, but they're always down surge. They're always in shambles because they're forced to make plays to try to get the damage. If they can find themselves an opportunity to rotate to the center of the zone as early as possible, or at least cut off one of those rotation routes for a good majority of the teams, get that storm damage as early as possible, I think they would set themselves up for a little bit of a better end game that they had so far.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. It's really about setting yourself up here in the early parts of this game, but for players like Blizzard and Victor, they just know they need more, right? They know that they need some points on the board to stay alive here in all of this, especially with players like Yeser and co. walking away with over 120 points to start in this 4th game. So it really boils down to what you can do, and Victor diving in, getting some early game eliminations here is going to be super important. Taking advantage actually of Mojo and Salco, taking them both out here, and Victor now able to just kind of casually back up here with Blizzard. But no, as I say that, another team begins to engage.
Yeah, depending on where you're at in the leaderboard, these are must-have eliminations to go ahead and get towards that top 8 positioning, which everybody is fighting for, because that is a quick advance towards the grand finals. Only 8 teams in this first qualifier is going to be able to sit comfortably, not have to worry about it in this weekend. So they're going to have some time off. They're going to be able to sit back, relax, and watch all the action unfold. And for this team, they've gotten just enough time with that third party coming in to heal up and get back to 200 shields and HP.
Yeah, look, they did a good job at that, but we got to talk about what's going on here in this game, because so much is happening here in different parts of the game. So let's dive in here to Winter and Russo, getting a nice quick elimination there and cleaning that up fast. That's what it's about, right? When you have these fights here in the early and mid game, you don't want to waste too much time in it. You just want to get it done with, and that's what Winter and Russo did in that moment.
And one of the few times we actually do see the Ranger AR, and it's a legendary one as well, so what a great find for him. And you see him starting off that battle with the sidearm pistol, dropping the shields, and kind of putting in the last couple shots. There's another one of our teams, Jaeger and Solution. It does look like at least one of them has some good loot. They're trying to get that spot towards the high ground. like you see a lot of our teams do, because for them, they got exactly what they need off of their drop. They got 500, 500, 500 when it's bats. They got all the heals that they could possibly ask for. And the only thing I would think they're lacking at this stage is those surge tags. And I don't think this team over on this side are going to be lacking some tags after this one, as this fight is going to be underway. Everybody is just trying to stinger themselves in towards the boxes. And this is where that piece control is going to be important, especially if you're Kytrex and one of those teams that might be on the defensive.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're Kytrex and co, the last thing you need, right, is this pressure that's coming in from Imp and Pyro. And you see his teammate is doing a good job here, Pyro, of pulling the focus towards him. And then Imp, you see, shoots in from behind, just trying to take advantage of any wall that they can take. This is such a good teamwork strategy here in this fight, and that's what you love to see here in duos, is the teams splitting the responsibility of what's happening. But if you're Imp, you're a bit worried here going into the latter part of this game, because you really don't have the resources to continue to survive. So that engagement was a little bit more necessary than it was just moments ago.
Yeah, both these teams, everybody's kind of like struggling to keep up with the zone. Not too many hills. You can already see light ammo is definitely looking scarce on the side of Imp. But a well-placed sniper shot could be the key to success here. Misses with that one. But I want to see these teams make their way in towards the zone. It does look like Kytrex and Haritos are doing that exact thing, trying to separate themselves, because they know a storm fight is one of the last things you want at this position. But for this team that lacks the heals, it might be exactly what you want. And Menmis, that's something that you want to go ahead and outlast this storm, because it does look like they have a couple more feet to go.
Yeah, they definitely do. And actually tuning in with our top team here, looks like Yes Sir has gone down. Kevin by himself here, still able to kind of take advantage of Covert Cavern a little bit, but there is another team close by, so I'm sure Kevin is mindful of that here. But the priority is going to be, how do I get Yes Sir back in this game, and how do I get him loot close to where we're already located?
Yeah, and getting that hard mats as much as possible. Waiting for those audio. I like how patient he is. Just because he lost a teammate, it doesn't phase him one bit. You feel like he's been in this situation before with all the pressure in the world. I mean, he is sitting in first place after all, so calm, cool, collected is going to be the key. As Riverson and Falconer once again sticking to their game plan, positioning themselves on a loot path, or a rotation path, I should say, waiting for those surge opportunities to present themselves. The team that won first place, once again, is going to be an exchange. They have the high ground. They have the ammunition to go ahead and put that pressure on from above. It's just about when and where they want to try to drop into the box to try to finish off this fight.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're there, you're Fade. You know that you've done well so far. It's just a matter of continuing to capitalize on it, right? You had a few bad games, not necessarily going in your favor, so now it's about to turn around and make up for it. And sure enough, they are making up for it. Huge tags coming in there. They're going to be able to get at least one elimination there and a nice refresh for the team. That's going to be huge for them, especially with that mythic Spider-Man web shooters. Those things are so impactful in the late game. You have to have it, at least for one of your duos.
Yeah, that's what decisions are going to be made, like we've seen. And I even talked about when it comes to the loot pool, you see them dropping MK7 ARs to make sure they get those Spider-Man mythics. You got to think it's going to be Fade, who might try to take the role of charging up or getting that MK7 shots, but another duo towards Logjam, Lumberjam is underway, as they don't want to let this team escape either. They just won that fight. They have all the resources they need, but they don't want to get third-partied here. At least he probably thought it was a third party. It was just his teammate taking an additional angle to try to slow him down, to try to intimidate him, to make him think there's more players here than there actually is.
Yeah, I mean, look, it definitely is a smart play, but listen, if you're Fade, you're there, you can't keep taking these risks, right? You see how it hasn't worked out in your favor. You're still in the top 10 position, meaning that there's still so much that can happen for you. You have to be a little bit more careful, a little bit more patient. And looking even at the damage that they've put in so far, they don't have to worry about Storm Surge. So now it's all about, the only thing that should be going through their mind is, hey, we need to make it to the end game, and then we need to pop off there in those final moments, get another VR and some eliminations along the way.
Yeah, the only thing going through Kevin's mind right now is, how do I get Yes Sir back into the game? And they go a little bit towards, I don't even want to call it the slow side of zone, but they're just tracking outward of the zone. So that way they can try and get both of their players back up. Even though they're about to be 146 below the damage threshold, they know their strength in numbers. Once you have two different ARs trying to look at the players, depending on if he finds a Ranger or an MK7, if he gets himself a possible Stinger and that high ground, because he is going to be able to kind of shoot down from above or parachute down. So the information that he's going to be able to gather as well is just as crucial and important that he can relay to Kevin, who's obviously going to start this journey for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see, actually, Yes Sir and Kevin immediately identify that there's a team in logjam, and they're like, nope, we're going to cut right. We're not even going to take a risk, take a chance here going up against this team. And it actually happens to be Fade and Zaire, which, again, both of these teams in the top 10, they're doing really good. But Kevin doing a good job here of throwing some heals into the bush, allowing Yes Sir to come back through and potentially pick it up. But as I say that, of course, Kevin picks it up, and it's actually Fade and Zaire still in that bush waiting. But Kevin knows. Kevin's like, you know what? I know they're close. Let me get back with my teammate and put us in a spot where we can actually take this fight.
Oh, they finally present themselves. 40 shield gone in the blink of an eye by Kevin, who from the low ground is going to be the first offensive player, slowly but surely taking piece by piece, taking layer by layer, going towards the high ground. He is brave. He is a brave soul contesting this one, but they find one of the players out of position, trying to go for an angle. It's Yes Sir and Kevin who get dropped a little bit below. The Storm Surge is now putting that pressure on these players as well, and that's going to make their opponent's job that much easier. They just want to continue to shoot down from above to stop the heals from going through and let Storm Surge do its damage, but finally they find a fight towards the high ground. They just do not just enough damage, but they're going to be forced down low once more. Kevin and Yes Sir have a mountain to climb. They have their work cut out for them, and for Fade and Zaire, they're just playing defensive as can possibly be. They know a moment of time, the Storm Surge will strike, both of these players will go down, and that's the moment they're waiting for.
Yeah, I mean, and Kevin is the only one in a good spot here, but as I say that, immediately goes down there to Zaire and Fade. They saw Kevin by himself and immediately fought to take him out. But Yes Sir now just trying to hold on, getting a few more tags to survive, but no, it's not going to work out. Our first place team now is out of game number 4.
Yep, anybody who kind of saw that one in the elimination feed, probably licking their chops saying, yeah, this is our time to shine. Second half of this FNCS Grand Finals qualifiers, game number 4. This is where a team could definitely begin to put it on and put that pressure on their opponents in terms of getting the right amount of placements, mix that with the right amount of eliminations to go ahead and chop down that 30-point lead that first place team who just went down was able to accumulate in way of eliminations. They have 10 more eliminations than the next closest duo, and that's 30 points. That's basically an extra victory royale.
It really is, and that's what you love to see, right? You see these teams understanding this point structure here in this format and taking full advantage of it. And that's why Zaire and Fade, they continue to stay here in that top 10 and continue to play on. But because of that fight they did take there, it looks like they're struggling to rotate forward. It looks like a couple teams here close by understand that they're rotating late and they're just going to get shots in where they can.
Yeah, everybody just kind of looking. Got Slick and Dean towards the high ground. They're definitely looking for anybody to kind of take advantage. 40R Storm and Cade Knox. With one elimination, you know, they have just enough. They have a little bit of Storm Surge damage, so we don't have to worry about too much. They can kind of pick and choose a lot of their battles as everybody kind of begins to stack up near them. This portion of the zone is looking overtly congested, and one wrong move can cost their duo their lives. Could cost them a big opportunity at a game number 4.
Yeah, and if you're Cade Knox and 40R Storm, you know that the first place team is out. Now's your time to pounce. Now's your time to capitalize on it and take full advantage. But of course, as I say that, 40R Storm immediately getting beamed there from a distance. But fortunately for them, they got the chug in hand. That keg is such a huge advantage when you have that in the inventory and you're able to heal off that. We actually saw earlier in some of the other regions where players were utilizing this shield keg in a way that kept them alive through the surge. And that's actually such a unique play. I actually saw Sundown talk about it on the East Coast. So us over here on the West, we're getting a similar play, but not necessarily focus on the surge. But that shield keg is coming in handy for Cade Knox and company.
Definitely crucial. And he has another one as well, so He could possibly still save it for that opportunity. We see a lot of teams that possess a good amount of these chug splashes mixed with the keg splash that they can late rotate as well. They can wait for a team to use their jump pad, try to recycle it. And using the keg splash, if he were to use it, that opens up another item slot that he could probably pick up, the spoils of war, if he ends up with another exchange. So it can be very important. But for a lot of these teams, it's going to be very important for them to try to take the right step at the right time, because everybody is around this side of the zone, and Hove and Natch going through almost unscathed for a moment until that very end. Natch got tagged up just a little bit, forced to use the shield. You see big pots going around, but even them, work is not over just yet. And so I want to see a team kind of submit themselves at the edge of zone, like you see Falconer and Riversun doing, and try to deny entry from every one of these teams towards the northern east portion of the map.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you've already got yourself in zone, that's what you got to do, right? You got to get not only those tags, but a few eliminations along the way, because if you're rotating in late, likely you were in a fight. You might not be in the best spot. You might even be a little bit weaker, so it could be easier to pick up a few eliminations. And as I say that, a team just pushes into Quinn and Wave. And unfortunately, because Quinn was so far away, Wave immediately gets dropped by this team, but Quinn deciding fully to build up here in hard material. Definitely a risky play here, because as soon as you start building up in fresh material, you're going to end up being the focus, especially if you're only one box up. Players are going to identify that you're potentially by yourself.
Yeah, I was going to say that they probably see you as a solo. Even if they don't pick up the elimination, it's the pressure. But you see in the elimination feed, Ozzy taking out a big duo. That's Jelty and Kriza. Kytrex and Harito's going down as well. It's Hove and Natch continuing to survive towards the low ground. Like I said, denying players entry in towards the zone. It may not be something that gets you the ton of eliminations. You may not be after the Storm Surge, but this is a Battle Royale. It's all about being that last player to survive. And Tyler, he drops into the wrong box. He gets taken down by Hove and Natch, who cleans up that Spoils of War. Gets a little bit more of a refresh on their mats to make their end game journey that much easier.
Yeah, it definitely will. And looking at this elimination feed, we're seeing players like Midi just dropping down. This is such a change here for this top 10. But if you're not in the top 10 right now, you're feeling nice, right? If you're still in this game and you're seeing these big names drop here, that means there are so many points up for grabs for you to slip into one of those top 10 spots. But looking at who's very situated here in this game, Kate Knox and 40R Storm, still alive, still kicking, and finding themselves in second place.
Yeah, I like how patient they're being here. Not forcing any plays, not over-forcing a rotation, just letting these opportunities kind of present itself. Because they know a team is still around them. With everybody rotating around, this could be an opportunity to strike, try to take advantage, or even possibly recycle this jump pad. They get themselves a good position in towards zone, as Rich Homie Quinn still has a big portion of that high ground, putting shots out on all around him, keeping his head on a swivel. But that could be the same thing that turns to bite him at the end of the game, because all it takes is a couple players to look up, see he's by himself, and then see it as a quick elimination.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You have to be careful with the amount of pressure that you're putting and the amount of, I guess, presence that you're showcasing, right? When you're out there and you're just taking shots and you only see shots coming from one player up there, you're kind of exposing the fact that you're by yourself. But fortunately, because of the way that Quinn is positioned up in a higher layer, it's definitely harder for some of these other players to tell that he's by himself. Yeah. So as long as he's super careful at the way that he's taking these shots, he should be all right. But looking at the fact that he only has 82 medium bullets left, that's not a lot to work with.
Yeah, it's only so long he's going to be able to hold on to this high ground as well, so he's going to be looking to drop down low. If he can catch another solo player off guard, that could be the refresh he's looking for. But right now, when it comes to Quinn, it's just about surviving as long as possible to collect those placement points. And he is above the damage threshold. Not much, so he's going to have to worry about it sooner rather than later. But for now, it's not going to be the case, as everybody rotating around and waiting for that perfect opportunity just to land a couple shots. Begin to rotate around. Talk about him being at high ground at one point or another. Because of this rotation is a far pull, he's going to be forced down low into that chaotic mess.
Yeah, and that's the last place you want to find yourself there, is in the chaos, right? But for Notch, he's going to be able to find a nice little layer here and get complete control. This is not the position he expected himself to be in. But as I say that, immediately another duo presents himself and takes him out. But looking from the high ground, you see Zuko up there getting some tags in, applying some pressure from above, but will it be enough to shift the tides, shift the change in this game? That's the real question. But with so many solos up and moving by themselves, there's a lot of potential here for some of these other teams to kind of creep up and grab some points.
Yeah, I'm seeing some names go down in the elimination feed. We lost Riverson and Falconer. We lost Quinn, who was traveling by himself. We lost Kytrix again. So many duos not able to make it past that far pull, but this solo is doing a good job. He has enough of that medium ammo. He has a good amount of that light ammo. He has 2 different steel walls, so these placement points that he's able, or at least trying to pick up, could be huge for him and his duo. You see the first steel wall being placed. That's one angle that he's not going to have to worry about as he's waiting. Pops open the floor. Any duos travel below him, he's going to pop those shots and keep on moving. As you see the team towards the high ground, Moose and Aiden trying to contest it this late in the game. Depending on what the resources are, this could be a make or break situation.
It really could be make or break here, but Rexy says, you know what? No, I'm going up for high ground. It doesn't look secure, and we're going to take it. Big shots knocking out the players here, and the shots continue to rain in. Not too much support here from the high ground. So listen, if you're the team up there, even if you're Rexy and Dynamacito, you're going to be careful here. And sure enough, it's actually Aiden and company. So Aiden gets knocked here. Rexy by himself. Because his teammate is a little bit further away, but no, now they're gonna get back together here in this moment. Dynamacito just needs to heal up, needs to slow down, and continue to take this on all cylinders.
Yeah, luckily enough, though, you're talking about him healing up. That siphon is gonna come through from that early down that he was able to get on towards Aiden as this lobby's thinning out one after the other as they pulls towards the high ground. Everybody's gonna be forced up. Scissor's already down. Nico is out. Kinzo trying to survive. High ground still looking strong, though. They have the easiest spot of them all, not having to travel too far, not having to use too many resources for Dynamic. You have absolutely no resources. Great attempt to stay alive, but he's gonna be shut down all the same. Everybody, this lobby continues to drop. Only 8 total players alive. A couple of them are going to be solos as 5 total teams remain. Victor and Blizzard towards the high ground. They're trying to put that pressure with 500 light ammo shots. That pressure is going to be immense as they hold on, build up even higher for School. He's going to be by himself. Creep is by himself. There's only 2 duos left in this game.
Only 2 duos left, but still so much action to unfold. Anytime you have elevation changes like that, it makes such an impact on these players that continue to survive. Yuki, Monk, just trying to hold on here, trying to have a huge turnaround game, because going into this game, they did not find themselves in a really nice spot there on the leaderboard. Now they're in 25th or 21st and trying to continue to climb, but the eliminations are not fully connecting there for him, and Yuki actually taking a lot of storm damage. Needs to be very, very careful on what happens next, but the shots continue to rain in. Monk goes down, Yuki alive, but no, Yuki goes down, and it's actually down to Victor, who gets the final elimination there for his team.
A big way to end that game, getting high ground at the last possible moment, forcing players down, continuing on that pressure with the Stinger SMG almost to perfection. And look how much ammunition he had in all of his weapons. He could have been sitting up there for possibly a whole nother game if he wanted. At the end of the day, though, you got to give School and Defiable props as well. Getting towards the very ending portions of that game, picking up some eliminations to try to jump as high to that leaderboard as possible, but it's Blizzard and Victor who picked up that game number 4. And I keep talking, everybody towards that leaderboard continue to get jambled closer and closer together to where it truly is anyone's game on the cups of that bubble.
Hey, look, all I love to see Defiable School climbing up that leaderboard. I said it. You know what? That was my prediction. I'm not saying too much yet. It's not over yet. But hey, listen, I love to see them climb up. But before we can really know what's going on with that leaderboard, we got to send it back over to Kelly, Tokata, and Clay to break down the action from Game 4.
Thank you once again, Panda and Jacob there. Game number 4 is done, and we only have 2 more to go before 8 teams are going to make it to the finals, and the rest are going to try again this Sunday for the last qualifier. But Clay, Takata, another great game there, and another new team claiming their spot, and it's very serendipitous that their name was Victor. And of course, Blizzard as well, coming out as the victors there. And Clay, it looks like height is what matters most right now.
It really is, and I'm intrigued that we're not seeing a little bit more usage of the Spider-Man web shooters to try to contest it, you know, towards the end. We saw some build battles, the traditional style, but I want to see some creative plays with those. We're seeing people go down, they've got 3 or 4 shots left in them in each part of their team, so I want to see if anybody goes for it. But look, they have 8 elims at this point, and then I think they end up with 10, so they pick up 2 of the last remaining players here, and so it just puts them on top, as well as getting that win. 10 elims. That's just going to put them further and further up the standings. And with only 2 more games remaining and it being top 8, they really did a great job there.
Let's actually take a quick look right now at the standings, because I need to see after that performance from Victor and Blizzard, and I know that our first place team did go down a little early, but still Kevin and Yazir still 134 points, showing how important that first half was to still hold them in first place. But Victor and Blizzard, Takata, jumping up to second place.
Victor and Blizzard now in second place, but just like you said, going down early, and they're holding that first place strong. 134 points with 62 placement points and 24 elimination points. Going down in the leaderboard, we can see Quinn and Wave are still up there securing points bit by bit, but they're very close to these other teams within the top 6 to the top 10. I mean, it's neck to neck. Any duo can take it here.
Yeah, for right now, for me, Clay, this isn't anymore looking at who's first, who's second, who's third, although we do like having the bragging rights for predictions. I'm looking at who's around the 8th place spot. In my pick, Dog and Jay currently sitting in 9th place, because it's all about getting to the 8th place. You want to make it to the finals. You do not want, I mean, maybe you want to run through the gauntlet of the semifinals, but making sure that you make it all the way to the finals after just one game or one day of playing is definitely a way to set yourself up for confidence. But Clay, any other teams that are standing out to you in that last game there?
You know, 40R and them did a great job as well. Got to keep our eyes on them. Again, we're hyping them up because they're doing so well, and you're going to get a chance to look at some of their plays here. Again, 2 eliminations already from 40R when we hop on and just look. The piece control there from them is great, but what ended up being their downfall here is they weren't able to convert on the damage that they're getting. It's going up a hill. They've got 6 builds remaining. They're constantly getting blocked off. You see 40R able to make it through. They do get 1, but look, none of the maps were grabbed by 40R Storm there, and then they end up just getting pinched. So it was a very unfortunate situation. K-Nox tried to carry it on, but then ended up just harpooning his way into 2 people, running out of builds as well. Not a lot they can do in that situation. So we saw them get to the end game almost every single time, but they really need to get there with more materials and a better cohesive play style.
Especially with the way that the 3 out of the 4 games that we've seen for NA West have gone, where almost all of them are mountain zones. I'm guessing we're going to be seeing more web shooting happening. But everyone, we have to jump now to our casters, because game number 5 is going to be ready in just a few moments.
Hey, listen, game number 5 is underway, are getting ready to be underway, and we got to talk about the leaderboard before we dive in. You know, all of our predictions seem to be doing pretty well. I mean, look, Kelly's predictions down there in 9th, while mine's in 4th, but you know, I'm not going to hold that against her until later after the broadcast. I see you, Kelly. No, I'm just having fun.
I was looking for my guys' prediction. I'm like, oof, they're not doing too well either. But hey, this is my first day on the job, Panda. You got to cut me some slack here. But I want to point out one thing. You talked about the leaderboard. 4th place, 105 points. 15th place, 76 points. 29 points separate so many teams from being able to take one of those instant qualification spots into the grand finals. And we're not going to have to wait long, because that sound you heard, the battle bus is ready, and game number 5 is just a short step away.
Yeah, with the point differential you were just talking about, I mean, these next 2 games are going to be vital. They're going to be crucial for any of these teams that want to continue to have a chance to climb into one of those top 8 spots. Because again, top 8 qualifies to the grand finals, or to the finals. And outside of that, you're going to have a chance at the semifinals, right? Like, there's a good chance through consistency you'll make your way there. But you really don't want to have to deal with semifinals. You kind of want a weekend off, right? You want that bye week. It's really all about making it to the finals. And for players like Kevin and Yes Sir, they're going to use Covert Cavern to their advantage to walk away making it to the finals.
And out of this duo, I believe this is Kevin's first FNCS. I think Yes Sir was the only one out of this duo to kind of achieve that grand finals placement so far. And for this season, that's exactly what they're looking for. But Haritos and Kytrex, they go down early. One of the first teams out of the game. They're going to need a massive game number 6 to jump to that top of the leaderboard. But for Imp and Pyro, that's exactly the start you want in this second to last game.
Yeah, look, I mean, they're not in a great spot here going into this game, but if they get a ton of eliminations, there's still potential for them to climb. But it really boils down to how they treat these next few games. But for players like Jay and Dog, who are in 8th place right now, they just need to survive. And sure enough, they're going to be able to survive and get a few eliminations along the way.
See why? Covert Canyon, very contested drop, early fights galore. And you can see Yasser and Kevin, our first place team, they just take the whole other side. They say, you guys can fight over there. We're going to take exactly what we need and only what we need. And we're going to try to go on with the rest of our journey. Or possibly, man, if this fight is continuing, that's where they're going to try to third party and get themselves in there. You see Kevin and Yasser, Dog and Jay, 2 different duos directly next to each other. 40R Storm, Kadenox towards Tilted. Already starting off at an elimination just like that. Full freebie. And what a freebie it was, as Kadenox gets that one as well onto Surge. So that is going to be a team wipe.
It is going to be a team wipe, but there's so much going on here on the map. We got to dive into some of the action that's taking place elsewhere and far away, because Imp and Pyro, remember, we kind of saw the ending portions of this, but this is huge. Kytrex and Jarito, they needed to survive here, and unfortunately for them, they just couldn't hang on. But for Imp and company, this is the turnaround they needed in their gameplay, and hopefully they could actually make something happen here from this. But other players looking to make some big things happen here in this game. It's Jaguar and Solution. Again, another team that's found themselves in a top 10 situation, but it's all about surviving and staying alive. Fortunately for them, the zone is kind of pulled a little bit in their favor. However, there's quite a few players here in the area.
Yeah, they know. And especially a lot of teams, you talk about a lot of that early action. You've seen some of the replays. This is game number 5. Depending on where you're at in the leaderboard, you have to start taking those risks, especially when it's 3 points per elimination. There's no other way to kind of catch up before you mix in a combination of those both. But you see Wale picking up a big one in the elimination fees. Clutch does go down, and Solution and Jaguar, even though you do see them kind of slow down, the important thing that they're going to have to do here is continue to mat up if they do intend to take this fight.
Yeah, and I think they completely do. You see the way that Solution's positioning himself there up on the high ground, and it looks like Jaguar is actually getting another position there, building up right above the other team. This is really smart. Solution actually going to try to go in from below while his teammate has height, but now this other player and user is going to try to build up here and get an advantage. But unfortunately for him, Solution identifies this quickly and is still going to just try to jump in the box there. The edit comes out, but Solution is able to block the shot. Big shots exchange there. Huge tags, and now this player has gone down. Solution and Jaguar immediately now have the advantage.
Yeah. Almost like they doctors surgically dissecting that duo, one player at a time, and they found their second target. And this is where they can get a little more aggressive, not have to take their time, especially with both of them having those Stinger SMGs. They're going to get in the wall in the blink of an eye. And even though they did take some return fire, 2 versus 1, both of them having Stingers, like I said, that's going to make easy work of their competition. But floating in towards this drop spot, you have to know that another team landed directly towards Sleepy Sound. So you have to be very, very weary of how you continue to move towards that direction from here on out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, you're able to walk away with a couple eliminations here. That's great, right? But again, you have to be patient. These early game engagements, while beneficial on the leaderboard there, aren't as beneficial as you surviving to the end game. But unfortunately for them, that was absolutely necessary. They had to take that fight to continue to survive here in this game. Fortunately for them, it went in their favor, and they're going to continue to move on. But for players like Blizzard and Victor, they're in third, right? They know that they are close to that top spot, and I bet you they're eager to try and take it. So that's why you see them diving into a mid-game or an early-game engagement like this right outside of Coney Crossroads, too, which is definitely one of the more contested areas. So you have to be careful when you're taking this fight, and if you are going to take this fight, you got to end it quickly.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of duos get dropped off very, very early on because of this drop spot fight, and it's going to be Blizzard and Victor the team who just got that victory royale in game number 4. And honestly, I do believe it's going to be their first finals as well, performing very, very well up until this point. And Blizzard, he is going to be back down, though, just enough, trying to pop those mini shields, possibly get the big pot as well. And that's why you see Victor floating around him, trying to alleviate that pressure that Biz was trying to put on him. And I like them. Sitting in 3rd place, they do not have to take this fight. In fact, it's actually probably more advantageous for them to try to back off this fight and either try to escape, go to try to find themselves a spot they want to box up on, or maybe even bait the players in, pretend like they're leaving that spot, act like they're going to leave, and the team tries to chase them, and that's when they could try to spring a trap. Choice is theirs.
Yeah, it definitely is. So it's going to be interesting to see the way that this plays out. But listen, if you're seeing Nico, like, you have to be careful here. You have to be careful. You're in a really solid position there on the leaderboard. The last thing you want to do is kind of throw that there with a mid-game fight. But so many fights still taking place here throughout. And it's actually Jelty. This is the moment that he loses Krizix, but still ends up clutching up here and getting a couple eliminations and the refresh. So that's going to be huge for him, but he's going to need to find a way to get Krizix back in this game.
I could be wrong. That almost looked like back-to-back headshots from the heavy shotgun and kind of switching to the stinger towards the very end. Great shots by Jelty to stay composed, even though Krizix was down and out. Now he has a chance to get him back into the game, and it's moments like that, it's little opportunities that is all you need to spark that fire to go on and continue the rest of this game number 5, to have a big game number 6, to jump towards the top half of that leaderboard and get that instant qualification spot. As we jump on board, Rich Homie Quinn, who might be looking to take a different strategy. Moving on over from Mighty Monument, now trying to contest Jelty and Krizix over towards the Joneses. And you gotta wonder, if they know Krizix is down and Jelty's kind of traversing as a solo, hey, that could be the opportunity that they need.
It really could be. And we got to talk about some of the other teams that are taking advantage and taking opportunities as they come. Defiable in School, going into that last game, were in 10th. School single-handedly got them from 10th to 3rd place in game number 4. So such a performance there from School. So it's exciting to see that they're still able to kind of capitalize on this. But again, we got to talk about it. There are fights taking place. That elimination feed is just lighting up here. And sure enough, it's actually Vanillas and Wally lighting up the feed here, getting some quick eliminations, if I do say so.
Not the only one, though. This is that fight that we saw early on where Solution and his teammate were kind of able to take them 2 different 2v1s. And that's where I always say sometimes having the most skill just isn't enough, because when you're in a duo situation like this, you don't have that 3rd player to watch your back. If you separate just for a second, that is all your opponents need to try to jump in the box and clean up that elimination. And they did it once. They did it once again shortly after, back-to-back times, not letting that duo survive. But once again, Rich Homie Quinn and Wave in towards the Jones, just switched up their game plan. Gotta imagine Jelty is long gone by now, but this is the same sort of thing that makes me wonder, though. Even though they're trying to be a little bit more aggressive because they know they haven't been and Storm Surge has been a thing, they're so far out towards the Storm Circle that even if they win this fight, depending on what is left over, it could still hurt them towards the very end.
Yeah, it definitely could. But if you're Quinn and you're Wave, right, you got some tags in. You identified that, you know what, they have high ground. They have the better position. This engagement probably isn't going to go in my favor. You just got to rotate. And that's what we see Quinn doing there. And I guarantee you, if we had their comms in that moment, Quinn was saying, hey, we need to go. Let's just keep moving and keep this game alive. And another team trying to keep this game alive is Solution and Jagveer here. In another engagement, they do not seem to be slowing down here as far as these fights go, and it shows because they are able to capitalize on these players rotating around here outside the zone.
Yeah, once again, they did it just like in that first fight off the spawn. They're separating their players and trying to take different 2v1 opportunities. And now they have both players weak, struggling to try to survive in this situation as Jagveer trying to spread the love, giving a big pot to his teammate while he continues to put the pressure with that Stinger SMG, but he has to be careful. The lack of the shotgun means he cannot get directly into the box like a lot of these other teams may be looking to do unless they get that early pepper, that early damage where they know their opponent's already weak. But with those audio cues, the chug splash is going off. You know they got healed back up. Zerd trying to take a share of the high ground along with Fade as well. Just like it was Jagveer and Solution separating their teams, now it's them who are getting separated in this fight. So they have to be careful. They have to find a way to reunite just like they did in those hard mats.
Yeah, and they're doing honestly a great job of controlling this, right? You see Zaire on the high ground, Fade holding a different angle there, taking shots, applying pressure, but now both of them deciding, you know what, it's just not worth the material count here. As they begin to move away, though, you see them, the other team, Solution and company, said, you know what, no, you're not going to stop here and take a fight with us and then run away scot-free. So that's why you see those tags raining in. It's actually surprising to look at. You see Solution in one of those top 10 spots, but Fade and Zaire, even with a victory royale, are not in the top 10. That just shows that just because you have a VR doesn't mean you're on to qualify. You have to stay consistent, and that is what is ultimately going to take you to the finals.
And when you're in positions like this, it's very, very hard to stay consistent against a team like this. As Zaire gets the shields dropped back off, Solution trying to take the high ground before he drops back down low to try to take control of these pieces. And it looks like Fade and Zaire are continuing to scramble. They don't really have too much of an exit route. A Solution is waiting for that cover to get broken as he tries to take the piece, as he continues to put down pressure with that Stinger SMG. Solution does take some damage, but Yagbear is still not a single scratch on him, so he's going to push forward. That first knock is going to come in. Fade left by himself. Siphons in. Players back up to at least 50 shield and 100 HP, but Yagbear gets tagged. But that's not going to matter because they're just playing their numbers game right now, Panda. Taking it slow and steady because the job has been done in terms of separating these players and giving themselves a man advantage.
Absolutely. Look, they're exchanging here pretty well, but the fight's not over until Solution says it over, and it is over now because Fade has now gone. Jagbear actually getting the final shot there to take them home, and that is so important here. Because when you take a storm fight like that and you're weak, the last thing you can do, or the last thing you need to do, is put yourself in a spot where you're going to take a lot of damage. Unfortunately for the other team, they took too much damage. They're out of game 5, and this is a crucial game 5 here for the leaderboard, especially for a team like 40R Storm and Cadenox, right? While you may think at home that they're comfortable in that second place spot, if they're not consistent, they could find themselves slipping too low here in these final moments, and that's the last thing they want to deal with, especially with clutch performances like we saw from School and Defiable in the last game. So you have to be super careful here. You have to stay consistent, and that's what they're planning on doing here. But a team that has been less consistent on the day, it's actually Nico and Scissor. This team has been interesting, right? They do find themselves usually in the semifinals and the finals of a lot of these FNCS performances. However, today, they just aren't performing at the level that I'm used to for them. However, 14th place, there's still a lot left to go here with this being game number 5. However, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be tough. Especially since, I wouldn't say they're far out of the zone, but they're definitely far enough to, even after this battle is over, they got to go ahead and continue their journey. And right at the end of their journey, there's a couple teams already boxed up. And if they're watching this fight go down, they know exactly what they're waiting for. They're waiting for that team to finish up, possibly be in shambles before they try and strike. But it looks like this team, like I always talk about, you can have all the confidence in the world as a single player, as a duo, to take and win every single fight in the game. But you need to have the smarts. You need to have the awareness to know which fights you need to take when and where. And that's what a lot of our experienced teams, especially the teams towards the top half of this leaderboard, as you see Zuko down 41 on the Surge, loses his teammate almost immediately and is back up against the wall. Surge is still playing an important role as it goes away finally, but the damage has been done. He's dropped to 55 HP, and all it takes is an angle and a shot, and he's sent back to the lobby. His game number 5 is over.
Yeah, and look, again, we talked about it. This is the last 2 opportunities to put some points on the board. So for you to go out at this point in the game in zone 3, that's tough. That is so tough. So I think a lot of these other teams are identifying that. They're seeing these eliminations come through, and they're like, you know what? We're just going to be patient. Looks like some people are deciding to be a little bit more aggressive this game than in the past. We don't want to be on the other end of this. So players like Blizzard, like Victor, they're doing a good job of just controlling the position that they have and staying patient. However, you do need to be careful, though, because as soon as we get towards the latter parts of this game, if you don't have enough of those surge tags in play, you could find yourself taking some unnecessary damage.
Somewhere around the map, you already see, I think it was Wave, part of that Quinn duo, taking out Falconer in the elimination feed. So those struggles that they were having early on, they switched up their strategy, getting more aggressive. They have 6th place in their grasp right now, but I mentioned to start this one off, 4th to 15th, 29 points of separation. A big game with eliminations could certainly shoot a team towards the top half of the leaderboard, drop a team outside of that bubble, and this is where you make that decision. Do you want 6 spicy peppers, or do you want 8 mythic Spider-Man shots?
You know, look, between you and me, I'm taking those peppers, right? I think that the amount of peppers is so crucial, and the fact that you can share the peppers with your teammate and rotate utilizing it that way, I mean, it's definitely more valuable, in my opinion, than the mythic Spider-Man web shooters. However, obviously Quinn has decided to take the web shooters, and you don't know, Wave could have went back for the peppers. Regardless, though, these peppers are now going to be in play as they are taking a fight here with Raze & Co. and getting, it looks like a bit of an upper hand here as other teams now getting involved, spraying in, and all of that loot now up for grabs.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can also probably think, spicy peppers, because he already has 2 jump pads. And look at his inventory. Now he has 4. More jump pads, the merrier. So they're going to have an easy time rotating through that end game. They just have to make it just a little bit farther in towards the end game to where it really makes a difference. But you see, they got the chili splashes, the mythic Spider-Man. They have some steel walls and jump pads. So their rotation is definitely set in stone. But just because you have that blueprint set out, we talked about it. Execution is very, very important. And they have to execute here big in this game.
They definitely do, especially with other teams still trying to clamor into one of those top 8 spots, right? Again, we've talked about it multiple times. Just because you're in a top 8 spot does not make you safe here in game number 5. There's still so much opportunity for players to step up to the plate and make some things happen, and that's what we're already seeing, right? A lot of newer names here in the elimination feed, picking up extra eliminations than what we've seen in the past, meaning that they know that they need these elims and they need to shift the way the leaderboard looks in their favor, and a lot of these teams are doing just that.
Jay picking up another one in the elimination feed. 281 above the damage threshold. You can see why they're just not peeking. Once you peek, you make yourself susceptible to another team who needs that damage. It's probably waiting for you to peek. You see Dog and Jay talk about that elimination. That spoils of war are huge. They got Medmiss, minis, big pots. They got the keg splash. They have everything they need. So they're able to kind of poke out. They're able to take these shots because if they do take some damage, it's not going to be a worry. They have the resources to get back up to tip-top shape, and you see exactly why they're targeting players towards that end portion of the zone, and that's where our first place team is also lined up, but everything gets set on fire for a moment. As you see them just continuing, that was that one moment. Let's just chop the fire down and continue to put down that fire of our own, as one solo is just there living on a prayer with a hope and a dream, trying to survive with not only the shots being fired off by Dog and Jay, but the first place team sitting above them.
Yeah, I mean, look, you need to be careful here, right? Dog and Jay identify. They understand that, look, we're doing well, right? We're in a good spot, but we can't be too crazy here. We can't overextend and get ourselves caught out by another team. So good on them to identify that, but looking at this loadout, they're set up for success, right? They have great material, great heals in the inventory, and look at the ammo count. Dog is looking really healthy right now as far as this game goes, and this could be one of those games where we see it turn well into their favor, and they could climb this leaderboard.
Talk about a lot of that ammo. They can get almost any box that they want. They have to want it because they're sitting in a good spot to where they can just wait for end game. They can wait for opportunity to present itself as players scrambling, trying to get in towards the zone that you talked about. You see Rich Homie Quinn and his duo continuing to have a big game 5. Sometimes all it takes is one switch up of a strategy to put it in your mind that our game, our qualification depends on us mixing up a couple more eliminations in towards our game plan. As Hove, he has to figure out a game plan of his own because the original game plan, surviving as a duo, is no more. Notch went down. So the game is definitely in his hands with 2 eliminations. He already has the spot in towards zone, sitting in the cone, gathering as much information as possible. And that's why I always try to tell people when they're asking me for tips, one of the biggest things you do is before the zone moves in, peek through all the covers you can. Look how many people are surrounded. You want to figure out exactly where everybody is positioned so that you have your plan ready when the zone does pull. Because what you do by taking your time is you put yourself steps behind. And in the end game, those vital seconds mean so much.
They really, really do. And so Hove understands this, identifies this, has a great loadout to continue to push through this game as a solo player. However, he needs to be careful, right? And as I say that, Surge becomes active, and it's potentially going to be a problem here for him. He is going to be able to recycle this pad, which is really nice, and does get himself into zone in a pretty nice spot, but he needs to be careful where he lands, because if he lands where too many other players are, he's going to get caught out as a solo.
Yeah, and he's 4 below, dropping 23 below. If his plan is to survive, that might not come through. It might not go to fruition, but 21 tag is going to kind of help him out just a little bit. Still 2 below the threshold, but being 2 below, that allows you to kind of be a little bit more calm. Try to take this situation a little bit more slow, because those opportunities with people trying to rotate in towards zone, especially the ones that use that Spider-Man Mythic flying through the sky, those are possible tags, but he continues to drop below the threshold from 57 to 69. He's digging himself deeper into a hole, but step number 1, Panda, is get in towards the zone. Once you get yourself a spot just like that, that's when you can begin to peak, to try to put down the shots. And even though he's getting the damage, he's still below the threshold. That shows how competitive this end game is.
It really is, and you actually see him playing towards the back of zone here so that he can get that extra damage. He's waiting for these other players to just push ahead of them to try to rotate in and get the shots where he can. And he's doing a good job here, but again, like you mentioned, this is such a competitive lobby that it is tough for him. Now he's going to have to attempt to out-heal the Storm Surge here for a little bit, especially with players like Rexy and Dynamo up on the top, just raining down pressure on all the other players still up in this lobby.
Yeah, I like how he didn't chase that elimination. He got just what he needed in terms of the damage to stay alive, not being forced to pop any more shields when that Storm Surge is kind of ticking on him, tick by tick, to drop him down. As Ho continues to try to create a little bit of separation, but only having that wood is definitely going to make him a target. That combined with the fact if anybody sniffs out that he is a solo, they're going to stinger into those boxes and try to take advantage. But I know him, he's trying to become aggressive when that opportunity presents itself. A refresh is absolutely needed, but it might not come through. He gets dropped down just a little bit, but he's surviving, not thriving, trying to find the shots necessary. Flanks on a duo, but misses crucial shots, and he finally goes down, but he did just enough to rack up just a few more placement points that he needed.
Absolutely, but speaking of players that haven't gone down, it's Wave and Quinn still in this game and actually getting elimination after elimination, finding themselves in a nice spot. But as I say, Quinn ends up going down here. Wave by himself here, trying to stay alive, completely resetting to a different layer as a ton of players were close by on the layer they were on previous. Now, though, Wave just begins to survive here, get some really nice tags onto these other players. But as a solo, it's going to be tough. There are so many other teams just lurking around the edges of this area.
Yeah, so many players going down, trying to rotate from either the storm or the shots from a lot of these players, but our first place team is still alive. Kevin still raining down that fire, see him in the kill feed as well, but Wave and Quinn, I think that's the story, the switch up of strategy, a team towards the high ground as well, putting that pressure. He still finds a way, trying to get the damage, trying to get the refresh, and knowing exactly what he needs to do. Don't overstay, don't get greedy in this situation, because these placement points are crucial. The eliminations will come in due time as he continues to put out that fire. All that box is his, but he's going to be forced out of it in just a quick moment with so many duos around. He's going to take some of that damage so that way he can try to survive using the Spider-Man Mythic to stay ahead of that zone. A refresh is coming in along with the Siphon. That's absolutely needed as Wave does it again, and he gets the victory royale. Quinn and Wave do it from down under.
What a way to end it there for Wave. We saw him as a solo player spend the final moments there and clutch up that play for the team. Man, what a huge turn that'll be for Wave and Quinn. Elimination after elimination there in those final moments. That is impressive.
I told you. This was the story we've been following all game long for our 5th game. From Mighty Monument, having shambles towards the end game, not enough surge to survive. This team switches up a strategy, and you know as well as I do, that's a bold move, especially if you didn't have that practice. But that bold move definitely paid off. They found early eliminations. They didn't worry about surge. They popped off time and time again, and even though Quinn got dropped, he got dropped so late in the game. Even though Wave was a solo, he didn't have to outlast as a solo too long.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And listen, if you're Wave and you're Quinn, you're feeling good, right? Going into this final game off of a VR is going to be huge. But there was so much that happened in that game, that leaderboard definitely shifted. So we need Kelly, Clay, and Tokata to break it all down.
You are completely correct, Panda. So much changed in that game, so I know that our top 10 leaderboard, which we're going to be looking at in just a moment, everyone, is definitely going to be shaking things up. I think it's pretty confident to say that our first and second place team are pretty much in right now, but still, this is about being in the top 8, not the top 1 right now. But Clay, highlight moments from that game.
Oof. I mean, right there, we saw it. That last little bit was just a pop-off. And Takada actually mentioned, he said, I think they qualified this game when they had an opportunity and everyone was down below in the water. And unfortunately, Wave just couldn't hit the shots and Quinn did end up falling down. But at the end, when it mattered the most, Wave used that Spider-Man web slinger just to get over the edge right here. This is the end of it there. Ends up being a 1v1 scenario. Boxes them up perfectly, and look at that, 105 right to the dome, taking them out. That was beautifully played.
Especially to do that up against Rexy and Dynamic, who had height from around zone 6, zone 7, to be confident as a solo player on the low ground. Takada, that's what makes teams the greatest.
That's what makes teams so good. And speaking about teams that are performing incredibly well, Kevin and Yazir just got another double-digit elimination game. That gives them, that makes it 3 double-digit elim games, which is the most we've seen across all regions today in a round 3. I mean, I'm speechless.
Well, you might be speechless, but we have to talk a little more about our standings, because with that being said, I have to see just how well Yazir's team is doing. And of course, they are on top, 188 points. That is more than the 30-point lead over second place. And although Quinn and Wave definitely have the placement points, Kevin and Yazir have more than double the eliminations that they do, Clay.
Yeah, they're definitely playing that elim heavy game, but I want to take a moment to look. That second through 7th spot is all roughly within a victory royale of each other, and then you drop down to 8th where there's a 20-point difference. So going into this last game, there is still a lot on the table, right? First place locked in. Even if they drop here, they still will qualify. But look at that, 10th place is only maybe a couple elims off from qualifying. So this is going to be very, very interesting here.
I mean, yeah, Takada, look at 8th between 9th. I mean, that's only a 1-point difference. And we saw it in Europe that there was a tie for 8th place, and it came down to the VR.
All about playing the best Fortnite you can play here. The teams that are in that kind of qualifying threshold are gonna give it their all in this last game, show us what they're made of. And seeing the teams that are in the top right now going to this last game, they're gonna be feeling confident, but they've got to still give it their all. If you can get that #1 spot, that's gonna be a nice flex for the other opponents you're gonna be facing in grand finals.
And I do want to give another shout out to another player there, Hav, who almost played the way that Wave just played there, where he was a solo player. He was able to grab some eliminations. He was kind of dealing with Storm Surge for a little bit. And if I'm not mistaken, Clay, maybe you can correct me, but they're around 9th place right there.
I believe they are currently sitting in 9th place, which is really good for them. They got the momentum going in. They're on the bubble. They just got to keep playing their game. They can't let it affect them. They got to go in with the same mindset they have been and just hit it out of the park.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these players, obviously, when it's a trios competition and you lose one player, you still got 2 players to hold the team going on. But with it just being a duos competition right now, once one of your teammates is down, you're a solo player. It's going to be a lot more difficult. And the way that a lot of these players are showing how they can compete as a solo player has just been incredibly impressive. So again, shout outs to Wave, shout outs to Hav in that last game right there, because that's showing how you can be an incredible player and pull your team even just as a solo. But everyone, that's the beep, the final beep of the day, because it is game number 6. Which 8 teams are going to move forward into the finals? Well, we're going to find out right now. So let's go to Panda and Jacob.
Here it is, the final time of the day. This battle bus will be loaded, and it is here that names will be made, forged in history. We have the final moment, the final game of Qualifier 1 here on the NA West region, and we're gonna bring it home, starting off with some great players in Imp and Pyro. We actually started off with them last game, saw them ended up taking out Kytrix and Jamuru, who surprisingly enough, they were in a really decent spot there early on throughout all of this. But because of the way that this has been contested, and there's not a lot of loot to go around, both teams have found themselves extremely in a tough spot. Let's just say definitely in a tough spot here. And the last thing they want to do is end off going back to the lobby early.
Yeah, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Really no other options, especially where they stand in leaderboard, but to take this early game exchange, try to set themselves up with a monster game number 6. Kytrex, Aritos, they solidify that one, and revenge has been secured after that game number 5, where they were dropped off early, and you can see him rubbing it in, dancing on the fallen foes to go ahead and, like I said, monster start. Now, you've gotten a little bit of momentum at this stage to start off your game. You have to consistently carry that momentum towards the end game.
You absolutely do, and I mean, like, it's been just impressive to watch the momentum shifts from the first half to this half, right? Even when you think about like Wave, for example, in that last game, in a solo impact orb, meaning the score that Wave got in points as a solo player, he walked away with 22 points just as a solo. That is such a huge impact on the game there for him and Quinn that it really just shifted the leaderboard. Remember, too, they were in 12th place going into that game, so it was a huge shift there in those final moments.
Yeah, this is a big moment right here, though, for Jay and Dog, who sit in 8th place, 112, 1 point above their 9th place foes of Hove and Notch. So this early game for them is absolutely crucial. And for them, it's also important that they don't stray too far from their plan. They like to get aggressive in Covert Canyon. They like to get those early skirmishes so that way they don't have to worry about the surge late in the game. But one wrong step, one wrong move could cost them the qualification in this first qualifier. And they're going to have to use their Saturday and Sunday going at it yet again.
Yeah, they definitely are. And look, for Jay and Dog, they're so close, right? And they know that they have what it takes to come out of here on top. But with the way that Covert Cavern has been today, it's really tough to just walk away and say, hey, Jay and Dog are going to make it, right? Because there are other big names close by, and yes, sir, and Kevin, who ultimately could find themselves climbing the leaderboard as well. But it actually looks like another fight taking place here just above it all. And man, it is just craziness over here at the Cavern.
Yeah, Slick, like I talked about, round number 2, qualified in his very last game, got so chaotic, his stream went absolutely crazy, not able to watch it because he accidentally switched the scenes on his camera. And this is where he doesn't want his run to end here in this game number 6. Both of these duos not only need a monster amount of eliminations, they need that victory royale to kind of close the gap between them and the rest of the playing field to get in on that bubble. But a big shot from that auto shotgun is going to be landed. Only one more left in the chamber. He has no more ammo. 14 medium shots in that NK7. So Zuko basically has to hide behind his teammates.
Yeah, he definitely does. This is a struggle point to say the least. And I can only imagine what's going through your head, right? You have no shotgun ammo. You have very little light and medium ammo, and you're just trying to survive here in this moment. But surviving, indeed, they are, as they get Day down here to 17 HP, and Slick also weak as well. So it's really coming down to this final moment. Shots just raining in and exchanging here, but both of them are staying up and staying alive. Slick does get the siphon here, and it actually looks like his teammate is going to be able to escape. So now Day, Slick find themselves up top and potentially the focus from some of these other teams rotating around the hill here. So they need to be super careful because they do not have the heals to take any kind of engagement moving forward.
Yeah, they're in shambles right now, even though they did at least get one of those eliminations. So must be looking to rotate, probably pick up whatever's left on the map. But Hove and Notch, another one of those teams to talk about, sitting on the bubble in 9th place. They need some consistency, down 1 point to Jog and Jay, who have 112 sitting on 8. So this battle could be the difference between qualification and non-qualification as shots continue to rain off. Notch has no shield. Hove doing what he can with the MK7 is out. He drops his opponent down to only HP, and he solidifies the big elimination. And that right now bumped him into the bubble of qualification, but he still needs to continue the rest of the game because there's so many duo teams waiting to snatch that opportunity from them.
You're absolutely right. And with these teams right here, all next to each other, up for grabs. I mean, look, the points are here, right? The points are readily available for these players to take. It's just a matter of who's going to get the elimination. And for Nico and Scissor, they're so close, right? They're in 14th on the leaderboard. A big game here shifts them into the top 8. However, there are a lot of players around them, and if they are not careful and they overextend or they get caught out here as they're beginning to rotate, it is all over, because this is it. The last moment for these players to come out on top of the leaderboard is now.
Where that wide balance of gameplay, everything you've seen from round number 1, round number 2, all comes into play. All those learning lessons and battles between players that are getting aggressive, trying to end your run. Hove and Notch know this is one of those teams. They just have to outlast. They have to survive, but they're trapped in this building right now, Panda. Very few escape routes for them to try to employ, but I think Hove is trying to find a way. He's trying to keep his opponents on his toes and even steal away that high ground, and he's going to do it successfully, or at least from now, because him and Notch are separated, and we've seen so many times already today that second of separation causes them to take 2v1, but finally Hove is there. The shots with that stinger begin to rain down from above, and it doesn't look like they want to back down anymore. They have the advantage that they want.
They have the advantage, and they're going to take it, right? You know them as a team. They know how to handle these high pressure situations here in the final moments of a tournament, final moments of a qualifier, and they're going to take every advantage they can get, which is why you see them just diving in on this team. They do get a knock there. Oh no, it's actually his teammate Notch gets knocked, so it's all up to Hove here to try and stay alive, and the shots are raining in, actually in his box. Big trade there. Wait, was that was almost an elimination there for Hove. A huge tag there. So now both teams gonna have to separate here, heal up, and try to take this in a better position.
Yeah, and this is not good for Hove, though. Even though he's able to breathe, he's able to get his shields back up, but it allows the other two players to also do the same thing, to reassess the situation and now think of another game plan, because they don't have to approach it the same as a 2v2. They can be a little bit more patient because they're already inside towards the zone. The only thing they really have to watch out for is that third-party potential that you see slowly but surely on your minimap, hunting them down. So Hove, with a bubble on the line, qualification in play, shield being dropped, Hove is out!
Hove and Notch are out in 9th place at the time. And it's actually Jelty and Krizix who are creeping up here after hearing this fight take place. Jelty and Krizix, again, one of those teams that we're paying close attention to. Actually, Tokata's prediction here, not performing to what we expected. However, they're looking to change that right now as they just get involved here in this elimination. They said, you know what? We know you just got done fighting. Let's see if we can get a couple eliminations because of it.
Yeah, a little bit more chaos towards games number 5. Definitely more chaos in this game as you see the elimination feed still lighting up. Zare goes down. One of our very, very early game winners have lost at least one of their players. Didn't see both of them. It's Jay and Dog. Find a way from Covert Canyon, one of the hottest spots all day long, to go ahead and get out with 2 eliminations. You know, the storm damage is there already in play. They're holding on to 8th place, but that is going to be the thing with Hove. And I do believe that was Notch that went down. I'm kind of looking at the leaderboard right now. Next up is possibly good Crimson and Flux, maybe Creep and Cruelty. Multiple teams on the bubble waiting to hunt down these players.
Yeah, they definitely are. They're right outside of that qualification window. But with some of these other teams still in play, it's going to be tough, right? Obviously, one of those players that were in contention, one of those teams that were in contention, they're out, right? And that being, of course, Notch and Hope. However, a lot of other players still in it. So if Defiable, School, Dog, Jay, Blizzard, Victor, Cadenox, Storm, these players continue to be consistent and just survive, right? That's all it's going to take from them. They just need to survive. If they make it to the end game, the top 8 solidified. However, if any of these teams go down, which is very, very possible, it is all over. And looking at the number of players that we're already down to, that tells me that these teams are desperate and they are going for these fights.
And don't quote me because I don't know the exact number, but it might be 10, maybe 11 points of separation between Crimson and Flux and that 8th spot that Dog and Jay now possess. It's that close, just a few eliminations a few placement points of difference between these two teams could really have one team singing praises at the end of the day and another team not wanting to go to bed angry. As you see, Vlux and Crimson's trying to set themselves with a good spot here, depending on how much surge they've been able to possess. This is a great spot because they're going to go in and get themselves some high ground. It's a very, very heavy rotated spot as well, so definitely a lot of opportunity to get the tags.
Absolutely, but there's lots of opportunities going on. Like we talked about, the numbers are dwindling here. It's because player after player is going for these eliminations. The aggression is at an all-time high here on the West Coast, knowing that they need every point that they can get to continue to climb up this leaderboard.
Replays continue. That's how much action is actually going down all across the map. It's almost impossible to catch it all, but we have some of the best observers in the world, Panda. They don't miss a beat.
They really don't. Like, I mean, it's quite impressive, to be honest. But one of those beats that can't be missed is School and Defiable right there on the edge of that qualification window, finding themselves doing the smart play, rotating on the outskirts, right, on that dead side of zone, just trying to make their way in. Unlike Nico and Scissor here, who are just trying to survive as these players are beginning to push them. It's actually Jay and Dog.
Yeah.
Again, that team, they are within that qualification window, and they know those eliminations could make a difference.
I wonder if they spotted out this kind of refresh, possibly got the eliminations for that refresh below. And little do they know, Dog and Jay, I'm not going to say they survive and live to tell the tale, but right now they definitely escaped a crucial battle that they didn't want to have happen. You see 120 points. So yes, it is 11 points of separation between them and the very next team of Crimson and Vlux waiting to take their spot. And I think it's going to be Dog and Jay a lot of teams are going to be hunting after on that bubble of qualification.
100%. If you find yourself on the 8th spot here, you're nervous, right? The nerves are at an all-time high because you know you're right within that threshold. Any mistake you make could result in the end of your tournament. So these players are playing not only with that pressure on them, but they're also playing with the pressure of the lobby because, again, so many players are being overly aggressive here in the early and mid game, which is not something we've seen yet today.
Yeah, Kytrix and Haritos now find themselves in exchange, and Nico wastes no time with the Stinger SMG getting in the box, but he takes a ton of damage. Dropped down to 37 HP, reunites with his teammate to try to pick up that Siphon, trying to go ahead and outlast and get the heals, but his teammate's still in that big fight. Frappe and Nate even joining the bunch. Third party now coming in, everything going wild. Chaos is ensuing, but only one team at the end of this one could probably crown themselves a champion, or at least qualification, as Nico get into another box, back-to-back eliminations. And I do believe with Kytrix going down, that is going to be a squad wipe.
Yeah, that is, and just an impressive squad wipe here. And it's important here for Nico and Scissor. They really, really needed this. So for them, this is going to be huge, right? They find themselves just outside the top 10. Every elimination is going to be super important to what they do. And of course, now more players creeping forward here. Fortunately for them, they do have one armored wall used here to just stay alive here for a little bit longer, and tons of heals in the box. But will these teams allow them to heal? That's the real question as the pressure continues to drop in.
Yeah, Frappe and Nate, another one of those teams that didn't have the best day that they wanted, that they kind of planned for. They're trying to make up for it. Better late than never. Game number 6, a high amount of eliminations. A victory royale can definitely shoot you to the upper portions of that leaderboard to try to steal a spot away from Dog and Jay. Another team, Defiable and School, are on the same cusp of that bubble, even though they have a little bit more of a cushion. And Nico and Scissor taking fight after fight. They already have 6 eliminations. That's 18 points off eliminations alone. They're doing the best they can to close the gap and get themselves the qualification spot into the grand final. But if they don't, it's the series points they're after as well, as he turns just in the nick of time to try to save his teammate Scissor, who is now under siege in a 2v1. The early damage is Scissor's going to be able to clean that one up onto Yuki, and now they have a 2v1 opportunity from 6 eliminations to 7. They reunite as a duo to make this job that much easier, but Frappe and Nate, they're still here. They still want a piece of that pie as well.
Yeah, see, again, the dangers of taking a fight here at this mid-game position ultimately puts you in a spot like that, and Nico getting a really nice tag there, converting this fight in their favor. It's all about keeping the pace, though. They cannot slow down here, or they need to disengage. It's either one or the other as the pressure continues to come in relentlessly.
This is basically their tournament life on the line right here. 10th place, 105 points. You got to imagine Dog and Jay maybe still sitting on that 120 mark, depending on if they got any more eliminations, depending on any more placement points did come in for them. So not too big of a gap just yet. Nico and Scissor, with the game they're having, they know the qualification is within their grasp, and that's why they're getting so aggressive for this elimination, especially since they know this player has already taken a ton of damage. He's doing everything he can, using all of his resources to try to survive, and even becomes a target of multiple other players in the lobby. And that's why you see Nico and Scissor taking their time, not chasing them towards the high ground, and then getting that spoils of war and the elimination as well. So they're up to 8 eliminations in this game alone.
This is huge for them, but it needs to keep continuing, right? Just because you have 8 eliminations now does not mean you win, does not mean you are top 8, especially with the lack of consistency they've had up until this point. So they really need to now focus all on the end game. They can get more eliminations, definitely, for sure, in the end game, but now they need to be a little bit more patient, especially considering the loadout they now have been gifted because of those eliminations. They are in such a solid position. Now it's just about being patient, getting tags in, like you see VX here, getting some really nice tags there with that MK7. I gotta say, that the red dot sight addition here into Fortnite with the MK7 has been so nice, and it's been so fun to play with.
Yeah, it definitely has. It allows you to kind of put that pressure on. They pinpoint your accuracy. As you saw on that split, those are the 3 teams on the bubble. That bottom left, that was Dog and Jay. They actually have the spot secured for now. It's not 100% secured, so this game is still playing out. And the top half of your screen, we got our 10th place team, and currently on your screen, we've got our 11th place team with very few points separating these two. So this one, Panda, will live up to the hype. This one will truly come down to the wire with everybody doing their best to stay alive. You see Caleb on the elimination feed getting picked up by Russo, who's also trying to find himself in the hunt.
So I've actually just looked here, and it's not only Notch and Hove that have gone out, it's actually Victor and Blizzard as well, who were in a top 8 spot. So a couple spots have now opened for these players to continue to attempt to climb into, but it's not going to be easy. That's why players like Dog, like Jay, they've been patient. Despite other teams close behind there getting several eliminations, Dog and Jay have been patiently waiting and not overextending, because they know there are so many points up for grabs here momentarily, but it's about surviving. And survival is key here for Dog and Jay. But with all the players looming around them and the extra aggression coming out of these players, it's going to be very, very tough for them in this final moment.
Yeah, luckily, though, they don't have to travel far before they find themselves in towards the zone, as Defiable and his duo School hit that 7th place spot, still trying to stay alive, and already see 100 and I do believe 39 points to their name. And I said, I love School. Like I said, I'll keep saying it. He is the definition of the grind paying off. From qualifiers to finals, from trios to duos, he's doing everything in his power to up his game every single time he gets the chance, just like this team. 8 eliminations. We've seen a good portion of them so far, and already it looks like they're hunting for more.
Yeah, they definitely are here as they begin to dive in, trying to get some tags there and immediately sliding back. You gotta love the slide mechanic. Can we just say that was such a beautiful retreat there? Despite the pressure coming in, they're like, you know what? We didn't have an advantage. They have hard builds already set. Let's just retreat and slide right back in the box. And sure enough, it worked out in their favor. But with all the players beginning to rotate here, they need to be super careful. They cannot afford to take any damage here going into the next portions of this game, especially